What is up, everybody? Welcome on in to the Black Ops 7 Challengers Showcase, brought to you by Challengers Stats. We have some amazing teams playing here today to kind of do a nice little, like we said, showcase of what we can expect here in the Challengers Black Ops 7 season. Kicking off the show today, my name's Dandro, but you know I can't do it alone. We got my boy Enigma in the booth with me. We got a lot of other firepower casters coming on in throughout this show as well, so make sure you are locked in all day long. Enigma, I know we're both very excited for Black Ops 7. How you feeling today, my friend?
I spent the day getting absolutely ran in 8s, so brain is battered, but we are looking forward to watching people who can actually shoot their gun. So yeah, it is very much so an exciting season ahead. I think this feels like one of the best competitive games we had for some time. Got a map set that's now come out, so yeah, feeling great about everything coming forward, and an early look at all of our rising stars.
Well, let's take a look at who some of those rising stars are going to be. Let's take a peek at some of the teams that we got participating in here today. If you've been following Challengers through last year and getting excited for this year, don't worry. We have some of your fan favorites playing through our bracket here today. Let's kick it off, right? We got Cabal GG in here with KB, Rupert, Millie, and Icons. And of course, I love that we have the Stallions there in here as well. Swooty, Symbols, Encourage, and DTG. I know Mr. Zuma is going to be looking at this. Not a great showing from the Stallions recently, and maybe looking to have a little bit of a come up here today. Excited that we can get these two teams on in here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh man, these are a organization that have done so much in Challengers, specifically success-wise, but content and so many other things. So to see them pick up a big team like this and make early statements is always a wonderful thing. For Asim and Co. I always call him Asim. It's Asim, Andrew. Asim. It's so many years we called him Asim, and it is wrong. So many storylines, I feel, in this roster on the right here. For Priesta and Asim, it's a case of almost proving that you deserve to go back into the league yet again. Is there plenty of talent there? Sure, there is. But it's a case of proving that you're above this new generation of challenger players. For Neum, this is the guy that turned so many heads last year. Even at EWC, despite the very difficult situation that they were in, he still looked fantastic. So he's got a real year ahead of him. Can he make the jump? And Rispy is one of those names that you're just kind of like, all right, this guy could do a thing or two. And again, jump from that category of, is he the real deal, into, all right, let's everyone pay attention to him. Again, an opportunity very early here to show who you are.
Yeah, really love this Asim team that's there, but they're not the only people playing. We have the YX Bootcamp with Vayu, Aiden, Dimensions, and Katsi, and also Phase 2. This Phase 2 team I'm pretty excited to watch here today, Enigma. If you've been around Challengers, all of these names are very familiar to you. Dak, Wiz, Gunzi, and Flames. This Dak and Wiz sort of, kind of duo almost that's kind of coming in here together. I love watching that they've, kind of managed to, be able to come on through and participate as a team. I think definitely maybe a team that could upset our bracket and maybe take down some of the fan favorites that we might have here today. But let's take a look at our last final teams that are going to be playing in here today, because it's two, yet again, heavy hitters in Falcons Academy Green and Falcons Academy White.
Yeah, and this is, of course, those players coming in from the Middle East in terms of QK. I think I got a good look at him through parts last year. Felt like a player who had a bit more to say about their position in the scene. You've got Roxas there as well. Feels like they've got a bit more to add. Yeast, this is a player that many of you should know, obviously previously in the league. So it's a case of, all right, well, again, do you deserve to go back there? Hams is one of those players that's kind of always flirted with getting into the league, had moments in and out. So let's see if you can go on another bit of a run here. I still think about him back in like the Cold War days where his team won like the 5 cups in a row and all that stuff. It's a long way since then, but can you get back to that sort of form? On the opposite side, Arcites, Paul X, anyone who's watched Call of Duty over the last couple of years should know those names. Gentle is new to me. This is a player that I don't know much about at all. Feels like Falcons have this pipeline of talent that come through. He seems to be a new one in that, at least as far as I'm concerned. And it's a case of, okay, well then prove to everybody who you are. And then, of course, King Abadi, who has had moments where everyone's kind of seen that you are quality in Challengers, didn't necessarily take the opportunity in the higher stages of Call of Duty. So, okay, can you then get yourself into a position this year where you round out some of the flaws you were showing and turn into the finished article?
No, I think that's a great call out there. Yeah, I love that the Falcons Academy are coming in here not with just one, but two different teams. And it feels like there's kind of two different styles of how you're trying to build those teams, right? Definitely feels like on the Falcons Academy green, definitely a little bit more on that maybe Saudi Arabian talent side. Whereas on Falcons Academy white, we have some of these mixtures of players who have both played in the CDL and been playing through challengers the last couple of years and doing great. So very excited to see that. Like you mentioned, nice pipeline for probably their main team if they need anything this year. But let's take a look at the bracket to see how these teams are going to go ahead and shake on up here as we look at our winners round one. Some heavy hitter matchups going on through there. We're going to be casting one of these first one, but Enigma, besides our first matchup that we are going to be being able to take a look at, we'll dive into those two teams in the head-to-head in a minute. What other matchup do you think could be an absolute heater in this winners round one?
It's genuinely really tough to choose this. I think that maybe Stallions against Falcons, because you end up in a situation where that Falcons white roster looks really strong in the sense you've got Arcees and Pollex leading that lineup. But it's an opportunity for Stallions, who, of course, very well backed with Suma and the crew over there. This is the team that everyone wants to see. Are you going to be a real deal, or is this a situation of we're just getting hyped up because it's Zuma covering that squad? So that's one of the ones that I want to stay tuned into for sure. I'd love to see that Stallions team pull off something in this tournament. It's tough to say because of the 8 rosters we have in this competition, some really bloody good players and some fantastic storylines. So yeah, it's splitting threads.
Well, and even that also kind of on the other side of the Falcons, right? Omit versus Falcons Green. I think we just kind of talked about that, you know, in Falcons Green roster and looking and saying, okay, you have some real firepower here, but if there's anything, we know that Omit roster is also coming in with some firepower of their own. So being able to see kind of both of those teams really feel each other out, especially this early on in the year, is going to be really, really important. Because when we kind of look forward towards the Cups and the Elites and even the Challenger Opens at the majors, these are going to be some of the teams that are going to be finding themselves up against each other a lot. So I love that we're getting some early reps on in. And lastly, of course, on that bottom side of the bracket, phase 2, going against YX Bootcamp. This feels like one of those where either this is going to be an absolute quick 3-0 blowout, the DoorDash series, or we're going all the way to a map 5 round 11, right? When you get sort of these players who are forming new teams very quickly, you're coming here together and you're kind of just maybe trying to out-talent the opposition, but you might be able to survive and maybe even take some games off if you've been in the lab, you understand how these maps play, you understand, you've been kind of on top of all of the changes that have been happening recently.
It's a weird one, that one. I feel like it's two teams. I feel like somehow between the 8 squads that we pulled together, these two teams have arguably the most reps inter-teammate wise, because you have got a few situations there like Dak and Wiz who've played together a lot over the years. And even on YX Bootcamp, you've got these players here like Aiden and Katz who have over the years been together quite a bit. So it's a case of, okay, well, these two teams might actually have a bit more about each other in the sense of the general talent pool, just because you understand how each other plays, which of course is very important and a rarity in challengers, to be honest, because these rosters change at a million miles an hour and you've actually got some sort of stability there. So yeah, very curious to see how that will go. But again, looking at all of these teams here, so much talent, very difficult to decide which one I would rather have seen first.
No, I mean, there's a lot to be here, but we got to talk about, of course, one matchup that is happening here, and that's going to be our first match of the day. It's going to be Cabal taking on Asim and Co. Let's do a little bit of a kind of a deeper dive into these two teams, Enigma, because I think there's a lot to talk about. We talked a little bit about it in the participating teams, but I definitely think when we kind of look towards this Challenger season, these two teams specifically, I know, are going to have a lot of eyes on them, right? Cabal had a fantastic year last year, and it looks like now they're coming on in with, you know, kind of a little bit of an updated roster, right? I love what I saw last year coming out of KB and Rupert, as well as Icons, right? All had some pretty fantastic seasons, and I like seeing all 4 of these players come here together. But you mentioned it. This is a heavy-hitting Asim roster, right? Asim and Priesta coming from the CDL, long-standing competitors that are here trying to prove that they deserve back in that CDL spot. Neum coming on in, had a great showing at EWC, like you mentioned, and Ripsy, who's been around for a while. So this feels a little bit like, you know, have you done your homework if you are Cabal?
Yeah, 100%. It's another one of those weird kind of rosters where there's quite a lot of history between those 4 players on that roster. So does that give you a leg up here? That being said, you look across the other side again. Neum's just got that storyline about him at the minute where if he hits the same trajectory he was on last year, he's going to be an unstoppable force throughout this season and a hell of a watch. And then in Asim and Priesta, you've got a ridiculous amount of experience there at that very highest level. Priest X world champion, for God's sake. So there's so much being offered in that lineup. A couple of questions asked and answered, and it's a case for both of these teams, whether we walk away with a couple of those answered or we end up with more questions by the end of this series that I think is most important for how these guys' season kicks off.
No, I think that's a great call out to be able to have. Really, really fun that we get to watch this game. I mean, they asked us, they said, hey, you guys have a choice on any type of game you want to go ahead and watch. And honestly, I think we could have picked any of the 4 matchups that we had and been really excited, been really kind of amped about watching these players go ahead and battle it on out, especially just given how new Black Ops 7 is to, obviously the challenger circuit and competitive and general. We do have the final sort of maps and modes coming on in, so we're just wrapping that on up. Do not worry. But Andy, we've had a little bit of news hit the timeline here today with obviously an official map set and official competitive rules coming on in here today, getting announced, of course, as always with Call of Duty on the day of an event and a tournament that comes on in. Let's talk about this map set, right? Because we were kind of talking about it. Looks like we have an established sort of 5-5-3 going on through between Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Overload. Give me some early, kind of just thoughts on this official CDL map set, which we are using in our matchups here today.
First of all, very glad that Exposure actually makes it into Hardpoint, because there was a lot of conversations going on. I know you and me recorded something yesterday talking about the map sets, and a lot of people kind of like, we want Exposure. And I love this map. I think it's great. So I'm really happy that it got to stay in. But across all of them, there's a situation of, I look and I think, okay, there's maps that I could rotate in, but then I don't know what I would want to take out either. I think Blackheart Hardpoint has caught a few people by surprise. I played a little bit of it today in 8. Actually played kind of nice. It was a bang out. It's fast paced, very aggressive, high engagement. So it might just be a fantastic watch, much like Colossus feels at the minute. The one obvious shock is that Raid is out of when it comes to Hardpoint and Overload. I don't think I'm surprised with Overload. I don't think that map plays well for it at all. But when it comes to Hardpoint, we're so used to Raid being our best map. It speaks volumes for how good we've got it this year that we're actually taking Raid out because the spawns at the minute a little bit wonky.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it felt like to me. It felt like easier to maybe for the time being. And I will say, I did see Spence, he was saying like, hey, this is our map set for now. So it feels like maybe they are, a little bit open to being flexible, where if maybe a map just isn't working, or like you said, where we do have this deeper map set, maybe we do see some type of rotations, some maps coming in and out. I know personally, I was hoping to see not the same 3 maps across every game mode, right? Scar, Exposure, and Den are there. I'm like, we have enough maps here that we can go ahead. I'm not a huge fan of triple map sets coming on in, right? I mean, it's been the past couple of years where triple Tuscan, triple Hossie, right?
Triple Hotel,
triple Invasion,
like
triple Hotel, like, we can pick games in the last 5 years, right? And like we had, by the end of the game, we were having triple map sets on just the maps that worked coming on in. I like that you mentioned that Blackheart's a bang out, because, we were kind of talking. I loved Cortex for that reason, right? I was a big Rage in the Cage fan. And, well, unfortunately, we don't get Cortex in the Hardpoint, but we get Blackheart in. And I saw Ghosty on the timeline. He was talking about it. He was like, I can assure you, spawn up in a 4v4 Blackheart, and it will play better than a Raid 4v4 Hardpoint, which is a little bit hard to believe. But, hey, I do trust Dan Ghosty. And it's not just because we have similar names at all. There's some other reasons that are there. But I don't know, man. I'm really excited to see what we got going on here today. And especially for, not even just our game that we're covering, but all of the games that are going on, to see, how do the scores handle? What are teams sort of gravitating towards? Because that was the one thing I was worried about, and I'd love to get your opinion on, was like, with a map like Raid in the pool, feels like maybe early on you could steal out some series by just knowing how to play Raid and having a lot of that institutional knowledge. Now that it's only new maps that are in this map pool that's here, I think it's really going to come down to who has been putting in the reps, who's been scrimming, who's been playing in these tournaments to really understand how these maps play.
Yeah, 100%. Early bird gets the worm in this circumstance, and so often the better start to the season rewards you instantly, because you get that straight drag. You will get a situation, no doubt, after Major 1, you will get this point where certain CDL teams look and go, okay, we have to make a change. We can't afford to be chasing the pack. We can't afford to potentially miss out on champs towards the end of the season, assuming that is how that is all going to go down again. And so they make quick changes. So you want to start off hot. Sometimes we see players start to peak towards the end of the season when it comes to challengers. For me, there's plenty of good about that, but it also ends up a situation where some teams are like, we're just not going to make a change. So if you are a challenger player looking to make your name early, make this your year, for example, Liam, if you get off to a hot start, you're only putting yourself into the best possible position for that. A quick look here. And of course, the confirmed maps and modes that we were just talking about. I agree with you on this, by the way. I think that it would be nice to not end up with like potentially triple exposure or triple scar or triple den.
Triple Scar's coming. I can feel it. Triple Scar's coming at some point.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic map. I don't think that we're arguing about that at all. I think it would be nice to kind of have a situation where it's a case of, okay, well, if we have Scar in for 2, we'll take it out for 1 and then rotate that back in later on and so on and so forth. No doubt something that Spinner Spence and the rest of everybody over there in the COD League are kind of thinking about right now as they get community feedback. Feels like this is a great time for community feedback. So, yeah, hopefully some small tweaks coming in. But again, it's just... do you know one of the things I actually really like, and I don't know if this is just like a really stupid thing, but they're all bright maps. They're just nice to look at.
I love it. It's not monochromatic. It's not the same thing. Like, oh my, I'm right there with you. All of these feel like, I like that they're all like, they feel very different, right? It's not the same thing, you know, that you're seeing across. It's not like the same, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like the same aesthetic that are there, right? That are kind of coming on in. So yeah, I'm with you. I do think there's a little bit of having these multiple maps, you know, that kind of go through it. Like, feels very snowbally to me. Like, if you're really good at Scar, it's like, okay, cool. You only have so many bands, right? In a, you know, kind of map series that you have. So you're going to be giving up Scar on something. You're going to be giving up Exposure Den on something. And if your team is really good at that map, you can almost like kind of have those assured where you look at a map. So you say, hey, you know, we're guaranteed one of these maps because we know we're the best team on it. All we have to do is like, let's say if it's a map 4, map 5, all you have to do is get there for it, right? So you'll definitely be very, very curious. But where it is here today, hey, I don't think there's anybody who's going to have some auto wins going on there by any means necessary. That is for certain. So we are just getting those maps and modes finalized for our winners round 1 of Cabal versus Asim. So do not worry, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going over that here pretty quickly. Obviously, Enigma, here we got some new game modes coming in here for map number 3. Control out overload in, my friend.
Yes.
And it feels like this is the hot topic on the timeline. I'm going to be honest with you. I think probably one of the most things I'm excited for today is just how do we play overload? I think this, the more and more we kind of grind it out, the more I'll kind of make an opinion on it. I haven't really formed one personally yet. I love the idea of the mode. I love how it plays, but I don't think it's without, you know, some of its issues that I'm hoping that we are keeping a nice little eye on that's coming on in.
Yeah, I think it could do with quite a few tweaks on the competitive side of things. I think it's good, and I think it certainly plays better than I expected it to. Would I like to see some changes for sure, especially overtime? I think that's a bit of a weird one at the minute. Suddenly turning into an S&D round where we all know where one person is because they have the EMP is a bit unusual, but it's... I guess one of those situations where right now it's about, this is the new mode. Let's see if we can find out how people feel and then adapt as per feedback. If that's the case, whatever, I'm all for it. It's brand new. We had Control for years. This feels like we've kind of married CTF and Uplink a little bit. I know a lot of people would just love to see Uplink back, but can we take some lessons from that? For example, EMP carriers maybe not being able to run around with their full setup would be a lovely thing. And I think that we end up in this situation where the mode plays right now as like a bit of a tug of war. It's almost like you end up in some weird games, you end up in a stalemate where that ball goes nowhere. And then other times it ends up this kind of like, we just sprint and score a hell of a lot of different goals as we saw a lot in the 75K. So really looking forward to seeing how it looks in maybe a month when these players understand exactly how it plays. Right now, it's kind of hard to get a grasp on exactly what that will look like because there's so many different ideas about how it should play.
And I think that's kind of the reality, right? So we don't want to overcook on it, on trying to like do too much to get it to be in a competitive state versus, like you mentioned, there is going to be some time of like learning, you know, really how the game plays. I mean, it feels like we didn't really kind of figure out how to play Control until maybe like 2 or 3 years in. It's kind of what it felt like, right? Like we got it initially in a 5v5 game, and then it was like, okay, and then we lost it for a year, and then it comes back in a 4v4, and it's just like, you know, by the time it got back in the 4v4, it was like, it still took a while for us to get there. It was super map dependent and things like that. So I think that's like my thing with Overload is like, as long as it's not really map dependent, you know, I'm fully confident that we can figure out how this game is supposed to be played. You know, we have some very talented people in the Call of Duty community who are going to be looking at it, probably giving their feedback and things like that. So very excited to see what we got in our event here today when it does come for Overload, because we got a lot of opportunity to see some Overload go down and all the different strats that are there. Last final moments of course, those map sets getting finalized. So we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be diving into those maps and modes and kicking off Winners Round 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the Black Ops 7 Challenger Showcase. Appreciate you dealing with us while we get, of course, our maps and modes going on through. You know that Challengers players love to be prompt in their becomings that come through here, so of course they were right on the ball with picking all of their things. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at our maps and modes here for our first game coming on through. We had a whole rant about triple map sets, and baby, we're kicking it off with a triple exposure.
I tell you what, I won't complain too much in the sense of like, it's not the first three, right? It's not a case of, all right, we're just going exposure, exposure, and exposure, which is meaning that we'll at least see some variety in this. And if we do get that third exposure, it will be across the 3 different maps because we also get a den and a scar in between. I guess a lot of people felt the same way as me about exposure. They like it. So it's, yeah, we're going to get a good mix here of maps right now. Like exposure is, I don't know, it feels kind of traditional in a sense. Mid feels a bit unusual to me, but like you've got the long lane left, long lane right, kind of set up almost in your bases either side. So I'm a big fan of it. I think it's really nice. But then you start to play out Scar. This map has, although it still feels very 3-lane and traditional in that sense, I feel like the middle is much more open there, and you end up in this situation where you can play around it in various different ways. Controlling it incredibly important. I think on exposure you can get away with not having that mid-map control as much. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting series. Of course, a lot of our teams right now, you mentioned it before we went to the break, about how much have you prepared? Do you know exactly how you're going to be playing coming into these maps?
No, I think that's a great call out. I definitely love seeing these 3 maps that are kind of coming on in. You know, they've sort of been the bread and butter, it feels like, of a lot of the kickoffs of how people want to play it. So I do at least like, you know, I'm kind of hoping this does get us to a map 4 at least, just because we'll see at least 3 different maps, right? But hey, we're in a nice 3-0. We'll get to see if one of these teams is a exposure sort of fiend and being able to really come out on top, especially in these more respawn modes on the map. I do like that exposure. It is pretty wide, right? So when we kind of talk about hardpoint and overload, you can play, you know, through all these different sides of the map, you know, like you mentioned, and being able to kind of hold all of these different lanes and angles. Feels like there's a spot for no matter whether you're trying to run a sub or some of those ARs, you know, there's a spot for you on these maps. Whereas when we kind of look at Den and Scar, right, it's just a little bit of a different play style that kind of comes on through, right? Den, it's a little bit more of a, not nearly as wide, but long, that is going on through. And Scar just feels like almost like a classic Call of Duty map that we get ready to come on through. So very excited to see, you know, how does exposure play across all 3 of these game modes, but also how are we feeling about Den, how are we feeling about Scar there as well. So when it kind of comes down to Cabal versus Asim, I definitely think that we are about to start seeing some, hopefully Routman gets paid, because there's going to be a lot of times, if you're not watching those certain spawns, if you're not watching those routes, we could see some 2 or 3 pieces get popped.
Yeah, 100%. It's a map that definitely gets paid out, should I say, for the Routman. So yeah, big fan of when that can happen. I like maps that just encourage different playstyles. Do you have your AR that's going to post up on a heady? Well, there's places for you to be and be impactful. There's power positions for you to control. Or there are routes where your subs can get up close and mixy without having to engage those players that are set up on the headies. Yeah, you can get up and close and down inside the tight corridors and the little mazes that exist. Are there areas where you can hit big flanks? I think that whenever you've got all of those things inside, it gives teams opportunities for plays and counter plays and allows our stars to shine, which is exactly what we want to see. And I think over the last couple of years, it's been a case of, look, it feels like, you know, we've had certain hills, certain maps, just been like, this is just bang out central. This is just headbutt each other over and over again. We want to see dynamism in the play. So we get a lot of that with the maps in Black Ops 7. We're feasting, we're spoiled for choice, and that's not to even mention what could come later on down the line. So very excited for this. The one thing I will say of this map set, I've seen very little exposure S&D, so I don't actually know how that one's going to play. I've seen plenty of it across Overload and Hardpoint, but S&D side of things, I don't actually know how this is going to look.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. I'm right there with you. It feels like the map is super huge, right? So it definitely feels like one of those maps that you're going to see people maybe early on in the game mode try and go really wide, right? Watch a lot of those different lanes, see if you can catch a timing on somebody, maybe just be in an area that, yeah, at least if a trade comes on through, you very quickly make it a 3v3, you apply that pressure to the offensive team. I could also see it, though, being one of those maps where you're just going to 4-man rush one of these sides and just kind of flip the map, going from the sort of the, you know, the normal vertical to like almost like a horizontal, right? Where you're going to take control of one of those bomb sites and you're just going to kind of go wide and be looking for what side are they coming through, right? So very kind of curious right there with you, but I want to focus on this hard point, right? It's map number 1. We oftentimes say that hard point can really set the tone for a series, right? And especially with Exposure being a triple map in this side, I'm really excited to see who will be able to come out swinging on this map. You mentioned it there, where sometimes we get these maps where P1 can be a little bit of a bang up, right? We had Hasi last year where P1, you're basically just fighting for scrap time. Anything you get on it is gravy, but you're not really trying to like go up loads off of a P1. Do you feel like Exposure is in a similar, kind of way? Because to me, it's like, if you want to control this P1, it's like, you got to get 3 down and then push almost into their spawn, right?
Yeah.
You got to, if you're, want to try and control that window side or maybe control the silo side, it's like, you kind of have to get that power position to make sure they're not going to have any overlook to this P1.
Yeah, you definitely end up with that. I think for both Exposure and Scar, actually, I think your initial P1 at least is going to be a case of actually, we're going to send a body forward, just try and stop our opponent scoring points for sure. If we can nick away anything, great. We're actually setting ourselves up to hold P2 here, much more important. P2 on this map actually is not necessarily a money hill, to be completely honest with you. It's very out in the open. So, but it's a Scar, you get that opportunity to defend that motel side a bit better. It's a case for me of actually, I think Exposure P1 is a sleeper in terms of the amount of points you can get in your second and third rotations. I think actually you can lock it down for a nice chunk of change if you get yourself pushed across the map to a decent position and don't overcommit, therefore flipping out the spawns. So yeah, I think Scar is one of those where you're still going to be relatively open and exposed. That's a difficult one to play, but Exposure actually, if teams have done their homework and are ready for that second rotation off the back of that final hill into the first, you're looking quite cozy for potentially taking away a lot of points. Something that teams, again, this early in the season might not recognize and might not understand how important it is to rotate into that early and contest.
Yeah, no, I think that's a huge shout out to be able to have. And sometimes Exposure does feel almost a little bit like a red card to me, where it's like, you kind of think about red card last year, on that P2, right? You'd be holding it, and then it was like halfway through the hill, you're trying to flip spawns because you're trying to hold for P3. And that's a little bit sometimes what Exposure feels like, where you'll see people, they want to hold, right? Because you go off of that P1, let's say you're trying to hold out from that window side, you have maybe a sub running amok in their base, just causing, chaos, maybe getting people off spawn, that's there. And then when you get ready to go in that P2, you don't really have to move all that much, right? Like you're just going, of course, over to that side and just being able to like hold on down, and it feels really good. But then you almost want to try and go ahead and get that flip that kind of comes on through. So I'm very excited to see how does this sort of evolve over the year, kickstarting us here with an Exposure hardpoint. Very, very excited. Den Search and Destroy. We got some time here. We had a little bit of issue with a host, so we'll talk about this Den Search and Destroy because we know we're at least going here. I feel like we've said it time and time again. This is so close to being an S tier map. All they need to do is open up from the broken side, another cut to mid, and this is going to be really, really crazy. But for Search and Destroy, I definitely feel like it's going to be a very interesting map to see how it plays out.
Agreed. I think it's one of those where, I mean, we do talk about that cut potentially coming through, but if this is the final state of the map and this is where we're going to go with this, it's a situation of, all right, well then how do you control that isolated lane? That could be very important to your strategy coming through this. A lot of opportunities that, you're seeing people happily push through in terms of trying to flip the map out and so on and so forth. But all our talking, my friend, all of our deliberating and ruminating about how this might play out, let's get on with it because we have got map 1 underway. And again, so many of these players with storylines to settle. Do you build off the back of last year or do you slump a little bit off the start? Let's find out.
Well, Cabal already starting to try and make their way on forward. You can see they've gotten started to push down just a little bit, but Asim has been able to control a lot of this P1 time that is here. Look at the setup coming on through, coming off of this spawn. You can see already that Asim is trying to be able to maybe move around this outside of the map. Rooper, he's good from the outside. Ooh, takes out the pistol. At least able to get 1. That's 3 dead for Asim. And it looks like Cabal, they're going to be able to answer back, get some solid time here on the P1.
Certainly will. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, traditional Cardcaster bug here where we're going to have 44 number Priesta, and unfortunately that is going to cause issues to our kill feed. We're just going to go off it as we can, but speaking of Priesta, he's actually starting to play already over for P2. We'll lose the fight though, as 2 players from Cabal have arrived early, just looking to see if that teamwork comes through for them in the early stages. But you have hold. It's whether or not Asim and Co can find the break, and you got the players hitting through mid, flooding to try and break.
Love where Rupert is right now, sitting on top of this skyline. He's able to get 1, drops on down, is good for the trade as well. Just becoming a nuisance with the M15 in hand. human turret activated as he is just starting to rip from so many of these different angles. And it feels like for Asim & Co, they're just coming off spawn right now. They're trying to fly at the point, but no opportunity right now for them to even get close to gaining any amount of score here. We set question, was P2 really a money hill? Looks like for Cabal, they've answered that question.
Yeah, it certainly can be, and I love the fact that two players commit to the backside spawns. It just means that they're wary of any potential flank coming through. They don't end up being concerned too much about it, and Rupert's only going to be cut down by his teammate in the end. Was on a 5, feeling very comfortable there, but Priestess found his way through, so P3 opened up just like that. That commitment that you had from Cabal slips away, but you do get a spawn in close, actually, in Millie, who could upset. Rispy here in the back does a great job, and that largely comes from the overload in numbers. Going to be, though, hands on the point for Asim & Co. is whether or not Rupert can find this route through mid, cut down the reinforcements, let his boys flood through the back.
Yeah, I would love to see this. Route Man might be getting paid right here. They're all looking at this back spawn. You're trying to be able to hold on through. Goes through the hop-up. Rupert cut on down. So Asim & Co, they'll manage to hold on to this P3 for the time being. And I like this. Asim not afraid to maybe slide on out, catch a timing for some of these players trying to come off spawn. It's just all this back spawn for Cabal right there. Finally, you try and flood your way on through the front of this hard point. Can you manage to hold on out? It doesn't look like you can, but trades will go into the favor of Asim & Co as we get down to the final moments here. So a great P3 hold from Asim gets them right back into the game.
Doing a solid job there of just countering the money hill that was P2 for Cabal with Euron, making it interesting, keeping yourself within arm's length of your opposition. Nikon's got an important fight here against Priester. Does well, cuts back towards mid. Can you pick up one through this wrap as well? And that's important now. You managed to push forward, draw a line that's closer to this P4. That being said, answered straight back, and the Seaman squad are going to start to draw that line. Squeeze up and try and make sure that they're not under too much pressure early.
Yeah, this P4 gets very, very mixy. So many different angles. You have to try and hold on through. Asim tries to do his best, get a couple of those wall bounces on in, but it's just not going to be enough. This is going to give Cabal the opportunity to move on in, start getting this score. This lead got cut down to a very small margin, but at least you'll be able to get some solid amount of time here off this P4. Trying to be able to bring this back into your favor, and Rupert, he's there. He's good for a trade. They know the Priest is sitting in this cut, and a nice last second afterlife. Nade will come on through. Millie, he's good for another one.
Will be a solid hill, really, from Cabal. They'll maintain that lead despite not having the early rotation. Had to break and make it a bit mixy, but do enough here to keep themselves comfortable. Off over to 5 then. This is the down low. You're looking to fight for this top mid. Gives you angles to try and collapse onto the point. But KB does a great job to win 2, and that's the third, and all remaining Cabal hands.
Yeah, KB, a huge two-piece there, just kind of rocking the heady, begging anybody to try and move on forward. And I love this from Icons. Get up in there, grill. Do not let them gain any space, especially when you got Millie with an M15 in hand, who is looking to just play oversight for you. You can just kind of basically do this. Force the pressure, force the eyes lines on that sub player up front. Let your AR look over you from the back. And you are just continuing to not let Asim out of the base. Rispy has been able to find an angle, but this is what you have to be worried about. It's KB putting himself in a nice position, but Priesta goes huge for 2. We'll be able to cut you on down. So you've managed to crack open this one as we get ready for the second set of rotations. Looks like Asim, they're down a little bit here, Enigma, but I think they can come on back.
Yeah, Priester decides to commit to actually just holding the top side here, looking to try and lock down this P1 that we talked about before. A lovely rip there to find 5 in a row. Trophy's going to go out as well, so if you lock this down here, you can then start to chain into 2 as you hold corridor control. Cabal can try and exchange a couple of early gunfights, but a pinstripe feed won't suit them for the moment. You have at least turned the hill neutral, but it's finding Neum, and you do.
Yeah, Neum 9 and 15, a tough stat line to see. That is definitely something we'd like to see a little bit more. Icon's going to put himself into the corner. Can you catch anybody here off this P1? Priestess says, give me them toes, sir. He's able to at least bring you on down. Almost finds Millie in the cut that's there, but P2 looking to come online here in a hot second. So how do you make your way on out of this? Priest is going to drop on down. Can you cut anybody through this cut on the side? Looks like you're going to try and take it on KB, and he's just too good on these headies here. We'll be able to rip you on down, and as P2 spawns Cabal, they have the pressure.
Icon's rotated off towards this too early here, just trying to hold off the predicted early rotation from Asim & Co. And does a superb job, allows Rupert into the play, top solar, and he will find 2. That breaks it wide open for your players to hold on to. Last time Cabal looked really good here, and it seems that they understand the rotation required very quickly. Then again, a kill from Icons will give Asim & a chance to fight for this, and they've done very well to break it early, managing to not let Cabal run away with this.
Yeah, 3 dead in the feed for Asim. We'll put Cabal onto the back foot, and I like this. Priesta, he's getting up aggro. He's trying to hold on to any of these lanes. For anybody who's going to try and cut on down through the bottom, he won't let them pass. And Niam, he's already looking towards this new side. You want to continue to hold this spawn, and Niam going to do a great job. Sitting in that hill does not give Cabal any space on the map to move forward. A little bit of scrap there for Cabal will help them get this lead pushed on even forward. But if you can hold this P3 for the full 60, just like that, Asim going to be back into the game.
And very important here that the Asim squad managed to at least turn that into a more respectable hill. Could have been Cabal disappearing towards that 200-point marker. Icons just looking to hold these backside spawns and does a great job, not just on Priesta, but on Niam as well. Will have more company. Close up, that'll be Niam again who's found. Do you read Priest on the outside as well? You've done a lot of the damage. You're holding early, and you got to find a break quickly for Asim & This is getting away from you dramatically.
Icons, the stat line might not necessarily look like he's having impact, but just look at the POV on your screen. Is trying to put this Dravik to work. Sees that Asim & have taken this point back on in. If you can continue this break, this is huge. Tries to go for it for Niam on the top. Not going to be there. Rispy and Priesta, they'll hold the line for now. And Millie just trying to play on this outside with Rupert. Can you break in through together? Priesta not going to let that happen. It's a Dravik off the ground that will let you to continue. Hold on to this point for the time being. I'm worried though, Anima, because Cabal, even though they maybe lose this point, they are looking to cross this 200-point threshold.
Yeah, and they're getting it across. It's 70 points in the lead. So Asim & have got to find a better way of holding down P4 than they achieved last time, where Cabal managed to make it a relatively split, even hill. Icons wary of pressure in from behind him. Niam will shut him down, but have you read that KB's made the route in through Solar? Finds one huge gunfight outside, and you win that against Priesta as well. That will then give you spawns, flip Asim & out, and all of a sudden the team in white having to scramble to keep themselves in this matchup.
KB, huge hero play into that moment, has been popping 2 pieces left and right. Will give you the opportunity to hold those spawns like you mentioned, but it's Niam that's able to kind of hit from the back, and Rispy and Priesta will be able to come on through with some trades as well. So even though KB goes huge, it's just a 2x2 play that lets you kind of come on through. You're managing to hold this point on in. Asim does not want to let this one go that easy. You're trying to bang out the front of this hill, win these gunfights to the best of your ability. Can you make it happen? You do. And as news starts to pop, Rispy, he's starting to try and maybe make a little bit of a route.
Get the Solar side spawn if you are Cabal, which means you got to get yourself across the entirety of the map. And I don't think Asim & read that at all, because you almost land in the ARs of the Cabal players who were crossing, so they break instantaneously. You've also got KB squeezed up towards L, so he's going to just hold down players trying to arrive in from Ring. And as such, Asim & might just be funneled in through the front. An awful place to be, but you don't have much time to really make a different decision.
No, I mean, you're going to win that gunfight, but that's all the information that Millie needs. He's actually going to hop off the point. Maybe a little bit of an overheat here onto Rispy. Get that HP back on up. A huge gunfight here. We'll be able to do it. Teammates take down 2 in the back, and you are just getting those spawns. But look at where this is coming on in. You have an opportunity to sandwich right now. If you are Asim & you're not looking at it. Millie trying to do their best to hold this on from the front, and we'll be able to make it happen as it's another 2-piece for KB to help put the nail in the coffin here on a round number 1. Exposure, hard point. Cabal looking pretty good on this game mode.
Looking solid indeed. I think that you end up in a couple of situations here where, I mean, we get to witness exactly why KB is playing fantastic. Shots like that, ripping players out of the sky, a 3-piece that also affects off towards Hillside. KB very much so a huge part of seeing that out. But you're going to get a couple of looks here at what these two teams were doing. And for Cabal, there's 3 players who are going to stand out big time on the scoreboard. Rupert, Millie, KB. The one player that I'm not mentioning there is Icons, and yet time and time again, he was early on that rotation. There was a moment there, second set, P1. He very quickly gets himself into 2, probably 10, 15 seconds before he needs to, but that's because he recognizes that Asim & are trying to answer back, and he's got to shut that threat down, and does it just by staying alive. Doesn't show up on the scoreboard too much, but it certainly has the impact that helped Cabal go big.
Yeah, I love some of the plays that we saw from Asim. Just almost felt like it was a little too late in some of these hills, right? I mean, even looking at your screen right now, like they break open this hill and it's with 15 seconds left on the hill, right? You need to be doing that towards the start there. So they were getting a lot of scrap time. Cool. But the problem is that scrap time is coming off the back of Cabal holding the majority of the hills that are there. And kind of when we kind of come on through, I mean, it was just KB, MVP of the map for me, for sure. Just time and time again, just ripping two pieces on every single hill. And I feel like that just became the thorn in the side, right? If you're trying to push as a 4, you lose 1 in the trades. Hey, you know, whatever. But when KB is doing stuff like this, just sitting on a heady and just ripping you down left and right, it is so hard to try and formulate a game plan of how you want to try and get into some of those hills.
Absolutely. There was a moment where P5 breaks open there towards the end. I mean, I think if you're Seaman Co, even you're going to be a little bit upset about the fact that you don't read those spawns and that they happen over towards Solar, because you can see there was a moment where they're scrambling and trying to understand where their opposition are, and they get caught with the guns up. As we get a look at the scoreboard, by the way, I'll come back to my point. Again, just huge numbers from some players here. Millie 32 and 19. He started really hot, but not to be outdone. KB there, 28 and 18, but matching him all the way on the damage front, just showing how strong he was. 23 non-traded as well. And it's what I was talking about. You end up where P5 breaks open, he decides to squeeze up towards that elbow portion and just cut off players that are trying to arrive through ring. So if you're a Seaman Co, you've just got to play through the front door, and that's a horrible thing to have to do when players are waiting on headies. So not only finding the kills out there, but making them incredibly impactful.
Dude, icons with almost the 2 minutes in hill. That is what we like to call a nice little objective-based player. Obviously, when your teammates are shooting like that, you make it a little bit easier for your OBJ. But hey, Icon's gone huge, making those early rotations, just trying to soak up that hill as much as you can make happen. Prisa kind of feels like maybe the only member on a Seaman Co that kind of had some success, only player to go positive. 24 and 23 with 3,600 damage. So he's getting the shots on out, you know, only being taken over very slightly by Rupert. So he's getting the shots out, getting the damage on it. Just felt like maybe you couldn't find those kills that were there. 18 non-traded as well. So you're finding the kills, but it almost feels like maybe those kills weren't having the impact that you were looking for as well. All I know is that Cabal coming out swinging here in game number 1 with a fantastic hard point. We're getting the players back into the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. And when we come back from a small little break, we are going to be diving in, of course, to our Den Search and Destroy. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Search and destroy on Den between Cabal and Asim. The hard point was definitely in the favor of Cabal. Will the search and destroy be the same here in Nima? We can already start to see Cabal very early off trying to work this A point.
Kind of needing a sniper in through top blue there will find the first blood, hand you numbers advantage, and Priester gets just shambolic timing, which can happen when you're trying to look at 3 different angles at once.
Ooh.
But well, Asim, he found the route through the back. Have you read the play on outer? Well, nearly managed to turn on KB. It quickly turns it into 1v3 for Rispy trying to work through into guns.
Okay, Rispy is going to be able to find Rupert here. You only have 28 seconds left in the round. It's a 2v1. Icons does have bomb. You're going to try and get that down on A. You managed to make it happen. Do you sense where Rispy is? Shots. They're going to now know exactly where he's coming from. In through the front. It's good for one. It tries to find the second onto KB, and it's just not going to be enough in time. You try to fly through there. I wondered, did you need to make a couple of those early shots to let them know where they were? Could you just kind of slid in through there? It looked like they weren't even looking, Enigma.
Yeah, it's a tough one, all right, because we can see so much that Rispy just can't. And he's obviously just thinking, okay, I'm trying to shift these players around a little bit, move the board, and hope that it settles in my favor. But it'll do enough to at least make it entertaining. But KB will just round this time out. And as the bomb goes bang, that will confirm the 1-0. I love the work early, though. I think it's KB with the sniper in the start. You get 2 challenging through the middle, and you end up with 1 player on the opposite side, being Neum. He takes the sniper bullet to the chest, and as such, that will just give you that advantage. This map wide enough for you to take advantage of that. You then spread a, disadvantaged defensive team across a large landmass, and with that isolated lane, it basically turns it into a 2 and a 1 against a full 4. So great work to start things off for Cabal.
Coming back in round number 2, KB, recon in hand. You see the slide across. You try and take the shot. You're going to let them know exactly where you're sitting on in, but you can see it's Asim with the bomb, trying to make their way into the site, and I think that KB, he's been backed on down. Tries to maybe hit another shot. Do they realize that Icons has made his way on in? Well, they will now, as Asim is found. Rispy's good for a trade. A hit marker comes on through where you have the nade up over the top. Can you get the damage on in? You try to, but it's going to be Rupert who moves on forward and is able to bring down Neum. Asim surging on forward and not ready for the pistol in hand as Cabal. They take a very convincing and honestly cool, calm, and collected round number 2.
A big fan of the way KB approaches that, by the way. Yes, your initial snipes could maybe have been better, but you delay and stall and slow these players to allow then your teammates to wrap the entirety of the backside. I think it says Millie there, but I think it was actually Rupert who found the kills in through the backside. Either way, don't ignore the kill feed and everything else that's going on there. It's a situation for the player where Cabal, where you get one wrapping round the back, and that then pinches Asim and Co. So a great work to slow your opponents, set up that box, and let your boys do the rest.
I just love the sniper in KB's hand. Just wants to look over this B-side lane, begging anybody to throw a little bit of a shoulder here. And you can see the split coming out of Cabal. Is there just letting this bomb sit in mid, kind of throwing a shoulder. That's there. You got Rupert making their way up towards that A side. And you got KB here. Smoke will get dropped to block this line of sight. And I like this. Cabal, they're going to make this read. They're going to see the smoke, and immediately they're going to move away. They don't need to stay here. They don't need to wait, because you have Rupert, who's clutched his way on up on this A side. And he might find a huge kill here. Priesta will drop. That's actually, they didn't get the idea that Rupert's in this positioning. That's going to let him move on forward. Try and bait out one of these other teammates of Asim. As Neum, he'll be able to find one more in the feed.
Yeah, Neum kill there, very important. Just going to delay the bomb plant. And Rupert lying in wait could be the surprise factor in this play. Rispy's just in the corner, find one, but instantly traded, and it's a pinstripe feed, turns it into a 1v1. Bomb still not down.
KB trying to look through here. Dojo, anybody home? The shots come on out. Can you find it onto Neum? No, you can't. It was close, but Neum going huge, winning a nice 1v1 there. Kind of was able to find the initial early kill, and it all comes down to the final moment there. It was just trade central here on this backside of this point, and I love that Neum, pistol in hand, the Jaeger 45, going to be able to find it, and guess what? It is going to at least help them get 1 point, 1 round on the board.
Huge round there, really, out of Neum. Cabal, they do a great job of recognizing that their initial intended bomb plant wasn't going to break through. They instantly wrapped towards A off the back of the intel. Superb heads-up stuff, and would have been home sailing and set up defensively nicely on the post plant, but Neum finds that killing guns and then does enough on there.
Felt like a little bit of maybe a talent, kind of coming on out over the strategy that we saw witnessing from Cabal. But look at this Enigma. It is just all 4 members through mid for Asim as they are trying to flood through one of these sides. But yeah, Rupert, he might be able to find a little bit of a timing here. Searching through the outside, throwing his shoulders, trying to check, but he's not ready for Neum being behind. Great catch there for Asim. That's going to let them take control of the B bomb site. And if you are Cabal, you're down a member. Still a 3v3, but this definitely looks like Asim & Co. with the power position here on the site. Sorry, I was misspoke. That was a 4v4 because I just saw 2 arrows on top of each other.
KB looking for something fancy here with the sniper. Nade's going to force you to reposition. Apparently doesn't tag, so gets away with it. And that won't give away intel for now. So you're still shaking heads if you are Asim & Co. But Neum's got enough here and finds 2 to turn it into a 1v2.
Oh, give him the ace. Oh, he's not able to find icons, but Rispy, good for a trade. Asim, Enigma, that was a very just aggressive push that pays off in the end.
I think it's all off the back of Neum, to be honest. I think Rupert does a wonderful job of flying through that isolated lane. Talked about this in the preamble. A lot of teams are just using that lane as a bit of a surprise factor. The one thing is, Neum kind of has a bit of a spidey sense. Something's up. I'm not being pushed as much as I expected. And as such, he backs off. And yes, it's all about COD timing, but it's the fact that he's aware enough to find the kill. And then a great job, again, from Asim & Co., who then decide to flood with that numbers advantage towards B. Superb adaptations coming through for both teams here in our early rounds.
Yeah, this is where we start to get into that search and destroy, right? Where you're starting to have those mid-round adaptations. And I think you're now going to have a realization that Asim and them might just kind of flood through here. And it looks like maybe a little bit of the same strat coming out from Cabal as it's 3 members rushing towards A. You catch Priesta here. Neum is trying to throw a shoulder. You're going to have the information, but if you are Cabal, you just have to be worried about this front. Asim, it's the wall bounce, trying to get an angle, but Millie will cut you on down. Neum, he's good for a trade, and Rispy on the bomb site. Just trying to maybe get one of these Cabal members on out, but they will flood on through. They bring down Rispy, and it's just Neum trying to continue his spree, but it's just not enough. Great work from Cabal in that round to answer aggression with aggression.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think that the difference here is so often for Cabal, it's been a case of splitting 1-1-2s or 1-2-1s, something along those lines, and then finding the intel and just playing around it. Here, the play call is made, instantly throw ourselves down the outside of this map. They send 3 bodies in, 1 tries to control the middle, and then you get that bomb instantly planted. The one thing as well, I will give Millie great work with the shouldering. He just takes his time, spends his time, forces Neum and So to come through that doorway, which essentially pinches them in to a set of rifles. Great stuff to retake the lead.
Asim & Co. They answer back in kind in that earlier round, and they try to do it here again, but KB, sniper in hand, and look at this hitting him. I love it. You get that pick, he's gone. He doesn't even need another one until he sets up here. He sees a foot, he sees a knee, and I think maybe they get an idea that this sniper has repositioned. So for Asim & Co., they will take advantage. They will take control of this A bomb site, and that's until Rupert starts to fly on through. Asim at least will be able to cut you on down. It is a 3v2, and KB pistol in hand. He's going to slide on out. He knows that Rispy is here. He gets it for free. Millie comes on out, cuts down the last member. Cabal, ice in the veins. They'll go up 4-2.
You wonderful Kirby work there. Obviously the first blood, but then that read at the end, I think he recognizes actually we were against 2 players. One of them tucked himself into this right corner. If I can find this, I'm handing us a solo situation, which we will take all day long. One of the things as well that you're doing so well if you're Cabal, you're getting that first blood and then you're playing in each other's pockets. It's simple rule. It's a simple thing to do, but it means that you're just always available for the trades, which should factor in your favor bar a moment of magic. And Cabal happily to play that dice. So yeah, leading 4-2 right now, and deservedly so.
Can they here on the offense have a quick round win, put themselves up 2-0 in the series if they manage to bring this to a 5-2? Already we can see a little bit of a split as Rispy, he will be paid in kind for his flank. A nice little 2 will go towards him, and Asim is good for another one. So just like that, it's just the sniper KB for Cabal, last left alive. Maybe a little quick scope trying to hit somebody that's there, but potential overheat. I don't know, but that's around. I wouldn't like to see them just throw that away.
Yeah, I'll go with you on the potential overheat situation. Feels like you missed Rispy through all of that. And then the 2 players also getting picked up. I don't think you need to come and play in through mid there. One body maybe, but to see both collapse in through mid was unexpected. Rispy will thank them in kind for his 2-piece that completely opens that round for his squad. So 4-3 then. Tight game. Feels like when Cabal have won their rounds, it's been through some solid S&D work. Asim and Co. It has been essentially just a little bit of running over. Their round wins have been very quick.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm seeing a potential donut here on the side of Priesta. Don't know if that's super accurate or not. Sometimes the scoreboard lies to us, but for the time being, it looks like it hasn't been a very good S&D for him. And look at this. You get the bomb down at B side, and it's going to be Icons who catches Asim and Rispy as well. And you're going to have Rupert here hitting a flank. Do they read this? Are they going to see him? You might catch the timing. He does. Neum is dropped, and Priesta is there as well. Icons with a 2-piece, and you let Rupert run through the backside, get his own 2 as well. A very quick round for Cabal to put them on the map point.
I think we're already seeing that Cabal have put a lot of time into S&D, or at least are brave enough to make these calls quickly. Rupert wastes no time, instantly down that outside lane, and that's going to allow him through the back before Asim and Co can answer this in any way. Even if they win that trade fight that they probably should have done against Icons, who, by the way, does a fantastic job to find the first 2, of course, you're still in a situation where you're getting squeezed in. You find one body through middle, sure, but the way that bomb site is, if you get hemmed in, it's very difficult to punch your way out and survive inside that kill box. So great stuff here from Cabal, brave in their outplays, and we've got an offense here that they've been very good at the last few.
Yeah, you can see Bomb will get picked up by Millie. Kind of look through that mid. It seems like this is what Cabal is doing, right? They're really not afraid to split themselves. See if they get a sense of, is either one of these bomb sites more open than the other? Let's start moving our way there. Except this time, they have moved their way on over to the overloaded bomb site, but it doesn't matter because we can see Millie is good for 2. It looks like Asim and Co now in a 2v4. Make that a 1v4 as Asim. He's going to try and make it on happen. He's at least going to be able to find Icons. A solid pickup. You go ahead, you get on out. He finds one more into KB. This 1v4 very quickly brought down to a 1v2, and he's just being slippery right now.
As well, planting this over towards B if that is what comes through, but I think there's actually going to be a check, and you read it just about enough.
Wow.
And catch Asim before he can get away. Otherwise, it was getting incredibly interesting there. But it will be Cabal taking the 2-0 lead in this 6-3, with which I will make clear it is 6-3 in First Bloods. It doesn't necessarily completely work out that way. I think one flipped First Blood each, but it's these 2 pieces that we consistently saw towards the end as well. They kind of summed up the Cabal were a step ahead. When it wasn't them coming up with a deeper playbook and brave calls, it was them just winning gunfights that they had no right to. So great stuff from this Cabal team, who already look a very real deal.
Yeah, the teamwork, I think, coming out huge for Cabal here. Like you mentioned, it was a lot of just sort of the trades coming on through, but also even just moments like that, like Millie winning that gunfight for free is a little bit egregious, right? I would have loved to seen a little bit more teamwork come out from Asim and Co. Felt like a lot of times they just had a player getting caught by themselves. They're not looking at the right thing. But we also got to give a huge shout out to KB as well with that VS Recon in hand, just putting the sniper to work, finding these kills time and time again to open up these rounds. And I think that maybe that was what was throwing Asim and Co off a little bit, right? They're so worried about where this sniper is going to be posted on up, and KB wasn't just holding the same angle the entire time. Yep. So, really good work from Cabal there to, I think, keep Asim and Co on their toes.
I love the call. I think that is a difficult team for anybody facing snipers right now. You kind of know how good they are, especially in talented hands, and KB shows he's certainly that. End up in a situation where you just don't want to be facing it, so everybody's kind of trying to throw a shoulder a little bit, and well, we get confirmation on the scoreboard that is a donut for Priesta. We will caveat that and asterisk that with it may be lying to us. We never know in the early stages of a season with Codcaster, but It's not looking pretty for anyone who sees that. And you're getting 537 damage as well. Priest has just been left hanging a little bit, apparently. Tough times for him. But on the opposite side, Millie, 10-4. He had himself some very impactful rounds out there, a couple of first bloods. So, yeah, great stuff from him to help lead his team to the victory.
5 non-traded as well, I think, really tells a big story, as well as for the rest of the team. Also 4 non-traded kills each. So everybody finding their opportunity just to hit those timings and really being able to kind of maybe hit a route, get those kills that maybe the Asim & Co weren't expecting for. Yeah, unfortunate to see Priesta with such a low damage number. Like we said, at least, for right now, what we're seeing, a donut on the board as well. And I'm not talking Duncan. I would love to see them get a little bit more active, especially how takeover he was in the hard point for this team. Kind of has me questioning, you can't be just so good at one mode and then be almost, not impactful at all on the second. So we're getting ready to move into Overload, though, back into the respawn. Would love to see a bounce back there. But all I can see is that Cabal has definitely had an opportunity to really hold on to these game modes, understand how these modes and maps are playing. And as we get ready to go back to Exposure Overload, I am a little bit worried about what kind of answer Asim & Co have.
It's a great question because we end up with a situation where Asim & Co, we're looking at a lot of the names on that lineup. And, again, Asim, Priesta, these are very experienced CDL players. Neum, this is arguably the breakout star of last year, just in the latter stages. So potentially just not getting to that peak in time. But it was very much so a case of we want to see how far he could go. Can you bring things into this season that show everybody why they should be paying a lot more attention to you? It's right now a situation of, well, you're looking down the barrel of a potential 3-0 as we take a look at the map set here. Exposure Overload will be where they will have to stop that. And right now, all the teamwork that we've seen so far, that's come from Cabal. And Hardpoint, this is the most natural mode for Call of Duty players, I feel. So you end up in a situation where you maybe could have figured that out quickly if you were a Asim & Co. Whereas on the S&D, you could see that deeper playbook come through from Cabal. I think Overload, we're seeing that solid teamwork, very important here in order to shift that EMP around. Right now, that only leads me one way in this series.
I'm right there with you, my friend. I think that sometimes we've seen some superstar moments from some of the members on Asim & Co. Like you mentioned, Neum had a couple of moments where it was, him going huge to kind of, it felt like to keep the game alive. But in a game mode like Overload, it's going to be about your teamwork. It's about having an understanding of play calls and strats and how you want to move throughout this map to get those 2 or 3 dead that you're looking for in order to score that EMP. So if you're Asim & Co, I think you need a better game plan than necessarily we have to pop 2 pieces, right? Because it feels like that's the only way they're staying into some of these games, is these hero moments from the team. And while yes, it is keeping you in there, that is not how you win a series. So if you want to try and put this to a Scar hard point, I really need Asim & Co to really come out swinging here. If they can manage to, kind of manage to make that happen. But just from what we've seen from Cabal so far, man, it's tough to kind of root against them when we talk about this Overload.
It is, especially with the way Overload is looking currently. Again, talking about something at the top of show, this is a mode that a lot of teams are figuring out right now, played out in various different ways. But the S&D there, we saw a big change up in terms of strategy from Cabal. It was a 1-1-2, or potentially sometimes we're going to send 3 down one lane. Very much so changing that up and keeping their opponents on their toes. We saw very little of that on the flip side. We saw a couple of 2-2 splits, but other than that, it felt relatively safe for Asim & Co. And you end up in a spot, if you're Cabal, where if I'm looking at this S&D and you already have that kind of playbook, you've already done your studying. You're already aware of where you need to be at this stage of the season. When it comes to Overload, this is obviously a brand new mode. Nobody's going to be bringing in anything from last season or previous years in terms of carrying that across. Yes, we talk a lot about how it's similar to Uplink and similar to CTF, but it's neither of those. So very much so kind of in a spot right now where I'm struggling to think why this wouldn't be a Cabal 3-0. I'd love it not to be. I'd love it to push us on to a game 5. You and me love some good Call of Duty, but yeah, hard to see answers. And especially when we come away from the teamwork element, we talk about the players who've stood out on the slaying side of things. KB, Rupert in particular have been phenomenal. So yeah, this is looking like a bit of a wash at the minute.
A little bit. When we get ready to load on into this Overload, I am going to be looking at somebody like Icons, right? Kind of the objective man for Cabal, right? if I had to guess, probably going to be the EMP carrier for that team, right? And being able to just kind of play his life, stay alive, and let the rest of his team kind of slay out in front of him. And then if he has to make that hero play to dive on in, then guess what? He's going to be able to do it. Do not worry. That is there. Very excited for this Overload, my friend. I know you and I have been a big fans of this game mode and seeing it really evolve and move through, kind of when it comes to these series. So definitely excited to watch these two teams go at it, especially like you said, this is the last chance for Semenko to show they have some signs of life, to show that they can do what they can to try and keep this series alive. So we're getting ready to load on in. Give me some predictions, my man. You said you couldn't see it any way other than a Cabal 3-0. What's the Semenko got to do if they want to try and take this map?
Early start's got to be good. You've got to immediately answer back here. Make it clear that you're not willing to be bullied out of this series, and remind them just how damn good you are as a team. Looks like we had some sort of issue, so we'll hit up a restart, but I'll come back to the question that you asked me. And I feel like it is a case of you've got to come out strong at the start. This can't be, if you instantly find yourself down 1 or 2 EMPs, this is done. It feels. We saw this in the S&D, where as soon as there was that head of steam built up, there was no reply. Hardpoint was kind of the same. There was a couple of moments where felt like a Semenko would get back into it, and then Cabal shut the doors and very much so shuttered off the approach to those hills from that point on. So I'm thinking a similar thing here, where if you don't come out good at the early stages, we can start to draft it up and get them into the next round.
Yeah, it feels very almost like S&D, like where, we talk a lot about mid-round adjustments and mid-game adjustments, right? We saw that where at Semenko, they kind of come back on in, they make it, mixy, right? They kind of tie up the series. Okay, good. We're sitting at 2-2 round count. And then all of a sudden it's 2 back-to-back rounds after Cabal kind of says, okay, this is what their game plan is. Let's adjust. Let's try and do something different. And it feels like we can see a similar situation here in Overload, where if you're just trying to, bash through one side of the map, right? You're just trying to win gunfights in order to get there. It's not going to be enough, right? You're going to get red. You have to be able to do something different. So I think for a Semenko, I need them to make some realization of what the Cabal game plan is here in Overload, and then figure out how can they play around it. What can they do differently in order to score those EMPs? Getting back on into it, just had to swap sides there as we get ready to hop on in. Potential 3-0 right here. So for Asim and company, they have to come out swinging on this Overload as we start to see Priestahh tries to hold top window, and just like that, I'm seeing 4 dead in the feed. Spawns coming in towards the back. EMP is getting picked on up.
So now it's all about what Cabal decide to do with it. Send Rupert very aggressively towards A on his own. He won't get very far. And the bomb's going to be rotated towards B. I say bomb, I mean the EMP. Priestahh finds one up high. Will, of course, be told where the second player is. I like what Millie's doing with it, though. He's just taking his time, shimming and shaking. Obviously, there's a delay on the tick as to when your position is revealed. And as such, you can move a couple players around. That being said, you don't read Priestahh squeezing up through the middle. So you should get to reclaim this device. And you might just leave it in mid for a minute and allow it to reset, to be completely honest with you. Instead, focus on grabbing some landmass. And no, they do decide they're going to push this as Priestahh's made his way forward.
Priestahh wants to be tip of the spear. Unfortunately, his efforts will be thwarted. And KB, this is the KB hallway on exposure, apparently. We saw it in the hard point. We're starting to see it here in the Overload. Is always good for a nice little solid 2-piece. Has the EMP in hand. You see the smoke get dropped. Rispy wants to try and make this tough to hold on through. But a solid Semtex will give him the idea that somebody is waiting. And I love this. You have the teammate push from the side. Icons finds Rispy, cuts him on down. And you try and manage to get away here, but it looks like Asim. He's been able to get the execution. And, well, yeah, you're going to pick up the EMP off of that kill as well. I don't know if that was intended or not, but it gives you some space on the map.
Yeah, I mean, is this another one of those ninja moments? And actually, Asim has won the fight, and he wins another. And oh my lord, nearly did it all himself there.
Wow.
Not only with the assassination, but also squeezing forward as a one-man band. And it's going to allow this team in white to push very far forward. Cabal in a bit of a last dance here to hold the line, and Rispy will do enough. 5 spree. There will be a double kill answer from KB, but the damage is done. 1-0 up, and this is the answer we wanted to see from Semenko.
I was a little bit worried. You know, Asim Kaiser tried to do it all himself. He's not able to make it happen, but the teammates able to flood on through. Asim did the work. You get the EMP to the last final mile, and it's just a nice little wall bounce into the trade that lets you slide it on in to get that first point on the board. And look at this already. Neum, it feels like maybe you're getting a little bit too mixy. He's going to be able to grab it, flies all the way towards B, gets their second point on the board. Asim and Co. Here's the signs of life that we were looking for.
Cabal needs to stabilize, and you need to stop letting players slip the net. And Neum will find 3, 4 in a row, 2 of them being players carrying the EMP, doing a phenomenal job there to stop any sort of Cabal response. Device will now be recovered as well by Rispy as they continue to try and punch towards this B target, doing a wonderful job of just stemming the tide, cauterizing the wounds that have been found through these earlier matchups.
Dude, there's no defense. I was just looking like they could have just fully ran at B right now. There was nobody from Cabal near this B side. Finally, off a little hesitation, you'll be able to find it, but you need to win these gunfights if you want to try and get the dunk on in. Thankfully, you have Rupert, who's good for a nice little 2-piece that's coming on through, and Millie causing some chaos in the back, but Prisa, he's going to recover the EMP and start to get back with his team.
Now able to just take your time. You're up 2-0 here. Timer still starts to tick. It's up to Cabal to come and wrestle this, but you feel comfortable on the offense. Millie's going to do a great read of 1. Priester will get the trade. And it allows you in cleanly 4-3. And it feels like that's such a great reaction as well to the information. You got gunfights going on elsewhere. Seaman Co. win a lot of those off towards that B side and just let the boys know. Lads, send it towards A. There should be 1 body there at best. And the overload will come through. Couple of trades through middle here, but well, we wanted an answer, my friend. We've most certainly got it.
Now, this is definitely one hell of a way to do it. You're up 30 seconds left on the clock before we swap sides in this halftime. But I think for Asim & Co., they definitely have a strong understanding of how they want to play this game mode. And it's a lot of, like you said, it's a lot of the information sharing and when is going to be their time to attack, when it's going to be their time to move forward. They're getting these close spawns. You can see Rupert does have this EMP. Catches Asim nice with a nice little nade here, but I feel like is worried and not enough about the front. And I'm wondering, where's the help from your fellow Cabal members to try and stop this flood on through? Nowhere to be found. You're getting the close spawns. Asim & Co., they could just look over this EMP. They could even bring it back to their spawn if they wanted to. They don't need to. 2 dead in the feed. Timer runs on out. Cabal will take this first round and be able to go up. Or not Cabal, sorry. Asim & Co. will be able to take this first round and the first round 3-0. Looking phenomenal.
I feel like there's just a couple of moments here where Asim & Co. have shown what they're made of in this mode. One of them being the retake of that device over towards P3, and it comes from that collapse, that willingness to play out through mid, as the ragdolls go crazy for some reason. They play in through mid, and you get this moment where they almost set up a noose around P3 and smother the player, hit it from all sides at the same time, and take that device back from them. It's the composure in moments like that, but also the recognition when they're playing forward. We need the 3 players, or however many we've got, in front of our device carrier and give him as much protection as possible. Punch a hole and let him slip through.
Well, already here off the break in round number 2, Cabal, they have a tall task ahead of them, but they could definitely make it happen. Would love to see them be able to come back on through here. Would not like to see this come down to our overtime mechanics. Still got to kind of figure that one out. Do not worry, but it's some early kills that is there. And Icons, he has the EMP, but why is he the most forward person on this team?
Yes.
That's what has me a bit worried. You're trying to maybe snake play around this sort of L. And you might just have this for free if he can manage to win this gunfight. He does, but he's just not ready to slide it on in. It's inches away, and Rispy is huge for 2.
Goes massive there. Takes over on the outside lane towards A, and it instantly starts to shift the device forward again. Rupert will catch. Have you missed the fact that Neum got by? I think you read that he's there, but not exactly on the placing. Finds a second, though, to trade his teammate out. Retrieves the device and just starts to send it back the other way. Beautiful bit of counterplay from both teams here. Doesn't read Rispy close, however. And again, you're just by yourself. You're alone in this. Icons will find the trade. Gotta find him back towards his boys. And that's not the play. Feels desperate trying to send it forward like that. And it's going to end up with that ball going back into white hands.
It feels like we're overcomplicating it, Enigma. So many times I'm watching you win some fights and they're trying to rotate the EMP back through mid to the other site, not realizing you have a wide open lane directly into the goal. You might only need to win a gunfight to make it happen, right? So I like what we're seeing from Rispy here as he is starting to absolutely light it on up. Dravik 45 in hand. He's getting Mixie in the spawns, and you are just trying to keep Cabal in the back here, and you are doing a hell of a good job if you are Asim & Co. Do not let them get on out. Do not let them get this EMP. Smother them in here.
God.
We are down to 3 minutes into the round.
Feels like of the last 10 gunfights, 8 of them go to Asim & Co. And well, it's only a teammate managing to pick up Rispy that stops him in his tracks. Fall just before, and literally just before. Stop short if ever. Rupert now, the problem is you're so far down, you have to full send it. You basically have to be desperate in the play. Millie tries to provide cover over the top. Doesn't do enough, really. Retrieves, well, will start to rotate, that device away towards teammates and hopefully a bit of protection. But you've got a lot of pressure on KB, who's got to control top mid, and he's surrounded.
I'm going to keep asking Enigma, why is your EMP character the front man? Millie here trying to play up towards the top. He's good for one, but that's all the information that Rispy needs. A little bit of patience, hops out the top, going to be able to bring that EMP on down. And I don't even see when this happened, but Asim & Co. pick up another score point in this round, puts them up 4-0, make it 5-0. There is just no way for the Cabal to get back on into this one, especially with 2 minutes left on the clock, and especially with the amount of pressure that Asim & Co. are creating right now. Really, really, really good stuff to be able to play this aggression and come back on in, and they might be able to put this up into a 6-0.
And I mean, it's 10 seconds down or something for each device, so a minute of that would be used just literally resetting the clock. Would have to be pure perfection for Cabal to even dream, and I don't think they're going to get to do that. Hope being snuffed out here by Asim & Co. KB is going to try and control this bottom side of P3, but you can't even get that. And how the tides have turned. Felt like not long ago you couldn't lose a gunfight if you were KB, and right now those moments going against you as Rispy sits on 26 and 16. What a takeover map from the young man.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're basically just playing TDM if you are Asim & Co. It's any kill has the impact that you are looking for. Maybe trying to make something happen, but you're just holding the line if you are Asim. Maybe try and get that 7-0. Can you get the perfect? You know, can you manage to just pad the stats a little bit, you know, make it happen? I don't know, but we can see a lot of these members, I think, really kind of finding their momentum, finding their signs of life. We see a Hellstorm from Rispy come on in. He's good for 2, taking him down in the spawn. And yeah, you just have no opportunity to even get out of your base right now if you are Cabal. Final 30 seconds on the map. I mean, this is just pure dominance from Asim & Co.
I mean, at this point, you're just trying to stand tall in order to make it as respectful as possible. I'm not sure how respectful 6-0 will feel, to be completely honest with you. And who had this on their card coming into this map with how dominant Cabal had been? I think it just comes back to that early play from Asim & Co. You have the opposition holding the device as 4 more dead in the feed as Neum times his Hellstorm to perfection. But let's call it. Let's chalk it up. Let's wrap it up and look forward here. But coming back to that play, essentially P3 is where you get that device to if you are Cabal. And Asim & Co. they don't falter. They don't stutter. They don't misplay. They don't panic their lives away. They slowly find routes in and around, collapse, retrieve the device, and then set a line, essentially a defensive line in front of the player moving forward. Almost like a rugby scrum, if you will.
Sure.
And your 3 front men just driving you forward, taking the bullets for the boy in the back, who then, if needed, was also popping 2 pieces consistently. A stunning show here as we get a look at the highlights.
I think you called it out, you know, beautifully, where it's that playing in front of your EMP character, but it's also off the back of Neum. I feel like just spent so much of this game in this back spawn of Cabal, right? Just being annoying. You're trying to call out where he is. You're trying to be able to cut him on down, right? You want to be able to get this player out of your base. But while you're spending so much time just trying to get Neum uprooted out of your spawn, that's the opportunity that Asim & Co. are taking to move this EMP around the map. And that's kind of how we got into this snowball pace. This was such a huge moment from Rispy. Picks up the EMP. Nice little wall bounce. Gets taken on out, but who cares? You get the score.
You had a couple of these moments where like players like Neum were just slipping through the net. So every time Cabal tried to answer, you're getting shot in the back, and you kind of you're internally asking those questions. How the hell did he get there? What have we done? I guess this is a learning pattern for Cabal of, okay, we need to count bodies better, figure out exactly how we draw a defensive line, because Seaman certainly had that. They understand exactly what they were trying to do on the defensive side, spread themselves wide, know when to collapse back in around each other, and just start to recognize, all right, we've picked up 2 here, we've got the information on 1 there. That means that we can play through this side. Cabal just not having that for a team that's had so much teamwork through this series, and we expect it as such, considering that KB and Rupert are basically married at this point. It's a case of where did all of that go that you showed in map 1 and 2?
Yeah, no, you kind of wonder, right? When you watch this score get taken away from you, are you just kind of playing for desperation at that time there? But we were asking for an answer from Asim & Co, and they gave us one hell of an answer. Put a little exclamation point on the end of that map for certain, especially when you got people like Rispy going 29 and 19 with 21 of those being untraded. That is an insane stat line.
I mean, as well, I'm wondering how many of those were multi-kills. We get it tracked here of highest multi-kill, but I'm curious about just how many he puts up. The guy was seemingly popping 2 pieces and 3 pieces at will. Objective carrier kills as well, seeing 6 for him and 6 for Neum, the 2 standout players in this lobby. And I guess that's part of it, right? Because you're playing with this device. You're highlighted to the opposing team. It's so difficult to be impactful when you've essentially given up all your positioning information, and yet they were finding ways of being. And I think a lot of that does come back to what we highlighted. This team had players in front. So if I'm Rispy and I'm carrying that device, I'm looking ahead, Asim, Priest, and Neum. They are fighting for me, essentially in front of me. All I need to do really, stay alive, see if I can provide some fire over the top, maybe a trade situation. And other than that, it's all dandy for me. On the opposite side of things, when your front man's trying to lead, they are finding no such purchase. And it is basically fighting a man down.
Yeah, very, very tough. Definitely love what we saw out of Asim & Co. to keep this series alive. It's still 2 maps for Cabal, so all they need to do is win this hard point. But after seeing how those guns are shooting from Asim & Co, I don't think this map number for a hard point will be as easy as maybe they have expected. So we're going to go ahead, going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to be jumping on in to that map number for hard point on Scar. Definitely very excited for that one. So do not go anywhere, because we'll be back with more Black Ops 7 Showcase right after the break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on in. It's a Den Hardpoint, Asim and Co. If you're just joining us, at a very convincing overload. So looking to continue that hot streak here in the next respawn, being the Den Hardpoint. And already kicking us off to the start, it is just a pretty mixy P1. Looks like Cabal, they're going to be one of the first teams to get onto that point, and they are just going to entrench themselves and beg Asim and Co. to try and get them on out. For Asim, they'll be able to kind of win some of these gunfights that are here, put it to the pressure. But you have Cabal spawning in this backside, trying to be able to play off this point.
Yeah, so often these first P1s are actually not about the P1. It's about getting yourself situated for P2. And well, the answers are there from Cabal to find the gunfights, at least with Rupert still being alive. Over towards that P2 side, he'll need to do his best to stay up for now, because as the numbers flood forward, he doesn't really have the reinforcements and loses the initial.
Oh, but you look at this. You do have Neum kind of spawning in Narnia. Some very deep spawns for Asim and Co. right now. Icons looking to try and play up a little bit. Catch Asim through that bottom side, but you got KB on the top. He's good for one. Asim has no idea he's coming on down. Tries to get the third onto Rispy, but will not let it happen. But the teammates are here playing in this backfill. It is just a bang out on both sides of this P2, but that's 4 dead in the feed. Cabal will manage to hold on towards this P2. Huge gunfights going their way, absolutely racking up some of the score. And look at this already. Number one KB hanging onto that backside is looking to play towards P3.
Well, I think he was considering a rotation and potentially just trying to hold mid, and then decides to actually give it up and rotate back towards 2. That's going to allow Asim and Co an opportunity to at least stem some of the bleeding in this hill. And as 3 breaks towards that helicopter side, you're going to have to fight for it through mid. Millie's got a big job on his hands. Can you squeeze through? He's going to be picked up by 3, shut down. So really, you're only hitting it from the front here unless Icons can work some magic through Motel.
Yeah, that would be a huge moment if you could make happen. Slides on out. Priesta cuts down KB. Nice gunfight win there. We'll let him get onto this point. Puts his eyes towards the wall. Just looking to maybe gain the information for the team. Your team has to flood on through off of spawn, and they are not getting Priesta off this hill. They try to work together as a team, Cabal does, but just get cut down in the meantime. Asim and Co. learning from this map number 1. They do not want to let this lead get out of their hands. And look at these spawns coming on through, Andrew, because they are set up beautifully. Cabal tries to suffocate Asim and Co., but it's some huge gunfight wins. They'll make it mixy, and unfortunately, you don't even get this scrap time.
I was about to say, it felt like a wonderful response from Cabal there. They kind of stabilized, allowed Icons to catch back up in terms of spawn timing, and then found themselves in through green and did enough there to just surround the point, but instantly answered. There's not much you can really analyze about when Neum's just picking up 2 pieces like that. Pure gun skill on show. Back spawns will be in the hands of Cabal, so for Asim and Co, with 2 bodies on the point, you're waiting for reinforcements, and you won't stay alive for long enough for them to get here.
Yeah, you lose every key gunfight you needed, Cabal. The patience rings out as they will be able to find themselves here on this P3. Just holding it on down, P4 rather. Making it mixy. Asim and Co, they're trying to cut on through, but Millsy, he's good for 3 in the feed. And Millie, can you find one more? I don't think you can. Is Asim and Co, they will answer back in kind. Great job. They're winning the key gunfights that they need. You see the spawns come on through for Cabal, and I think they realize we cannot over push this. We love our positioning on the map. Let's go ahead. Let's just take a breather. Let's try and reset as a team. But Asim and Co, they're not going to let you take this breather. It's a full fly forward.
You know, wonderful work by Priesta on the previous, just to apply the pressure on the backside that gives his team the spawns and the points to keep themselves not only in the fight, but then entering the lead as well. KB trying to do the same thing here and cordon off this backside. Have you read, though, that the 3 players are stood directly behind you and you could hem them in?
You're going to learn now as KB, he gets dropped at the hands of Rispy, and you see the arrows turn on a dime here as Icons in towards this top window side. We'll be at least be able to find one before getting sniffed on out, but Asim and Co, they have the spawns. It's an immediate flood back onto the hill, and you're having these deep spawns if you are Cabal, but it's a nade. It's KB coming on through. 2 players getting dropped. Neum, he's not watching the hop up. A great retake from Cabal, and you just have Asim who's trying to stay alive here, and Icons wins the gunfight.
Just messy from both teams at the minute. No solid defensive structures in place. This might be an opportunity at the first if you turn and pivot, but you can see there's a lack of a read here on the spawns that are coming through, and there's this final 5 seconds anyway. It'll just tie us up here at the end of our first set of rotations. Both teams struggling to get a grip on this, really. It just feels like for one answer, there's a counterplay from both different sides. And as such, we open up a P1 that is, well, 50-50 at the best of times, but especially here on Scar, laying in the middle of the map against, just looking to set up for P2. And I like KB's positioning here, just so much of a watch across so much of the map can cover off so many of these players trying to rotate in.
Pace getting set through this first set of rotations. It is a bang out. It is both teams just trying to fly at these hills, and it's 4 dead onto 4 dead in either way. And so on the second set, looking at some of this positioning, and KB is seeing how that positioning can come out and pay its dividends if you're able to stay alive. He's just trying to stay mixy here. He's begging anybody to push him. Baits Priesta into the Semtex. A huge win for him to be able to have that. Gotta let your rest of your teammates come in off spawn. Try and gain some of these positionings. And KB, he is just a thorn in the side of Asimenko. But I have to wonder, Enigma, was it worth it? Do you get the positioning for that you want for this P2 coming out of those gunfights?
You just want the south side of the map. Icons here has gotten himself in through the back. Do you see the 3 players in front of you? Unfortunately, you're going to shoot before you actually manage to pick up anything clean. But that will turn the heads, and that will buy your teammates on the opposite side time. And Icons will do even better than that with 1. So as your boys just hunker down in P2 to extend to a 30-point lead, I'd say that's job done for a man that we've said has done a lot of the glue work so far, been the dirty player for this squad.
And I love it. He doesn't even need to push on forward. He's just looking to continue to hold this backside. You got KB up on the balcony, just ripping heads left and right. And there's even a team kill that comes on in, but it's another 4 dead. Second set of rotations. Cabal, they are firing on all cylinders.
Feels like one of those flow state moments now where everything starts to come together for this team. Just that little bit extra that we saw Asimenko struggle to hang with in map 1. As Icons, again, early on the rotation, has a 4. Make it 5. Make it 6. Boys popping off, and then gets his team in for the hill as well, as the spawns aren't closed for Asimenko. Beautiful work.
Icons, Mr. Do-It-All. He'll get the kills. He'll get the hill time. It doesn't matter. Cabal, learning from their mistakes on this first set of rotations. They are getting aggressive. They are holding down this point. They are cutting off the entrances that are coming on through here. Asimenko, they can only come through this front side of the hill. Priesta finally will find Icons. You do get dropped if you are Cabal, and you'll get some seconds on the board if you are Asimenko. But already, as we are getting ready to head on over towards the P4 Enigma, you have 200 points on the board if you are Cabal. It is just not looking good for Asimenko. They have to play perfect through these couple next hills, and this could be the way to do it. They're holding the line. You're cutting down Icons here at the front. Rispy tries to catch one more at the back, but Rooper wins a huge gunfight, and it's just Asim trying to cut his way through the back.
Great decision making from Cabal there. Just has completely chalk what was left of the scrap time and prioritize this rotation into 4. Problem is you haven't dealt with Asim, who is finally cut down. You will have Priester as the next wave of offense, but Cabal are in. Technically could win it here. We need to be pretty perfect, which is certainly doable on this money hill, but not if Priester keeps threatening on like this.
Yeah, love that Asim. He's been able to kind of make his way on through, and Priesta, like you mentioned, he's just sitting on top of this hill. He's being annoying, but finally will get found out by Icons. Neem and Asim, they get dropped as well. Does Rispy. It's another 4 dead in the feed, and oh my gosh, feels like the guns are just ever going into the favor of Cabal. Off the spawn, Asimenko, they're starting to flood this hill. They understand they cannot let this one get away from them. It's only 12 more points needed for Cabal in order to win not only the map, but also the series. You have to stay alive here. You have to keep on pushing, but it's another 3 dead.
Huge work on rotation yet again from Cabal. And look at the line they've drawn in the sand, begging Asimenko to cross this. Millie will have the coverage, and everything that lays down in front of them will be cleaned up. 3 points remaining. Cabal will do it in 4. Superb work, and a repeat of map 1 in the sense of as soon as you felt that momentum shift, as soon as the pendulum swung their way, it never went back.
Really, really good job from Cabal there. It was neck and neck after the first set of rotations. But when it came towards that second set, we talked about it. It's their ability to read these mid-game adjustments and be able to have those changes in their game plan. It's the early rotations. It's Icons not only making those early rotations, holding the objective, but winning such key, crucial gunfights in the moment as well. Really, really good hard point there from Cabal. I love what we saw in that map number 4.
Great work from them. I think there's a couple of moments that we can go back to and talk about. In particular, again, I got to bring him up. Icons. I feel like he's never the player for this team that's putting up the superstar numbers. And we sometimes can pass over those and not talk about them because we should very much so applaud the players who put up big digits on the board. But when it came to that moment where the game was essentially neck and neck, or it felt like Cabal could really grab a hold of it by the scruff, he was the player who puts himself over towards that P. When we start playing for P2, he just runs through the backside of that P4 house, stays alive, continues to just nab away at the opposition, and it gives his boys 40 to 50 seconds of the next hill. We then go over to the very next hill, P3. He's there early to stop the counter rotational setup coming through. Does a great job of cutting down everybody playing over, and he's a huge part of that. But I think that the most important decision that these boys made was just as Asim and Co are starting to try and figure their way back into the matchup, they find themselves the back end of P3, and Cabal decide what we're going to do is chalk this, instantly hit through the middle of the map straight through to P4, clean up anyone that's trying to early rotate, and just instead get ourselves as close as possible to winning it, which makes it very easy from that point on.
Cabal putting up some insane stat lines, 27 and 19 from KB, but I'm looking at the man, Mr. Rupert Skywalker, 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the hill and still dropping 21 and 17 with 12 of those being non-traded as well. Drops the least amount of damage on the team, but you can see probably was Mr. Cleanup really doing a great job of just getting onto that hill and not getting taken off.
No, I mean, it's insane stuff, really, seeing over 2 minutes there. That's basically a timeshare on Hardpoint. That is ridiculous. And the thing as well, Rupert is the kind of player who can put up insane kill performances. I mentioned there that Icons is often not the player to do that. 25 and 18 for this team shows he can be doing it all, even trying to be that dirty player, that glue player. So often an undervalued part of a system, a team. And I think that's the difference here for Cabal and Asim squad. Like, it feels like Asim, they're kind of like 4 players that are very talented individually, but kind of making it up on the fly. Whereas for Cabal, there is a system in place. I feel like you can recognize the different roles that they have. A lot of trust goes into Icons on those early rotations. A lot of trust on KB and the sniper and the S&D. Moments like that separate you from being a good or a great team.
Well, Cabal definitely coming on out swinging here. They looked pretty solid in that map number 1. Looked pretty damn good in map number 2. I had some hope for Asim and Co there into the overload on map 3 because they just absolutely put belt to ass in the game mode, let's be honest. And well, it was very, very mixy here in the map number 4 until Cabal proving yet again, like you mentioned, it's just a little bit more teamwork on their side. So for this, kind of series that we see coming on through, I think Cabal, when they look deeper into the bracket here, I think if you are a team going up against them, you might look at some of these maps, but I think you just have to understand you need to respect Cabal when you're going against them because they're bringing the teamwork, they're bringing the understanding of how to play Black Ops 7 early.
Most certainly are. They've clearly put in the work early here. And that's, again, something that's going to pay dividends later on in the season. We will get to that point. Again, the end of Major 1. Teams that are underperforming will look to make early changes. They so often do. And if you're the team that's standing above everybody else when it comes to challengers, you're the ones that are headhunted. You're next on that list. So it's obviously very early days yet. This is just this is just round 1 of the showcase here. So very much so, plenty of time for all of this to change, but a stunning start from players who we've been saying their names for the last couple of years. When are you going to make that jump? When are you going to go from a good side, from an elite side that's solid, into something much more? Could this be a statement made very early?
I think it definitely could be, right? I mean, it's we've seen in through like things like the 75K Monster Invitational where, there's definitely felt like a gap with some teams versus others. And this definitely felt like a little bit of a knowledge gap from Cabal over Asim and Co, right? I mean, obviously you had those highlight moments from some of those players like Neum on Asim and Co, but it was just not enough for the strategy that Cabal was bringing on in. So I think when we're kind of looking forward towards challengers, right? So the whole point of this event is to showcase a lot of our top challengers teams and what they can manage to bring to the table into this season. Because guess what? Cup number 1 is starting to come up very soon. I think Cabal, at least in this game mode, is showing that, hey, they're going to be a problem in this challenger season. We're seeing all 4 of these players have their moment on the map, have those times that they were really the standout player as well. So we are feeling very, very good about what we have going on here. A couple of other games also finishing on up across the way. I'm sure we'll kind of go over those, but I'm just kind of looking at some of the things there. It looks like Stallions go all the way towards a game 5 as well. And it looked like it was a pretty big stomp, if I had to guess, as well. A lot of different games keep going on. We're going to have that bracket updated for you. Do not worry. But give me some final thoughts, man, about that Cabal versus Asim sort of game, because Asim, they're not done yet. They'll drop to that loser's side. But Cabal obviously looking very good.
Yeah, I think we touched on it a little bit here to do with the system looks to be the difference maker right now, which, I mean, there's 2 things that always separate squads early. Either ridiculous natural talent that just stand you above everyone else while people figure out how to play the game, or you put your time in, you come into the early tournaments with a playbook. Certainly seems like you've got a little bit of both here as these 2 teams. On this Cabal rosters, they can certainly do put up huge numbers, but it's a situation where I'm far more respectful of the fact that they're putting in that time. We saw how much they brought to the S&D. Overload still needs some work, clearly, with confirmation on our screens of the games that have been going on elsewhere. Omits currently 2-1 up against Falcons Green. Obviously, confirmation that Cabal go through. Stallions Red winning game 5. Sounded like it was quite comfortably, according to the Discord. And then phase 2, 2-1 up against YX Boot Camp. So still plenty to play. This is a double elimination bracket, so any teams that have lost so far will fall down. They will still have plenty of time to play through and get themselves into the deeper stage of this tournament.
Well, looking very solid so far. Very excited to see how a couple of these other matches are going to go ahead and wrap on up. Very, very excited to see what we have going through here into the rest of our games. So we're going to go ahead and get some of these future matches set on up for it. I'm going to be hopping off for a little bit, but of course, we're getting another absolutely fantastic caster. Some might say an upgrade. I think if your name is Colin, you might be thinking that as well. But we got Seymour joining us here on the cast of the Enigma for the next matchup. I'll be back to join Seymour after that. And then, of course, we got Infinity and Proper to round out our broadcast. So plenty of more Black Ops 7 coming your way and a lot more COD to go ahead and watch, because I think this tournament is shaping up to be an absolute banger. So do not go anywhere. When we come back, we'll be hopping into our next matchup of the Challenger Showcase for Black Ops 7. We'll see you right back here in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Black Ops 7 Challengers Showcase. My name is Seymour, jumping in alongside Enigma, and I'm so excited to finally get my hands on some Challengers commentary. Enigma, it's been way too long of a break since I've been able to see some of these teams, and it's been a fun time so far. I know you just got off of the Cabal game. How was that first game?
Lovely. I mean, I've kind of talked about this with Dan. Like, I feel this is about to be one of our best competitive years in a very long time. Also feels like not just a resurgence in terms of like the game competitively, but also challengers, right? Obviously, we're getting the opens across every major. We're getting so many opportunities to look at our teams early, with some of them being invited to the 75K. We come straight into this. Cabal go, well, hang on a minute, guys. Don't forget our names. Make sure that they're in your mouths, and we sure as hell see that in this first series. So yeah, beautiful stuff so far.
And it's been kind of a long time coming, you know, for these Cabal guys, especially after a really good Black Ops 6, where some of these players even were finding themselves on Sundays in a lot of our Challengers events. So it's no surprise to see them carrying in alongside Million Icons and having just as much of a stellar performance here in Black Ops 7 as well. But we got a lot to talk about as we get into our next matchup. First up, we can look over these brackets for the tournaments and kind of see where everything is settling after our round 1 matches are coming to a close, Andy, especially after seeing Cabal take down Asim & Co. 3-1 to make it into winners round 2. We see Omid, they take down Falcons Green to now face off against this Cabal team. We got the Stallions team going up against FaZe 2 after both of their games go to a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, you want your reps early, right? You want to find out where your strengths and weaknesses lie at this point of the season so you can take them into those early cups. And a lot of these teams are getting their reps. That's for certain here in competitive circumstances. But Omid and Cabal, of course, being the squads that we're going to focus on next. Omid taking down that Falcons Green lineup. That's Hamza, Yeez, QK, and Roxas. And it's a case of, I don't know, I kind of look at that Omid roster as I think they're going to be extremely strong through the early stages of this year. But we've just seen this Cabal roster and what they did to Asim & Co. I'm a little bit in the opinion of, have we seen Omid be tested so far through this tournament? Or are we about to get a couple of answers to some questions?
That's the big question. I mean, we saw this Omid team in the Monster Invitational, although it was with Hyde and not Eric Boom in that roster. So now with Eric Boom, we get to see this Omid roster with their full 4. A chance to maybe level up a little bit in this Challenger Showcase. But let's look over towards the lower bracket where teams are going to be dropping on down and, you know, how they're going to be matching up against each other in that lower side. Falcons Green, like you said, where we're looking at Yeez & Co. to take on Asim & Co. now in that lower round 1 matchup. Falcons White should be taking on, I'm pretty sure, the YX Bootcamp team of Aiden and Kotzi and them. So that's going to be another one. We look to see if the Falcons teams can maybe set up. Yep, there it is, updating, set up and move on forward. But some big round 1 matches are to look at in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten lucky with the 8 teams that have kind of come into this. Obviously, this being the Challenger Showcase, it was a case of who we're going to get involved. Looking at all 8 of these rosters, so many storylines, so much talent, and not just from a player perspective as well. Storied organizations that have been a part of Challengers now for a little bit. Obviously, we've got Cabal, Omid, Stallions, Falcons. This is a case of all of these organizations have had so much to say over the past couple of years. What else are they going to bring to the table? Stallions marching on forward. Of course, you know that Zoomer and Co. have got the watch party going on over there, keeping them covered. For the Falcons rosters, this is that pipeline of talent that have kind of come through over from MENA region in many cases. Some of those players being like Yeez and Hamza, players that are being given opportunities to kind of run alongside those. So yeah, a lot of stuff to kind of settle down there in losers round 1. For the Falcons Green roster, it doesn't get much easier after playing Omid, because for the fact that you lost in that round 1, I will say there's still plenty of talent on that Asim & Co. roster. They had their moments, especially in Overload. They were disgusting.
Oh, that Overload was... I mean, I don't even think Cabal were ready to load into that map number 3. No, they looked fantastic. And I'm excited to see this Falcons Green roster. Again, just a reminder, Yeez coming back. The last time that he played in a professional tournament was all the way in Modern Warfare 3. He ended up on a soft retirement after that Toronto Open, and we haven't seen him play at a competitive level since. So to join alongside this Falcons Green roster, to see him playing up against Hamza yet again, and with QK, who was playing fantastic in that round 1 match. I got a little bit of a peek at some of the match that they were playing against that Omid team, and they looked good. So I'm excited to see how this team does grow. But you mentioned it a little bit before, Andy. We can keep this story going for our winners round 2 matchup that we're going to follow into. It's Cabal taking on Omid, where we look at KB, Rupert, Millie, Icons taking to the stream yet again. Brack, Eric Boom, Fellow, and Nate on the Omid side. And I was kind of talking a little bit about it. We got Eric Boom on this roster. We saw them play with Hyde inside of that Monster Invitational. Now you move Eric, who is playing with Miami Heretics in place of Trakes for that Invitational. And this is the complete 4 that Omid are looking to take now into at least the upcoming Challengers Cup. And I'm really excited to see this team because you got a lot of veterancy behind Brack and Fellow, who are going to take the leadership on the squad. Eric Boom coming into North America to play Challengers for the first time. And Nate, a rookie, 18, ready to play inside of Challengers, make some waves, and he was fantastic on the weekend playing in that Invitational.
Certainly was, and it's a case of, okay, well, how much do you have to tell us this season, young man? So often we end up in this situation where all of a sudden these players hit 18, and it's a why have they not been able to get the opportunity of other than that age gap situation, because they come out and they are phenomenal. So for Nate, this is an incredible roster to actually run alongside as well. So plenty of opportunity, not just to grow and have a light shone on you, but learn a whole bunch of stuff as well, because no doubt Fellow leading the line in the comm situation in terms of guiding the troops and such. Omid, a fantastic banner to play under, so in a wonderful position for sure. A lot of pressure, but it again can burst pipes and mold diamonds. Let's hope he certainly shines by the end of this season. For Eric Boom, I love this move. I don't get me wrong, it's always tough as a European to see European talent leave and head to foreign shores, but he's putting a huge amount of stock in himself. He's got full belief that he can go over to America, make his name over there, and end up in a hopefully better situation when he gets up into the league next time round. Brack and Fellow, we know their stories. Of course, this is about them trying to get back up into the league and prove yet again they deserve an opportunity. I think Fellow had a tough year when he got into the CDL last season, but that is likely not the end of his story. It feels like he's been around for a very long time, and so often when he gets written off, he comes bouncing straight back. But also on the opposite side, Cabal, right? This is, you mentioned it before, this is one of those teams that so often made it to Sundays. They were one of those good teams that could, on their day, have those upsets and those big runs and big moments. Is now, can you be more than that? Especially for KB and Rupert, that duo that have been together for so long. Can you prove to everyone that you can go from good to great?
Yeah, KB and Rupert, LATAM representation here in North America, playing outside of Canada, actually, within St. Clair, also teaming in the College COD League, bringing Millie and Icons onto this roster. I have a lot of stock into this team. I mean, we saw it inside of Winners Round 1 and what they can offer in terms of firepower. I mean, I remember Icons playing on Destro, making it to the lead in Black Ops 6, and, you know, against some of the best players that we have in Challengers, he was dropping 40 bombs on, you know, red card hard points, and I was just looking at this player like, man, he deserves to be in the spotlight, and here he is on Cabal alongside KP and Rupert, who also had some pretty breakout performances across the past 2 years of Call of Duty to help him kind of level up. And Millie as well joining this roster. I mean, I can't really say much more than the performance that we just saw in Winners Round 1, especially in that exposure hardpoint, dropping 39 kills alongside KB, who just wasn't losing a fight. I mean, this Cabal team, not only do you have such a vibey core between KB and Rupert, who have been teaming forever, but you also have some players that you just cannot sleep on.
No, 100% no. This is one of the beauties, I think, of Challengers. Let's face it, you and me kind of were one of the sets of the people that kind of sat there and went, that's a really bold claim, when certain players said that there wasn't enough talent in Challengers. We're kind of like, actually, we feel like we're spoiled for it a little bit, and we saw plenty of examples of that when Yumi got to go to Saudi Arabia and cast the Esports World Cup. Players standing tall, making themselves heard, and this is an example right here. This matchup is an example of 8 players that could certainly have giant impacts in the Call of Duty League going forward. So we are spoiled for talent down here. And interestingly, like, looking across these teams, you mentioned the kind of performances that have been put up in their Winners Round 1 games. Both of these teams actually didn't play the same map mode combo. Okay. So I'm kind of taking a look at that and thinking, okay, well, there's a lot of different things that you guys will have played in your last series that you can't bring into this series, and vice versa. Going to be an interesting matchup between the 8 of them. Oh,
and it looks like, I mean, as we get into the map mode combo, I got a little bit of an update to give everybody just in regards of the bracket that we were looking at. It looks like there was a false report on what was into the bracket, and it was actually YX Bootcamp defeating FaZe 2 in a Game 5 fashion to move on forward.
Okay.
So actually FaZe 2, that's Dak and Co. I'm pretty sure dropping on down into that lower bracket. So interesting to see, you know, that turnaround with now some players who again are looking to make some names. When you look at people like Kotze and Aiden on that roster of YX Bootcamp to see if they can, you know, again, showcase themselves in this Challengers event in a Game 5 against some very veteran Challengers talent over on FaZe 2. That is a big takeaway, but we look towards our maps and modes for this matchup between Cabal GG and Omit GG, and that's going to be Blackheart Hardpoint to start things off, guaranteed a Den, Search and Destroy, and a Scar Overload for the 2 and 3. It's a lot of Scar, though, when you look to the back end, because we don't finish off on anything other than Scar for the 4 and the 5. If we do go the distance, and I'm not hating this, I wish we got a little bit more variancy when it comes to the back end of this map pool, but Scar, it's a great map, Enigma, and at least we get to see that Blackheart.
It's a fantastic map, let's face it. I think I agree with Dan's point where it's a case of we would love the map pool because we're blessed with so many great maps and have more coming in the near future. I'd love to see it set up so that the maps can't be that one is in all 3 modes and such to avoid situations like this. That being said, Scar is a beautiful map, plays well across all 3 modes, so you can see why it is in there. Getting to see a Blackheart, obviously off the news today that Blackheart is into the rotation. Raid is out. Controversial, but I played some 8s. Yumi played some 8s today. We both kind of enjoyed it, right? It was bang out map, high pace, but felt like there was a bit of everything on it. So it's one of those. We're now going to get the opportunity to see exactly how much time people have spent on this and who is warmed up, ready to gun. But going back to the point I was making about what people have already played this afternoon, in the first series, neither of these teams played Blackheart. Neither of them played Scar Overload or Scar S&D. Cabal did play a Den S&D, won at 6-3. Great with the sniper that we saw here on the stream, especially in their playbook as well. Very comfortable to throw different things at their opposition. Meanwhile, for Omit, obviously we didn't get to see them when it came to that Scar hardpoint. They won 250 to 220 against Falcons Green. So they've both got a little bit of something to build on here, but other than that, kind of an open playbook early.
It is, and I think, you know, we're going to get a lot of that across these matchups for the showcase. Just first times, maybe some maps that you don't want to find yourself playing, but for Blackheart in general, I think I'm kind of right there with you. There's a little bit of a stark difference when you look at, you know, Raid in comparison to this map, especially when you look at the spawns for your hills 3 and 4, which are kind of directly across from each other on Blackheart. Very easy to block those spawns, very easy to assist your team from those spawn locations at the same time. And Raid just wasn't the same. It kind of felt like something was off with that map. So I'm hoping that they're looking towards Raid, how you can tweak those spawns. Maybe we'll see it come back in the future. But Andy, you're completely right. We got a million different maps to look forward to at the same time, and what is on the horizon here for Black Ops 7. I'm blessed that we actually have the choice in what to play.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Like, you and me and everybody else who loves competitive ends up in the same kind of situation where we start the year off, we're assessing all the maps. And I think there was a moment between us all where we kind of went, wow, there's some really good options here. We're kind of spoiled for choice, and then you've got Meltdown, Standoff, so many more coming down the line. Hopefully Utopia. I mean, it looks very 6-star-esque, so we could end up with another one thrown into the mix there, let alone rumors on things like Yemen. So we're in a great place, but right now it's a case of we've already got some superb maps. I'm very interested to see how this Blackheart looks, though, when it comes to pro level. Or are we thinking something like Bocage from back in the day, where it's essentially just a rumble in the jungle and everyone's about to go guns up? I sure hope so, because those matches are really entertaining. But also a couple of players here might have a different way of playing this and just think, actually, we know where we're rotating and setting ourselves up from.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the very classic P1 is going to be contested quite a bit from both sides. Lots of entry into that hard point as well, so it's not something that you could just bottleneck a choke and expect everybody to funnel in through one side. No, there's a lot of routes to be taken on a map like Blackheart, especially for that first hill. This one's, though, even though it's small, you look at 2 to 5, and it's a little bit of a ping pong on what spawns you want to have, and it's going to be really on those sub players to run those routes and make sure that you are influencing those spawns. And I think that for both of these two teams, so far, they have showed a lot of discipline and what those rotations look like, not just in Black Ops 7, but when you look at, their history in Black Ops 6 and before that. So Blackheart, although very small map, I still look at how disciplined you are in these rotations, because it is easy to flip that. You need somebody to be blocking those spawns, and you need to have your subs watching those routes.
Yeah. Well, I love what you're bringing up here in terms of subs being important, because I think that this factors into importance of flex in terms of like how many SMGs can you run, because I think 3 SMGs here could be very viable and be extremely impactful out on the map. So it's a case of for teams that have your traditional 2-2 setup and maybe 2 of those ARs are stiff, so you end up without being able to pull into an SMG. This might be a map that you look to veto in the future. Obviously, right now, with it being the Challenger Showcase, it's just a kickoff. This is an opportunity to find out just how much you are going to be able to compete on this map. But I look at Cabal, and I feel like this is a very aggressive team. Icon's obviously that dirty player. He's going to hit those rotations, try and do whatever he can to influence spawns. The other 3, they love getting in the mixer.
Yeah.
So I think that very early, we might see this Cabal GG's team come out really strong and just fly at Omit, be happy to take them on the gunny. And as you said, use those different routes to get the SMGs up close and personal. Well, obviously, we're just trying to deliberate here and theorize what they might do. But from what we saw in Series 1, these guys were quick and very much so involved in the firefights.
I don't want to ever forget about, Black Ops 6 at the start of the year, what we were getting at TFL. This guy said for his Challengers team when we were going into Elite 1, and you look at how dominant that they were at the start of the year under the Omit banner, they played Vault Hardpoint, and they were running quadruple sub off the break into a Vault Hardpoint for that P1. If you can play quad sub in Vault Hardpoint, you can play quad sub on Blackheart Hardpoint at the same time, especially for this map 1 or this P1. So many angles, of course, to kind of get into that hill. So many places to watch. You don't really want to be stuck holding an iron on this map and this hill, just in general, Enigma. So, I mean, if there's anybody in my head that's going to early on take 4 subs out for a map like Blackheart, it's going to be this Omit team.
I feel like as a 32-year-old nearly father of one, stiff AR, likes to just sit in the deep back. Feel like that should be GH, 4 subs on the map. We're dying breed out here as ARs. But no, you're right. This could definitely be a situation where they just go, actually, to hell with it. Why don't we just full send and break everything by head smashing it? That might be the play. It depends on as well on how many reps these players have got. Because I feel like Blackheart wasn't a part of the conversation until basically 48 hours ago. It was a case of, well, raid's raid. And then all of a sudden, I think a lot of people kind of went, it doesn't play exactly the same. Can we try something different here? We've played a lot of raid. Wonderful map still really fun to play, but can we try and get something different into the rotation? Seeing Blackheart be selected is one of those where, okay, well, how much time have you spent on it to understand exactly where you want to be? I think this will be one of those maps that factors heavily into chemistry. One of those where it's when chaos is going on and you're trying to control it. It's quite often just being able to lean on your brother and understand exactly how they're playing instinctively in those moments. Very important. Omit, of course, a lot of these players have been around each other for a while, except for Nate, who's been thrown into the deep end. For Cabal, I'm looking at KB and Ripper. Again, these guys have so much of an understanding of each other that at this point, they should understand each other's games so well, and that, I think, becomes a factor in this map 1.
It will, and, fortunately enough, when you look towards chemistry, these two teams have been grinding through CMGs, through COD Agent tournaments, and really everything that you can get your hands on. I'm pretty sure that both of these two teams have qualified for the Frag Cup as well, so have gone through those qualifiers. I've already qualified for the big tournament coming up. I hosted, pretty sure, by Optic. And that's definitely something to where you look at chemistry. These two have been just practicing day and night nonstop, just like every other Challengers team that is going to be participating in this tournament here, in this showcase. But I did get a chance, Andy, the other day to sit down with Brack, and, I have an interview that working on, not out just yet, but he was giving me a little bit of a kind of tidbit on this team and like bringing it together. And I think one thing for Omit that they're going to be looking to fix is that stipulation in their minds that, you have Brack, who in the past has been a slow assault rifle player, TFL, who's also been a slower assault rifle player. A game like Black Ops 7, that that's not going to cut it. And where you were saying that these are players who are trying to make it back into the league, and that's their next step this year. It's something that they've addressed to me, that it's something that they're looking to really fix going into this title, to break that stipulation. So I'm excited to see how they kind of pull that into this title.
100%. Call of Duty over the years for all of these competitors has been a case of adaptability, right? It's been a case of new game, often new engine, sometimes new modes, new metas. It's a case of who can survive out there amongst all of that. It's incredibly unique in an esport, and it doesn't change here as things get faster and faster. Doesn't get much quicker than a Blackheart Hardpoint, so we're about to find out just how much those two can shake off those, let's say, I guess, reputations as being slower ARs, whether or not they're deserved. We can talk about that all day. I think this is one of those moments, though, where Eric Boom can really shine. We saw the pace that he brought over in Europe for many years. This can be one of those situations. And Nate, again, continue to show us who you are, young man. Look fantastic in that 75k. So can you bring that into this? Light up everybody's feeds all of a sudden, then... yeah, you never know. So many opportunities for everybody involved in this competition.
So I think that, don't get me wrong, I loved seeing Nate and Hyde play side by side, but when you put a player like Eric Boom next to Nate, who's that, very tedious submachine gun player, can be aggressive at times, but knows when to slow it down and play towards the OBJ, you're just letting this young gun of Nate fly. Take advantage of the map and just be that, slayer that you want to see from a young gun like this. And I mean, Enigma, we know the story of Omit and, how Mercules kind of went across. He was playing under the Omit banner before he made it into the league. Who knows what is on the horizon for a player like Nate. But we've been giving a lot of focus over towards this Omit roster. We got Cabal on the other side, too. And I think you can say the same for Icons and Millie playing alongside Rupert and KB, where they're also trying to take this next step up. It seems like we're getting a little bit of an issue with these players joining into the lobby, though, folks. I promise you, we want to get them into this map 1 as quick as possible. But we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we get towards this Blackheart Hardpoint. We'll be back as soon as it is ready to go. We'll see you soon with some more Challengers Showcase. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for our first Blackheart Hardpoint here in the community showcase for challengers. We got Cabal versus Omit, ready to take this winners round 2 by storm, Andy, and we got a lot to look at, especially for Omit. We're looking at this young gun, Nate.
We most certainly are going to be paying attention to the young man. And you are going to be in a situation where, well, right now, P1 largely going to lie in Omit hands. Colors are flipped, so pay attention to the names on screen rather than what is coming up bottom right for color. Either way, will be Omit being bullied out of the point. Cabal will take a hold of the scrap time. Split spawns now as everyone starts to rotate over to P2, and Rupert's got a big job on his hands.
You just expect this play from Rupert to pay off, but Nate with the heads up. Somebody falls off the map. That's Millie, so unfortunately, Cabal not going to be fully set up for this rotation. Eric Boom on 4 in a row. He's going to be surrounded by players, and Cabal quickly with the break, even off of that misplay. KB's got the setup.
I'm just trying to play here. If you are Rupert off towards that northern side and does a great job, the icons will find to as well, having played the mid window. And as such, Eric Boom now going to be the last. Now, I like the patience from him. Just slow things down. Let his teammates try and get into the fight. Does well for them on the initial chow as well. And actually finds the break. So patience rewarded. But your boys need to get in and support. Otherwise, you're going to be outnumbered. And that happens quickly.
Another quick break from Cabal. And already trying to work over towards New. Rupert for the turn on. But Brack shuts down that early rotation from the players of Cabal. So scrap time's going to go your way. A big lead for Cabal off the start of this game, but Omit first ones to this next money hill over in P3. And you can already see that setup is going to be there, but 3 go down immediately. And again, it's Eric Boom surrounded by these players. Fortunately enough, the rest of the team for Omit are going to spawn right back up on top of you, and they fight their way back in to hold on.
Yeah, beautiful work here to just break straight in from the back. Fellow's going to push out towards this left side and finds icons initially. You've got to be careful of your mid play. Bit of a back and forth. KB's actually going to pick up 2 here, so it's all on Fellow to do enough to hold off and then start to support the point as well.
So how much can you get out of this right now if you're Omit? As another 3 go down in your favor. Eric all the way in the back, just locking down those spawns, forcing Cabal all the way back over towards that P4, and with only 15 seconds, you can see these Cabal players, they know that they don't want to take this one for another one, but it looks like we're getting an end to this one. Actually, it wasn't Eric Boom blocking those spawns. Eric Boom was just doing exactly what he needed to do while he was disconnecting.
Yeah, it turns out he's got a bit of an afterlife presence. Guy was holding it down for sure. Yeah, when you said like, oh yeah, he's holding down spawns, I was like, that's a little too static for my liking. That is the stiffiest AR I've seen in a while. But he, well, will be disconnected. We'll figure it out. This is Call of Duty. It's what we do. We make things work. So, yeah, I mean, it's, I guess off the start, let's talk a little bit about it. Obviously, very split. P1, we're expecting that to be the case. It's that P2 that was interesting. Eric Boom does a wonderful job of essentially breaking that bit a little bit by himself. You do get that teammate support in through the northern sides. They wrap through P4, but I think that his decision to lay in wait, allow the boys to get there and support. We saw that kind of not happen at times in the first series, and it saw disconnects between certain players. No such problem there. Instantly straight on it with his decision making.
Yeah, and I think that P2 was just exactly kind of the Blackheart that you would expect when we were talking about this map, Andy. It's just so mixy, quick breaks around the front. Really hard to set up as well, considering there's just 2 points of contact to watch when you're watching the cross towards those points from the front of the hills. So not a difficult angle to take whatsoever, but at the same time, I mean, you move towards that P3 and it was, I mean, the spawn in the back for the rest of Omit, it really seemed like Cabal did everything that they needed to break that hill off the start with the 3 down, but it still didn't remove Omit from that position.
Well, one of the things you get with maps like this, and we saw it back in the years ago on the Bow Cage, is a situation of, even if you manage to get yourself into a defensive setup, there's no ability to really push out and draw a line further across the map. You're essentially defending on the hill. So it's a case of if you lose that fight, your opponents are likely going to walk into that. That being said, if they do take it from you and you find yourself in that split feed situation where it's a bit of a pinstripe and you've managed to take some opponents with you, it so often ends up in this kind of splits where you're just spawning and running towards the hill on both sides of the map. So yeah, we saw a lot of that already nice and early. What that tells us is that Blackheart is going to be chaos. But yeah, that one there for Omit where you're kind of already spawning in the back, curious about how much that was Eric Boom just posted up, you know, on the backside, locking things down, doing his work.
Well, his computer locked down at the same time, so it actually seems like one of the players ended up having a power outage in that game. So with that, we're going to need a little bit longer before we get into this black card. But when we do, it seems like it's going to be a full reset back on the black card for map 1 as we get ready for our winners round 2 matches here in the Challengers Showcase. We'll be back as soon as it is ready. Stay tuned for some more COD. Welcome back. Apologies for the break, and we have both of these teams back into the lobby for Blackheart Hardpoint between Cabal and Omit. It was an absolute mix fest to start things off, Andy. I don't expect it to be anything different.
No, of course not. It will be the initial kills going the way of Omit, but look at this approach from Cabal here, just trying to hit from all these different angles and bamboozle on the approach. Eric Boom, though, kind of plays out and finds two on the way back in. That is going to splinter Cabal. Then again, Eric Boom also gets a little bit over exuberant with it and throws himself off the map. So you're a number down as this hit comes through.
It's funny, Andy, because, I mean, you have those opportunities to take a really powerful spot on top of the wall that is there that Eric tried to mantle onto. But if you're not careful enough, you can just hop right over it and then you just fall to your death. Where I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of players fall to their death across the entirety of Black Ops 7. But very contested P1 where Omit got that first 30 seconds off. It looks like Cabal are going to be holding the better spawns anew.
Well, the big fight going on there between 7 and 2. There's going to be Nate and Millie. Nate comes out on top. They will be traded out, so you get a bit of a line in the sand if you are Cabal. KB's going to find his 4th in a row on the outer lane. So you're doing a great job here repelling the first wave as KB finds his 5th. But you still have mid control. If you're Omit, you're never very far away.
This is a solid setup. Omit need to find their way through, but they just continue to lose their battles on every approach. Rupert overwhelmed. Brack's going to get the better of it, and that's going to pull some bodies from Cabal away from the front line. KB drops, and it's 3 down for Cabal. Icon's the only one here. Not able to find the kill onto Nate, so Omit get the break. Down by 20. Still 14 seconds. You got to look towards new.
Great work there by Omit. Just patient with it. Send Brack and Eric Boom in through the north side, which overwhelms. Great work by Fellow to win coming out of the doorway anyhow, but it will be at least enough points to get you back into the fight. That being said, for all Omit's great work on rotation there, Cabal have answered enough to put themselves inside the point. But it's a big hit from the outside and mid doors here for Omit, splitting this 2-2, just looking to overwhelm with aggression.
KB backs on down. You know, the players in the back can deal with the pressure through the middle of the map. 4 in a row for Cabal. Now it's going to force those spawns towards the top left of that mini-map. Icons in the middle windows. He's backed on down. The information is going to let KB get ready. He's on a 3 spree. Can he find anything more? Sub in the back pocket. Manages to find one. A team kill from Icons, but it's still Cabal who walks away with the win on the point. Millie's 10 and 5. Had himself a roar of a game 1.
Great stun. Tries to use a jump. Rupert will unfortunately pick up Millie. And honestly, if there wasn't team kills in this, Cabal would be sitting even prettier right now as KB cleans up and you find yet more points. Great work. Omit tried to seize that hit up through the mid and the outside. We're essentially bottlenecked into a box. I saw them cut down. The second hit on the outside. Great work by Icons to just back off. Rotation's already in for Cabal. They've done a wonderful job of just sweeping this map.
They have done that. Limiting Omit off that P3 rotation, but over towards 4. Eric Boom is going to walk right in the front doors with a double kill. Cabal in trouble. 3 down now. Last one alive is going to be Icon in the back, and everybody's going to try to deal with them. Bracken is double kill. He's going to take everything from Cabal's setup and force them to break now from the front line. Rupert, quick to get back into the action, is going to break down Omit's numbers, and it's KB's turn for a double kill. Last alive's fellow in the back line. Icons is going to deal with him, and a brilliant break from Cabal.
Yeah, and a wonderful reposition from Rupert here, who plays mid-window, catches Brack, tries to just push for the last bit of scrap time, and also finds Eric Boom through the middle, so that's 2 dead. We'll also give you that mid-map presence, so you know you've got the scrap remaining here. You can get yourself to around that 120, but look at the bodies start to move forward, knowing that they can do comfortably. Omit will have a very deep defensive line here, forced from that play, meaning Cabal can hit and very much so apply pressure to the point.
Well, see if they can do that. Felony all the way towards the right, trying to deny Cabal to flip through this back spawn. Eric's going to have to now fill that, but KB has an angle, almost snaps to the second. Brack's going to trade out. Now look for the backline. Rupert snaps him out of the air. And Cabal break yet again. Omit quick, though, off the respawn to see if they can pull this one right back into their favor. Felony with 2.
Really?
He's going to be in the backline, blocking those spawns away from Cabal and providing splits from both teams as they race through the middle of the map. Icon still soaking up this entire hill. Finally, Omit going to get their toes in with 3 down. 15 seconds left.
You highlighted it. Wonderful work from Fellow there in the bag. Doesn't throw his life away, just stays up, which causes panic for Cabal. They can't really set up a defensive line, but they also don't have the spawn, so Omit can continue to hit with less of a contest, and as such, pick up very important scrap time. Desperately needed there as we head into our second set of rotations. You're down nearly 50. Need to start to pull it back in your direction.
Nate in trouble. He's going to get caught first through a P1. 40-second lead for Cabal as these trades back and forth. Eric on 4 in a row. Can he get anything more? No. Icons is going to shut down that streak, but it's not going to stop Omit from trying their best. Brack almost lines up too. It's still Cabal in hold of this hill on P1. Lots of time to fight over, and Omit just do not want to give this up for free. You can see the contest back and forth. But even still, with this 50-point lead, anything that Cabal can get off this hill, Andy, is time that they'd love to get closer to that finish line.
I feel like, especially with a P1 like this, you want to be surrounding it, hitting it all together. Whereas I'm watching a couple of Omit bodies just arrive one at a time, and that's just only playing into Cabal hands as they now extend this lead to nearer to 60 points. Rotation to 2 is on. Rooper gets a very important kill for Nate to threaten the backline. Unfortunately cut down on the cross, but KB with 2 will allow you to instantly break in. What a passage from Cabal. We saw this in the last series. As soon as they seized the momentum, as soon as they had the initiative, they never let it go. Can Omit break their backs here?
That's what they're kind of looking towards. KB soaking up this time towards P2. Nice help on the slide through that mid door. Villaini's going to get caught as well as Rupert just continues to fly and throw his body at these opponents. Nobody from Omit can break through this line of scrimmage that's being drawn right through the middle of the map as they try their best. 2 going to group up. See if they can break through P4. Millie on the cross with Icon's going to be watching this. Brack on the stun. He's going to deal with the first. Icon's going to get anything? No. Icons goes down, and it's up to Rupert and KB for the 2-on-2 for the rest of this hill. KB inside, sub out. Eric over the top, and nothing from Eric Boom. And Cabal gets every drop of this hill.
Rupert 6 in a row. KB 4 to himself. 10 between them unanswered. A big part of why Cabal are unstoppable right now. Well and truly in the lead. Omit have got to be pretty much perfect from here. Otherwise, this becomes an embarrassing one. But he's just going to let one drop over. Says the calmness, composure, doesn't worry about it, and allows his boy to arrive in time to then break straight back into the hill. You have control and can win it here. Omit need to answer.
25 more seconds. Omit trying to fight for their life on Blackheart. Everybody flying through the middle of the map, but already Cabal just beaming. KB 7 in a row. Doesn't have the Hellstorm equipped, but he is putting on an absolute clinic. Millie's going to find a double kill in the feed as he's on 4 in a row, and Icons just continues to line up these multi-kills. 3 for Icons as they're just funneling one by one into his iron sight. Cabal with one hell of a map 1 in this series.
My analysis comes down to quite simply belt to ass, my friend. Apart from a very early showing from Omit, it was all Cabal, especially from, I felt like from basically the second hill, they started to gain a little bit of steam, a little bit of momentum, and again, just not letting go. Feels like entering that flow state and just running away with it. A couple of moments where you can see them working together as a team in terms of crossing the map, sitting in for scrap time. You're just going to see a couple of players clear out mid, and then you talked about it, it's that ping pong situation, whereas I felt like Omit were trying to react to that and run through that.
Yeah.
Instead, for Cabal, it's a case of, okay, one of our players will soak, the rest of us will set ourselves up for this next hit, but wait for our boy to arrive before we make that approach play. So calm, such a great play of understanding going on between them.
This is that, trust that you get from Cabal when you look towards your experience and how, much that synergy is going to blend together. Well, you put Millie and Icons into this mix, and it's smooth as butter for this team. Obviously, for Omit, they've had a little bit of a rougher road on their way into this showcase, with scrimming on 2 different teams, really having Eric fill in for Miami Heretics and then Hyde filling in for this roster. And, then again, you haven't really played Blackheart either. So it's a conglomerate of, I'm sure, a lot that is just playing against Omit right now in this matchup. Whereas Cabal, they have been tried and true the entirety for the start of Black Ops 7. Put it on display right here. But fortunately enough, you go into the rest of the series, and I think you look at this Omit roster, you have no worries that they can bring it back.
You don't at all. They are a phenomenal team. I'm going to look at the scoreboard that will not tell us that they're such a phenomenal team. Unfortunately, Eric Boom and Nate, that's a really difficult graphic to look at for them as Eric Boom goes less than 0.5 on the KD. That is tough. That looks like me and Nate's, to be quite honest with you. Nate, 13 and 21 as well. We want to see plenty out of him, and it's just not really the start that you want to get. On the opposite side is Glorious. Every single player positive by a considerable distance. KB nearly goes double. We saw why, but Rupert Skywalker with nearly 3,200 damage in this map, 24 and 17, and also a good amount of hill time. Very much so a man who felt like he was having impact across the map consistently. 3 pieces just when his team needed him to have them. Consistent plays breaking through middle in order to allow their team to rotate quickly across the map as and when they wanted to. Really good stuff from him, but also as a foursome, just kind of untouchable right now.
I mean, you even look 2 minutes in the hill from KB. Icons, if it wasn't Rupert, it was him. With those multi-kills, especially towards the end of that. And for Omid, I mean, they got off to a really good start. I mean, especially in that P1, first one's in. They got majority of the 30 seconds at the start of this game, and it just felt like you weren't able to kind of hit the mark for those rotations every other time. Nate, unfortunately, not the best map one out of you, 13 and 21. Same thing from Eric. So on a map like Blackheart, where we put so much focus over towards your subs having a good performance, to see that from Omid, it really reflects in the scoreline that we get at the top of the game. So looking forward into what is next for the map set as we go into our search and destroy, we got Den on the horizon here, Andy, and with this one, for Cabal, we already saw them on this map mode combo. They looked great, and KB, you know he's going to have the boomstick out.
100%, and he was very impactful with it. A lot of first bloods. It fell 6-3 in favor of them last time out. Very different playbooks. Looks like this time they're dropping 2 in through B, but KB is back to the center of the map with the VS Recon.
I wonder if that's Felony up top who's going to be sniping against him. KB going to miss that first shot. A couple warnings with the pistol. He gets a second chance, but hey, you know what? Maybe these snipers aren't so bad.
Really gonna have a lot to deal with here. And Dojo finds the first, will get a little bit of damage into Eric Boom, and actually as the trade attempted to come through there, Felony arrives in time in elbow to find and save on his teammate. KB on the overlook gets nothing and will likely have to back off here or be surrounded. 1v3 on the cards for Rupert.
Yeah, you know, you had a good read there if you're KB, but only so much you can do with a sniper and a pistol in your hand. Bomb is down. Rupert doesn't know this, but he's got himself a chance here. Everybody from Omid going to try to swing this one together. Rupert good for one, but that's all you're going to find in that mix. Omid for round one. What a great start to this game. And I mean, really, I just love the way that they were playing around that sniper for KB, dropping that smoke over towards B, forcing his sight line, giving a chance for Brack to hit that flank all the way across the map, and really unraveling that setup that Cabal had.
Agreed. I think as well, Eric Boom getting saved by Fellow there is important. I think Fellow kind of got his spidey senses tingling. One of those moments where you recognize that there's not enough pressure coming in a certain area. I need to reposition quickly here because this hit's coming elsewhere. My boys are outnumbered as they had 2 through the middle. So, yeah, great work from him. A little bit of veterancy on show. A little bit of COD timing as well. We'll give you the early lead. But, again, we've already seen Cabal on this map once. They have a deep playbook, especially on offense. So, defensively now, what can they do? As Omid, try and make sure they hold some sort of momentum going through the start of this one. And well, 4 of them are just going to send it away.
I love this too, and they've got the right read. KB's on the opposite side of the map, and it's just Rupert here. It looks like KB has put the sniper away, and Rupert's calling for assistance right away. They give up the bomb site. Chance for a plant. 4-on-4 retake.
I like the decision, though, from the Cabal players. Just back up here, figure out a retake situation. Eric Boom just on the other side of the window here, so he'll survive, but only momentarily as Rupert rips him from the heady. Do you have the numbers advantage? Is there some sort of hit coming through that surrounds? Well, it's answered by Brack, and it's a bit of a pinstripe feed.
Nate only good for the one on the inside, and that's going to be a good retake from Cabal. I mean, they just disconnect everything that Omid had set up. And it all starts with that first blood from Rupert catching the kill on the outside of the window, forces Brack to give up the angle towards the back, and Nate has so much to do on the inside at the deficit. It was a good chance there from Omid after they were able to trade, but realistically, Rupert cracked that entire egg.
I think the concerning thing for me in that one is that there was nothing special particularly coming out of Cabal. There wasn't this big rap coming through from Rupert to try and like set up some sort of pinch play or anything. He's essentially just breaking through the front door. And Omit with a little answer. You get that bomb down, you do a very good job. It's essentially a 4v4. You should have been able to do so much more with that. And Cabal took a sledgehammer to your setup. Concerning signs early on.
Yeah.
As Cabal will tie it up one apiece.
Well, it's going to give us at least an interesting search and destroy from both sides. Set nades from Eric Boom. Millie's going to be caught. First blood for Omit. Let's see if they're going to follow up with what they had in game or round 1. But no aggression on that. Instead, it's a full pivot from Cabal back over towards A. And Omit actually have the read here. Eric Boom's going to find his second of the round. And that's going to put a whole halt on this setup on Cabal's attack.
Sorry, running an M15 in the hard point. Obviously didn't have himself a great game. Pulls out the Dravik for this. Plays up close and personal in guns and shows exactly why he's run as a flex for many a year. But for Omit here, you can just slow this down if you wish. No need to get over aggressive. You know that the players are here still. And it will be a 4v2 head on.
What can you do? Icons looking for a different angle. Eric with a surprise. Felony here as well. And KB brings it into a 2 versus 2. Chance with 25 seconds. Bracker on the back is going to spot Icons. And looks like you have Nate. Going to group up through the small room. They line up and Nate's there for the trade. Omit, they get it done. A little shaky through the middle of the round. But the clutch from Nate is good.
Yeah, made it very interesting there. I was a little bit concerned that we'd thrown it away. But Brack and Nate hold their nerve, regroup, and just decide to play the trade situation. And do enough. Nate, great word to close out there. So, 2-1, retaking the lead. Omit here on their defenses, looking solid. It's all about whether or not they can figure out a post plan. For that, they've got to get the bomb down. Last time it was very aggressive over towards that A side. Is it a rinse and repeat? Certainly looks that way.
This time around, Cabal have the aggression from Rupert. Is anybody going to read this? At least not first, but Nate quick for the trade, keeping this one even. 3-on-3. Nice jump shot from KB. Just keeping numbers, and Million, the assist, is going to take Brack down. Felony in a moment's notice. Wondering how he's in a 1 versus 3. But the teamwork from Cabal is just levels above in that moment. Lovely stuff.
I really like the reposition from Rupert here. I think he recognizes that if there is going to be that aggressive hit, he can tuck himself in and be a bit of a nuisance, a thorn in the side, allow his teammates then into the play. Just delay that hit that worked so well from it last time. Not only that, you then find the first blood of all things on top. So great adjustments from Cabal, and that's something we saw in the previous time we saw them on this Den S&D. Just able to not only inside of rounds, but round to round, figure out how to break their opponent's strategy down. So more examples on the board as Cabal now get their chance to move the bomb.
Looks like there's going to be a play through mid with the bomb. Omit on the defensive side have the standard 1-1-2 split on Den. Eric Boom's going to get a lot of notice as soon as Millie's seen. Opts in to play the different angle. Tagged up, doesn't matter. First blood on the defense again for Eric Boom.
Pops out the name, we'll get nothing. Icons has slipped the net here. Wonderful work by our observers. My eyebrows started to raise, seeing where he's gotten himself into. Could be a real thorn in the side.
Oh, no.
Might have missed the player there. He certainly has. And Nate finds one, though, and doesn't read the player blue. Icons, yeah, probably going to want that one back. Wishing he'd done a little more with his position on KB in the 1v3.
Brings it into a 1 versus 2. A chance maybe for the 1-on-1, but Brack's going to stay alive, play his life. Eric here. 25 seconds for the clutch. He's got the regen as well. Does he read the player towards his right? Oh, KB! What a snap! The clutch 1 versus 3, keeping Cabal ahead.
Okay, then. KB calls round. Decides actually he just wants to take over. Beautiful reposition off the initial. You can tell that he desperately wanted to clean up Brack in the first engagement, turn it into a 1v1 as quickly as he could. But instead of being tunnel visioned on that, assesses the situation. I need to get the hell out of here and force these players to come to me. Bombs down 25 seconds. If I can bleed any time out here, it'll do a wonderful job. Does so much more than that. Insane stuff to take the lead.
I know he's grinning from ear to ear with that one. A smirk that can be seen across all of Den. And look at the aggression off of this round from the defensive side. Cabal have made their way all the way into the back spawn, and it looks like Omid have actually read this one, at least seen it through the P2 cross. Icon's now in trouble. Full HP, playing the corner. Nate plays right into it, and the wall bounce too. Oh my god, Icons! What is that? 3 in a row. Can he find the 4th for the ace in the round? Icons, he knows he's got Eric Boom right where he wants him. But Eric at the same time is playing it so patiently. He gives it away, and now Icons, he knows.
You do have time here if you're Eric, and also a kneecap ripped out of Icons. So turn into a 1v2. We've just seen a 1v3. Don't write it off yet. However, the two Cabal players on top of each other. Playing back to back, pocket to pocket, giving out Boom nothing, who's got 25 seconds on the clock and must find the bomb plant.
This is such a good call from Eric. The read is perfect. He's going to have a free plant at A, post plant as well, and Cabal are completely on the opposite side of the map. Set up over towards the back. Players walking right into it. He's going to spot them, both of them too, and Eric, he just gets the hell out of dodge. Trying to rotate. Bomb, though, not going to be planted. So, yeah, play on the outside, see if they walk around, but instead, Cabal do the right thing. They take control of the site, and Eric's got the M15, not the gun that you want in that fight. Lovely stuff from Cabal again to read and assess the situation, favoring the inside of the site.
Yeah, big fan of that play there towards the end. You called it. Didn't get too aggressive, didn't play into Eric's hands. Faked out control of the bomb. Potential defuse, forced Eric to check. Great work there. But going back to the initial play call, I think Omid do a wonderful job of actually reading it and reacting to it, understanding that actually Cabal haven't made much noise, so this is going to be a very aggressive play somewhere. But it is that aggression that still pays off in the end because you take the round, but also it then puts Omid on the back foot. You don't know what's coming in. This is what I was talking about when it comes to the playbook. We've seen multiple different strats in this play so far, in this matchup. Now they're starting to get very forward foot on their defense as well. So Omid never know what's coming next.
I mean, not to mention, Icons just puts Brack on a poster in that round. Black Ops 7, I can't get any more of these wall bounces. Eric finds another first blood on the defense. That's going to be traded this time around by Millie. 3 versus 3. Cabal going to take what they get and back on up. Slow things down.
Incredible reading, really, that Omid are, if I'm correct, 5-2 up in First Bloods. You wouldn't know that looking at the scoreline, but it's because Cabal are so quick on the trade. Nate has the cross here. We'll read this. We'll see the bodies. So those arrows will start to turn. And, well, he does better than that as he rips KB and could set up a bit of a pinch with Fellow.
Fellow, chance to turn this game around. Pistol not going to secure the kill into Icon. So 2 versus 2. 28 seconds. Fellow, though, with all the information that the bomb hasn't gone down, and the reaction here from Omid, it is so fast. Shots from Nate take Icons down to low. He drops the trophy, but the headshot multiplier from Nate brings it into a 1 versus 2, and he gets both of them. Why not, Nate? Keep this one close.
I'm very surprised by the decision there to push out with the bomb. You are lacking time, I guess. You don't have much in terms of options, but the one here where you're flying out, sorry, the one beforehand where you're flying out with bomb in hand just feels like as soon as you do that, unless you win the gunfight, you've set the stage, and it's not going to be one that suits Icons at all. 4-3. Thought Omid had thrown it away a little bit by not playing a pinch, allowing Fellow to just hold Dojo and squeeze the other side. But you do enough in the hands of Nate, who's now at 7-4, having himself a game. We wanted an answer from him. Show us who you are. Continuing that here as the aggression comes through for B.
Everybody's here for Omid. The only one for Icons. He's just trying to play his life. Stun's not going to connect, but he sees the shadow of the player above him. That's Eric Boom. He knows there's somebody right beside him, and he's going to be giving that information over towards Millie. Rupert on the flank. Draws first blood. That's going to really put some pressure now into the setup of Omid to do something. It looks like they're going to take the advantage over towards Cabal. Fight on through Dojo. 3 down. Rupert now on that flank. They know exactly where this play's coming from, and everybody from Omid's side, they just turn around and wait.
And Rupert KB can do it. Can you do it better? It looks like the answer is no, but to be fair, Omit playing this so much more efficiently. Of course, it's their bomb down, so they can't just stand and lay in wait and do enough to see it out. Full credit to Omit there, Cabal. They have Rupert play all the way through P2, gets himself in round the back, gets the kill. So when that bomb goes down, you have a pinch set up in place. Omit recognized that and decides, you know what? Actually, then, we're going to group up as a team and punch out one side. Give ourselves a back to sit on. And they do a wonderful job in winning those gunfights. And from there, well, I mean, it's just a very difficult situation for Rupert. So the answer is back. 4-2 turned into 4-4. Omit draws level. Cabal on the offense again. They've been creative so far through this tournament. What else do you have as this game rolls into round 11?
I'm sad we're not getting too much sniping play through this den, but Omit have been good to humble KB early on. Rupert looking to get aggressive onto Fellow. First blood for Cabal. Now with top window control, they have a way to at least draw some more members from Omit out, and they spot Nate. There's a player on B. It's Icons. Can they collapse on this play? Everybody wants a piece of it, but Rupert's got the read onto Eric, who takes Millie down first, keeping this one at least in a 1 life deficit.
Rupert cooks the nade. Will hit nothing, but no intel is still intel. As bomb goes down, this will now allow you to basically set yourself up on one side. Brack's trying to use a sniper in this as well, so it could be a little hamstrung. But Nate finds the opener, instant trade. Brack, what do you have?
Oh, let's see it. You can wallbang that. He sees the player in the garage. What he doesn't know is that there's somebody on the flank. You want the snipers to pop off, but they just haven't had their moments here on Den. Cabal, they take the round. Now map points. Looking to go up 2-0 in this series.
So proactive from Rupert. And time again, he's the player who's aggressive, especially on the defensive rounds, out through P2, setting himself up on those pinch plays. But even in moments like that, bombs down, I'm not going to stand here and wait for my opponent to play me. I'm not going to try and counterplay something. I don't want to be reactive to some of the best players in the world. I'm going to get on the front foot, re-wrap this situation. When the opponents are arriving in, I'm on their backside. Great job to put his team on this match point.
Looks like we're getting a quick play again from the defensive side. Millie, or it's Icons to track down Nate. That's bombed down. I'm not sure if they know that. How do Omit react to this one, Andy? It looks like they're going to send Brack up top. Eric Boom on the long flank.
Eric Boom will find one on that flank. Will be paid out. So Fellow here, just trying to slow things down. Needs to retrieve bomb. Gets the stun to connect. No purchase on nade, though. And look at the Free Cabal players here. They have regrouped. And actually, it looks like they're going to try and punch through the backside.
Brack's going to find one this time. Bomb still down. Full rotation from Cabal. And Felony's watching the opposite angle. Eric's going to get caught, so it's all down to Fellow. 1 versus 2. 30 seconds. Well, he's got the bomb. And he knows both players are behind him. It looks like he's just trying to catch a timing right now.
Look how close they are on top of each other, though.
Oh, this is so good.
I think Fellow is playing straight into their hands by moving this towards B. It will get the timing. So down it goes. You see that A is not the plant location. You instantly get on that movement if you are the Cabal players. But Rupert and Millie will now know exactly where this showdown...
Oh, no! Oh, my God. I mean, I knew it was going to happen at some point. Millie goes with him.
Welcome to Movement Tech Felony. Welcome to Black Ops 7, brother.
There's no way
God.
that's how you lose.
Oh my God.
Oh, I thought they were going to give us a replay on it, too. I was like, no way. But I guess we got the replays for the entire game. And Andy, after what is just... completely devastating end for Omid in game number 2. I mean, this was just a complete bloodbath, start to finish, and just a back and forth affair. This game really didn't turn into Cabal's favor until the major KB clutch.
Yeah, the KB clutch as well is interesting because it was the point where he decided to pull the sniper away. That then obviously turns into him being able to make that whole 1v3 happen. And I think from that point, it kind of set the tone a little bit. You had the sniper come out from Brack in terms of like trying to counter the aggression, trying to hold down mid, and just does not work. So for Cabal, I think this is more examples of them showing not only the prowess in S&D in general, but again, how much preparation they've put in at this point. Felt like at certain points of this matchup, they were very happy to control middle. Others, they're punching all the way through P2. We did see some attempts from Omid to send. We saw like 4-man hits, in particular on A side on offense. Later on, they managed that one down towards B as well, where they punch out one side. But it just felt like so often they didn't have the answers. A lot of times, well, I mentioned it at one point, they had a big lead in the first blood count, but were not taking advantage of it at all, getting pretty much instantly traded. So those rounds that should statistically be in your favor don't land in your lap.
It hurts just as much to see the second time around there. No, you're right. And I think that there's a lot here from Cabal that you can pick apart from that search and destroy, especially just the willingness to play aggressive, even on the defensive side. You saw that in round one from Omid's defense and how they took the middle of the map and they really took the fight towards Cabal. But towards the end of the game, when Cabal was trying to ride off that high that KB gave them and the big clutch that he got to take that lead to 2, back in round number 6, then you saw immediately the reaction from Rupert and Icons trying to hit through tower, get over towards the opposite NP2 and play aggressive on defense. They did that not once, but they did it twice. And I like seeing things like that from Cabal. It shows that the confidence behind this team in their subs.
100%. And, well, Rupert, they're going to top the board with 4 first blood, showing his impact, but also 9 and 7, 6 assists, 1,400 damage. I mean, looking at that assist column in particular, Eric does get 7 on the other side, but just goes to show how much you're playing around each other in moments where you are pocket to pocket. Sure, when you're essentially trying to play around a numbers advantage situation, but also a lot of those kind of retakes. We saw one very early from Cabal where they just very much would play over the top of each other, in essentially 2-on-2 split, and they're very much so a team that, from what we've seen so far, have an understanding of how to play around each other very early. Are we surprised about that when it comes to KB and Rupert? No. The fact that Icons and Millie are slotting in so easily, so well, makes me very excited for where this team could go.
Yeah, I think, Nate had a little bit of a poor map number 1, immediately wipes the slate in the search and destroy. Eric Boom as well. You just got to tip it what he was able to do on defense over towards that A side. So many first bloods, so many chances given over towards this Omid roster. Unfortunate for Fellow. I mean, he had some opportunities in that as well that don't go his way, especially the ending of this map. I mean, you hate to see it end the way that it does. But this Omid team, a blip on their radar right now. Going into this overload, this is where Cabal lost their map in their winners round 1 match. This is a chance for Omid to start something of a reverse sweep as we go into the Scars.
Certainly gives them the opportunity to do exactly that. It will need to be better than what we've seen so far, because this has been dominant from Cabal against the side that we thought that this was going to be a banger in terms of the matchup. And, well, it's only going one way. So, I mean, if we are going to do it as well, it's 3 nights of Scar that we will stay for. Overload, very much so. I feel like Scar gives you plenty of options to be aggressive. We see high-scoring games, at least from what I've seen of this so far, often just punching in through Motel on either side of the map. So, yeah, this is one that I think favors those quick hits, those aggressive plays, those teams that are playing around each other. The problem for me when I'm trying to talk this all up is I've only seen that from one team so far, and that is Cabal.
Yeah, but again, it's just what changes has Cabal made since their round 1 against Asim and Co, because they got blown out of the water in that overload. And realistically, you have to look at that and make some immediate adjustments now versus those Omid team. I mean, you go into that Scar hardpoint map number 4, Omid, they have reps on that today already, and they looked very, very strong on that against Falcons. This is not something that you want to let off the gas here and now. And fortunately enough for you, your subs have been unreal this game. They're going to have a heyday on Scar Overload, but at the same time for Omid, you just had Eric and Nate with a fantastic performance back in that map number 2. You expect them to have a little bit of a better showing than they did on the Blackheart here in map 3, and Omid are going to light a fire. They're going to want their chance at revenge.
Yeah, 100%. This is, I mean, you've got to hope that as a group, they just laughed at the fact that Fellow fell off the map and that they keep the spirits high and come out ready to swing into this third map. Because honestly, if you're feeling a certain way at the end of that, it's going to be very tough to bounce back. This isn't the way any of us expected the series to go. We're very impressed about how Cabal performed in the first series. Yes, this is Omid. There's a reason that these 4 players have been picked up. Yes, Eric Boom needs time to fit into this team, considering that he's only just headed on out to North America. They're obviously playing with Hyde before that. Nate, new blood on the scene. It's going to take time to kind of get him into the deep side of this squad. But like, it's tough to watch if you are an Omid fan, of which there are many, because there just has been very little response to what's been a very impressive Cabal team.
Yeah, I expect that at the start of the season. We've seen it with some of the CDL teams in that Monster Invitational as well. There will be bumps in the road. I mean, you don't expect a roster to just come together and be as good as you would expect right away. It doesn't always work like that. So, I mean, for Omid, a couple games don't go your way. We still expect a lot from this team, and I don't think that they're out of this by any means. I mean, we talk about going into the Scars for the back half. This is where they want to be. They played that Scar hardpoint earlier versus the Falcons. They won on Scar hardpoint. So if they can get over this hump of the map 3 overload, this is their chance to start the reverse sweep for what would be maybe the first reverse sweep of Black Ops 7. But a lot of time before we get talking about that as we drop into the Scar overload.
We're actually not seen a reverse sweep yet. It's actually crazy.
Think so.
I can't recall one to memory, so maybe you're right, but... Oh, Nate finds 3 through the middle of the map. I'm pretty sure he found 3. It says 2, but that might be lying to us. Anyway, does better than that as he slides out to find another. And yes, it does turn out the scoreboard's lying to us. Oh. As he's doing so much damage to the backline of Cabal. And Nate, surely not more? No, finally cut down by KB as 3 are answered in reply here. You needed that if you were Cabal. Scary after how much you suffered in the first overload we got to watch you on. Already concede early here on Scar. And then, well, it could go from bad to worse as Brack goes on a tear.
Yeah, Brack's going to pick up this objective, and it looks like he's ready to rally with the rest of the team. Nate's giving you a little bit of life into this game number 3, but can you keep it going is the big question. Cabal trying to find an answer. They're going to shut down the objective for now. Nate tucks away. He finds a second. Can he get all 3? No, Rooper trades it out. It looks like it's going to be a stalemate over towards the plane side as Cabal pick it up. KB's in the spawn, actually. He's giving them a chance.
Certainly is. KB here going to be pressured by Nate, though, and loses that fight because who else? The man who's taken over the early stages of this map. Millie tries to at least stop it from resetting. I don't think he had to worry about that for a little while just there and gets caught with device in hand. So Nate's going to grab it. He starts to run forward. And look at the numbers here through the middle. It's a bit pinstripe, but Nate might just find the gap in the timing. And no, Millie, big 2-piece to stop that push in its tracks. Important kill for Felony here, though, because it's going to at least force Cabal to think about how they want to play out.
Yeah, Cabal just need to get this away from their zone. Felony on 4 in a row. So he's definitely woken up after that map 2 performance. Drops it right in with the 360. Takes the pistol, and I thought he was going to do it to Millie. Millie's going to cut the 3 down as he exits his spawn. Eric drops, and now you look towards Cabal down 0-2. What can they do to rally back into this game?
Well, Omid find the important kills in the moment that allows them to take control over the spawn of the EMP and also clear out mid. Felony's got all but a clear path except for Millie. And you do enough, and you just about don't make it. Incredible stun from whoever sends it over the top. Doesn't matter in the end, though, because Eric Boom slides and pops it in for the 3rd. One more here for Omid. You got 2 minutes 15 to do this, and we're calling half early. This has been a run over, a blowout, and that is terrifyingly reminiscent of the first series.
Yeah, this is Omid definitely showing that there's couple things that Cabal need to work on over on this overload. Millie through the middle of the map is going to at least cut this objective down, picks it up, and they're going to march it right down the middle of the map. They're trying to get this one right to the objective. Fellow in the cross. Can he do enough to stop it? At least slows it down. Felony for 2. Icons up top now has to make his position known. Drops on down, trades it out, and Icons has to do everything to keep his team in this offensive attack, but as he drops, Omid have their chance again.
The fact that Felony's only going 8 and 11 is crazy because the impact of his kills have been phenomenal. Millie reads one through the middle, does just about enough to find the kill. But this hit through motel, something you need to answer. And, well, Nate might have his position known, but that won't stop him ripping heads. As he flies forward, 13 and 6, and doesn't read that Icon's in the corner, who comes up with a big 2-piece. So there's a stabilization for a moment. Make that 3 in a row for the young man, who then plays out through the top of motel. And there's starting to be a flood forward here. Omit now need to set up a line, but they're lacking the bodies.
I'll take a look at this play from Nate. He's taking a page out of Icon's book this time. Unorthodox corner. He finds the player leading first. Brack trades it. And he's going to grab that objective and just get away from their zone. Tracked down by Rupert. When Omit's going to spawn right up to this objective and take it back into the hotel. 30 seconds on this round, and Cabal just haven't even got close to this objective.
Bit of a trade that favors Omit. Eric Boom scoops, but Millie will be here to answer, but does not make the call. KB steps over the top, finds Nate. Eric Boom's position's given up. Rupert is also on the pinch. Wasn't needed in the end. You've actually got a player in your backline in Bragg. So KB's going to have to clear this out, or that fourth score will come through. Trades, and a big grab there from Icons. Just gets out towards the middle of the map. Gets himself into Delhi. Make sure there's not another point coming through. On current evidence, looks like that might not be important, but you never know. You just never know if it ends up pushing through to a 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it seems like Cabal don't have everything together in terms of manipulating the map and trying to get this objective into this goal point. I think that, you know, even you look at the way that they're playing, I mean, you've had opportunities. It's great defense to stop that fourth capture from coming in, but every single time they try to get close, they're putting so much focus towards the middle of the map that they just have nobody towards the outside trying to force these spawns from Omit away from either the A objective or the B objective to capture this. I don't even know what to call it. I know there was the whole talk on the weekend. I don't really want to call it a load.
No, I do not want to be discussing loads with you, my friend. We'll stay away from that one. I will say, though, we are still trying to work out what is the preferred side on the map.
That felt like the preferred side for Omit.
Certainly. So we're trying to understand, is that what this is? Are we about to witness a big bounce back from Cabal because now they have the more offensively favored side? Well, you have to win some gunfights to do that, and Brack says not a chance in hell. Slams pretty much everybody in his path. Will be some resistance from Icons. But Brack's still here, finds 3, and does enough to stay alive that Felony can then pick up a couple of kills. The fourth is already in. Brack's still not done. Finally dealt with, but Cabal unable to get out of their spawn right now as Felony, the next to be a nuisance, going to be softened up, but all he does is turn everyone's heads and allow Eric Boom a 2-piece.
Yeah, it's just 2-piece central right now for Omit as they got the objective at least pushed up through plane. Everybody from Cabal forced to spawn deep in the B zone. Objective's just going to be grabbed by Omit. They're going to pull it all the way back in the plane, see if they can force some of these Cabal players to nip on the trap. Icon's going to give some eyes here, and it looks like immediately that's going to spring Nate into action to see if he can lock down a few more kills, allow for this push from Eric Boom. Stun's going to connect. Sky Nade from Icons. And he is just fighting tooth and nail to try to keep this objective away. Millie on the corner there, slide out from Icons and a double kill. That's going to give something for Cabal to now latch onto, breathe some life into this round.
Brack steps himself into the corner here just to slow this play down. Didn't give up his position. He will be cleaned up in the end anyway. Icons finds Nate with the wall bounce onto Felony and should get through. The problem is Brack has spawned just in time to defend this. Icons are going to find a route through top green too. There you have the third. And Eric Boom, you at least know his position at this point. Doesn't do enough, though, to check the left side for Felony. KB is going to try and push, but you've not read the player in behind you. Brack gets back just in time and stops the score. 2:50 on the clock. How important that could be later on.
Is that a rogue spawn from Brack just over towards Motel? That is devastating for Cabal. I mean, that had to be a capture with the plays that Icons was making for your team. The fact that it doesn't end up in a capture, that is really disheartening, but even still, play goes through. No, it resets.
Oh my God.
So they don't even have a chance to put it away there. Icons back on a spree, but you have yet to get a point on the board if you're Cabal. He is trying his best to will his team back into this game. They just have had nothing with the objective go their way.
Heartbreak for Cabal, who are now down to just over 2 minutes. It's got to be pretty much perfect from here. 10 seconds is used up every single time the EMP spawns, so at least 40 are gone. The minute and 20 that remains, you got to win everything. KB's doing his best. The Semtex will be pretty good, and allow Icons to find 2. Also the score, that's 3 more dead. Last is going to be Brack, who's against Icons top green and dealt with. So potentially this is the preferred offensive side, but Icons eventually going to be overwhelmed, cleared out, and that's a foothold gain for Omit to at least draw up a cordon.
It definitely looks a little bit easier for KB to just set up shop in the back. He's gone on spree after spree for this Cabal roster. Successful defense for Omit. Gonna stop that second capture. A minute 30 for Cabal to try to mount this comeback. They've got the hard thing done. It looks like Omit gonna waste some time as they're trying to work this objective out through Motel. Rupert, top blue, has some work to do with the players pushing in. Nate's already in the bottom of this house. He's got the flank going, and Nate should be able to blow everything up on the flank. 3 go down. Felony, he's got a route open to the B zone, and it looks like that's a 5th capture for Omit.
Could essentially call it at this point, as if we were unsure anyway. I guess, well, you rub salt into the wound as Nate goes on a 5 spree. Device will spawn in the middle of the map. At least it's not Motel side, because that completely belongs to Omit right now. This has been clinical. Some resistance from Cabal. Potentially a little bit of bad luck as well, but... well, again, just seeing this weird performance from Cabal. Great in Hardpoint. Superb in S&D. Overload, clearly still scratching their heads a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, something that you gotta work on going into the next couple of rounds for Cabal, but for now, Omit a chance to stay alive in this best of 5 with 13 seconds left. The timer is going to burn down, and we get ourselves a map 4 hardpoint. We're going back to Scar. Omit, this is their chance to see if they can pull off the reverse sweep in this best of 5, and they put on quite the clinic here in map number 3. Really impressive, especially considering all the chances that Cabal had to get the captures and just so many last-second defends from Omit's side. You look at this guy here, Brack, big part of that, but also Nate, how many triple kills did he get across this map?
Feels like a hell of a lot, that's for sure. I do wish that we could see just how many multi-kills certain people picked up. Feels like Millie as well had a ton of them. But clinical from Omit in the end. I think that you end up in a situation here, if you are Cabal, where again it's that slow start that quickly spirals, because we saw resistance through the back end of the first half, so clearly they started to figure it out a bit, but it's just that early situation where you lose a couple of gunfights, instant score goes in. Feels like Cabal are then trying to force the issue in terms of driving for that EMP forward instead of just prioritizing maybe some power positions. Omit with the better understanding at this point. Probably, you know, potentially leaning into some experience around previous modes such as Uplink and CTF that you have in this roster, but what we've seen of Cabal so far, it just seems to be a them issue. They've certainly got to figure out exactly how they want to play this mode.
Yeah, they do. Well, I mean, you had times like this too from KB, and I feel bad too because he's been going on so many sprees. Same with Icons, but it just doesn't really turn into anything. So I don't know if it's an issue, Enigma, where you're just not prioritizing the objective in these setups, or you're just a little bit too ahead of yourself before you get these setups really intact. So, I mean, you look back at this, I'm sure that you're going to have your coach you going through the VOD with you when you do look over these matches, seeing what needs to be fixed here inside of Overload. But it's a new game mode, and I'm sure a lot of these players are just trying to get the hang of it. For some of them as well, they don't remember what Blitz was like. You don't even have an inkling maybe what Capture the Flag was like competitively. There's some really young players in here, so a lot of learning to do on the side of Cabal when it comes to that third game mode. But for Omit, they stay alive. They get a chance to go to a map 4. So we got Scar Overload coming, or Scar Hardpoint coming up after this break. Welcome back as Omit take game number 3. They push us to a Scar hardpoint in the map 4 as they're trying to mount the comeback in a reverse sweep in this best of 5 versus Cabal. But Andy, we look at this map 4, we look back into the hardpoint, we remember what happened on that black card. This is not going to be an easy task for Omit.
No, most certainly is not. This Cabal team, I mean, we saw the exact same thing last time out where Cabal really struggled in the overload and then came out and ran very comfortably victorious anyway in the hard point. So Omit will be aware of that, though. They'll know that they'll have to respect their opposition. And Eric Boom picking up a whole heap of time here. On P1 won't be lovely, but of course, who else but Rupert on the flank finds the first and try and then play around Deli to help out teammates. But all of them fall, so you're kind of left on your own for a second here. You do at least get control of P2 side, which is a lovely bit of work from Rupert, but well, you need it. You lost the vast majority of the opening 40 points.
Well, Nate looks like he finds himself a little route. I'm not sure if Millie actually saw that, but KB, he's ready for the flank. And yeah, you're in for P2 with 3 down. Yeah, this is almost exactly like the Blackheart start with Omit getting off to 30 points. Cabal have the P2 set up, and this is not an easy one to break from what we've seen across the past couple tournaments.
I think KB just needs to be careful here about overextending because you're going to flip those spawns. You do get that. Felony's actually going to spawn in, and well, it's going to be splits that will continue. Brack picks up one. The flip-flap that happens here in these spawns will ebb and flow as KB then trades on out. Well, they've answered exactly what you needed to do after the P1. And as we enter the scrap time here, I guess one player off screen to talk about there. While everything was happening and we talked about what KB was doing, Icons just held down Deli and ensured that Omit couldn't play through that side, funneled them in through the front and made it easy work for the rest of his team.
And I think if there's any fight I don't want to take against KB, it's Top Motel. He's 10-4 to start this game. Again, just having himself a classic KB hardpoint. Omit, though, same questions as we had before, struggling with these breaks as they get the rotation over towards 3. Immediately, you see Icons finds his way. It's traded. You're now going to fill that with Brack inside the hard point. You got Nate top church. And on the minimap, it's Cabal waiting for the flank from Rupert to see if he can get anything going all the way behind. Rupert has some help this time. He's top church now, and it's Eric Boom surrounded by everybody. Omit taken out of the zone.
Icons here, just hoping for coverage over the top. The problem is through mid-cut comes Nate, and he does enough to set his teammates up for success here to break this. Final 15 seconds. You are correct. Breaking has typically been a problem of what we've seen from Omit so far. So they're going to make the right call and at least play 4P4 early. Nate trying to play around that 50-yard marker. Will find purchase at Deli and then a clear out again. So first wave repel, but you get to spawn in for Millie for some reason, and that will break the Omit setup apart.
I'm sure everybody is going to be looking towards this. How did that happen? But you've been blessed right now if you're Cabal and Omit. This is where they get to put their break potential to the test. Nate almost taking Millie off this heady, but Icons, he's going to be the first to fall. Fortunately enough, takes a teammate with him.
Oh, good shots.
Nice shots, yeah, from Fellow, too. That's going to put Rupert in a bit of a pickle. Has some help up top. Icons, though, he's going to fall, so it's Rupert all alone, surrounded. Felon, he's going to find his way in, but can they hold on for the rest of the two as it's Cabal knocking on this front door. Fellow pops up. KB's going to back up with a knife. And he takes Eric Boom down with him. Now for a different angle for the past 13 seconds. He wants the scrap time, but it looks like Omit's going to get it.
Honestly, a really good passage of play from Omit. Scoreboard won't necessarily reflect, but if it isn't for that rogue spawn from Millie, honestly, I think Omit assembled themselves a really nice lead.
Yep.
So they can certainly build off the back of that, not let their heads fall. And you've already started to make waves across the map. 2 kills will at least allow you to apply instant pressure on this point. Spawn's going to be quite far still, though. But the fight for top green is on, and the hill remains open. And even better than that, you find the kills to get in. Omit, they're flowing right now.
Yes, they are. And it looks like they've actually taken 3 ARs out on this. 8, maybe 4 M15s on the map. And Nate's going to get overwhelmed towards the back, though. Close spawns are going to give some help. Icons up top looking to break. He's getting in for a few seconds. Now 20 on the clock. Takes the sky. His wall bounces have been on point all day long, and Millie not able to get the rest. So Omit, off the back of the scrap time, they're flipping the lead heading into the second set of rotations. Not by much, but it's honest work.
It's certainly better. But Cabal, never far away here. Just 18 points will split the two teams. Certainly answerable here on the first P1. It was before you get ripped out of the hill. Essentially an over egregious chow. In the initial exchanges, we'll see KB come out on top. Brack will answer back with one, but KB's trying to set himself up in this back corner. We've seen him do it before, where he just guides over. It essentially cuts off half the map with the crosses that he can watch, and also plays essentially this P2 side.
And he's right back in his house. Top hotel. Exactly where he wants to be. Fellow knows it's not an easy fight to take, and it looks like KB's actually going to fight for this one in the back line. Big fight to take, and Fellow's actually going to win that, so the ball soaking up the time. Omit's looking to this P2 rotation, see if they can get some contests in and hold the better side of the map. So far, so good. Double kill from Eric Boom's going to get inside it. Brack holds on strong, and Omit now a chance to blow this lead open.
And it's all about P2 then, and Rupert, who's had himself a slower start. 5 and 11. We'll get the supporting from Icons. And 3 dead. So the instant break-in for Cabal. Again, just at the moment when they need that to happen. Just when momentum's against them, they make something happen. Brack, though, with that kill, will start to set up a bit of a pinch situation. Rupert at least gets the trade, and Millie will be there to answer. So for all the good that you've done, it's been answered back at. And Millie does a great job here. Brack can sit top all he wants. For now, Icon's happy to just soak the time, let KB go up, clear it out. Another 3 dead. All on sprees, especially Millie for 6. And you retake the lead.
Just something about this P2. You don't want to let Cabal get fully set up. It is not something you can easily take back from them. Icon's hiding in the corner. Millie looking over. Good shots for the first. Icon's going to have some traffic now in front of him, but he doesn't get ready for Brack. Gun down. Brack's going to get that scrap time for Omit. Keep this game a little bit of a 10-point difference. Now we look towards Omit yet again, who need to break this rotation over to P3.
Of what KB does there. Clears out mid. Just ensures that cut's protected. So often the undoing of a defensive setup. Icon should read this, but Brack shoots better. Finds 2, will therefore get window control. And that means Rupert's going to have to turn and face. Mid-cut's then left open. Players coming off spawn are getting nowhere. So it's just on KB and Rupert to hang out on the point, but they're making it work somehow. Do enough to at least settle the dust and give themselves a bit of a foundation to play out from.
I look at this from Icon. Just a slow bounce around. Trying to catch an angle onto somebody early on towards this plane. Full flank through the mid-cut from Omit. See if they can break this hill open. Eric's going to pop open the first one, but it's forked down the opposite way. Cabal hold on for the rest of this time. 15 seconds, and they have the rotation anew.
Great work here. As soon as they found those Omit players trying to play in through the mid-cut and they won the fights, they were on the front foot immediately. On rotation, which is Rupert, who somehow is only at 8 and 13. We've somehow not been seeing players on the map. The hell's been going on? I guess a minute and 55 in the time does a little bit of explaining, but Omit punch straight in through the top, break everything wide open. Icons are still going to be here. It's a lovely understanding of the situation from Omit because they count and they check and they do find and clear.
Really, that would be a good chance if he could find the second, but Eric Boom locking down those back spawns for Omit. Rest of the team hoping to spawn up on them, but no, they spawn towards hotels, so it's a race back to this hill while Omit fighting for their lives. Millie not going to get through again. Shut down. This time it's Nate. KB holds on. See if he can make something out of this play, but he's tracked down. Eric's going to have some help on that kill. And it looks like Omit just doing a fantastic job at fighting for the Scar.
Cabal are doing a good job of continually threatening, but Omit showing some veterancy there. Moment where Icons took himself off in the corner and could have been a real problem. And you can see the arrows turning. We're missing one. We're still missing one. We need to find him. And that allows them to at least take the lion's share of the points from that hill. But the rotation's good for Cabal. And the hit will come through, but Omit will lose the first.
Yeah, they do. Millie also going to get shut down. Lead up for KB, but nobody's going to be here. They know somebody's in the back line, but the rest of the team losing their fights in the front. So full steam ahead for Omit, trying to break on that front line. KB up top. Can he do anything to help out? Only good for the first one before he goes down, but is it enough? No. Everybody flipped out for Cabal, and Omit now looking to flip this lead back in their favor, forcing these spawns so far away.
Now for this as well, it would play into a P1, so for Cabal, this is about seizing mid-map presence. KB will at least get himself as well into top green and does better than that. So 10 seconds that could be huge towards the end of this.
Oh my.
Feels like double pointers and Eric Boom answers back. Great work from him. That will now allow your boys to push out. Watch for Brack already on the rotation, trying to set up a pinch as you've got to swarm this and hit it from everywhere.
Spaniards got some movement. Icons, though, not able to win his in the hill. We'll make it a break, and now their chance to really flip this lead for the first time in forever when it felt like they were out of this one. They're trying to get to that Scar Search and destroy Game 5. Brack not ready for the fight behind him. Eric gets shut down. It's 4 down in the feed. Cabal are in.
Good. Nade goes up. Just trying to prevent, just trying to bottleneck, force them through the chokehold. It points. Rooper's going to watch the left side. You got the bodies over towards Motel and Deli, just locking things down. Can latch back in through the front. You need another 10 seconds if you're Cabal, or may have one last hit.
Brack's gonna be here, but Rooper better for the hold. 7 seconds. Everybody's got to run. It's a race just to contest, but the ARs are set up, and Icons is not letting you anywhere close to the time. Cabal for the Game 4. Put it away. 3-1 over Omit. They ended on the Scar hardpoint, and they get the job done. Round 3 secured.
I'm gonna look at this last play, by the way. Just admire it for a second. That little chain that's going on there. Superb work from Icons to clear up at the end, but it's the flashy play that wasn't necessarily the impactful play, and I think the one that's got to come through there at the end. Brack makes an early rotation off from P5 all the way down and through and shoots the player on the point in the back. Sets up a pinch for Omit to retake. KB answers that by doing pretty much the exact same thing. Recognizes where his teammates are hitting from. Instead of just trying to throw himself at the point, all the way through plane side, drops in through the back, shoots the opposing player in the back as well, and that opens everything up. From there, it all kicks off. Cabal retake and see it off. Superb plays back and forth. So many different moments we could probably talk about. But KB at the end coming up big just when his team needed it to.
Really, it was KB in the hard points, and I think that he is putting up one hell of a start to this Black Ops 7 season. A slow game from Rooper overall. He started to have some big moments back into that last P1 that we saw, and this from Eric. I thought this was Omit just mounting that comeback to force that Game 5. But I didn't really think I'd say this, Andy, when I was going into this game or this tournament just in general with the names that we have on this Omit roster. But Cabal, start to finish, you know, a little bit of a lapse of inside of that Overload map 3, but they just looked like the better team across this best of 5 overall, especially in maps 1 and maps 4. I mean, the hard points, the rotations, they were just always set up in such good positions. KB and Millie just having such a good game there in the Scar too that we have to highlight. 34 and 24, 3.8k damage from KB, 33 and 29 on Millie, 4.3k damage, just lighting it up.
I feel like Millie as well consistently has put on through these hard points. I think we do a lot of talking very fairly about the other three, but Millie, just 4,300 damage is an insane figure. 23 non-traded, 11 assists, plenty a part of the success for sure. It's just, yeah, looking at these guys right now, honestly, if they can fix Overload, it's looking kind of final form very early for these four. And again, a reminder, at the early stages of the season, very important for challengers players in the sense of getting themselves into the league, because there's always those changes that happen, especially after Major 1 or in build-ups to Major 2 when teams have kind of started to realize that they're just not actually cutting the cloth. On the opposite side of things for Omit, obviously so much talent through this roster.
Of course.
I feel like that this is a unit that still needs to come together. Like, you're throwing Nate in here at the deep end, 22 and 34. Obviously, he's not going to be very proud to watch that one back, but obviously just got to give him time, give him the reps in these competitive scenarios. Falling to a very strong Cabal team, this is just one of those moments where it's a case of we go away, we VOD review, we learn, and with Fellow leading the line, you can be sure as hell certain they're going to do that.
Yeah, you know, Cabal, they're hungry right now at the start of the year, and they're showing that, but I agree. I think Omit, they're still going to mold into something even better, and I'm excited for that to come to light. Not to say that they're out of the tournament just yet. I mean, they still got a loser's bracket run to make, but it definitely looks like there is some issues across those hard points, and in that Scar, they were starting to get worked on, but overall, Cabal, they got the better of you in this matchup, and I think that I can't wait to see, hopefully, they get a rematch between these two again. I'm sure that these four want their run back, especially Felony at the end of that search and destroy ante. I'm sure he wants a chance to get that 1v2 back
if
in
that's
the
not already
future.
on Twitter. Yeah, if that's not on Twitter, then I don't. We're doing things wrong here. Felony, just those things happen, right? That guy's been competing for long enough just to know that when one of those happens, you just kind of laugh it off, put the pad down, grab yourself a drink, and get on with it. But and they certainly did. They came swinging in the overload big time, really good off the start. Again, Cabal kind of got to figure out those slow starts, but right now I don't even know if they need to worry too much because from what we've seen, hardpoint wise, so impressive. It's a level of composure to this team that you were expecting out of Omit. And while they certainly had those moments, Cabal have shown that they can not only outplay when it comes to the slaying side of things, but so often we talked about icons, those early rotations, being a nuisance, a presence, a thorn in the side to your opposition. He's that guy for them. You've got some straight shooters otherwise. And Rupert's putting up rent on the hill. So great balance between this team. Really good system. S&D super deep playbook. Very impressed with what I've seen from them.
Well, a couple of games have finished up, Andy, across the bracket, including this one. So we can look at what we have on the winner side of things as Stallions take down YX Bootcamp 3-1. That also goes to a map 4, sets up our semifinals between Cabal and Stallions Red that I'm sure a lot of people are going to be looking forward to, myself included. What do you think here about this matchup between the two of them? Because Stallions as well, I mean, a lot of, I'd say, I would say this team has a lot riding on them in terms of encouragement from the community and help and support that they're getting. So this is going to be a big test for Cabal.
Certainly is. I mean, this feels like another young, hungry team that have a lot of aggression, a lot of power, a lot of pace, and it seems to be something that's rewarded heavily here in Black Ops 7. It's all about how fast you can play, just how much pressure you can put on your opponents. So I honestly think that I unfortunately had to dip early tonight. I say early because delays it is now gone midnight, but it's a case of I wish I was kind of casting over this one. I think it's going to be a beautiful matchup between those two teams. The hard points are going to be stunning. So, yeah, this is a team that I'm very impressed with. We haven't had the opportunity to look at them on stream when it comes to their searches. I mean, taking a quick look back at some of the maps that they've won. They won in the first series Colossus 250-146. This was against Falcons White. Lost to 6-4 Raid S&D. Won the Overload. Then lost a Hardpoint. Then won an S&D. So a little bit of good, a little bit of bad in there. Certainly a mixed bag. Try and check out what else. 3-1 over YX Bootcamp. That was another win on Colossus, so that seems to be something that suits them. Not a surprise when we're talking about a high aggression, fast-paced team, right? That plays very quickly. Lose 6-5 on a Scar S&D. Win the exposure. Win the Den. So Hardpoint, seemingly solid. S&D, maybe a couple of question marks there.
I want to see somebody give me a Cortex at some point, Andy. I mean, we have yet to see one. At least I have yet to see one on stream. Within this, that ends. I mean, talking about that Stallions versus Falcons White game that we saw at the start when I was watching it, man. Encourage with a sniper in his hand. I mean, just wait till we get to see that in the Search and Destroy again, because he is an animal. He was going toe-to-toe with Paul X, and let me tell you, Paul was giving him a run for his money, but Encourage, he was having some pretty nasty clips when I was watching it that the people sadly didn't get to see, but it's been great so far, Andy, and, you know, before we kind of close, at least before you step away, any finishing thoughts off of the series that you've had?
I had an absolute blast casting over these two series. Very long season ahead. Very excited for everything that's coming. Again, feels like a bit of a moment for challengers where we're getting a resurgence here. Feels like we're certainly seeing a lot of love for this space. Very glad to hear that, of course, because some incredible people down here operate on pure passion, and to see them rewarded as such is a beautiful thing. But this tournament, an example of it. Lovely to see it put on, run by an incredible production crew in the back. Of course, wonderful casting alongside yourself and Dan earlier on. Hopefully plenty more of that to come this year.
Yeah, well, we're going to get ready for our round 3 matches. We get the semifinal just on the horizon. We're going to bring Dan back on the desk to join me this time, not you, Andy. So thanks for coming on. It's been a pleasure, as always. But we'll see you guys in a bit with some more Challenger Showcase.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Black Ops 7 Challengers Showcase. I'm not going to lie, I had a blast sitting there and watching that last matchup because, oh my god, was it a banger. And guess what? The fun continues now. Seymour, it is going to be an absolute banger of a match. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at that winner's bracket to see how we got to this winner's finals side because Cabal, they are on a little bit of a tear right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten to see Cabal all through winners round 1, winners round 2, and now into our winners round 3, which I'm pretty sure is the winners final. I think it's winners final, then grand final is supposed to be there. But Stallions Red going to be on their tail this time, and they've had themselves quite the run going game 5 versus Falcons White, where I'm sure that Search and Destroy was very fun to watch. Sad we didn't get to see the tail end of that. But then up against YX Bootcamp, who played really well against Phase 2. That's Dak and Co. taking them all the way the distance, then getting that chance of winners round 2. Unfortunately, YX Bootcamp met their maker in that round. And I'm excited to see Stallions Red play up against this Cabal team because there's a team we talked about a lot over the course of the past couple of invitationals. They've been in almost every single pro tournament that we've had so far in Black Ops 7, getting reps against some of the best teams in Call of Duty. So to see them now playing inside Challengers, hypothetically, this is also going to be the best repped team that we have here in the Challengers Showcase.
Yeah, let's take a look at the lower side as well, just to kind of get an update on what's going on here as well. We are definitely into losers round 2 already, so very excited to see who's going to move on from here with YX Bootcamp going against the Seaman Co. and also Falcons White taking on Omit, who we did watch just get dropped down here to Cabal. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that as well. But let's talk about the head-to-head of this matchup that we got here, Cabal versus Stallions Red. I think we've talked a lot about Cabal here today as they've been on every single match. So when it comes to Stallions Red, I think, there's a couple players we're really looking at. Obviously, he's talk of the town, Mr. Swooty himself, looking to, make his name known here. And it helps a little bit when you have people like Symbols and Encourage to help back you up as well.
So we talked about at the start of Black Ops 6 that, Derek the Goat and Courage both some of the best young guns that we have in Call of Duty, and they made themselves very known at the start of last year. For Encourage, he had himself a little bit of a soft step away from competing. I'm glad to see that he's back with the Stallions Red roster, especially again alongside Derek as well as Symbols, two very, very strong players as we've seen with the Stallions so far in their Black Ops 7 tenure. And Swooty, yeah, it's so interesting because very rarely, I mean, we have our Halo players that we talk about that come over to Call of Duty, but for Swooty coming, from his background, and I'm pretty sure it was Splitgate, he comes over towards Call of Duty, and it's been a learning curve for sure, but in Black Ops 7, he has been really stepping up for this team, and I think I'm excited to see how much support that they get, how far that this quad team can go.
Listen, you got one of the best in the game, Zuma, backing you up. You got Rambo Ray, who's trying to coach you as well. You have every reason not to be able to learn and be able to kind of overcome some of your opposition from what you are going through here. Do not worry. Well, let's talk about our maps and modes, my friend, because we're getting some heat coming on into this one. We're kicking it off with a Scar Hardpoint into a Raid Search and Destroy. I know we're not getting it in Hardpoint anymore, but I'm glad to see that these players going towards that S&D. We're going to see Scar Overload, and when we get to those maps 4 and map 5, we will be going to a Blackheart Hardpoint and an Exposure Search and Destroy. I love this map set. I feel like we are getting two very just kind of cookie cutter, nice bread and butter maps here in map number 1. Scar Hardpoint feels like a classic Call of Duty Hardpoint map. And then, of course, we have Raid Search and Destroy, which has been around here forever. The question mark for me, though, Colin, is going to be that Scar Overload. Cabal has dropped every single Overload we have seen on stream here today, and not just lost it, gotten absolutely destroyed on it. So my question to you, do you think they kind of care when looking at these map sets? Do you think they're like, yo, we'll just take 3 1s all the way to the bank?
Yes, I think that they should care against the Stallions team, and especially because of how many reps on Overload and Search and Destroy the Stallions have had so far in Black Ops 7, especially when you look at, let's say, the Flank Invitational. I mean, this Stallions Red Squad looked so good in S&D and Overload, and I think that for Cabal, it's not going to be as straightforward as winning 1, 2, and 4. you have to be worried about that raid search and destroy. Encourage, he's going to have the sniper out. He's going to be looking to go against KB with that boomstick for those first bloods. And it's going to be difficult for Cabal this time around. Not as straightforward as we've had in the past for this team. And this is why I said to Enigma that this is going to be their biggest test, because I think for Stallions Red, their biggest improvement has needed to be on the hard points, whereas their 2, 3s, and 5s have been really good this so far.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic call out. That is really, really nice to see. I'm looking forward to that raid S&D. You know, I love the Scar hardpoint. We saw Cabal earlier on this map against the Seaman Co, where, you know, it was really neck and neck through the first rotation. And then it was on that second rotation where they kind of made those adjustments mid-map and then really ran away with it. I wonder if they'll do something here, if they're going to take some of those learnings from earlier on in the tournament and apply them here in what they need to do. Mainly, KB is just being an absolute nuisance in that motel, which is kind of dipping in and out from the P1 to P2 and forcing so much attention on him rather than trying to set up those plays from P1 to P2 that was coming on in there. And I think those are the type of things that if they can learn and start to use that, we've even seen as well, like Icons hanging way in the back on P2 as well. Like, it feels like Cabal is doing a really good job of chaining that P1, P2, especially on the Scar hardpoint, to really come out with an early lead.
No, and I think that it's great to put some focus over towards KB and Icons. They've definitely been the MVPs for Cabal across these two matches that we've seen. But I also want to talk about Millie. And Enigma said, we don't really put enough on Millie for the performance that he's been kind of giving. This is a player who back in Black Ops 6 almost qualified for champs alongside players like Gunless and Fame and Lurks, who is now in the league. And, I think that at one point, Millie was also a part of the Stallions Red team, playing with Swooty and Symbols last year. That's when they had Kips as a fourth as well, Dan. So to see Millie join this Cabal roster and look just as good as playing with some of the best Call of Duty players that we've even had, in the league or in challengers at one point. It's great to see Millie on this team really thriving. And every single time we look over towards a hard point, at the end of it, Millie's been putting up, 4,300 damage or 3,800 damage, always involved in the fight. Now, maybe not as streaky as KB and Icons when it comes to going on, 7 sprees or 8 sprees, but Millie's there on the rotation, always looking to play the macro of the map and really being involved in the dirty work that comes down to the hard points. And that's what I like about this team, is that, you got some grinders here on Cabal, Millie included, who I'm excited to see what they can do against the Stallions Red squad.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fantastic matchup we have here in the winners finals. Would not be surprised to see this one go all the way to a map 5, but we don't have to worry about that until we, of course, get through our map number 1. So let's get it started, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Scar hardpoint as we are looking to get this started. Immediately off the break, we can start to see some of the Stallions roster already starting to make their way towards that point. But Rupert, he's good for 2 already, my friend. And he is starting to kick this one off hot for Cabal.
Yeah, but Stallions, look at the way that they played the start, able to pick up those P2 spawns just in case that they don't get the best start on P1 as you would like to see. Inside, Swooty just contesting alongside Icons, playing for this market hold and seeing if they can break for some of it. But I like the heads up. Stallions playing for the better side, and looks like they're just going to hold it for P2 with Derek popping 4 in the feed.
Oh my God, Derek the GOAT living up to his name. And immediately off of the 4-piece is starting to rotate through early. P1 definitely letting Stallions get some points on the board, but we know that P2 is a strong money hill.
Well, it was Swoot actually to get that 4-piece. Codcaster glitch on Encourage.
Hey,
he's going to be the one that doesn't show up there. But yeah, Swoot going big as he was contesting that. You get the rotation over, see if they can hold it, because this is where Cabal looked the best against Omid in their match prior to it. They're looking for the break, but they are pinched on either side. Stallions, it looks like they're going to be in first.
Looking to hold on in. You've kind of flipped the spawns here. You force Cabal up towards the stairs. Going in from the top, you're going to use those tacks and nades to your advantage. Icon's going to be able to open it on up, but unfortunately, KB will also drop in the back. But here's Rupert, almost pulls off a huge 2-piece. You're going to hold the front line if you are the Stallions as well. Stop Cabal in their tracks, and you're keeping them in this spawn. But look at number 8 right now. Encourage. He's playing off towards that P1 side, making sure that nobody's going to be able to just to cut through this map to stop their rotation. And he's already moving his way on over to new. So Millie's popping a 2-piece at old, but I don't know if it necessarily matters. It might, though, because we see finally he gets dropped at new.
Well, KB is going to have good heads up onto Symbol's positioning, and that's a huge win for Cabal, who need to chain together some time off P3. They flip the spawns over towards P5 side, and KB already very much aware of that. Big fight towards the middle of the map for Encourage to win, and he's going to join in, so it's a 3-on-3 to see if they can break.
You're smashing through the front of the hill right now, and it seems like it maybe is working. Icons will take down Derek the Goat, stop him in his tracks. You're just waiting for your teammates to flood back on in. Can you manage to help on out? It's kind of about who gets the closer spawns, but so far Cabal, they've done a great job of holding this one on in. Icons, he's good for 2. Will stop the Stallions in there galloping towards this point and continue to start to rack up this score. But the one thing I will say, Stallions have done a great job of keeping these hills nice and mixy. We've seen a lot of contest time coming out. Hasn't let Cabal run away with the lead that they normally have in this tournament.
I mean, that's a perfect hill, though, for Cabal still, just keeping this one in their favor. They get the rotation over towards New. They have the full setup over towards P2. If Stallions want to break this, they have to work the top side of the minimap. And look at Rupert playing aggressive. He's making it nearly impossible to hit this as a full 4.
Yeah, it does a great job. Cut downs 1. You find a second trying to make their way on into the point. I think you said it beautifully.
Oh, no.
It's just being annoying. But yeah, what happens there? I'm not even entirely sure.
That's why you got to block spawns. I think Cabal, you just step way too far, and with Rupert pushed all the way to the middle of the map, you give Stallions a free break from the back. Still Icons, though, he's going to be fighting for this, as you see Cabal actually reacting to this really, really well, and they're going to break it without a sweat. So 21 seconds still. They're going to hold this lead. No red alerts just yet.
That was almost very, very bad, but the patience from Cabal and their ability to hold on in is really beautiful there. But we have, obviously, this P5 coming online. You're starting to make your way on over. Can you manage to try and break on in? This is such a weird point to try and hold, but for now, it looks like Stallions, they'll hold on for the time being.
Now you need to start getting some time here, and Stallions have a fantastic setup. Cabal trying to break through the back, see if they can flip those spawns and have some advantage with the close spawns that you get in this backside position. Swody trying to put some heroics together, almost finding 3 onto KB, but dropping on down. Cabal still yet to break. Stallions getting a lot of time off this.
Rupert, though, he wants to be the front man on in. Is good for 1, is good for 2. Hops on out, gets into the hill. Stallions spawning away. They'll start to move their way on forward towards this hill. Only 20 seconds left here, but for the time being, Cabal, they have started to create this lead that we've seen them do time and time again. Rupert, he gets the wall jump, sees them pushing on forward, and he'll at least get 1 on the exit, but it's Encourage, pistol in hand. The Stallions will move forward. They cut down Cabal. They'll get some scrap time here on the board, and Cabal's spawning close, so they might be able to find some of these kills, move on forward, flip these spawns if they need, but P1 will spawn for the second set of rotations.
I mean, a little bit of a blip there on the P4 setup that they had with those spawns, but other than that, Cabal have been so good at playing for those better side positions, at least for the past 3 hills, and that's why Stallions have been having such a difficult time collecting some hardpoint seconds inside of this map number 1. You can see finally they have the setup over towards P1. They do have the power positions to watch over Encourage in this hill, but they really need to chain this and P2 together, because Cabal, you do not want to let them set up at this new hill.
Oh, Swooty, though, he's in a great spot here. Just not let them gain any space on the map. All of these kills will keep putting Cabal back into this spawn, which will be good for P2 potentially, but even then, though, just like that, on this rotation, Stallions, they've got themselves right back into the game here off of a fantastic P1, but Cabal, they're already starting to set up for New.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, this is a difficult one to break against Cabal. We saw it against Omid. We saw it in previous scrims for this team as Cabal and P2 of Scar, they just are something to fear with KB inside top motel. This time around, Cabal actually give up a lot of space, and Derek's going to be top motel. He's in the position that you wish that Cabal had on this setup, and just like that, it's Stallions breaking in for free.
Yeah, Derek goes huge there with a 2-piece. Really just kind of giving you the insurance policy you need here for P2, and you're going to invest, get your trophies on down, because you know the attacks and nades are going to be flying in up over the top, and look who's there on the side. It is going to be Symbols just playing on an off angle right now, being an absolute menace over towards Market. They're trying to cut on through. Cabal is here, but you have to flood everybody on in. Thankfully, Icon's going to open it up with a nade. Millie comes on through, but Swooty, he cuts down too yet again. And Rupert, he can't manage to really push on forward to gain this space. At least we'll get a little bit of scrap time, though, and keep this one close.
We saw Mitch struggle to break that hill back on Scar map 4. Stallions do it so easily, and it's why we're looking at a tie game heading into P3. That is a much needed break for Stallions Red. Now with the setup over towards P3, they want to keep this going with the chain, and they have Encourage in the perfect spot, but he doesn't finish the kill. Derek's going to get the trade, and now you play through the middle of the map if you're Cabal.
Rupert tries to use the force to get a read on where these players are going to be there. Unfortunately, will get cut on down, and I love this. Encourage just playing from the front here. Does not allow anybody from Cabal to gain this space. A little bit of a sense there as he turns around. It's good for one, but Rupert is the wall bounce. Tries to almost crack open 3, but Stallions, they've made their way onto this point. They are looking to hold on here, and they are not letting this one go easy in the night.
No, they're not. 50-point lead heading into the next hill. Cabal are here. We saw them slip up in the spawns this time around. They're dotting their I's. They're crossing their T's. They're not letting anybody get past. What a shot from Rupert. I know Encourage was low, but still just holding on. Spawn out for Millie, and it looks like Stallions are putting the pressure here. KB, he has a lot to do back on the spawns, but Symbols gets the better of him. You flip things out if you're the Stallions, and now you're looking to break.
These are some huge gunfights you have to win right here. Rupert's good for one at the top. Millie slides on in. He'll be able to find one, and Icons is there for another. Just like that, you cracked on through if you are Cabal, but the close spawns is going to let Stallions just full send at this point, but KB from the back is good for 2, and Rupert has made his way onto the point. You catch Encourage on the stairs, and Cabal, some fantastic gunfights go their way. Lets them get these points on the board. They're right back into this.
The dynamic Latam duo, they get it done. Big 4-piece there from KB and Rupert. Still, job's not done though for Cabal as they're trailing heading into the next rotation final hill. This is where Stallions got a good chunk of their time to bring it back when Cabal had the lead. So now we can see what Cabal can do. Last time it was a break all the way through the back. He's the only person making that long route is going to be Rupert this time.
Oh, and he does get found out on that transition. So with that kill, Stallions, they realize they just have to be worried about this front. Cabal trying to flood on through. Can Encourage find one from the church? No, you cannot. So you'll be able to do a good job of at least cutting our way directly on through. You're setting yourself up on this hill, and now the Stallions, it's their turn to try and push on through. 2 by 2 you go, but here comes KB trying to push from the backside, and you are going to be able to. So Cabal, they do a great job. They cut their way into this hard point, and while it does get a little bit mixy, they manage to stabilize. They're going to just try and hang on here as long as they possibly can. But the Stallions, for these last couple of seconds, they would love to be able just to kind of take this point and be able to get this transition over to our next set.
Yeah, but with the game, the way that this game has been going, this is troublesome waters for Cabal as they've been losing so much time off these P1s and P2s against the Stallions team. And Swooty, he's here. He's on 3 in a row. You desperately need a break right now for Cabal.
Cabal, they want to contest this point. Like you mentioned, it's been such a good job for Stallions to gain their time here. Only 12 seconds needed for them to be able to walk away with this win. But as you can see there, Rupert does a great job going huge for 2. And you are just keeping this hill contested. Nobody able to get time just yet. Swooty trying to look on over, trying to be able to help out the teammate. Can you get any kills? I don't know if it matters though, because KB is going huge in your backside as well. He is finding the kills that he needs. Swooty trying to be able to take down this player on the hill, not going to be able to. Stallions, they found their way on in. Only 5 more seconds are needed, but Cabal, they'll find the kills. 10 seconds is there. Do you fly it old? No, you don't. And they're not even set up for P2.
Yeah, Rupert's playing aggressive. You got a long flank coming out from Symbols to the middle of the map. See if you can find that kill at old 2. Go down for Cabal. You need something big out of Icons and KB.
You gotta get on this hill though. Icons playing up towards the top. He's finding one, but the trades are there. This is gonna come down. Who can come out on top of the trade war? Stallions, they're trying to cut their way on through, but it is just a pinstripe kill feed. Everybody understands what can happen. Cabal, they're on the point. They're trying to get there. Only 5 more seconds needed. 2, 1. Can you contest? You can at 2:49, but you find the kill you need. Cabal down to the last final moments will take map number 1.
Cinema. I mean, that is one heck of a hard point finish there from Cabal. The contest towards P1, they force the P2 rotations. You look at who you need to go big. Icons finds his first kill in that rotation, and KB with a double that keeps it alive. What a moment there from Cabal where they were trailing for the back half of that game.
Yeah.
A photo finish to take map number 1 against a red-hot Stallions roster that came out with fire in this Scar map. I mean, that's just a great hard point overall. I mean, you had breaks on both sides. You had some macro rotations, locking down those better positions, and, you know, even some mistakes, too. And you look over towards that P4, that Cabal just give up that back spawn, but they still react to it calmly, break back in, and lock down a good chunk of that time. I mean, very streaky on both sides. Cabal, fortunate to come away with it, I feel. Stallions had them where they wanted them, but just falter towards those last couple of moments, and Cabal take advantage.
It felt like Cabal, especially on that last final P1, the thing they did that was so clutch was just contest it. They weren't even trying to just get the kills they needed to secure the point to get their score back up. It was, no, we just need to let them not win. And by even just doing that and and the Stallions not really even trying to push forward to get them out of the point, they maintain those spawns. And then going on in over into P2, they're just set up beautifully for it when they're able to get there. So, you know, really quick thinking from Cabal there to be able to have it, you know, to kind of keep their side going. But it's just, man, I think you're right. This was just a bang out all the way through, just trades on trades, huge highlight moments for both teams.
It's bang out, but I mean, you also look at just the way that players play towards the end of it, and I have to highlight a major play from Rupert in that P1 that we did see for the third rotation. When we get there in the highlights, you'll see he doesn't really panic on his route. He plays through market instead of trying to cut through and pick up that kill on P1. He fights for that P2 rotation. He gets the rest of Cabal in an area where they can fight for new, and Icons and KB take advantage of that. They set up, they wait, they have the better side. Everybody from Stallions has to funnel into a small choke, and one by one, they just continue to get cut down. You look across the scoreboard. I mean, I think this is the first time that we've seen KB negative, but Rupert goes big for the team in those big moments with 25 non-traded, nearly 4K damage against the rest of the team on Cabal. I mean, you just look at that if you're KB and you're just dapping up your teammates for the performance that they gave you.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Swooty, you're pissed right now. You just dropped 4,600 damage, 31 and 31. It's a 1.0, but you were shooting your gun, getting the damage down on him. But guess what? These players are ripping and ready to go here, Colin. So we're already into the search and destroy on raid, and Encourage already has the boomstick out and putting it to work.
What did I tell you? I mean, you watch out for Encourage on this map. He's going to have that sniper out. He's going to be fighting against KB for these first bloods. Round 1 goes his way. He's already repositioned to top wheelbarrow, and that's 2 snipes for Encourage in round 1. Tarek's finally activated. Icons in a 1v4. Can he get it done?
Nope. No, he cannot. That is wild. We came into this hot and heavy, and Encourage already good for 2, and it's all 4 members of Stallions being up. Gotta tip it, right? You come down to a very close hard point. I think it'd be easy to let your mental get a little shaken up, a little thrown there, but no, they say, all right, hey, no worries.
Yeah.
Put me in the S&D. We know that we're a very good search team right now. Let's go ahead. Let's start off hot. Let's go ahead. Let's try and get a round up.
And I mean, there's going to be a couple fights that you're looking at between Encourage and KB. One is going to be Laundry to Art. You look at bottom Art to outside Laundry. Those are big openings on that A site. Middle map, of course, from Kitchen to the Zigzag. The jump spot on Zig, really hard to fight against. A lot of teammates, or a lot of players with that snipe really take advantage of it with how accurate the snipes can be. And then over towards B, I mean, you just expect that break off to either be top bedroom or top L, and whoever wins those fights, I feel like are going to feel really good on the map. And I'm looking at both sides, the players who don't have the snipes in hand. How do they play around the snipes? How do they recognize that? Because as soon as you know where one is, you have to anticipate, or you have to react and try to play the rest of the map, see if you can win your fights against everybody else. It's a chess game when these snipes are out on raid.
Yeah, and the fact that both teams have such a proficient sniper is why we're going to be keeping our eyes on it. Already some movement over towards B. You can see, of course, Encourage just watching that middle with the snipe. Doesn't get anything there, but yeah, Rooper, get your swim trunks, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting wet. He's going to be able to find an angle. Finds one, finds two. Is going to get a little bit of help from the teammate as well. Tries to check top bed. Doesn't see anybody home. So it's just going to be Swooty, last one alive, and he's in mid. Shots go on out. They're going to know exactly his positioning now, and Icons lines on up, cuts him on down. So Cabal, they're going to match the aggression with their own aggression.
This is something I saw in the Falcons-Stallions match all the way in round one, is that when that snipe goes down, I saw Swooty picking it up a lot. This time, Icons is going to grab it from Encourage's body. He gets involved in the snipe battle as well. Tough one to find yourself in for Swooty. We saw that for Icons the round prior to it, but what a play from Rooper again. Through the water, nobody anticipates it. You get behind, and alongside Icons, you stop that bomb from going down, just completely throwing a wrench in Stallions' play style there for their attack. So 1-1 we go. Defensive stay strong. Play out towards A, and this time around, Courage, he's not going to be here to snipe.
No, and I love the 4-man hit all the way over here towards A, and Swooty's going to get a good idea. There's players here, but he hip fires all the way through the window. Is going to be able to find one, but the trades are there. You've lost 2 members from the Stallions, though. It's just Derek the Goat in Symbols, but they're going to clear out this top side, and just like that, that looked like a very, very solid Cabal push. But the Stallions just win some key gunfights, able to come out on top.
Really, I mean, that hip fire from Swooty completely disorients the attack on Cabal's side. You just did not expect to go down in that position. And I think that you were sitting on the idea of like, hey, do we push forward to find the rest of the players rotating, or do we go back to play this bomb site? They wanted that laundry position so bad, but Stallions reacted quickly to fight back for it, and trade fest ensues. You walk away on top, and Swooty, that first blood actually is massive when you look back at it. This time, KB, he's going to be here to fight the A push. Snipes out, and hasn't seen a single body. He's going to spot them, though. He's got to give it up.
Yeah, talk about COD timing. Literally
Rooper
doesn't catch any of them there, but thankfully for you, Rooper is in the back. He's going to be able to find Swooty. You see all those arrows are now turned, looking at him. They would love to be able to find him from this top side, and this is where you can kind of start to pincer. Your bomb has moved up, though, so Derek the Goat, he's here. You could just kind of leave the site if you wanted to, full wrap over to B if you needed, but Icons, he's going to be able to find Derek on that side, so you're losing so much pressure, and that's going to be bombed down, and Cabal, they're starting to swarm the rest of the Stallions. They sense the blood in the water, circling you like sharks, and they will take another round to even us on up into a 2-2.
That's brilliant from Cabal. They trap you on that bomb site after you get first blood. Rooper, this is what I was talking about before. As soon as you recognize where the snipes are playing, you see from KB that all 4 players are at that A bomb site. Rooper runs right through the middle of the map, gets in towards Art, draws that first blood, and instead of getting over aggressive and fighting Encourage, who has that snipe out, he just makes his body known, puts the pressure on, forces Stallions to play in towards Laundry, and the rest of Cabal just anticipate that aggression so well, find the rest of the kills. It's a flawless round to keep this even 2-2.
Into round number 5 we go. Cabal pick up the bomb, and it's a full 4-man hit over towards B. They actually smoke out this top side, so Encourage will have no idea of any of the movements. Just going to wait patiently. Anybody going to try and push top bed? Anybody looking out over? I don't know if they'll be able to find them. And Symbols, he's got to see some of that movement coming on out. And I don't know if they know that Symbols is here.
Symbols is looking for an angle. I don't even know if Encourage knows they're here. As Cabal have done such a good job, they're going to get this bomb down, and Symbols has no idea. Icons gets away, playing for the 4-on-4, and this is going to be a tough one for Stallions, and a first blood for Icons.
Swings out, trades all the way through, but Cabal, they're going to be the one to hold on, and immediately, look at this. It's KB moving over. It's just Swooty in the 1v2. He gets some shots early on to KB, slides on out. He finds Rooper. He knows where KB is, pistol in hand. Can he make it happen? No, he cannot. KB got a little dicey there for a hot sec. I'm not going to lie, Seymour, but hey, KB feeling good. Will absolutely win this gunfight. M15 versus a pistol. Good luck.
I mean, if he got a headshot on that second one, I think Swooty almost had that.
He might
clutch.
have.
That was close. Such a smart play from Swooty. It's something you just did not expect from him back in Black Ops 6, but that just shows his growth into Black Ops 7. The slide out onto the hot tub, wins the fight Tiki, isolates each member. And you can see Swooty's leveling up in this title. You like to see it. That is putting a little extra edge on Stallion's side.
Always means that your 1v2s, 1v3s are never guaranteed. Rupert's going to immediately push hot and fast through the middle of this map. Does get spotted though. You can see the teammates come on over to slide through. Bomb gets down very quickly at A. Unfortunately, you've already lost Symbols, but Encourage is there with the VS Recon in hand, able to bring you down. You're going to try double chow. He's going to find KB before getting dropped though. Will put you back into another 2v1. And Swooty, you lost the last round, but it might be a little windy here on Raid because I don't know if it's the slats going in through there, but aim assist wasn't working best for you, my friend.
I'll give
take
him
another round.
I'll give him a freebie on that one. Not easy to fight through those pillars.
That's a tough shot. I will give him, but
I'll give him a freebie there. I mean, that was nearly a vet call from Swoot too on the reposition. That's back-to-back plays that he's doing the right thing, just cannot
this
execute.
bad from everyone.
Yeah, Rupert too. It just shows not an easy fight to take whatsoever. But Cabal, I mean, big plays there. Icons does a good job at staying alive towards the back of Laundry, drawing that first blood. Nearly an Encourage play saver with that sniper. Double kill through those pillars. Just not enough to give Stallions the edge in that round. And Cabal, I mean, they clutched up on the hard point. Now 2 rounds up in the Search and Destroy. 2 more, and they're going to be in a good spot for the series.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job, I think, of making some of these reads. We're already starting to see, Encourage has the sniper out.
Oh, the
He's
timing.
gonna get some level of idea that they're moving on over here. He's able to find icons, and this is such a good idea. We'll get taken on out, but this is going to let the rest of them know that the Stallions can move on forward. Millie found on out. DDG tries to take down the player at Tiki. It'll have to be trade, so it's just KB now in the 1v2. Has a solid idea. Gets good shots in on both. Has to back on up. He might try and reach out from this bottom. Bomb is down, so you have to win this 1v2 if you want to try and take this round.
It's going to be a hard one, too. I thought that Semtex was going to connect, but look how deep that bomb is. Swooty, he knows it. They know KB's still here. Simple's going to join him. Down to 64 health. This is such a difficult fight to take. 27 seconds. Eventually, KB's just going to have to rip it, and as soon as he does, Simples shuts him down. So Stallions avoiding map point. Keeping this one a 1-round difference. Bring it up to 3. Righting the wrongs of the past couple of rounds that just fall short. And see at the end, I love the patience from Symbols. As soon as Swooty sees that KB is at the bottom of bedroom, Symbols gives up mid, goes to help him out, and the team shots secure it.
Yeah. Love the positioning there from Symbols. He just puts himself, says, hey, if KB tries to wrap, I'm going to put myself in a spot to see it. What's he going to do? Wrap all the way out through ramp? Like, okay. 28 seconds on the clock. Have fun. But then, like you said, the second that sees like KB is still bottom bed, hey, just slides right back on down, able to help bring him on out. However, here we go into the next round. Cabal have a chance here to put themselves on map point. We saw Icons doing a little bit of a jump up there, trying to gain that info. Doesn't seem like they'll get anything, so it's a full A give up onto the Stallions. So you're going to see that bomb go down. It lets them know, but I don't know what happens there, but maybe Rupert holds his nade at just a little too long, or you get one of those awkward bounces, and this is going to put Cabal now into a 3v4.
Icons flank. And nobody's going to expect it. He just gives himself up a little bit too early, though, Dan. Millie on the trade. Is it going to be enough? No, Stallions off of a misplay from Rupert. I mean, you ask Andy. Like, you ask Enigma, and he's going to tell you that those nades, they throw to your hands like in really wonky way. And I don't know what that was for Rupert, but that is devastating for Cabal. That 4-2 lead now cut down to a tie game.
I also feel like Icons there kind of lets that slip away. Like he tries to get those shots when he's out by glass, and it's like you don't even need to take that. Just clear out Laundry, right? Just be a nuisance over here while the rest of your team is pushing from the other side. And you now obviously very easily turn that 4v3 into a 3v3, and it's a lot easier round to try and navigate. But maybe a little bit of nerve setting in for Cabal here. 4-4. He starts making his way through the mid. Nobody home is Cabal. They will push aggressively onto this A side. And I think Stallions, they're going to let them do that. Rupert gets some nice early shots. Will slide on out. Icons pushes in through Laundry. That's 2 dead from the Stallions. Swooty, though, playing through pillars. He's found out. They know that he's going to be on this side. And unfortunately for you, Millie is laying in wait. So it's just going to be encouraged. Sniper in hand. You let it rip. You find one. But Cabal, they understand how to play around this. It's a double chow on out. They will bring down Encourage and put themselves on that point.
There's another great play from the subs of Cabal. And Icons, he gets that final kill cam. But it's really Rupert and Icons that disorient this defense from the Stallions. The double chow towards Laundry, it really seemed like nobody had an idea that Icons was going to hit that at the same time. And all the attention towards Rupert. He wins his. Icons finds the second one. And immediately you put Stallions right on the back foot in such a pivotal round too. Cabal on map point looking to go up 2-0. Stallions need to clutch up now. See if they can give us a round 11.
All right, we're seeing a little bit of a split here. 2 players very slowly watching this A side. Derek went over and wanted to check that bedroom area, but look at this. Icons is full sending just immediately into the sights of Symbols. Thankfully, Millie's on that other side. We'll bring this back into a 3v3. Swooty with bomb playing towards this top art side, but Rupert, he's managed to hit it. He finds 1. Can you find 2? No, you can't. But Millie is there for the trade. It's just Swooty, bomb in hand, 1v2 for the 3rd time in this map. Hasn't been able to make it happen in either of the other 2 rounds. If there's a time you need to win this 1v2, it is now.
The way he's playing, if there's anybody that's going to be in this position right now, it's got to be Swoot. Cabal are actually going to get the read that maybe he rotated back over towards B. Swooty's got the bomb in hand. He can get this plant set up for Laundry, and he's going to put himself in a very clutchable position. Cabal, they spot A. Bomb goes down. Swooty's going to have his chance.
Immediately, knife comes on out. Rotates back all the way through, and you can see Cabal, they've made their way onto the bomb. No diffuses just yet, but Millie, he makes the read, and a little bit of love taps coming out here in the Black Ops 7 Challenger Showcase as Millie is giving him guys, we're trying to keep this PG. Come on, Cabal 6-4 in the search and destroy on raid. Looked very good. I mean, here's the thing, Colin. The good news is, if you are Stallions, you didn't get smoked on it. You kept this very, very close. But I think it was just Cabal with a couple of those rounds where they just blatantly outsmart you. And I think this was one of them with Rupert just hitting this water route.
That was the kind of first straw that broke the camel's back. I really think that this was a battle on both teams. You got to give Stallions their love as well for that comeback to bring it to a 4-4 stance. I mean, you saw the teamwork really blossoming, and Courage had some beautiful sight moments. They just couldn't get the read on the Rupert plays after the swimming. I mean, twice he walks right through the middle of the map, gets into the back of Art, making some game-changing plays for the team, and everybody else just clutching up some 1v1s, playing some really composed search and destroy. Cabal winning a map that really I had Stallions red on the edge for, showing just, you know, how good these LATAM players really can be in search and destroy. And you bring Millie, you bring Icons into the mix, they're right there with you, getting down and dirty for these matches. And I mean, a little bit extra love from Millie at the end there to Swoop, but I mean, former teammates, now competitors. I mean, you expect a little extra love.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I want to give Cabal a lot of credit for, right? We saw very early in this map Encourage with the sniper in hand becoming a problem. From then on, it was like, hey, if we know where Encourage is, we are double challenging. And obviously with the addition of this wall bounce, we even saw it in one of those later rounds, right? Where it's, I believe KB slides out from the bottom and it's Rupert just doing the wall bounce up top. So it's like, you gotta only pick one of us to be here. So you're getting taken on out. Do not worry. And so their ability to kind of make that read and be able to bring them on down is huge. But looking at some of these scores, hey, Icons and Rupert running worlds right now. 10-5, 11-5, 7 non-traded kills each. Absolutely firing on all cylinders here. Symbols a little bit quiet through that map, only with a 3-7.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough map there from Symbols, but you know what, Dan? After today, I'm starting to really enjoy this duo from Cabal. Icons and Rooper, whether it's the hard points or the search and destroy, there is really no fear in their hearts in the plays that they're making. We saw it in round 2, we saw it in round 1, and even against Stallions, who are some really practiced search and destroy members right now in Black Ops 7. They're putting in the work here, and they're really putting Cabal in the spotlight for this showcase. I think that is a statement made by Cabal against a team that they wanted to make a statement against, and those last 2 rounds were pretty convincing.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great call. I mean, you come all the way down to the wire and you clutch up a very close map number 1. You get, brought all the way to a 5-4 and you're able to clutch on up with 2 convincing rounds back to back, right? You kind of make the adjustments that you need in order to close out the map. Cabal, we've seen them run away with games earlier in this tournament. Now we're seeing them ice up and clutch these games that they're not letting get away from them. I think it would have been very easy for them to let that hard point get away from them. It would have been very easy for them here to let Stallions Red push them to a round 11 and really apply the pressure, right? So the fact that they are icing up when it matters and taking these maps is huge. Now, obviously, the elephant in the room here, Seymour, is that we're about to head to Overload, okay? Yeah. And we are playing Overload on Scar. Traditionally here today, this has not been the game mode for Cabal. Earlier, we watched them go against a Seaman Co. And guess what? It was a 6-0 belt to ass map. We then saw them go, of course, against Omit. In that last game, Omit ran their world. I would love to see Cabal show they have any idea how to play Overload here.
Yeah, you and I both. Fortunately enough, I think for Cabal, you look towards what's after this Scar Overload, and that Blackheart hardpoint versus Omit, it was clinical. It was so clean. 250 to 112. I think that this Scar hardpoint is really going to come back to bite Stallions Red, because yes, the Scar Overload has been a little bit shaky. Well, a lot of it shaky. You said it really graphically. It's been some B2A on this map against Cabal. I think that, no matter what, Cabal, they're still feeling confident going into this map forward. Like you said, I mean, this is a team that all through today, 1, 2, 4. That's been the recipe to success for Cabal. They've put themselves with that clutch up on Scar hardpoint in a position where they can do it yet again. No matter what, you walk into this, if you're Cabal, hopefully you've gone over what happened in the past 2 matches, even in limited time from match to match. Maybe you can tweak a few things. Maybe it's just down to delegating who's going to grab the objective off the spawn and who's going to push up and draw that line of scrimmage to try to force Stallions Red to spawn out. It's something's got to fix for Cabal, but if not, you're still not too worried with the way that this series is going.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that you are Cabal that you can really kind of rest your laurels on is that, hey, Stallions Red, they're 2 Overload map wins. Guess what? Earlier today against Falcon White, it was 5-2, and then in their next matchup, it was against, of course, YX Bootcamp, where it was 6-1, both on exposure, right? So the Overloads they've won today have only been on exposure. So you can kind of look at that and be like, all right, well, in that case, like, it's still so new that, like, just because you have those map wins, it was only on the same map for both. You probably don't have your map coming on into this. So now we're going to Scar. This could be a completely different way this mode plays.
It could be. I mean, for Stallions Red, I mean, in that map number 1, one thing that's definitely going to translate into this map 3 is they outslayed Cabal in pretty much every facet of the way up until those last couple of hard points when things just started to slip up for them. So you go towards this Overload and you're still confident that as long as you can outslay Cabal, you can win this Overload. That's pretty much been the recipe for Overload in general. You get 4 down, you push up, you force that spawn out, you have a free capture. And with some of these spawns on Overload just across every single map, as soon as 4 goes down, we've seen it on Den, we've seen it on Raid when Raid was being tested as well, Dan. 4 down, 2 captures. Scar, it's a little bit different because it's a bigger map and the spawns for the Overloads are actually well balanced, but it's still kind of leading you into that system where as long as Stallions Red can get that 4 down off the break like we've known them to do in these respawns, they're going to put themselves in a situation where I'm sure they should still feel good about against Cabal.
Yeah, and there was something I noticed earlier too. It felt like a little bit, even when Cabal was playing on exposure in this Overload game mode, it felt like they almost like were overthinking it, right? They would like get a couple down, they'd have the EMP, kind of at a halfway point, I would say, towards the goal, and they would try to do like a full wrap back to a different site, right? And try and like work to a different goal. And it's like, or just run face first at the goal you're near, right? Like, win some ones, win the trade battle, go ahead and get that score. Now, I think the other thing they do have going for them as well is that, guess what? The map that they lost against Omit was also Scar, right? So I think they kind of have a little bit of like, they know what it's like to be on the receiving end. And if they might even just be able to take what worked for Omit in that map and try and apply it to the Stallions, maybe this is a little bit of what they can see, right? So take your learnings from the first round, take your learnings from the second round, and try and put it all together that's here. But I'm totally with you where, just from what we've seen Cabal already, it is just like they get overwhelmed, and seems like the opposing teams are doing a great job of just taking advantage of that. And I think if there is a team who can really take advantage of that, especially to find those kills, it is going to be Stallions Red. We've seen so many players on that team just absolutely firing on all cylinders, shooting nukes, through this series even as well. So, hey, Overload on Scar could be an opportunity for them to continue to do the same thing, but let's get on into it, my friend. Is this going to be a 3-0? Does Cabal still figure out Overload, or are we going to another map 4?
So many questions to answer. Even looking through the first couple of go-arounds for Cabal, one thing that I'd like to see them fix is obviously delegate who's going to be grabbing that EMP device, but play the map a little bit more. Just hold it, see if you can draw some of these Stallion players out of their spawn, and then slowly bleed your way in to force them back. It's something that Omit did against them. It's something that a Seaman Co did against them, and you can see that they're being a lot more patient this time around already.
Yeah, I like that they're playing the sort of A side of the map up here towards P3. Just trying to hold it on in. You can see Rupert starting to move on forward. You want to take control, and that's already a cap. Okay, they're going to open it on up, and you're going to get a nice little fadeaway Semtex on Derek to open it on up as well. And look at this. Even after you go 3 dead, look who's still in the back here. Icons, he might be able to catch you. If you find Swoody here, you've now opened up this side of the map. You have the EMP. This could be another quick score.
It could be. Stallions, they're going to be here to contest this time around. If they can get the kill, shut it down, that'll be huge for them. And looks like Symbols is going to do enough. Icons try to get Mixie 5-0 start, looking for 6. Encourage shuts it down. And Stallions Red, the defense is strong, so no second cap this time, and the Stallions now working their way up the middle of the map.
I like this. It's just the full aggression. You win those key gunfights, and you're starting to push this over towards B. But Icons and KB, they are here looking to hold the line. You almost snap to the second. Symbols tries to win the fight. Icons, though, will cut you on down. A nice little 7-1 start for him, as you now finally make that happen. Spawns will put them over towards that P3 side, and you can work through P2 here if you are Cabal. Starting to go forward. This is wide open. All you have to do is win the fight, and you're going to be able to find it. Millie is there, full sprinting towards this B point, and Cabal are in their second point in the round.
Yeah, you're trying to clean up your spawn right now if you're Stallions Red, and you have a couple players working through the middle of the map as well. Swoody on the flank. He's going to be caught 3 down again now, and KB and Icons both forcing those spawns. That's another capture. Cabal, they've cracked the code.
They figured it out. I mean, it only took them, a couple of rounds, but if there was a round to figure it out, hey, winners finals to give yourselves a spot in Grands is definitely a way to do it. Stallions, they need to stabilize. They need to get Cabal out of their spawn. They finally will, but obviously as that EMP comes and spawns on up, you can see KB will go ahead, will pick that up, and already Millie, M15 in hand, he's ripping, baby. That's another 2 dead. And if you're the Stallions, you have to split. You find the one on A site, you bring them on down, and oh my gosh, you just make it happen. It's a quick 4-0 if you are Cabal over Stallions Red. You said it there, my friend. They might have cracked the code.
Icons is having a map right now, 11-2. This play in particular, 5 in a row, nearly gets all 6. Just keeps those spawn outs for Stallions so deep on the other side. It allows the rest of your team to just pick up that EMP device. They play the map so well. Stallions, in the one time that they had a chance to play offense, they run it down mid. And I think that's something that Cabal was trying to do in maps in their first and second chance at Overload. This time they've been using the outside of the map, and that is just leading to so many free plays as soon as they go 3 down.
Oh my gosh, and you're already kickstarting this one. Our biggest question with Overload right now, right, is like, is it very side dependent? So if Cabal can manage to here on the swap side, still manage to find these scores, we might just getting a point proven here that they are just the better team. You get so close to that B site, you will get cut on down though. So good job from Stallions. They do not let this fully run away from them early on here into the second half. And we can see Millie will get caught up towards P2. And just like what happened to them, they've managed to win the key gunfights. And that is until Icons is able to pick up one in the middle. It's getting scrappy. You've picked up the EMP. You are full sprinting towards this site. Swooty will go ahead, gets the dunk. Make sure this is not a shutout.
It's a big cap from Swoot there. I will say, I think that Cabal have the read on this. After watching this a couple times now, I don't think it's side dependent, Dan. I really think that it's pretty equal on both sides, at least for Scar. I think you have a chance to spawn trap on either end, and that is what you like to see when maps get balanced. But here's 3 down again for the Stallions. Rupert not able to finish the second one, and Courage now puts it away. 2-4, Stallions slowly climbing back.
Hey, that's all they need to do. I think if you are Cabal, worry just so much about defense right now. You're up 4-0, or you were, right? But they've let them slip on through just because they're getting a little bit aggressive in their positioning, and they're not able to play defense off of those spawns coming on through. And you're seeing it here yet again. You lose a couple of those gunfights. Stallions are starting to move that EMP closer into your territory. Thankfully, if you are Cabal, you have stabilized now. You'll be able to pick it on up, and now maybe you can move this in to put you on a 5-2 point count.
I really needed that there if you're Cabal, because the snowball was rolling. As you have the setup, Icons is trying to find his way into the back of the spawn of Stallions. Woody's double kill will halt this attack. You're at a little bit of a stalemate right now. If you're Stallions, you still have some more kills you need to find. Rupert's got the objective. He's going to pause up top and force Stallions to overextend for this kill. He's playing his life so well. KB's alongside him, and KB's got his back.
That's exactly what you like to see. They don't have to play aggressive right now. They have the advantage. They can bring that EMP back a little bit. You bait the Stallions on in to their line of sight, and that is what they will do. They force the Stallions to try and basically over-chow. They cut them on down. That opens up enough sight, and they will get their 5th point here of the half.
Spawn back in the middle of the map. Full steam ahead for Cabal. Couple of Stallions players looking to overextend, see if you can get him behind, but I mean, if you're Derek, I like this play, although you've just left your spawn wide open. He is so disconnected from the rest of the team, and now it's, if you go 3 down, this is a capture. I mean, Derek eventually, I know you're finding kills, but he's got to make a play. His play was to take care of the players in the spawn of Cabal and let the rest of your teammates trust in them to find the kills.
Look at the spawns for Cabal, though. They're close. They're starting to move on forward. And finally, Derek will activate. He's able to find one, but the trades just go into their favor. Unfortunately for you, Stallions, they still manage to get the point on in. And just like that, Swooty, he's now kind of in your base. So he's doing the exact same thing Derek was. And I don't hate this idea, right? Make them tweak, make them realize that you are in their base and that you have to find them. Thankfully, Rupert, he's going to be able to make it happen. Jumps out the top rope. He's good for another. Unfortunately, KB gets a little spooked and he gets a team kill. So a little bit of a spawn's getting reset. We are down close to the final minute here in the second half. Only 2 points needed for Stallions Red to tie this up.
Well, encourage. See if they can rally 60 seconds for 2 captures. We've seen crazier things in Call of Duty. All you need to do is rally with your team and slay out on the map. Encourage on 3 in a row. See Icons, he's waiting for his chance through the middle of the map to make that play, but it's Rupert to shut down the attack. They got the objective on their side, and they got the kills. 46 seconds.
Oh, Rupert. He's good for 2. And yeah, it doesn't even really need to move around with this. If anything, put it deep in their spawn. Do not even let them get a chance on it. And I think, yeah, for these last final 30 seconds, go a little crazy. Icons finds a nice little double kill up here in green and just waiting for some of these spawns, creating the space needed for maybe just one last point. Unfortunately for you, the spawns will come in at an unopportune time, cut you on down, but we have the last final seconds and you've done the damage. You've done what you need to do. No opportunity now for the Stallions to get back on into this. as Rupert just trying to glide his way through. But just like that, Cabal will win their first overload of the tournament. And I got to say, in a pretty damn convincing fashion.
That was a great 3-0 at the end for Rupert and Cove. Cabal, 30 and 15. Great performance from Rupert in this map number 3. But to win an overload in that fashion, it really felt like the teamwork was starting to fall in place. You're feeling a lot more comfortable in how to play the map, forcing those spawn outs from Stallions Red. And this first round from them, this is something that they really struggled with against Omid, is just trying to at least find captures on this side of the map. And you play towards the tank, you force those deep spawns over towards B, and it really seems like Cabal found their rhythm. And that's what you like to see for this team that was struggling in this game mode, really kind of putting the cherry on top for what we were saying is, if you start to win overloads, now Cabal look super dangerous in this tournament.
Yeah, no, I think that this is what, if you are another team, whether you're Stallions Red or another team making your way through that elimination bracket side, this now kind of becomes a question, right? Because, you only have so many vetoes. A lot of people are vetoing Den against them. So now it's like, okay, well, they've only lost on exposure. So if you're not a super good exposure team, you almost can't let Scar go through. You might have to play Den against them, just kind of watching this, happen. So definitely looking very good if you are Cabal right now, knowing that, hey, we at least have one map in our bag. And even if we do get taken to an exposure overload, we're not even worried about it because we can still 1-2-4 if we need to. Stallions Red, though, I will say they have been the team, even though this was a 3-0. I will say they've been the team, I feel like, to bring the pressure to Cabal the most out of some of the games that we've seen on stream.
Well, I mean, definitely in the hard point, you look back at that map number 1, if you're Stallions Red, and that's going to come back to bite you, that you just let it slip through your finger. Map number 2, the Search and Destroy was very even. You're right. They gave them the fight. I think Stallions Red were right there alongside them the entire time. Scar overload, though, and I was expecting a little bit more from the Stallions Red roster, but unlike map number 1, you had a poor map from Derek and Symbols, 13 and 23, 13 and 22, and you just get outslayed by Rupert, who pulled out the M15. Icons was going crazy on the map. You had big plays from Millie, and the teamwork from Cabal just looked a lot more coordinated, a lot more put together, a lot more trusting than on the Stallions Red side. So, I mean, for Stallions Red, drop down into the lower bracket, you're definitely looking to fight your way back up, but maybe, Dan, it was frustrations after losing that map 1 that was just a domino effect after you lose map 2 as well, but you definitely have to compose yourself for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's been the word that we have used for Cabal since the very first series that we had here today was teamwork. It's their ability to play off of each other. It's their ability to make plays when plays need to be made. And for, every person on this Cabal roster to have those hero moments, but it's the hero moments that then lead into your team getting set up in order to make a play together. And that's what's been really, really fun. And obviously, when you have Rupert dropping a 2.0 KD with 26 of his 30 being non-traded, I think that's a lot of the success that we're seeing here from Cabal, just creating space. And in Overload, I think that's what we're learning here, Colin, is that the team that can create the most space has a way better chance of taking the map, because we saw it there time and time again. You flip those spawns, you force them to a particular area, you kind of turn the map on its head. It's so easy to get those back-to-back scores going on through, and I think that's what Cabal did so well off of the back of Rupert and Icons, like you mentioned, just finding those kills and going crazy on this map. Really good stuff coming out of Cabal, and with that win, they will solidify themselves a spot in the grand finals, where they will have to wait to see who is going to be their opposition. And here's the thing, Seymour, is that I'm looking at this kind of lower elimination side, and I'm not seeing many teams that Cabal hasn't already faced that potentially can make it back to grand finals.
Look, I was saying it. I expect a lot from this Omid team. I'd like to see them make that full comeback, that turnaround after was, in my opinion, a little unorthodox match against Cabal, where they just didn't look themselves. Asim & Co versus YX Bootcamp as well. That's going to be a big one too. And if Asim & Co can push forward, it's another team that I kind of expect a lot from to make that run all the way into the lower semis, possibly lower finals again. I think there's a lot of teams here that can give Stallions Red a tough time. It's just for those teams, they still have stuff to work on and put into place for when that time does come, Dan. It's just that Stallions Red, and I said it when I was looking through this tournament. I mean, they are the most practiced Challengers team right now. They are the most looked at Challengers team right now, and I think I expected them to have the run that they did. Cabal are the big surprise today, and I think Stallions Red are definitely shocked.
I think if you are one of those teams making your way through the elimination bracket, I don't know if we can maybe pull that up just to kind of like take a look at it. If you're one of those teams making your way on through, it's like, feels like you have not one, but two raid bosses you have to fight your way through, right? Because it's like, okay, you know, you make it to this losers round 3, you make it out, great. Now you have Stallions Red waiting for you, who honestly have looked pretty good throughout the rest of this bracket. All the way through, right? They get brought to a game 5 by the Falcons White. It's a 3-1 against YX Bootcamp. So I'm thinking maybe if you're Asim or Omit, you know, that's kind of your goal looking at it. And so, okay, cool. You beat Stallions Red. Well, now you have to go against Cabal, who Cabal's already played, you know, Asim and Omit today as well. So if you are one of those two teams, it's like, okay, like we have such a tough bracket moving our way on through towards the rest of this event. So you know, hopefully when you're looking through this, you're making those adjustments, you're looking at those rounds you lost, and you're able to kind of collect yourself and be able to understand you know, what you need to do to try and overcome some of these teams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to who can win out in these matches. Falcons White versus Omit, that's going to be a big one too. I think Asim and Co, they're down 2-1. I expect that game to go to a map 5. I think that another team that's really been impressing me this tournament has been YX Bootcamp, a bunch of young guns as well, who haven't really put their name on the map. I mean, they've had their stints inside Challengers Elites, they've had their runs inside of Cups, but when it comes up against some of the top teams in Challengers, which we have here in the Challenger Showcase, a lot of the times they fell short as individuals. Right now, they've stepped up big time, especially beating that Phase 2 team and putting Asim & Co on the ropes.
Yeah. No, I think this is a really cool team to watch. Like you said, a lot of players who have something to prove that is there, but that's our bracket for right now. Cabal will be waiting in that grand finals. We're going to be looking at this elimination bracket side, you know, probably honestly not too worried about whoever makes it on through, because like you said, if nobody makes it past Stallions Red, well, they just 3-0'd Stallions Red in a very convincing fashion. So realistically, they're hoping it's any of these teams that they've already faced here today, because it feels like they've definitely figured out some of those problems that they had earlier, mainly in Overload. I'm honestly a little bit still stunned at how in control, no pun intended, they looked in that Overload. Like, it was a completely different Cabal team in that game mode.
No, 100%. I think that this Cabal team hit a new stride in that Overload match, and it was really impressive to see the adjustments they can make just in such a short time from round 1 all the way into that winners finals. I am looking, however, at some of these scoreboards that we do have, and Search and Destroy for the Falcons versus Omit game. That game for Falcons, King Abadi puts up, he goes 9-6 in that match. Just a big moment for him, which I'm looking at these Falcons teams. I'm excited to see how some of these North American players can blend in with some of our Saudi Arabian representation now coming over to North American Challengers. And for this right now, it looks like it is really kind of ramping up for that Falcons team.
No, I think it is, and it's I'm right there with you. When we kind of got the team list, I was like, oh, this is super cool to see both Falcons teams, you know, not only their makeup, but also just kind of see the players that are on there, you know, everybody kind of having, you know, it feels like some stint in either Challengers or the CDL in some way, you know, kind of shape or form, and just watching them be there, it kind of feels like the Falcons maybe setting up a little bit of a farm system for their main team that is there, which after the you know, 75K, maybe they maybe need to be looking at some of these rosters. But hey, it's early on in the game, you know, who knows where they're at there. But hey, guess what? It has been a fantastic time here, I know, for both of us casting a lot of these early games. But do not worry, there is still more COD to be watched. We are going to be casting the losers semis going on through, as well as that losers finals, and of course our grand finals. We'll see more before we hop off this desk here. Any last final kind of parting thoughts or words they'd like to give the broadcast.
I am going to echo something that Enigma said earlier, is that it's great to have a showcase like this in Black Ops 7. I think that for this title in general, there's a lot of eyes on challengers, and to already have support in the preseason, this is ramping up to be a very good year. You look at these teams, and I know a lot of people are going to be going and blow it up. You know, you need to make some changes. I mean, this is still early days in Black Ops 7. You're learning the ropes. You're figuring out the spawns. You're even trying to get that movement down on lock. I like that we're able to see the growing pains for these teams, because as the season does expand and these growing pains fix, it's going to be one heck of a story.
Yeah, no, I think this has been a really cool showcase already, some early look into challengers and what we can see. I mean, this is some of the stuff we're seeing already before the season has even begun. You know, think about when we kind of get, kind of deeper into the season, after a couple cuts, a couple elites, some of these challenger opens that are coming with the majors. Like, this is going to be an entirely new landscape, and I'm very excited to see some of these rosters and how they can level up. I'm totally there with you. This is the point of events like this, is to help grow, right? And be able to help give you that experience you need for the upcoming challenger season. So it's been really, really great. But that's all you got from at least us two. But don't worry, we got two more heavy hitter casters coming on in. We do have Brody Infinity, as well as Mr. Proper Cast himself. A fantastic duo. Hope he helped bringing you this all the way through. But we're gonna go ahead, go to a quick break, get them on in here, and get our losers semis. Go ahead and set on up once those other lower round 2 games go ahead and finish. So I'm Dandro, that's Seymour. It's been a blast being here today. But go ahead, go grab some water, go grab something to eat, because when we come back, the action will continue as part of the Challenger Showcase here for Black Ops 7.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Black Ops 7 Challengers Showcase. It is currently 2:30 a.m., more or less, in the morning for me right now. I don't know what time it is for you over there proper, but I'm excited nonetheless. This is going to be a good time.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's 9:46 p.m. to be exact here on the East Coast, Brody, and it's good to be back here to be able to cover more Challengers with you. We don't get to do this too often, you and I, anymore, so reminiscing in the past, seeing some familiar names, make its depth as far as this bracket is concerned, and gets us some early insights as far as the season that's right around the corner as well.
Yeah, I don't know who let us cast challenges again. It's
Really?
a wild thing for them to do, but we're back here, we're doing it again, and we can take a look for you guys with the bracket right now as it has kind of broken down throughout the tournament thus far. So this is a look over towards the winners side of the bracket with Cabal making this phenomenal run, right? Through ASIM and Co, through Omit, and then of course through that Stallions Red matchup to the upper bracket final. I'm loving the look of that Cabal roster.
Oh, yeah, me too, man. I don't know how you can't be a fan of what KB has been producing over the past several years of competition. Icons is really coming into his own as well, deserves his own shout as, again, this is really realistically only his second season of competing here in the Challenger circuit. But, yeah, that Cabal team absolutely turning heads. Taking down that Omit squad who has been making their run on the opposite side. But Stallions, through the depths and Grulers getting absolutely desecrated earlier on by Optic Gaming at the beginning of this game's tenure, have been making a deep run as well. They did come up short in that winter semifinals, though.
Yeah, for sure. So Cabal are currently waiting in the upper bracket, or in the grand final, excuse me, for basically the winner of the entirety of the losers brackets. They're going to be sitting on their thumbs for quite some time. So we've got a couple of matches to go before we get to see Cabal again. Speaking of said losers bracket, let's talk about the run the teams have to make through it right now. You kind of mentioned very briefly there, proper Omit currently beating Falcons White in the last matchup. They now go head-to-head with ASIM and Co in losers round 3, who have also made a run from losers round 1.
Yeah, I think that Falcons White roster does deserve its own flowers at the same point in time, although they did lose 3-1, and I'll be saving this feather in my cap later. The way that they lost that map number 4 dead hardpoint to Omit Brooklyn was definitely a sight to behold, but Team Asim is nothing to be scoffed at, right? I mean, a bunch of wily players on that team. They do have Priesta, of course, playing alongside Asim. At any point in time when you do have world champions, to the credit of that Falcons White team having Arcides as well, they are poised to potentially make a giant dent as far as Challengers is concerned. But it's all about like that supporting talent. We know how good like setting pace is in the early doors as far as this game is concerned, and we've been able to see that in both of those two rosters. I think that YX Bootcamp also deserves their shout as Cozy Vale is back into the mix of the pit again.
Yeah, really excited to see Velox back in the mix, as you said. There's just, a ton of names that obviously, we actually just kind of talked about it very briefly a moment ago. But like, when was the last time that I got to cast challenges with you? Like an actual, like a match of you and I just casting challenges together.
A hot minute.
And it's been a while, and there's been a few kind of new names in the mix. I say new at the very least to maybe you and I casting together, right? And it's so fun to see a kind of this fresh kind of batch of talent come in and really make a name for themselves for the last couple of years of Challengers, and there's a lot of names in the mix. So I think like look over towards like that YX Bootcamp roster that you were just talking about, right? Katsi is a guy that looks so good. I was watching him via Josh's stream actually over at CDC Intel, and he was decent in their matchup versus ASIM and Co. Unfortunately, of course, that did not get them through to the next stage of competition. Speaking of which, proper, we do actually have that next stage of competition coming up here in just a moment. ASIM and Co. ASIM and Co. Going head to head with Omit in the lower bracket semi-final. We can take a look at those rosters then. I kind of want to start because I think Omit have the more interesting storylines here with actually Team Asim, because Team Asim, we've got Asim and Neum who were playing together last season. They kind of overhauled their roster, right? Priester and Rispy coming into this season. I really like this roster.
Yeah, it's hard not to appreciate what this team could potentially bring to the table. You just see what's always been highly regarded, even in the professional sphere up at the CDL. A multitude of teams at the same point as Priesta, world champion in his own right, like I was talking about. But I feel like that Neum also deserves that pretty monumental shout. Let's not forget what he was able to do towards the end of a multitude of Challenger seasons in the past 2 years, Brody, being able to see his impact for Team War. Unfortunate what happened, the circumstances going into Esports World Cup, no telling what they've been able to do, but he's been on an absolute warpath. You put him alongside Ripsy, and that team's been doing quite well, but Omit on the opposite side, this is kind of like the pinnacle, the cream of the crop, like a top 3 at worst on a championship Sunday. when it comes down to a Challengers team, at least on paper, is what you would expect out of TFL Enterprises and what he's been able to produce on a multitude over the years, always getting back in the league, much to the same conversation for his team. And even Brack. These guys have been around the block for quite some time. Eric Boom getting the chance to be able to start the year in North American Challengers once again to make an impact against a young SMG of Nate. So, I mean, like, they got the pedigree, man, to be able to their biggest struggle so far, in my opinion, is just piecing it all together.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is one of those interesting rosters. I think, when we talk about challenges, we talk about kind of the golden sort of composition of a roster, right? You want to have that beautiful mix of young gun talent and kind of veteranship, right? And this Omit roster seems to have that in spades. You look at, kind of Fellow and Brack and what they bring to the table as the veterans. These guys, you mentioned it, they've got a lot of history with one another, right? Fellow and Brack have played together, I think, on the Florida Mutineers a couple of years ago. But previous to that, obviously in Vanguard, they played together on, and this is going to be a throwback for you, mate. Whatever It Takes. Do you remember that Whatever It Takes roster in Vanguard? Like, they just kind of came, I want to say came out of nowhere, but like they kind of came in for like stage 3 or stage 4 back in 2022. My memory is encyclopedic for the most random rubbish. But you look at the players like that have a lot of experience together, and they really do bring, I think, a lot of leadership to this team. And on the other hand, you've got, like, I don't know if we can count Eric Boom as like a young gun talent at this stage, because he's been around the block for a few years now. Hell, I casted him when he was like 15, 16 years old back in like Black Ops 3. But, Eric still feels like he's kind of got that young, explosive player energy. For me, the real kind of X factor for this Omit team is surely Nate, right? Nate is this player that seems to have really stepped up. He looks so good. From the very little I've got to see of Nate today, he looks like a phenomenal addition to this team. Like, he could absolutely be one of those players who should be looking out for this year.
Yeah, again, this is fully his first year competing in the Challenger circuit. One of these young up-and-comer players. Hate to put him on a massive pedestal, but as an 18-year-old, people get that conversation. It's like, oh, who's going to be the next Mercules, right? Everybody's already thinking about it.
Right?
Almost it's always going to be like that. And this game does suit him. I've already seen some highlight moments. Selfishly, I'll out myself if there's any team in particular of a POV that I've been watching for early door scrims. It has been TFL Enterprises, and alongside it has been this team, and developing alongside of him has been Nate, to be able to see what he's been able to do, right? I mean, he steps onto the block at like that Bell Esports Challenge alongside in Omit Brooklyn when he was playing with like Hide and Liam. Ever since then, has been making waves, I can only imagine, to be able to land around such veterans, to be able to help him kind of mold himself into the early doors of what he could potentially only be a very deep run as far as his Call of Duty career is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just one of those situations where, again, you've got these young gun talents. And I think for a player like Nate to be surrounded by the likes of Brack, Fellow, and even, again, Eric, who is in himself basically a veteran at this point of challenges, at least. He's been around the block, right? I think this is the perfect kind of environment for a player to like Nate to step up. And you mentioned there kind of, right, the context of challenges as it currently stands, right, with, challenges, a lot of players being pulled up to the CDL. I mean, I kind of wrote like a very short list, but like Lux, Craze, Mamba, Trakes, Abe, like just a huge batch of players that have been brought up to the CDL for this season, because every CDL team is in search of the next Mercules, that one player that can totally transform their roster. And I think for a player like Nate, and really I think for players across the board here this season of challenges, there's going to be a lot of I think wants, a lot of desire to put yourself in that position to kind of make yourself the next Mercules in a way. So definitely something we're going to be keeping revisiting here as we move forward in this Black Ops 7 season. Excited for this matchup though, guys. A reminder that where we're at right now, this is lower bracket round 3 or lower bracket semi-finals. So the loser of this matchup goes home in 4th place. The winner goes on to the next round of play. Really excited to see how this matchup plays out. But let's talk a little bit more about Asim and co then, because this is a roster that obviously we kind of got very briefly to talk about there. I want to talk about Priester, right? Because he's, got a chance to play in the CDL last season for a couple of different teams. He's now back in Challengers. Another opportunity, one of those players that we kind of see a lot of, where it's just like, hey, I've got to prove myself to get back into the CDL.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been that argument, and it's been wavering as a target on his back, if you really think about it. Like that win that the Falcons, when Priester was playing on that team last season, that he got, that was the first LAN win that he got since he won the World Championship with the New York Subway. Like just think about that for like a hot second. Like that was the one thing like wavering over top of him. And he doesn't get like a CDL starting position in what feels like since the inception of the league itself, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, like I'm sure that there's probably like that big hurdle that he's got to like try to like get over here, and just kind of try to piece it together. And like he's surrounding himself with another veteran piece, right? It's with Asim, who can be that flex role alongside Priesta. The way I understand it, like looking at this team through this tournament at the very least for recency, is that is like kind of like your core AR lineup. Where Neum and Ripsy are like kind of like playing like the flex SMG roles between the two of them, but they're like the faster piece of the team. But like what like Priesta brings to the table, right? Like he's always gonna like be like that more methodical player in search and destroy.
Right. Yeah.
We see him over the years always playing his life to the best of his ability. And he's always gonna try to play that trade. And he's always gonna try to play for that objective, man. Like he's a smart player. It's just putting himself in that situation, in that system, to be able to get himself in the position to get back in the league.
For sure. Well, let's look at our teams then. Let's move over to the map set for this best of 5. Show you guys what we've got going on. Just as an aside, before we can get into kind of the deep talk about what our map set actually looks like, I'm so freaking hyped by this year's map set. And you know, we kind of have a brief conversation about it. But, you know, I think when we're at a point where, and I know there's kind of issues with Raid, right? We know that there's problems with the spawns on that map. But when we're at a point where we can actually say no to Raid, because we actually have quite a deep map pool, I think that goes to show the quality of the maps that we've actually got on display here. Things are looking pretty good, and of course, looking forward into the future, we look at like Season 1, we look at like Season 2. We know that there's some incredible maps coming, Andy. So I'm really, really excited to get into this. But we do have a Den hardpoint to kick off this best of 5, of course, Den Overload in from map number 3. Dude, I'm so excited to cast my first Overload. I can't wait for that.
Oh, you're going to be casting our first Overload here. We're going to be casting our first entirety of a Black Ops 7 map set, right? Are you doing no Raid? Like you already taught, like we don't have an express in Search and Destroy for that map pool for all that's concerned. And it is a breath of fresh air because of how good the maps are. You bring up a fantastic point. And although the community may be bipolar at times, where we want some good throwback maps, we finally got like some darn good maps, and Den is going to be one of those, and I'm glad that we do have it for this map number 1. Omit Brooklyn are coming right off of this map 4 victory versus Falcons Academy White. They stomped them 250 to 140, always ahead of the rotation. They sounded teed in the comps when I listened to them, but it's Asim and Co. They're off to the races with a 3 in the feed. Yeah, I mean, it just you get for later and later in the stages of the competition, right? And I think you're going to see less and less stompings. I know that Cabal have been on one, but I think looking at this match in particular, I don't expect either of these teams to totally stomp out the other one. But P1, always a mixy one in any given hard point, any given game of Call of Duty. Ripsy will come through for a couple of kills, and Asim and Priesta will follow up with 2 more of their own. So that'll be the wipe. And I was saying that we're not going to see a dominant start for either of these two teams. Asim and Co seem to want something completely different. They've got other ideas. You get that JSOC side, man. You can start over towards that P2 lane. You get a lot of good head glitches towards like the shingles over towards that north side of the mini map. If you're looking at it, and that's where a lot of the focus was in lying for Team Asim. But starting to develop a little bit of a push down towards that south side. Omit just trying to poke and prod, trying to influence the spawns. They already got back towards that back fence area, so that should at least inherently influence. No, a good little pickup there at the end, but a break does come through at a crucial moment.
Asim's trying to play his life now. That's one of those situations where you're trying to wall bounce all over the place. Oh, Brack! Not having it, though. We'll get an easy double. Looking for number 3. Should be a good enough trade coming through from either Fellow or Eric Boom, and it will be the former of those 2 players that gets those kills through. So, Omit back in control of the hard point here for the moment. Asim and Co will be locked into those back spawns, and we'll now be looking to try and movement their way back in towards the hard point. Fellow, weak off the back of the first couple of gunfights. Oh, goes to the pistol for number 3. Fellow makes it look so damn easy. Now on 5 in a row here as Omit get the back 20 seconds off that time.
Mr. CEO, T-Fell Enterprises. Started off 0-4, and now he's 5-5. I guess, man. Big turn of events coming through for Omit. Again, they were on the opposite side looking on in. Now we go over towards the ever mixy P3 towards the south side of the mini-map, where spawns realistically are going to be more east to west than they are going to be anything. You're going to be in a gunfight just before you know it, and you got to be able to be ready to play the trade game. Ripsy aware of that, trying to find that double kill so that way he can help his teammates kind of rectify the double piece that Omit were able to find on the entry of this hard point. It's as mixy as all could possibly be, but Omit are on the favorite side. They're playing for that P4.
Now, Rispy will at the very least open up a door here for the rest of the team to make their way through. Now he's going to try and do the exact same thing again. Down at 22 HP, trying to move his way through a gunfight. Oh my god, somehow manages to get away with that one. Fortunately enough for Omit, they don't have anybody else to deal with from Asim and Co here for the moment. So 15 seconds left on this hill now proper. We start to see that rotation coming through, and Omit might actually beat Asim and Co to the punch here.
Yeah, no, they sure will. They're a little late on this rotation. This would kind of plague them back over towards that Cabal matchup, specifically talking about like that Blackheart hardpoint that they got dismantled on to start off that best of 5 series. That's one of many different reasons. Just very late on the rotation, just more relying on the break. They had the spawns for new. They lost it. Asim and Co just way too wily on that P2-4 lane side over towards the north side, just playing those head glitches to perfection. Anchoring the spawns is Priestahh. Gotta rely on his teammates to hold from the front. It's down towards the trades. Numbers are there for Omit. Ripsy gets a little bit too far, but he's gonna trade his own life there. It's gonna allow Omit to contest this from the front.
Listen, Fellow did it earlier. I think that time, though, Rispy, I don't think we can quite categorize it the same way, considering he actually found value
Gonna happen
before
quite often,
he
man.
flew off the map. Yeah, it's going to happen a lot here, and Fellow, of course, we were saying it earlier, kind of followed in his former teammate Clayster's footsteps by flying across the map in such emphatic fashion. Regardless, though, Omit manages to chain together a few kills here, back to back. They'll be able to take command and lead in this game. Brack looking to get the scrap time, and, well, that's going to be exactly that. Asim and Co might actually get a couple of players in towards said scrap time and make this game ever so slightly closer as we get into the second set. But we saw what happened on the first set of rotations here proper. Asim and Co, they did manage to take command and control of this hill.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, Omit were able to at least gain back control off of what Asim and Co were able to get off of that P1 side. Even though starting off on the unfavored side of things, it's Omit that go in towards the second set with a little bit of leverage. Niam's going to be able to find that two-piece, will force Eric's hand to try to pick up that lane, but a little late towards it. Ripsy picks up where his teammate left off, just kind of front-loading that pressure towards that north lane side. That's where Asim and Co really found a lot of good value on that first set of hardpoints and why it was so close. And Omit didn't fully walk away with it. If you remember, they did have those P4 spawns. They were favored towards it. Things they got to keep in mind is they cannot wait for the 10-second mark, bro. You got to rotate 20 in this game.
Like a one player potentially making set rotation. Keep an eye pretty sure on the minimap. Trying to be all sneaky like. Big 1 versus 1. Doesn't look towards the backline quick enough, so Eric Boom will take him out of the equation. Asim gets the trade-off, and that should flip the spawns in favor of Asim and Co here. But Asim, could he bite off more than he could chew? Again, not checking the corner.
Cheeky.
That's so unfortunate. Nate will take him down. And now we're in a situation that we saw Asim and Co in previously. They have to get away from the back spawns. The flips does come through, and Priestahh will take Brack down, but still they've got to fight to get back towards the hard point.
And they were a little late to read that the spawn outs could potentially even occur, or if they were still spawning over towards the back fence area. Like, for these P2 spawns, like, unless you're over towards, like, right there, right where Ripsy just spawned, you're not realistically anchoring these P2 spawns, and it's a little bit of a mistake coming through for Omit. It allows the Asim and Co to fight for this back 30, Brody. They got the numbers to lock it down.
Yep. Big 20 seconds. Omit know it. They're still going to send a couple of volleys towards this hard point as Killfeed lights up white momentarily. You have to wonder, is it really worth the investment at this stage? And I think they're kind of half-heartedly sending for it. They've got one hand in the rotation. Eric Boom over here. Big gunfights. Oh, slides out and loses the fight against Priestahh. So, yeah, they kind of invest in towards the scrap time and the new hard point, and that's not going to work proper.
No, it's really not. It's just weird the way that the spawn out did occur. Like, over towards the dojo side, somebody from Asim and Co did get gifted that spawn, and then somebody from Omit just started anchoring that spawn for Omit, and it does force that spawn out to occur, but if the mixed vets get your nades in, I think it was like maybe an early trophy that got thrown down there for Asim and Co. It allows Omit to get some early damage, but Asim and Co, they're leading by 30, and they're starting to read where these spawns are coming from. Just one more player that can get the hop up up the middle. Eric Boom, though, able to find 3. That's a good way to be able to turn this fight into what you need. That's that back 25.
Hellstorm missile comes down from Fellow as well, so kill and information here for Omit as they hold Asim and Co at bay. 20-point deficit now starting to close. Nate looking to pre-fire on the second kill off the back of the first and will not find it. Fellow through the middle of the map now looking to take those players down. Puts some warning shots through. Gets the information that those players have transitioned away from the hard point, but now you're looking to fight in towards these rotational battles. 25-point advantage or so for Asim and Co. So these battles are absolutely everything, and it's 3 players barreling through towards the time. They are going to get the first look at this hill.
super weird spawns. It was initially a 3v4 there. Seaman-Co, the namesake of Seam, was actually late towards that. He was towards that Dojo's lane.
Oh my
but
God.
Neum works his way back in, and numbers advantage be damned. He's back over towards the 5 spree, over towards the Shotzzy clutch spot. He's ready to lock things down. This is a nasty spot, and it could be an even nastier hold that could extend this lead for a Seaman-Co.
Yeah, it was just too weak for the fight, though, and that's going to be a wave of blue kills in the feed. Now, these players from a Seaman-Co should spawn pretty close. So they will get a chance to hit this one more time before the rotation ends. But again, I don't really know how they're going to get it done. Fellow's already reached out towards the hard point. Oh my God, almost gets done by the wall jump in this game. That's done quite a lot of players here in Black Ops 7 already. But only one kill goes to Seaman-Co's way. So Omit effectively closing the gap here once again as we get through the third and final set of rotations here proper. Just 9 points or so the difference between these two teams.
We go towards this third set, just a 9-point game. It's the differential that Omit did have going in towards the second set. But look at the AR lineup, 22 and 19 out of Carson. Brack is leading the way for his team, 22 and 21 out of Felony. He has a lot of engagements, but Neum has been finding the multi-feeds for his team. He's been fetching a lot of good timings, and he needs somebody to step up for those clutch moments out of Omit if they want to try to eke ahead here. Another good kill feed comes through for a Seaman-Co. They don't have the P2 spawns, but they currently have the objective time. Should eclipse them over 200 points.
Yeah, and they'll be happy to try and take this time away, especially at this stage of the game. Any seconds you could possibly get starts to feel a little bit like gold dust. Priester goes to the pistol for a freebie against Fellow. Now slides out towards the open and finds a second. Rispy's going to follow up with another one. There's trades in favor of a Seaman-Co at the moment, but it doesn't do anything as Eric Boom doubles up. That's going to be Omit now in control of the rotation here. They should get first look.
Should know that all this push is coming down towards the south side. Look what Eric Boom just spawned. Are they late on communicating it? Brack has a corner for this. Trigger discipline. Not going to be there, but he snaps for the second. That's more than enough. You just have to hold the back now.
Yeah, and now they're going to be weakened here. You can't really afford to wait. So, Omit getting all of this time.
Neum's
going to put some shots in. Yeah, they got those spawns through now. Neum's going to push off the back of this one. Has the help of Rispy at the same time, but Rispy goes down. So now Neum needs to go huge, and there's just so much going on. So much wall bouncing around him. He gets done. Nate and Fellow combine for 3. Priester, the only one with anything to say around the front line. He gets shut out, and Omit, they hold.
It's a freaking moon bounce in there, man. Every team, both teams over 200 points. 26 and 22 out of Brack, still able to stay alive. 3 for 1 pinstripe kill feed. Omit still had the back spawns, and they're starting to take routes over towards New. They can give this time away. You know that they can get more numbers over here very quickly if they can lock Dojo down.
Rispy a lot to do. Over by New. Stuns out. Has to check towards the right corner here. That's where Nate is. Nate's in his position. No, now has the help of Neum in close proximity. But I think Neum's also been found out as well. So there's a lot of game of chicken going on right now. Rispy's going to slide out for the kill against Nate. And now towards the point. Rispy actually finds 2. And that's the opening that a Seaman-Co needed. They punch her into the hard point.
Finds kill number 27. They're lacking numbers straight up through the middle of the map. Fellow reads that. Neum slides. He turns that into 2. How in the hell has he done that? A Seaman-Co can close it here.
Nate's trying to hold on towards the hard point. It's just not happening. And now it's just full send to try and get any kind of contestation possible. It's not happening. They will L-trigger you down and a Seaman-Co get it done in map number 1.
Some nonsense right there that Neum was doing all across that map, man. This game was made for that young man. He is going ballistic. He's absolutely teed coming in towards this lower semifinal of the Challenger Showcase. Season hasn't even begun yet. And this man is jumping around like it's a carnival ride. I'm telling you, it's going to be the difference maker in this title. Being able to have a lot of those moments for your team. And like where Omit in the first set were able to keep a Seaman-Co at bay, which is making sure like those like smaller little angles and timings weren't being leaked through just by playing really good team coverage and finding a lot of good team shots. But like a Seaman-Co just like slowly whittled them down. And specifically like Rispy and Neum just slowly poking and prodding them alongside like these really good shots and angles being held by a team as the fall off gets shown on one more time. It's just what this game's going to be all about, man. Like the team that can set a higher pace, finds these multi-feeds, shooting you in the back and the side as you just think that the entire team's coming from the front, will find an immediate advantage on you. And a Seaman-Co just set the pace so early.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give a special shout out to Rispy because I think so many of the kills that he makes, he doesn't make a huge splash in the game, right? Statistically, I think he goes more or less even, but I think the fact that he makes so many crucial gunfights for a Seaman-Co, specifically, literally the last 2 gunfights of the game that managed to penetrate the hard point and get a Seaman-Co in towards the time that wins them the matchup. I think there's so many little moments like that really do split the difference in a huge game of Hardpoint. And Rispy, I think, really showing his value for this Asim & Co roster, of course. Just looking really, really good. Little plays like that, as you said, can 100% define a game of Hardpoint. And that really is absolutely what happened there. Moment after moment, individual kind of huge blowout after blowout coming out from Asim & Co. Just kind of gets them over the line at the end of the game. So huge shout out to Asim & Co for that one.
Yeah, dude, big moment there for Priest. That 4-piece was so massive. That's like world championship moment right there.
Yep.
And push starting to come to shove. We've had so many of these moments throughout like the entirety of this tournament, like where like we've had like the 250 to 245 like photo finish Cabal versus Stallions, the 250 to 249 Omit Brooklyn versus Falcons Academy White that just transpired in the previous series. Like so many cult classic bangers being written early on in the Challenger season so far. Again, first official Cup hasn't even hit its deck so far, but 30 and 22 out of Priesta, 21 of those kills non-traded. And you shout out Rispy for the right reason. I mean, look at those assists, 13, 14 for Asim, respectfully. Good damage being shared in between, and even better objective time too. I mean, like this team, when they were on the site, like we're really locking things down hill to hill.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that kind of is maybe an undervalued thing about a lot of SMG players at times, right? It's the fact that, especially in a game like this, right, where you can be super annoying. And we saw that really from both rosters, where it's just like you're just wall jumping all over the place and you're just making it so difficult to actually win a fight against you. But like for a player like Rispy, right, who I think we saw it multiple times, he can just get in, and if he gets a kill, that's great, right? But if he makes a player weak enough, then that can be a follow-up for a player like Priesta or Asim, right? It can really make the difference, and it can really show out just how good of a team Asim & Co actually are here in map number 1. Just being a nuisance like that, I think just is such an undervalued thing at times as an SMG. It's not always about maybe padding the stats and actually getting the frags. It's about doing the damage, right? Making sure that that kill is not necessarily yours, but is followed up by somebody else on your team. Just constantly willing to kind of let yourself go down after putting in damage. I think it's something that Rispy does so well, and did it so well in map number 1 as they take away a 1-0. Excuse me. Wow, English. Do you know what? I'm gonna blame this on 3 AM, but honestly, I think it might just be me, mate. 1-0 series advantage now for Asim & Co. That is huge, and I think just shutting Omit down out of the gate, a roster that really I feel like would thrive off of kind of that energy, that momentum, I think it is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, especially when you consider everything that has transpired throughout the day. Search and Destroys have been mighty toss-ups in between every single team that has been in attendance. I mean, if there's been like one drop map here and there, it's been in between like the 2s and the 3s. As we're still like figuring it out, let's not forget, like the game literally came out 2 weeks ago. Like we don't even know what the hell we're doing here so far. I don't even know what I'm saying half the time. Like, come on, man. Like it's so tough to fully be able to gauge on like what team's strength in lies and where. Like I walked in there being able to fully like, I wouldn't say like fully dissect entirely with like the Den 250-140 versus Falcons Academy White, but like even immediately that gets ripped out of the page because of that one bright moment that continues to come into the DM. You can just really just put teams to bed. You just absolutely tuck them over and over and over again. That's sometimes how this game works. You know how it happens when you're trying to get those pesky launcher camos done. But like, look, regardless, man, I think for going in towards this, it is big moments. Like you said, team to team can rally off of that momentum going into the exposure after.
Yeah, for sure. I know that you're watching a lot of fellow streams today as we get into map number 2 here in just a second. What's the camp going to be like for them right now, right? You've lost map number 1. I know that obviously we talk about kind of the leadership that the likes of Fellow and Bracket are bringing to the side. I feel like a lot of it's going to be constructive, right? Just kind of taking a moment to think, all right, cool, what went wrong in map number 1? Let's kind of talk about it here and then put it aside and just kind of go into map number 2 with a fresh mind.
I mean, I'm sure that it's like probably still going to be like really like loose vibes as far as this team is concerned. Like they're taking this seriously with like a grain of salt. I think like a lot of teams are like looking at this as like an advantage to be able to practice like high stakes overload. Like you don't really get like those types of scrims. A lot of teams are just like practicing hard point because there could be some things at stake when it comes down to overload or maybe not taking scrims seriously, or even just 4v4 search and destroy too. Like you don't really get that late at night, depending on who's still late on, or if you can get a full game of 8s going in a variant fashion. But all speculation aside, I think they're looking at this and with a grain of salt, Brody, but they're taking this very, very seriously and a gauge of what they can do. And well, I was going to bring up Eric Boom, and we could potentially bring, he finds 3 within this round, but it's immediately down to 1v1.
This is a 1v3. Oh, not to be. Brack will take him down. And, oh, that looks so promising there for a second. Priester will not win that round. Worth saying, guys, I think everyone who has watched all of today's action knows this already. Round number 1 is currently glitched. So it means that you basically have to sit here for the remainder of this 40 seconds. And you get to watch Brack do some incredible wall jumps. How's your one jumping going right now, buddy? How are you feeling with the movement in this game? You feeling like you cracked out?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm not afraid to admit that I'm a mouse and keyboard player, so I'm just jumping around all over the place. Like that ninja clip that Shotzi hit,
dude.
been there, done that. I'm sliding around corners and people with the boop bap bam, like where they don't even see it coming from, man. Like this game is mad fun with all of like the movement. Brack showing off all of that plus some more for another 10 seconds, but yeah. I mean, like, look, exposure, search, and destroy. It's gonna be a pretty big bang out if you can land your nades. You can see even Brack fighting that last kill. Probably won't have a trophy system coming in towards this next round. So
yep,
you get like a lot of those lineups early. I was watching for this team to be able to find a lot of that early through some streams that you were mentioning early, Brody. It's gonna be quite devastating. Omid been practicing.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the game, I think we kind of had that discussion, right? It does feel like there's a lot of things still to be figured out, right? We've had the game for like a week and a bit, right? And really only for a week have players actually been playing this game at some kind of proper level. And even then, it's been like, what?
Yeah.
Like whatever the equivalent of GBs are these days, like CMGs, whatever. There's a lot still to figure out, I think is the point here. So early doors in terms of strategy, not early doors in terms of aggression. Nate getting right in there for the opening cut that against Rispy. Immediate trades coming out for not 1, but 2 for free for Asim! Picks up 3 through the middle of the map, and all of a sudden it's down to Fellow, who has already revealed his position, and Priester will take advantage of that all day long. But Asim, brother, what on earth?
It's dirty. Absolutely dirty. Won't be able to see it from his perspective, but trust what he did over towards that mid-heady box. It was disgusting. He was just a simple man that wanted to take some space alongside his teammate here on the long route over towards the A-bomb site and just plant the bomb, play a nice little corner afterwards. He just turns it into a nasty drop shot for a third. Wow. It's certainly one way to respond. And like I was saying, it's considerable bang out is exposure, search, and destroy.
All right, premium bomb in hand. There's those nades off the top. That's going to slow Asim down in this one. Rispy has a hankering for an opening kill. Brack's going to have to land that nade a little bit elsewhere. Oh, and the combination of the nade and the wall jump will ascertain that opening blood. Fellow's trying to follow up with another one, but the carriage will swing away from him. That's not a favorable position to be in. So now 3v2, 3v1 as Niam falls out of the round. So all just down to Priester. Had a 1 versus 3 previously, couldn't get it done.
It's on a 3, wants to play for the spree. He's just going to back out, reset the fight. Here in this 1v2. It's versus Eric and Nate, 2 SMGs, but M15s can be picked up off the ground yet, of course. So they're going to stack here in the P3 building. Just play off a point of contact. Risa should get the info, should see the nameplate up top. Eric Boom feeling is mutual.
All they have to do is play for information. Yeah, Priest is just taking so many different shots for now. We'll open the door. Trying to play off the audio cue. Still has to make the clamber animation, though, and that's going to put him at disadvantage. Instead, going straight for it. Slide out. Oh, not a single shot will connect. Nate will take him down. Another 1 versus 3 here. Denied for Priester.
Yeah, he was trying to get, like, the little lit bounce into the curb slide there, the windowsill, so that he can do the old... Hey, there's surprise man over in the corner. Just get any sort of advantage in the 1v2, knowing that he was getting the audio cue pull off of the slidey doors, but it's just so tough to turn any numbers disadvantage. I don't care. The Call of Duty, you can add one more player back on the map, back in BO4 MW 2019 with a 5v5 man. It's still hard, especially in the 1v2 post plant situation. So 2-1 going in towards this offense. Get a little bit of a B push over towards solar panels, Brody.
Alrighty. I think it was Neptune who used the rock position. I'm fairly certain that will be GA'd or outright banned very
Certainly
soon.
hope so.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. But no player for a moment is going to use it. Instead, it's going to bang this one out. It's an immediate 3-for-1 trade here. And now all just down to Priester, who is once again, in what was his third 1v3 here in this search and destroy. And Omid are not letting him breathe.
Just no time to respect just the beauty of all these solar panels. Like, we have all of this fine electricity all throughout the night. A good old considerable bang out. Yeah, Priester thought he was going to get the jump on it, but will die there in the end. Exposure, Search and Destroy, man. You remember Skyline, Search and Destroy? I know it wasn't too long ago, but bang out.
Oh, I played a lot of that map. That was
Sir.
my favorite map in that game. You know, I was a
You get
big
so much
Skyline
info
lover.
off of Nate so early, like you just fly. Like in this game, even without lightweight, like you're moving it across like that lane exceptionally quick. In players that are trying to get info on top solar panels, like you don't have an inch to be able to react. It's either get info and rip the initial and survive, or get ripped.
Honestly, I'm just gonna be honest with you, mate. I've got like 3 brain cells, and so any bang out map is the map for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't need anything that makes me think. I just want to bang everything out and hope for the best. You know, just how things are. I've reached the ripe old age of 26, and I can't really handle that much anymore. That being said, Omit, 3B bomb site this time around. A Seaman have gone straight down the middle of the map, I assume, because of early util. Kind of giving them the signal that was the case. Nate has just garnered a little bit of information here as the bomb will go down, and one player is far removed from this situation, so Fellow's timing might not be that favorable for a Seaman Co. That is a smoke down or some kind of nade smoke, I don't even know, but Neum trying to even the odds in this situation. Fellow now joining in for the fun, and well, this is not fun for Neum anymore.
I'm just too late to realize the antics that was the solar panel push for the second round in a row. Hello. So it is wall bangable. Yeah, you are dead. Sure. Well, individualistic, but better rights either way. But Brooklyn just running away here with the bang out that is map number 2. They really enjoyed the Den hardpoint so much they just want to continue to sprint at their enemies here in the map number 2. I actually don't even know off the top of my head if they picked this one, Brody. I'll keep it $150 with you, and you can hold the darn change. But I will say this much: Omit's teamwork. Going back towards the Search and Destroy versus Cabal, like the initial, what I got to see from out the day, has been getting a lot better.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Double challenging together, like the good old fundamentals are like actually starting to piece together. It's what you expect out of this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, that round didn't necessarily exemplify it because they kind of had a free bomb site for the most part. But I think specifically getting Fellow out of the round just a little bit kind of separated out from the squad, just kind of messing with the timing of a Seaman Co. I think that was the right decision for Omit to make. So yeah, it does feel like the teamwork's getting a little bit better. Unfortunately, those opening nades will take Nate out of this round. And now Omit are kind of left totally separated here. They're looking to take some individual heroic kind of plays. Fellow will be the first point of contact if anything. Eric not looking to take a long-range fight with the Dravik. That thing doesn't really do anything particularly crazy, but that's a fight that he will take against a team.
It's on the Dravik, so it's like a real long con play. The 2 players actually turned from him. It sets up the pinch here for Felony. Oh, Tyler's able to isolate one. 80 HP.
Oh my god.
Oh, beautiful pirouette at the end of the defuse. 10 out of 10 stars. Get this man to the Olympics. 7 spree between the 2 of them. 5-1 to the good. We're so back.
I mean, again, it's just that team play. You literally talked about him, right? In the previous round, Eric Boom, he makes a lot of noise on the other side towards the big tank and gets a kill, turns the attention of the players. Fellow just completely works off the back of that to find those 2 kills in the round and closing things out for Omit as their Search and Destroy looks sublime at the moment. 4 in a row for Fellow coming in this round. 3 in a row now for Eric Boom. And they really do have pick of the litter as well. They want to take this bomb now, don't they? Because in the previous round, obviously, they managed to get it onto a free B bomb site. Now, a Seaman Co. have totally reacted to that by sending 3 of the players they have on the board towards said bomb site. All they need to do here, Omit, is take Neum down. And it'll be basically a free plant over towards A. But now players have reacted from both sides, and you're having to be a little bit more cautious about what the middle of the map looks like. Nate on this long flank needs to find some value off the back of it, and eventually does.
He took the 50-50. Had he gone over towards the wall jump, he would have been a little bit more fruitful in his timing, so it allows Rispy to turn this into a 1v1 now after Nate finds that trade. Won't get immediately chowed, so he's going to be able to get the health regen. Bombs laid here right in front of the A site. He's going to play for the plant.
Where does he go? Bomb's planted. He's planted in a relatively safe spot here. He's just going to pick a corner. It is a bold position. And Neum, I mean, again, it's kind of one of these things where you're just in a 1 versus 1. You're going to have to try and play 50-50 and look to outsmart your opponent by just picking a corner. That's the play call right now. And Neum is checking every single corner and crevice on the map, but the one direction that Nate actually went in. It doesn't make any sense. where has Nate possibly gone? And Nate, on the other side, I mean, Neum thinks this is a
checked it
game
a
of like
single time.
5D, 6D chess. The one place that hasn't been checked is the one place that he actually is, and that's all's gonna do it here as Nate closes things out on the search and destroy. Omit strikes back.
It's like Neum's just like, nah, you're doing too much, man.
So I check my pistol out.
Yeah, it's just vibing up there. It's just like, you got the timing, man. I mean, like, to be fair, like, that's a good bluff to be called. Like, it's 5-1 up. Like, you're not going to go for the immediate ninja. Like, I know I would, personally. I ain't got nothing else to lose at that point.
Just whatever takes the least brain cells, bro. That's my strategy. In
It's been a long day. It's great. Like, they played back-to-back hardpoint scrims properly. Like, it's before Thanksgiving break. It's a full day Tuesday. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't know at home, a lot of teams normally take off Monday. So, like, Tuesday going into a tournament is a full day, especially for a variant tournament. But this was a brilliant masterclass coming through Omit. Like, outside of, like, the one round where Asim and Co, like, got really good nades plus that first blood, like, Omit just started turning every single opportunity to a solid timing on a good pinch maneuver, multi-hits, well-timing nades to be able to clear space. A really good turn of events coming through for Omit here on the Exposure Search and Destroy to decisively tie up the series.
And I think the thing that impressed me as well with Omit, right, it's just kind of the variety in strategies, right? They didn't kind of throw the same look at Asim and Co over and over and over again, right? I think we just saw kind of multiple rounds, specifically on the offense, where, you know, they would hit the B bomb site, and it's like, all right, cool, next round, we're going to do something different. We're going to send ourselves through the middle of the map. And, you know, every single time you do something different like that, it kind of makes a moment of doubt for Asim and Co, right? We're off the start of the round like, all right, well, what are Omit going to do here? Like, we have to commit to something. We can't give up the B-bomb site again like they did in that one round, so we now need to send some value to B, and that gives Omit something to react to. It's kind of a constant game of back and forth between Omit and Asim and Co that Omit always kind of felt like they had control of in that game. And as you said, I mean, fundamentals in Search and Destroy, absolutely on point in that one. Shout out to Eric Boom. I think that was a big bounce back for him. Obviously, Nate had the big 1v1 towards the end and did have a consistent S&D, but Eric Boom, 7 kills to his names, 7 NTKs.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair shout. I'm just trying to, like, catch back up. There was a point, like, walking away from that hard point, you would ask me going into the map number 2 as far as, like, a bounce back is concerned. Yeah, Eric went 19 and 30 in the map number 1 with 12 non-traded kills. Exactly. And then he just like became really angry and just started running at everybody. 7 and 3 is a pretty big scoreline here. Fellow, though, I mean, only 4 and 4, but the 1,000 damage. It's just what you're gonna expect from like the Old Testament of time. It doesn't matter what Call of Duty you're playing, getting AR watching an SMG just running around with a chicken with a head cut off, or Spaniard, as the analogy may state here. You're probably looking at a 6-1 win on Exposure, Search, and Destroy.
I don't know. You just said the words Eric became very angry, and I don't know why. I'm just kind of like imagining like
I'd be terrified if he was ever angry
on
steroids. At me. Dude,
honestly,
no.
that guy could take my legs out. You know what I mean? Like Eric could 100%.
Eric Boom at like the Chance Mock size, like would be terrifying for like, dude, it'd be like Incredible Hulk level.
Do you imagine like a big Eric Boom, but like Michael Rooker from the Black Ops 7 campaign? It would just be like a normal sized person.
Yeah.
Sorry, Eric. Well, he's on one. He definitely fixed his performance after game number 1, where we didn't see the normal Eric coming out to play, and he certainly did there in game number 2. 7 and 3 performance to him, obviously, as we said. Shout out to Nate as well. So that means now we are 1-1 in the series, folks. We actually have a match on our hand, and next up, we get to have a super duper fun time because you and I get to cast our first Overload of the Black Ops 7 season. I absolutely cannot wait to see this on. We are going back to Den to see how Overload gets on this map. I think just watching Overload, yeah, I know there's been a lot of kind of apprehension about what Overload looks like at the start of the season. I think there's kind of been a bit of tweaking as to, you know, does Overload need to have like one goal or whatever? What are we calling it? End zone? I don't know. We're going to have to come up with some terminology here. But
I'm not
like,
calling it the end zone.
I don't know, dude. You Americans can come up with some rubbish, but you know, just there's been a lot of tweaking, a lot of conversation about whether Overload should be in the first instance. Is it better than Control? If it is, how can we make it even better than it currently is? Like, sure. I have really enjoyed the conversation around Overload, you know, at the beginning of this season. But I will say, from what I've watched, you know, today and at the Monster Energy kind of launch invitational, you know, the Flank Invitational, just the various events that we've seen so far, I've really enjoyed watching Overload. Like, it kind of gives me a mix of like blitz and uplink vibes, which is just like, it's just really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, if the objective was like in a neutral area, I guess it'd be like closer to like to almost like uplink. But I don't know. Like I definitely have my opinions on it as far as Overload is concerned. I see its potential. If that's like the PR answer you want out of me at 10:31 p.m. on a Tuesday evening, it's a school night, for crying out, Brody. Don't get federal with me. But like it's one of those things that I think it's definitely replaceable. I think that like us as Call of Duty fans, we've been looking for like a change for like the third game mode for like a real long time. And Domination certainly wasn't it after the BO4 season was fantastic and the introduction of Control. So I think we've been like searching for like that dopamine of like a good like swing map mode combination. And I do see the potential of Overload. I definitely think that like the round, like each half should be a shortened time limit. And there should be more of like a punishment of like carrying the EMP device. And obviously like the overtime adjustments, I think is another conversation for a different day. But like, it's fun, man. It's fast paced. You get a lot of kills and a lot of pop off moments. I'm here for it.
Yeah, there's so much to love. There's so much to love on Overload. I think if a team can get control of the map and almost kind of get together like a chain, like one side of the map completely cleared out, and it kind of gives me, again, those uplink vibes of just like getting all the players in different position, getting that chain ready to go, and getting the Overload, the EMP device, as it were, which we definitely have to come up with some kind of a short, getting the load to over or whatever it is what we're saying, and just getting that thing to one of the zones, I think it's so fun to watch. Right now, though, at the start of this one, Omit, we're going to get towards the easier of the two zones, and it looks like they might well have done it. A couple of kills coming through. No Priester at the stop line. Will stop it. Not going to be able to stop the second, though. Eric Boom flies past, and even picks up a couple of kills off the back of that as well. That's going to cause some problems for Asim & Co., not just off the back of that goal, but they have to get Eric Boom out of this position.
Look what it does for Nate, though. He's trying to pick things up over by the shingle side. That's where the device does spawn the second time as far as this game is concerned, but immediately opens up the B lane. That's where Neum was holding the line over towards the A spawn side for Omid. It's almost like a chessboard match when you're looking at it. And Den's like perfect for the minimap, those watching at home. Like, you get the neutral spawn for like the EMP device. And then if you're in control of like the B site on the right side of the map, then the enemy team can take advantage over towards the B side of their map and gain advantage over towards that lane. It has a nice ebb and flow towards the game mode, Brody.
Yeah, 100%. As you said, there is just, it's kind of like yin and yang in a certain way, right? There's definitely a balance to this for sure. Eric, though, in that situation. Yeah, you know what? I say a lot of things, but very rarely do I say them prettily. Eric Boom has to pull back, and unfortunately not good enough here. This should be an easy capture for Asim. He's not going to wait any longer and just fly straight in for the Overload. So 2-1 up now. Asim & Co. As I said, Eric was in a position to do something special, but has to pull back because his team do end up losing that first Overload. And of course, the map controller ends up losing them the second as well. So now, Asim & Co. 2-1 up in this. And they will wait patiently for Omit to try and make a move towards the middle point. Nade out. Actually going to tag Priester up down to 91 HP. Trades through the middle of the map in favor of Asim & Co. And Omit haven't really done much in terms of momentum through the middle of the map. That Overload, the EMP, continues to sit where it is.
It's just a really tough location to be able to gain advantage of it. It's almost like a P1 bang out where you're just being hopeful that you rip the player off of their mid-heady. Finally, some advantage comes through for Omit. They do get some headway. They're already through Dojo looking at that B skull line to try to get the device a little bit further past to tie up the game. Comes down to Brack to win the 1v1. He does with the help of some assistance from his teammate. They may die there in the end, but they tied up the game.
Yeah, big plays coming out there from Omit. And, you know, as you said, the fact that they die is not the end of the world necessarily, right? It's because you now get the respawn. You get closer towards the respawn point for the EMP device. So you get an opportunity to move here. 2 versus 2 towards the point, though. Neum's going to double up. So now all down to Fellow. Good for the first. Down to 74 for the second. And over the wall, the jump shots. And, well, Neum makes that gunfight last longer than maybe Omit wanted. Gives an opportunity for Asim & Co. to look at the potential defense at the point. But while that defense is going on, Omit have completely scarpered away for potential kit towards B.
Jaeger 45, it's not a forgiving pistol. You only got 8 shots, and you can't just spam it in the windowsill expecting for the enemy just to chow. That got a little wily, but the device will respawn there towards the south side. In through Dojo is where the next push is starting to manifest itself. But Brack with the huge nade takes 1+ out in his teammate, leaves some self-damage on the back end, but Eric Boom is there off the respawn. He's just got to try to hold the line right where the device is located at. He gets the clear, and his teammates spawn up over by mid. This could be the next push.
Brother, shout out to Brack and Eric Boom right now. 5 kills between them effectively stop Asim & Co. from getting another Overload through. Now Omit looking to move forward. Priester going to stop them with that double. Brack now potential flanking from behind. He's got more work to do. He's all on his lonesome, and Brack will do it. He picks up 2 kills, and now can be a nuisance to try and clear some space forward for the remainder of his team. He was still weak from that previous engagement, though. Gets doubled up on, and now there's a stone wall between Omit and another score.
So got that control for Nate towards the middle of the map. Look at the round timer. Down to 40 seconds. If the device does get scored, it takes 10 seconds to rediscover itself on the map, but just play out the trades and you're going in towards the next half at an even Steven scoreline. I'm still up in the air which one's even the favorite side of this map. I almost want to say it's the right side, but I'll leave it up to the players. This squabble that's happening inside of Dojo has gone on for far too long, but finally Asim and Co, they do have the advantage. They're staring at the A zone.
Yeah, all of that utility now being sent out by Omit here. 10 seconds left. They do not want to give this one up. Asim and Co trying to get it through. They're going to have to go sooner rather than later. Only 5 seconds left. Here we go. Oh, it's going to be a fly out, and now 4 down. Opportunity here for Omit to fly across the map.
No time.
Not to be. No time.
No
just
time.
You just when you think you can pop overdrive and get yourself towards the control zone, then you remember you wake up, you're not in Black Ops 3 anymore. It's not to be. Could you imagine?
You just wake up from that dream and you're just like, you just wake up from the tactical rap dream where you're just like always playing Black Ops 3 every day.
I, no joke, had a dream the other day that I was legitimately, I had a dream that I was just playing Infinite Warfare. And then I realized it was a nightmare because I was playing Infinite Warfare. I don't know why. I was specifically thinking about Infinite Warfare. But I need to go like one of those like gurus or whatever, like those people that you can sit there and be like, what do my dreams mean? And I'm gonna ask them. I'm gonna go to the woman with the crystal ball and be like, why am I dreaming about Call of Duty Infinite Warfare? That's what I need to know.
That guru that Aang went to go see that unlocked his avatar state. That should help you out one day, Brody. All right, even Stevens going in towards the second half. And again, it's really tough. Someone at me at some point and tell me which one is the favorite side for Den. I just feel like it's such a 50-50 map when it comes down to overload. But watch out for Asim. He finds a little bit of an angle, or Priesta does, excuse me, to get back behind enemy lines. He's going to start taking down a handful of players. That's going to open up the B lane while his teammates do hold the line through the B1 area. Going 1-for-1 is more than fine. This should lead towards a score if they can hold the numbers.
Rispy's still got a little bit more to do there. Eric comes through for 3, and yeah, despite everything that Neum did in that situation to open up the space for Asim and Co, they just cannot follow up with more. He goes down, and Eric will fire back with 3 of his own. So Omit now, opportunity to fly on towards the other side, and now they're trying to do exactly what Neum was doing to them in the previous moment, where Fellow is now looking to try and create some space. Opportunity to cut everybody off from Brack as well. Fellow's going to find the first kill, and that should be good. Yep, through the outside, the overload comes through, and Fellow provides the space that they need. It's Omit for the score.
Yeah, what a turn of events right there. Again, it's Eric Boom that holds the line and then reverts to be the tip of the spear. Continuation of the pressure there over by Shingles. So they lose the presence over by mid. Again, if it's not Neum, it's Rispy. Always trying to find these 2 pieces in where the first one exists.
Wow.
The second one's not too far away from the other one. This is going to convert a lot of pressure through the middle archway. Some presence is starting to be developed through Dojo. That's where the EMP device does spawn. It's straight gunfights over towards the west side of the map now. But Omit, Brooklyn are just steamrolling this one away on this side of the map.
Yeah, to be honest, that was a bit of an error, actually, I think, from Asim and Co, right? Because they're trying to put the horse before the cart before the horse, excuse me, because, you know, they send players through the middle of the map to try and garner some kind of map control, and then they actually let Brack through for a free overload towards the B zone. So Omit now, 2 overloads to the good over Asim and Co. The EMP device currently stuck just shy of that A zone. Priester, a freebie for him, down to 20 HP. Gonna have to take a moment to hit a reset here. Has the help of the teammates coming off the spawn as well. And potential flanking play from Rispy. That combination of the players coming off the spawn and Rispy with a flank is good enough here. Asim and Co might well have just found a way forward. You've got a couple of players through now. The overload on the way. Can they get this one through? Neum goes down, but it's gonna go through regardless.
Oh
Nate
my.
will follow up with 3. Nice double to stop anything more than that one overload, but still, Asim and Co closing the deficit.
It's that one Semtex that lands like when you're passing your mate like an extra magazine because you just ran dry. That's tough scenes right there, brother. But still a 1-point lead coming through for Omit. Big trades coming through Rispy and Priesta. They got a lot of space here through the middle of the map. Priesta wants a little bit more. He finds good damage, but nobody was in an area to find that immediate trade. Neum's here a little bit late. He's been Mr. 2-piece through these respawns, Brody, and he's doing it again. He finds some more space. Still plenty of time to play here as far as this final round is concerned.
Yeah, 100%. SC and Co have already done this one. They're trying to set it up once again. Priest is only going to get some shots through. And now if you're Rispy, you just got to slow up. There's absolutely no reason to full send this one. Maybe you can try to change tact a little bit here, but wait for your teammates to come to spawn and give you a little bit of help. He's trying to play bait at the moment for the rest of the team. Shots in towards Brack. Not enough for the frag just yet. And Rispy is putting a fair amount of damage through, but just not a lot coming off this. He's just trying to play his life as much as humanly possible, and it just isn't to be. Priest is there, though, to follow up. And Asim and Co are just toying with Omi at the moment. Back towards B they go now. Opportunity to make the move forward. Stun out. That should connect on towards the players. Tac Mask will save for the moment. That nade, though, is going to at the very least tag one. Is the cross good enough? No. 3 players tearing you down. Potential flanking play from Neum. Will keep the play alive here for the moment. Rispy actually goes for the knife. There's no way. Rispy's got this free for free off the back of a knife.
Got 60 seconds. Tie up the game or win. And Rispy's at least able to start the first step of the laundry list for the swing map mode combination of a Den Overload. Look at the space on the map. Overload device is going to be picked up here by Eric Boom. Rispy's still alive. Gives away his red dot. There was one big Hellstorm missile that got called in from above, but still the EMP device gets moved all the way across the shingles. It's in the enemy base. I think it just fell off the map just nearly, but Brack somehow turns it into 2. Omit Brooklyn finding more space on the map. They're playing the trade game, but they're running out of time.
Got to move up. Eric, time to throw caution to the wind, my friend. Down in HP. Oh, tries the wall jump, but it just doesn't work. Priest is going to fire back for a couple of kills on their side. And that overload, that EMP device will stay there. Overtime is looming. Short of Omit doing something spectacular here. They've got players sent forward. They're trying to get it done. All players back towards the point. EMP device will now reset.
Minutes on the clock. You got to play this one perfectly. Priesta is playing the long con all the way through the middle of the map. He's playing for the timing, Brody.
Absolutely good. I don't think he's going to be out this play, though. They're just going to go straight for it. Yeah, Eric Boom just flies straight through, and you can have a player in position to do something special. But if you're going to have a player on the board, you have to make sure that you actually get them in a position to do something. And that just was not the case. They were not ready for Omit to move forward. I think towards the end, they were just absolutely terrified of Omit actually making a move forward, right? They didn't know how much real estate Omit had already bought. I don't think anybody wanted to pick the corner with sudden death was in effect, when overtime was in effect, because if they were to do that and lose those gunfights, well, they've lost anyway. But in the end, they did lose the game. What an incredible game of Overload that was, though, of course. Really back and forth. Asim and Co answered back with the Venom that Omit started off with a 2-1 lead, but I think Omit started to get a real feel for themselves. They started to get confident with those B captures.
Yeah, you know, Overload is certainly an interesting game mode comparatively, like, to Control. Like, where Control is, like, super break-off dependent to be able to gain an advantage. Like, you don't necessarily get that when it comes down to Overload unless, like, you just decisively get a 4-0 down. And, like, even then with, like, the 1-3 start that was there, like, you could just see, like, the way that, like, the game does play with the mode, like, how you do spawn in an effective state to be able to stop that initial score from happening. And it does lead to a lot of, like, cool moments, like Eric and Brack holding the line to be able to start things off even early on to deny, like, the early advantage that Asim and Co were looking. But it's just, like, setting up a lot of these different swing moments to be able to find those 2 or 3 pieces. And I think that's where it's going to be a beloved game mode across the community. I don't know if I could say the same thing for players, because it's really hard to be able to turn things into like that, where Rispy just has the knife catches, like, the perfect timing. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun year. Just watching Overload develop for, like, these spawn traps, manipulating like the ebb and flow that is the game mode. You got to see with the initial 2 scores there between these 2 teams who were starting to crack the code. 33 and 21 out of Eric Boom there in the map number 3. 3,700 damage is a statement again for what he did in the map number 1.
Yeah, just incredible performances, I think, across the board, as you say. I mean, Eric is just really stepping up, I think, across the board right now. You talk about that map number 1 performance, right, proper, and it's just like, that's not, I didn't want to say it because you don't want to be negative, I think, especially considering it's like our first Black Ops 7 cast of the season, but, like, it didn't feel like that was Eric Boom. So I think to see him now, not just off the back of the last map, but also now off this one, really start to kind of step out of his shell and become the Eric Boom that we know and love. Really does help this Omit roster. As you said, 33 and 21, almost 4k damage to his name with 24 NTKs is a hell of a stat line, and it's that kind of SMG prowess that really will split the difference between Omit and the rest of the teams in challenges when push push comes to shove. For the other hand, I think, just kind of the usual suspects stepping up, if you will. Rispy, who did get that insane knife kill, and probably one of the most insane plays we're going to see this entire tournament thus far. Definitely stepping up with 18 NTKs as well. You love to see the players on Asim and Co there, everyone performing, but in the end it is going to be Omid coming out and taking a 2-1 series advantage. Next up on the docket, we go back to Hardpoint, and if this Hardpoint proper is anything like we saw in map number 1, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I think that you're looking for Omid to finally step up to the plate to what a Team Asim were able to find value in with that Den Hardpoint, the 250 to 213. They held a pretty monumental lead towards the latter half of that map number 1. Keep in mind you, and I'll be honest, I'll use the cardinal phrase that we've ever so grasped onto over the past several years now. Like the team that blitz better will probably end up finding a lot of value, especially in the early doors of the game, and even in the start for Black Ops 7, at least it may surely suggest so. And that's exactly what Team Asim were able to find. Rispy doing what you got to highlight a lot of there in that Den overload. Neum also has been a walking multi-feed throughout the majority of this series and the tournament, and over just like the past calendar, what would you reckon, like 7 months at this rate. Right. But like I think that Omid are starting to find their own. Like you're starting to see like Nate and Eric Boom like find their flow within the series. Eric Boom is doing much better than the Den performance we got out of him, like in like the 19 and 33. We're gonna see the 33 and 21, a lot more positive engagements, and he's just everywhere you would expect him to be. And Colossus Hardpoint does kind of favor the bold on being able to square peg, round hold your way around that map and being able to turn those two pieces where you have no business.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, look, if we're looking for SMGs to really step up to the plate, I mean, obviously Eric Boom has had a phenomenal last couple of maps, and I just feel like Colossus fits him like a glove. It's a shame in a way, isn't it, that Colossus, I mean, maybe I'm bolding saying this, I don't think Colossus will be in the rotation after, like, Season 1. I think when we get those new maps coming through, and if we kind of have to stick to, like, 5 maps of Hardpoint, 5 maps for Search and Destroy, and 3 maps of Control, I think Colossus will probably get the boot sooner rather than later for something new. Like, I think if, Standoff, or I think Fringe is probably the thing that's probably going to come in, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think Colossus is first out the door for sure. So we're probably not going to be living with this map for very long, and I think it is just for the sole reason that it is just a bang out map, right? I mean, it's
think
such a small map.
Colossus stays in over Blackheart?
No, I'm saying Colossus goes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm saying Colossus goes first. Yeah, don't worry about it, buddy.
I think Blackheart goes first. I think we get both Fringe, and I think that standoff Hardpoint in Black Ops 7 will play phenomenally.
Yeah, it's just it's a spawns conversation though, right? Because it's the reason that Raid is kind of cooked right now is the fact that it's. I mean, for all we know, to be fair, Raid Fringe Hardpoint might not work very well. I'm just excited to see Fringe because Fringe in Black Ops 6 was like kind of pointless in a way, right? Because we had that, like, the long lane that was good for wall running back in Black Ops 3, like the long train, like P3 I think it was, right? It's just like that, it did not work in Black Ops 6. It was such a pointless map. I'm so glad that they're just dropping it in Black Ops 7 right off the rip, because I feel like Fringe is like it's a gimme, right? You just stick that in the map set, you're gonna have a good time. I would be shocked if Fringe wasn't in the map set. I would love to, I'd love to see Meltdown. I think because Meltdown's coming in the middle of Season 1, right? I want to say. I think Meltdown, it would just be such a fun time for us to see it, because we literally haven't seen that in COD since like Black Ops 2. So like to see that in the map set, that would be super fun. Although I just don't know how that's going to play with all the wall jumping.
That is all a very valid assessment. I mean, like, that ultimately, like, that's what kind of bullied to like express out. It just like changed the dynamic of like the way that game is. Like, Black Ops 2 wasn't exactly a game that intended wall balancing, and I mean, I think that's why you bring in Fringe, right? Like that, I think that's a perfect conversation. It's like Slums, I think, is also projected to make its way in at some point as well, and it's just like Slums is already a chaotic map beyond belief.
Yeah.
Like you don't get a second to breathe on that map when it's boots on the ground. So like, I don't imagine it's unless for novelty reasons, of course. I mean, we're out here playing Blackheart at the end of the day, and everybody loves Bokaj from Vanguard for some reason or another. So who am I to judge? Colossus Hardpoint is for you then.
Okay, do we actually love Bocage, or is it just like a meme because you were constantly in the action and it was just
Kind of like the
fun to
novelty of
watch?
that game. I mean, like when I think of Vanguard, I mostly like my brain immediately goes to Bocage. I do not know
Oh,
why.
100%.
Like there were so many better
Like,
maps on that
not good
in that title, but like oh yeah, who didn't love the good old fashioned Gavity? Speaking of whatever it takes, we were talking about that at the beginning. I do remember like those crucial moments where like the whatever it takes mantra, and it's just like the Gavitu rain that was like torching my frames while I was like codcasting that. Just,
Oh my god, dude! What a time! What a time,
Yep.
man! Hey, what a time Vanguard was! What a great Call of Duty game! Am I right, folks? Anyway, Black Ops 7. We're here now. We're in for a good time with a very deep map pool between Omit and Asim and Co. Of course, Omit now 2-0-2-1 up. Excuse me. In this series, they win one more hard point. They move forward to the lower bracket finals. And the last hard point between these two teams was an absolute banger. Brack trying to make it so in towards P1. This hill is so damn mixy. Rispi can only pick up a couple of kills before Nate cleans house.
Yeah, but it's so mixy, and it's also like the most important part of this entire map is this top mid area, and it's certainly an easier way to be able to convert quite a bit of rotations, and you'll see my point as this one does start to suggest itself throughout the entirety of it. Good time coming through for Asim and Co. As they continue on with the antics again, looking to try to hold the line here ahead of the P2 rotation.
Nate's going to break in. He's on his lonesome here for a moment. Only has the cover of Fellow down by the statue. Priester knows where the pressure's going to be coming from. Nice Semtex from Nate, though, to try and clear things out. 3-for-1 trade. Rispi the only one with any value. We look towards this rotation. Asim and Co. War on two fronts to fight. Eric, oh, that's not the best shot through the front of the point. Fellow also going to get shut down. And, well, Nate was so confident, but now he's being bullied away from the hard point. Has to back on up. Finally has help now. And Omit will get yet another shot at this hard point. Flying straight through the front. Slide out from Eric Boom. Good for the first. Potential flanking play now from Priester. Can the rest of Asim and Co. hold in time for Priester to get here? Priester gets here, but the kills end up going in Omit's favor anyway. Asim will now be the last player left alive to hold on towards his hard point.
I still have the spawns, though, for Asim and Co., so they can keep supplementing numbers going in towards this hard point, because the rotation for P3 isn't exactly a terrible one. You just want to make sure that you get a boat heady to be able to rip that initial player over towards their god heady if you do have this side of the map. So not the worst spot to be in, but I will give the props to Omit. They did read that mid-cut push that was coming through from the connector from Asim and Co. Quickly. If they didn't, that probably would have turned into about 40 points, and we would have been looking at a very different game going in towards this P3.
Yeah, just contest as much as humanly possible off the back of that hard point. And it does lead us to a pretty close game here as we get into the next one. Asim and Co. the first team to touch once again. Flanking play from Brack. That should open the door here towards the hard point. Nate will make the best of that one for the kill. Trades now back in for Asim. Nice shots from Fellow off the back of the Godheady. Priester now needs to have a more active role in towards the hard point, and because of that kill against Eric Boom, it will still be Omit in control. Team shot from Priester, though. That's not going to help. Asim jumps up at the wrong time, and now that's going to open the door for Omit to get in towards the hill.
As any one player you definitely don't want in this lobby on that Godheady is the CEO of TFL Enterprises, Tyler Felony Johnson. I'll tell you that much. Crying out loud. That guy turns people into mincemeat now on that 7 spree. Hellstorm missile earned yesterday as he pushed here with his teammates to clear the back part of this time. Still an even game, though, and with Colossus, like, it's not the most notorious map to find value with the Hellstorm missile, but you can linger it in the air for quite some time to waver a rotation. Fellow playing a timing, Dravik in hand, as, I don't know, would you consider him the AR flex? Who knows with him and Brack on the same team, but he's on an 8 spree nonetheless. Oh, we
Fellow
piece
now
him.
on 9. 13-5 through this game. He's already got the Hellstorm missile in the back pocket. Now trying to play around Rispi for the double digits on the streak. Now backing away. Just being a nuisance right now, and I think Asim and Co are just kind of done playing with him. They're going to go straight towards the hard point. Fellow now needs to go huge because his teammates inside the hill have died, and finally he will go down as well. So 9 spree for Fellow opens the door for Omit to take control of this game, but Asim and Co now in control of the hard point, and next up it's Neum to try and push out of the hard point, be a nuisance. Can only find value for one, though, through the middle of the map before getting shut out. But again, it's all about just pushing out the hill as much as humanly possible, creating as much space as possible for your team, because as we said, this is a really small map. Space is everything.
Yeah, it really is. Just maintaining this top P1 area, going in towards P2, you could actually generate quite a bit of time if you do have space over towards the back area of the map where P4 was currently located at. You can set up a little bit of a spawn trap where Seamanco were so located at, but Omit did not win the connector fights, and thus subsequently they were not up in P1 first. So this is going to be yet another mixed fest. Trophy systems can only be around for such a long time because these spawns are relatively close towards P1, and you just gotta hope that you win the multi-kill. It's Omit so far that are able to do so, all off the back end of this, man. 17 and 8 coming through from Fellow. We're talking about something like the SMG stepping up, and to be fair, Eric Boom has met that pace, but like, what year is it?
Hey, it's crazy, isn't it? Fellow is still doing it.
For real.
It's just crazy. Constant control over this game at the moment for him, 17 and 9, and that KD continues to grow and spiral out of control. Seamanco got a better look at this hard point last time around. They might not do this time though. Brack slides through, has a little bit more work to do, and immediately gets shut down, as does Nate. So Omit now looking to do exactly what they did before, contest as much time as humanly possible in towards this hill, and Fellow, he's going to bring the Hellstorm missile down. Also team-nated Eric Boone there. Not entirely sure how that happened, but still, Hellstorm missile coming down from the heavens. Bend it like Beckham. Get in there, son, for the kills. 2 for Fellow, and that should open the door here for Omit.
Yeah, there's realistically only like 2 hard points you can find immediate value like that. It's right here on P2 or over by P3. So a good utilization there from the streak out of the wily vet of this roster, Tyler Fellow. Big deal coming in towards this back 20 seconds so they can try to maintain this lead. They lose some defense over towards the front, so it allows Priesta to slide on in. Alongside Asim, they wipe house, and they're able to contest this back 15. So that keeps things interesting going in towards P3, especially because Niam's already holding the Godheady. He loses his life. Brack aware for the rotation. Not here alone, so that'll flip the spawns going over towards New. Omit will be here first.
And I do get a clean look at this hard point. Did not happen last time around. They had to fight tooth and nail for it. Potential flank play from Priesta. That hasn't been communicated to Brack. He's staying on that heady, looking towards the other side. Priesta gets the freebie. And now all of a sudden, very quickly, this hill has completely flipped in favor for Asim and Co. And Omit, you can definitely tell they are left spinning after that one.
I mean, you were hoping for a little better moment there from Nate. If he rips Crispy, maybe he can influence spawn, so he does. He immediately does. Brack is able to find that kill off the respawn. They got the Godheady now. I'm not too sure where you have to be to anchor that spawn. It's still early doors, but that is a gift from the COD gods for Omit. Blocked back into what should have been a moment for Asim and Co. They still walk away with the majority of the time. Priesta still finds 2 off the back end. 21 kills for Preston, but that was a moment for Asim and Co. to be able to flip the lead once again before this P5 rotation where Omit are ahead of the rotation once more.
Yeah, big hard point there. It really did feel like Omit could really put a dent in this game off the back of that hill, but Asim and Co. they deny. And they will get the first touch at the very least over towards the next hard point. Will Omit. They actually get somebody inside the hard point to soak up the time. That'll be good for Omit. And the reason they didn't do that is because a Predator missile, or Hellstorm missile, excuse me, there's the cold mobile on me, comes down from the heavens by way of Priesta. Now Omit back in towards the time, can start soaking up some. Priesta continuing on his spree now. 24 and 16 game for him, having a phenomenal one. That's a big heady though to try and take out, and Brack will follow up with another one. So Omit, they're holding for a moment. Potential pinch play as well to take Recipe down, and it does come through.
Was it like the game 4 for like the wily old vets like to really step up and have themselves an absolute tee-off? Eric Boom's caught up to the field though. 26 and 19. As we were saying, he's no way a young man as far as his competitive years are concerned anymore, but there's a big turnaround coming away from how the beginning of the series has gone. And a 40-point lead now for Omit, going back towards the top center of the map, and they are absolutely feeling the run now for lower finals.
Oh my god, Eric Boom starting to fry here. It was Fellow in the early game. Eric has now stepped it up about 20 notches, ready for more. Wall jumping galore is Eric Boom, and he is a small man to try to take down a tiny target flying through the air. But it is Asim and Co. in control here for the moment. You can get a lot of time with this hill. This hill can be deceptive, especially with the amount of wall jumping that you can do in and around it. And Omit, they kind of know it. They're trying to deal with that chaos as much as humanly possible right now. Nate will take Rispy down. That might well open the door here, especially as Brack follows up with another one. Towards the hard point, Eric also needs to get involved. Brack looking to try and play support here, but at the very least, they have pushed Asim and Co. out of the hard point.
Oh, I almost had the lion up there. Still finding the trades. Rispy will get the last laugh. Big 13 seconds to keep things interesting going in towards this rotation. But you got to somehow start getting bumped out of the hard point now. Give up the back 5. Start helping your teammates. Disjointed now. Crispy's the only one here. Doesn't have a trophy system player with him either, and this is where the things could go a little awry. Just a little bit disjointed for Asimico. That could have been their point of opportunity, and now they're losing it a little bit of an angle from the top center area. Bracken just feasts up here to find the final few kills. This should surely be it for Omit. If not closing out here, they'll put it within striking distance.
I mean, just what a difference this hardpoint has been comparatively to the first couple of rotations, right? Omit have gotten better and better every single time. Last time they had to get a Hellstorm missile, to get in towards this hill. Now they are here for the first touch, but now it is Asimico knocking at the door, and they've blown that door wide down. Asim and Niam will combine for 3. Eric tries to play his life, and it just does not happen. A lifeline has presented itself.
Yeah, it sure has. I mean, like, that should have been 230, maybe 235, 240 for Omit easy, but Asim just walks his way back in. He's able to find himself 3, combined 6-3 now in between Asim and Niam. Connector fights coming through from Eric, 17 HP, still has the Semtex. Full stun doesn't connect barely onto Asim, so that keeps him 1 HP. Knows that this connector push is going to be coming through, still finds the elimination, and sets up Fellow for the immediate trade. No, Asim's still rocking and rolling, but Omit, they do have the rotation. They don't have the Godheady, Brody, but they only need 20.
That 2 coming through here has kept Omit in the conversation. They are just 14 points shy of victory. Asim, very far removed from this situation. If you're going to do something, you've got to do it now. The slide out. Double chow coming through. It's a double contest. Brack swinging wide for the kill, and he will close things out. It is Nate that gets the kill, but it is team shots that get it done. Will anybody from Asim and Co get there now? The stun should stop them from touching, and it does. Omit remove Asim and Co from the tournament. They go through to the lower finals.
That's a different level of pace than what we got to see, man, in a multitude of different perspectives throughout this tournament. But when push comes to shove here at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and whatever it is over there for you, Brody, like, you just got to try to play your best COD possible at this very long day for these young guys. And, yeah, they're able to do it for Omit. I mean, talk about a turn of events throughout for this series. Fellow had a lot of his moments. You'll see throughout a lot of these highlights. Eric Boom also continuing on his massive rampage. Priesta was also absolutely frying, and like, I know I might be getting ahead of myself, but like, it's cool to be able to see like a lot of the old guard players, players that you and I grew up with, Brody, are really stepping into their own now that the boots are back off the ground.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? We're just talking about Fellow through this game. It was this 9 spree or something ridiculous like that, and albeit I think, you know, he kind of slows down maybe after the fact, has like a couple of kills that maybe of note, like throughout the game. Of course, that 9 spree then gets him this do you know, honestly, mate, the amount of missiles in Call of Duty, I've got to get the name right. The Hellstorm missile here in Black Ops 7.
There you go.
Yeah, one day. And, you know, that gets them control of the hill. That really does get them a sizable amount of time comparatively to what happened back in rotation number 1, right? Where Omit did not get the better of that hard point. And it's small stuff like that, kind of the butterfly effect throughout that game. An early great performance from Fellow, then followed up by a late game performance from Eric Boom. Performances like that really can split the difference. And Eric Boom, you know, we've said it after every single map in this series, but again, we're going to say it here, mate. You know, map number 1 didn't go so well for Eric, but every single map since, Eric has been on S-tier form, 35 and 25. 4.5k damage is an insane stat line for Eric Boom to have off the back of that Colossus hardpoint.
And look where like the majority of like those kills came from. 13 of them only came from within the objective, but that's where he was always playing in far between. 22 non-traded kills of the 35 is insane, but the fact that the majority of this damage is coming from the middle of the hill is actually insanity. He was averaging 400 damage per hardpoint, Brody. Like, think about it. Like, that's about 4 kills per hardpoint for however many hardpoints that was. That is setting pace. Quite literally, it's in the dictionary. He would fit. Trust me on you that. But like, look, Omit are definitely coming into their own. We were talking about like going in towards this best of 5 series that like this team like on paper is like decorative and like they're superstar studded, but like they haven't really been able to piece it together. I think that was like the closest like puzzle picture we've gotten to be able to see for this Omit Brooklyn team throughout like this tournament, through and through, like this entire best of 5 series, not just this Colossus hardpoint all the way through. Asim and Co definitely deserve their flowers. I think Priesta and Asim do have a couple good young bucks with Crispy and Niam. They are very aggressive SMG players alongside them, but this Omit Brooklyn team are well and truly on their way to unlocking the next level.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to get a chance to talk about Omit Brooklyn more and more as we get through this series, right, again, or through this tournament, because, of course, they do go through to the lower bracket finals, so we'll talk about them more in that next matchup. But I do want to talk about, Rispy and Neum, because I think, they played so phenomenally well for that series. I think shout out to Rispy, I think, and Neum, particularly in that Overload. I think, it's becoming more and more obvious, despite the fact that we actually had a conversation about this before we got into the last series, that ARs are, it feels like on paper, just, we're not talking about like competitive, we're just talking broadly in the game, ARs are more powerful than SMGs, despite the SMG kind of global buff. It does feel like SMGs are becoming exceedingly important, like just making sure you've got players that can consistently get in the mix, and Rispy and Neum were doing that in spades off the back of that Overload. So shout out to those players. I can't wait to see what those players deliver for us in the Black Ops 7 season. But with that, we have a team in 4th place. Congratulations to Asim and Co. They will fall out in top 4. Next up then, we come down to our final 3. The lower bracket finals is not that far away, folks, so do not go far. On the other side of the break, we've got more Call of Duty Black Ops 7 for you in the Challenger Showcase. Welcome back everybody here to the Black Ops 7 Challengers Showcase. I have had half a bourbon biscuit and I am energized and ready to go. I'm Infinity, this is Proper, and we get to talk about Black Ops 7 for the first time this season and get to talk about challenges for the first time this season. We actually casted our first match this season just a moment ago as Omit sent Osim & Co crashing out of the tournament with a 3-1 victory. Omit now get to face Stallions in the lower bracket final. I feel like Omit, if Eric Boom keeps playing the way he is, might well have a lower bracket run in him.
Yeah, I think the thing that we're like most scared for is like once Nate comes online. Like we got to see like rack piece things together. Fellow was going on like sprees as well, piecing together in all 3 game modes. And then like we were talking about Eric Boom and his resurgence after the map 1 blunder that we just had there in the lower semifinal. So yeah, I think that there's like a lot of what ifs, but it's going to be a pretty big test. I think the Stallions have been tested throughout the entirety of this tournament. Battle hardened so far in the early doors as far as BO7 is concerned.
Yeah, this is really interesting, I think, for both of these rosters to see kind of the tests that they've kind of had to deal with early on. Omit have been tested for sure. Stallions, though, I think got tested in that upper bracket final, I think it's fair to say, right? They got kind of, not want to say battered, but they got 3-0'd by Cabal pretty convincingly. So, yeah, tested it is 100% what I'd use. Speaking of it, mate, this production, they know exactly what they're doing. They read my mind, and we can talk about that upper bracket final 3-0 for Cabal over at Stallions Red. It's how they got here in the lower bracket right now.
Yeah, I mean, throughout that series, the map 1 was actually incredibly close. It was a massive turn of events for Cabal Gaming. There in the final few moments, I think it was like a 35-point swing towards the end of that Scar hardpoint map number 1. The raid search and destroy progressively got worse, and then the Scar overload was a 5-3 final tally. But yeah, the Stallions, they get knocked down here into the lower bracket where they've been kind of just been chilling. I imagine like shooting bots. I haven't opened up Simple Stream in quite some time because
I'm European Challengers players? Sorry, that was uncool.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But like I think it's just been quite an eye-opening experience. So the way that I describe like the Stallions team, like in early doors, like they were kind of getting like battered by like Optic, and like although like that was a certain clubbage, there's also like immediate VOD that you do have from giving like the previous world champions of Call of Duty esports early practice for their own misdeeds and other fortunes. So I definitely look at like the Stallions as like a team that can constantly raise eyebrows given the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited to talk more about the Stallions roster here in just a moment. Let's take a look at the lower bracket then to show you guys how everything's kind of shaken up at this point in time. Obviously, you guys just saw Omit take a 3-1 victory over Osim & Co, ending any potential lower bracket run for them and potentially starting one for that Omit roster who, before beating down Osim & Co also had to beat the Falcons white team. Omit looking pretty good right now. They have a lot of momentum behind them.
Yeah, I would certainly say so. Ever since they got knocked down a peg by like that Cabal Gaming team, like it progressively got better for them after like the slammers on that Blackheart hardpoint. Again, teams are still trying to figure that one out. So like I'm not sitting here running out of excuses, but like it just felt like that they progressively have gotten more and more warm. To your point there, the 3-1 win versus Falcons white, 3-1 win we just saw not even a few moments ago. Versus Osim & Co, where we got to see them get better and better as that series has gone along. I think really does tell the tale of just how their evening has gone. As any other tournament would suggest, everything has progressively gotten more and more difficult. And they're going to have their tests ahead of them here, again, with the Stallions team. They are no slouches at pace.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a really fun match. Let's talk a little bit more about the two teams in the competition then. We've talked at length about Omit already. We'll get to them here in just a second. But I think this Stallions roster is just so damn fun to talk about for a variety of different reasons. I think, Stallions being, having the support of Zuma and the Stallions organization in challenges has been such a fun thing for the last couple of years because this team, this organization, has always sort of represented, and again, since I want to say like the start of Black Ops 6, has represented like the next generation of Call of Duty Challengers talent, right? And I think that's what this roster really does kind of emphasize here. You look at the likes of Swooty, Symbols, and Derek. You really do feel like the next players that people really need to be looking at, alongside Encourage, who is kind of the only player of like that Merc, Abe, Lurks, Encourage squad from like the start of Black Ops 6 that is now not in the CDL. Like, it is a really interesting combination of players, and I still think it is very much, as I said, like, this is the next generation of talent. This is what Stallions kind of is supposed to represent.
No, I totally agree. I mean, there's a lot of legacy that comes with like this the Stallions logo, in my opinion. Like, it feels weird, like with a Challenger season, like without like the horse logo, like when it challenges like elites and stuff. But they also dropped Mercules. Let's not forget about that. Like, it's just a whole different
Right.
thing along with seeing that branding, in my humblest opinion. But even Abe as well. He's now in the league. Saw it picked up by Toronto Koi, now playing for Vancouver, of course. Was represented on this team. Just as you were saying, the next generation of talent. Symbol's been around for quite some time. I'm not saying he's an old head by any means. I'm just saying, like, the kid's been grinding the game for quite some time. And I think for this team, you put him alongside Swooty. You already talked about like the namesake for Encourage, playing with the Young Guns back with like the Stallions, like under 18 team. And if you're unaware, DTG stands for Derek the Goat. If you're unfamiliar, he's pretty darn good at the game. Again, this team's not afraid to set pace. I just think that they constantly find themselves trying to play for like that solo play. They never like reel themselves back in, almost biting off more they can chew as an individual. Facing off against like a very veteran team versus Omit, much like in that Cabal matchup, Brody, is going to really test them to take a step back and just play the fundamentals of COD.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the question for us, right? We know that this roster has a lot of slaying power in Stallions, but, you know, fundamentally speaking, you know, it's going to be very difficult to beat a roster like Omit, because, again, we go back to what makes this Omit roster tick, and it's like, you have this perfect mix, and I'm going to keep on saying you have this perfect mix of, yep, you've got those veterans in the likes of Fellow and Brack, and to a certain extent Eric Boom, and you do have those young guns in Nate, and again, to a certain extent Eric Boom. Eric Boom kind of feels like a hybrid between the two categories at this point, given the fact that he still has that kind of X factor, that ability to explode at any given point. And so this kind of feels like a really weird match, right? Of just like, here is that classic mix of a team where you have the kind of the hybrid between the veterancy and the new blood on the team in Omit, versus a roster that is almost entirely comprised of, and I know you talk about Symbols as a player that's been around the block and has been competing and kind of keep his head down grinding, but still for the most part, fresh blood. It does feel like that's what Stallions represents. That's what Stallions has always represented for the most part. Fresh, young blood with a lot of potential. So there is a real head-to-head here between those two kind of ideals between Omit and Stallion, and I'm really excited to see how Stallions get on. Of course, both of these teams as well, Proper, it is worth saying that this is a match for revenge, right? Both of these teams, they want to take down Cabal. Cabal beat both of them in the upper bracket finals, so both of them are out for revenge.
I'm just hung up over like the gruesome picture you just drew. Like, it was like fresh meat, like it's just coming.
Yeah, dude,
like
100%, dude.
So
Sweetie's got that booty, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I guess, man,
it's fresh meat.
Sure, but like, yeah. Also, at the same time, they would both love like the run back versus Cabal Gaming, because I mean, like, I would say both of those series for like both the two teams like was certainly winnable. Like, Omit were only a few moments away from getting the Scar Search and Destroy map number 5, which has been good for them like the entirety of this day. Like they do love their triple Scar. I've been seeing that a lot of forcing as far as their vetoes are concerned, like flipping through like all like the old chats that we've had here in the channel, just like looking in the preparation for this grand final or this lower finals, excuse me. But nonetheless, like I think that this one's gonna be like a true test for both of them, and bang on again production. They get the triple Scar here, the Den square up map number 1. Which at this point, all the notes don't mean anything, because they beat the brakes off of Falcons Academy White, 250 to 140 RCDs and Paul X and co. Right. And then they go into the map number 1, Den Hardpoint versus Team Asim. And although 213 to 250 was a respectable scoreline, the last 40 points weren't exactly respectable by any means necessary. They do get the exposure, search, and destroy, and they were bombastic on that one, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, this is the key thing for me. You get the first couple of maps from the last map set, right? And we already talked about the fact that the reason why Den Hardpoint didn't exactly go swimmingly for Omit, right? We don't want to put it all down to one player, but it feels like if Omit do kind of have that front line of Eric Boom just going kind of ham, and we talk about the fact that Nate, he's had his moments, right? But he hasn't had that standout, you know, absolutely slap-up game so far. I think that was kind of absent for the most part, and that's why Den Hardpoint, even though it's always going to be a close map, was pretty close between Omit and Asim and Co in the last series. So I feel like if Eric Boom is now on form, he's now kind of found his pace over the last 3 maps, this would be a very different Den Hardpoint. And then, of course, you already talked a bit about that exposure, search, and destroy in the last best of 5. Well, I mean, the way that they played that was phenomenal, right? I mean, you talk about the fundamentals. You mentioned how Omit as a team were playing very, very well in Search and Destroy. Well, how they were just playing Exposure, as a map was just so good. Again, I mentioned it at the end of the game. I think it was like a 6-2, 6-3 victory at the end of the Search and Destroy. And the reason that happened was because every single time that Omit would throw a look at Stallions on their offense, they would then do a very different thing on the next offensive effort. And not Stallions, excuse me, Asim and Co. But Asim and Co just did not know how to read it. They did not know how to respond. They would try to respond to what happened in the previous round, and by the time they'd done that, Omit were doing something different. And I think that kind of depth of strategy is something that even this early on is a real thing that you've got to be careful of if you're a team playing Omit here on Exposure.
I mean, going back and like fully just hindsight 2020ing it, like Exposure, Search, and Destroy, like again, like the trophy systems, like the way they manipulate, because like rounds happen so fast if like you don't even have a sniper, because everyone's just like banging things out, especially on Exposure. Like you don't have like that timing, and like you're trying to like to force that timing going into the next round, rounds 3 and 4, and sometimes like you don't have the trophy system, or like you miss it ever so slightly. Like those lineups of nades aren't, I wouldn't say like the most difficult on Exposure, but like if you get like the 2 nades down and you're able to get like that damage and get that first blood immediately, not only is that information, but that's early damage for you to then take that immediate space on either sides of the bomb. So like it's just like the good old classic Search and Destroy bang out map that is Exposure. And I think that like teams are just like mostly going to be looking for like those timings to almost like peel themselves back, and we're gonna like start to see like some real far depths as far as what Exposure could possibly offer, because I mean, we're seeing rounds be over like within like the first 30 seconds. There's plenty of clock left, and we're down to like 1v1s and stuff. But I'm definitely excited to see that Exposure, Search, and Destroy to be able to see 2 Search and Destroy teams just really go at each other's throats as far as the fundamentals are concerned.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we are going to be closing out our series, as you said, with 3 back-to-back Scars if we need them. It is going to be fun, I think, to cast Scar. Scar has been one of those maps, I think, that's like out of the rip, that it feels like, I think we were having conversations about it earlier on, where it feels like something, a mix between Infinite Warfare and Ghosts, with the art design of something like that. It's been a while since we've had a map that just looks like Scar, I think, in COD. I think there's been a lot of maps that kind of have a very like Black Opsy feel, and in a way, Scar just doesn't. So it really adds something new to the map set, and I'm excited to see that map close out the series one way or another. We're definitely going to finish on a Scar for sure, but we'll get there later on in the series. We are going to kick off the series once again with a Den Hardpoint, folks. We did see Omit take on Asim and Co in this map. They ended up losing it, I believe, but it doesn't matter, because it was a super close game, and we saw kind of the performances that we didn't really expect to see. Eric Boom was kind of dragging a little bit. He's been on form in the last couple of games. I don't expect to see that same kind of thing here.
No, me neither.
Oh boy. They're restarting.
False fire. Hey, but Scar's my favorite map in the game, so I'm not upset to see it 3 times. This one goes like the entire distance.
Big Scar fan?
Yeah, no, I do. I think that Scar is definitely my favorite map. I'll put Den, I think, like as a close second, and I just love Colossus. I think Colossus just like makes sense because Hardpoint map is just like so simplistic. It's like you essentially like built the world out of Legos, and it's just like the most perfect world like ever, and I love it so much. That's how I feel about Colossus at 11:26 p.m. Yeah. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, drops mic.
Sorry, mate. I love Lego as well. I mean, that's what I take from that as the 26-year-old here, is that, Lego is everyone's favorite thing. True. It's beautiful. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Honestly, guys, so if anyone isn't wondering right now, obviously everyone knows I have a British accent, as you can tell. It's currently 4:30 a.m. from here right now, which is no mean a complaint, because I love at 4:30 a.m. getting to talk about challenges. It's my favorite thing to do. But it does mean that you're going to start to see, even for you, right, Proper is getting kind of late, you're going to start to see Delirious Proper and Infinity coming out very soon. It will probably happen at some point during the grand finals, hopefully not before like the final map of the entire tournament, but Delirious Proper and Infinity, they're coming. They're a knocking.
Time is but a humble construct at this point. I've already cracked open my second Celsius within the past 2 hours. Shameless plug there. I'm not afraid, man. I'm excited to see the sunrise once again. should be a real fun time to be able to see what tomorrow morning is gonna look like. But yeah, I don't actually foresee that happening. I mean, like it's gonna be interesting because like we talk about like how pace is like always gonna be like the difference for this one. Like Omid are just hopping off of like back-to-back series, and they did those vetoes pretty quickly. Like I don't think like however long they're taking to like reset this lobby, you better like sit there and rejoice in it if you are Stallions. Like that team is hot. We did see Eric Boom progressively drop more and more numbers as the series went on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the thing. I think they want to keep that momentum going between series. That's why, contrary to normal player behavior, where it's, you know, I'll keep on saying it, players take freaking forever to do vetoes sometimes. They were like, no, we're just going to get straight in. We're not going to waste any time between series because we want to keep that momentum going. That's always been the benefit of lower bracket runs as well, right? Is the fact that you do keep on playing series after series after series. I know a lot of the conversation has always been around kind of exhaustion, right? You know, playing so many series in a day can be both physically and mentally taxing after an extended period of time, but the flip side of that is that you are basically staying hot the entire time. And it's not just like the hot of just like, oh, I've shot 1,000 bots so my shot is warm. It's like, no, you're kind of mentally locked in pretty consistently throughout the entirety of that lower bracket run. And I think that's the benefit, as you said, that Omid do have here, is that they are trying to keep a lower bracket run going. They are trying to keep that momentum swinging from one series, from one win to a potential another one. And that's why, contrary to the normal thing that players love to do, which is take frickin' forever to do vetoes because they got to go get a sausage roll out of the freezer or some nonsense like that, you know, they did the vetoes super fast. We got into this game so fast. So yeah, we're going to try and keep this one moving. Obviously, we still have this in the grand final still to go. So, yeah, we're waiting for something to go on right now. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I'm not too sure if it's a tech issue, but there's restarts going on, probably some ping problems. So we're going to have Den Hardpoint very soon for you folks. But to save you guys listening to us yapping absolute nonsense, we're going to send it to a quick break. On the other side of the break, we've got Den Hardpoint here between Omid and Stallions. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, folks, the roller coaster did not last that long. It's time to get into Stallions Red versus Omid here on Den Hardpoint. And Omid already won this once. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it should be interesting to see how the square up does start to occur here as things do develop. Opening gunfight in Salvo would suggest that Omid are still hot. They do have the space provided for themselves. Eric Boom, even at 20 HP, takes the chow, and things are still not good.
Guys,
Derek cannot stay in the lobby.
Eric, listen.
No, Derek.
Listen.
Derek.
Okay.
Yeah.
Derek, what are we doing? Come on, guys. Right, we've got issues. Again, apologies for the delay, guys. We'll be back in the game here in just a second. But we really thought we had it there for a second. I was so excited for a moment. And alas, my excitement completely dissipated in front of my very eyes because we are going to reset again. So yeah, we'll be back in the lobby here in just a second. We'll have an update for you guys as soon as humanly possible. But you know what that means? It's the yap time, okay? It's time for us to start yapping about stuff and things. Obviously, we got a chance to talk about the teams before we got into the game. Of course, Stallions, talking a little bit about how they've kind of represented Youngblood over the course of the season. Big picture here for a moment, because Stallions, of course, did have Mercules on the roster at the beginning of last season. Obviously, Mercules went on to become kind of the rookie of the season, one of the best players of the season.
Oh, he's the best. He's the best player in Call of Duty right now, Brody. There's no way out there to stop it.
I totally agree with that for sure. Everyone's looking for the next Mercules, and that's the beauty of challenges. We haven't even really got a chance to delve into sort of the reinvestment that's been made into challenges this season, how exciting it is to be involved in challenges for this season, because not only are all the CDL teams now looking to challenges for the next big Mercules, right? Challenges is more healthy than ever. We've got more seasons of Elite again. We're back up to 4. We've got opens at every single event. Man, what a time to be a Challenges fan, and what a time to be a Den Hardpoint fan, because we're about to get into game number 1.
All the opens that were going to be happening throughout the entirety of the upcoming season, and we get so many kickoffs to enjoy even alongside each other. It's all about the friends you make and the memories, I will say, along the way, Brody. It seems this one is going to be the one to finally start off our lower finals here. Den Hardpoint, starting off on the favorite side, was the Stallions. We're anchoring the spawns, though, so Fellow's going to gun one from behind. That should influence things very awkwardly. Fellow's going to think that he has things fully anchored around the back, and he's going to be very confused.
You'd think so. Fellow's still got a little bit more work to do here. Oh, that's a heady. That's so unfortunate. And Derek will take him down. So 3 pills in the feed now in favor of the Stallions. They will now move forward. And if you're Nate, you have the world on your shoulders. Nate actually did this for the first one and tries to back out for the second, but it's just not to be. So Nate overwhelmed. Stallions Red Wow will get the first touch over by P2, and Omit have to try and break this one. First hit now starting to come through. Swooty deals with some of the pressure around the backline, and Nate is the only one of Omit to find any value at all.
It's big time coming through for Stallions Red. Oh, nasty shots coming through from Swooty. It's an all-white kill feed as Symbols is now up towards a 5 spree. I was almost about to look like a combined 10 spree in between 3 of the Stallions players. They've already garnered themselves a 40-point lead.
Man, this is phenomenal. Omit right now just cannot find a way through. Eric Boom will slide on through. Oh, Swooty is absolutely snapping for another one. Is Swooty 5 spree for him. Now make it 6 off the back of that kill. And Stallions are running through Omit for every single kill at the moment here proper. And you know it's bad when there's 15 seconds left on the clock. Omit rotate away towards the next hardpoint, and Stallions are already there, ready to go. Swooty might well be on a spree. Eric Boom with the TK. That's most certainly going to help things. 2 versus 2 towards the point. Eric will at the very least to make up for it. Now down to just one more kill, and Fellow will find it. Omit, though, not in control here for the moment.
The Swooty off of the score generated towards the end of that previous hill. He should have himself a Hellstorm. I wonder when he's going to start to think about ripping it towards this one is Eric Boom. Back towards the party. He had himself what was closer towards a double negative start than it was further away from. Quite integral for this break as they still trail by 50.
Man, you got a hold of the time. Omit cannot be broken at this point in the game. Nades and stuns galore across the battlefield. Stallions now looking to get their way through. Symbols back up towards 100 HP. Fellow will double up. That's going to leave Symbols isolated towards this time. Trying to steal away time. Symbols playing his life perfectly. Will bounce in to try and preserve it, but no. Ends up falling. So that will be Omit in towards that scrap time. The deficit closes ever so slightly, but that early game advantage that Stallions built up here proper, it still looms.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be thinking about that advantage all the way until it doesn't fully exist if you are Omit, but it's going to all come down to some good core fundamentals, just trying to contest this from the roof shingles, but disjointment still comes through. Nate, very slow start, double negative for him, and Brack not too far away. So Omit Brooklyn really struggling to fully break on through and fortify these hills.
Brooklyn definitely trying to. They're doubled up inside the hard point by way of Eric Boom and Nate, but Symbols wants to puncture that hold. Has help as well. Fellow isolated, shots in, can only find one in that ensemble. So now Stallions Red have the numbers back forward. Swooty shots through the window, takes Nate down. Derek now potential flanking play. Eric Boom falls by way of encourage. So Stallions, once again, getting the better of Omit here. We talked about Stallions here coming in potentially cold in towards this game. You can shoot bots, you can play pubs, perhaps scrims, all you like. But Omit were the ones coming in hot after that victory, and that heat has completely died down.
Yeah, I'll say. You got to combine 42 kills in between the 4 of them, going back towards the center of the map. Just about a 100-point lead. This is where Omit really need to start locking things down. The kill feed would suggest that they're starting to do so, and there's still plenty left of time to soak here as far as P1 is concerned. The Stallions cannot get complacent. You go back towards that Scar map number 1 versus Cabal is exactly what happened then. Omit will still take advantage of them if you give them the opportunity, but Symbols works his way back in. And it's a lot of those bright moments that keep turning multi-kills for Stallions that kept Omit on skates through that first set. Still fighting for those P2 spawns.
It's just crazy the amount of times that Stallions are getting away from hills they should not be doing. just straight up like that. At the very least, things will be different though. As we get into the second set of rotations here, Omit are now going to have first look at P2. That's something that didn't happen before. They had to fight tooth and nail to get a player even to look towards the hard point. Now it's going to be Nate inside, though. Has the assistance of Brack in close proximity. He's tagged up. Nate tries to play his life. That's not going to be. Symbols looks to distract Brack so that might open the door for the rest of the Stallions roster through the back line. Brack to the pistol. Can't do anything for that kill. Now the next couple of players, Eric Boom, Fate, Nate and Fellow, trying to get kills towards the hard point, and that's exactly what they will do. So, first wave, looking pretty good if you're an Omit fan, they hold.
As Symbol still finds his own trade, so can keep things interesting here inside of the hut. Trying to at least test the back 25 here for P2, and or Omit would love to be able to have some semblance of further numbers, and this is what I was talking about earlier. When push comes to shove, they're thinking about contesting the back 20 seconds. Nobody tries to hit a route, so they're all forced to force their way through the main point of Ingress or the entry point for P2. Nate finds the final trade, so it's all but 5 seconds, but you're still trailing by 50. You don't have the spawns. Teammates are needing assistance for this rotation. Eric is able to get that regen, but he slides right in towards a double, almost a triple chow. Omit are here at least for the immediate contest, but still staggering as far as any sort of setup.
I'm still knocking at the door, trying to hold on to this hill. Stallions have players over here, though. Encourage, playing Overwatch. DTG towards the hill. That's Derek, the goats, inside. Symbols able to double up now, moving towards the hill, looking to try and take Brack out. He is looking to play his life as much as humanly possible. Eric on the cross is good for the first kill, and now all of a sudden Omit back in towards the time here. Stallions being pushed back away from the hard point. Encourage, trying to play for the exit frags for a potential rotation, but as he goes down now, flanking play from Fellow, that flips the map, and Brack is also finding kills towards the scrap time. This is not a bad position to be in if you're Omit whatsoever.
Eric was the one to immediately see that the one player was spawning back by P2, which flips this entire map for Omit to then get these favorable spawns for the upcoming hardpoint, but they need this hill to stick. You are anchoring the back spawns all the way on the right side of the mini-map, but that is leaving things lackluster for the immediate defense here from the front.
Well, this is always a mixy hardpoint. War on two fronts before. Nate's going to win the first one. Weak for a fight. Symbols. What damage can he do? Absolutely nothing. Shut out. Derek trying to keep the door open for a flank. Oh my god, Derek for a double headshot. Couple of players down. Now potential in for Stallions as Derek absolutely gets Stallions through.
Oh man, he's piecing. He's got a Hellstorm missile too, Brody. I mean, the lead has been diminished, but Derek has not slowed down. Up towards that 6-3, 21-16. Brack now up to 21-16 himself. Trying to do things the hard way. Still good time here to fight over even towards this back 10 seconds going in towards the third set. We're still going to keep things feather in our cap, if you will. DTG is sitting on that Hellstorm missile. It's going to be integral. It is very influential on a map like that.
Well, Derek now has really started to feel himself for the last couple of hard points. Gives Stallion some time over P4 as we get back towards P1. Now will be the ones soaking it up. 90 seconds to his name and rising in the stat line. Sweetie. Spidey senses tingling. Zello gets victimized off the back of it. And now Omit can't even look towards this hard point. This is starting to look back towards what we saw in P1, the first set of rotations where Stallions have full control. Somebody from Omit needs to get towards the time, and Brack will be the player providing Overwatch while sending Fellow and Eric towards said time, but only Eric can find any value, and even then it is minimal, only 2 kills, and Stallions, they just get so much damn time off of P1.
So they pushed a little bit too far. Who's the spawns for P2? Could give Omit a chance. See Stallions for their scoreline, 223 to 162. They are within striking distance, just waiting for the go. The double chow. Here around the backside. Then the follow-up as well. Encourage for 2. Swooty full HP. There for the challenge around his teammate's back. And it is just so fundamentally powerful that the numbers were never there for Omit in the first place.
Yeah, just one more player left to go.
Brack.
CTG. Oh my god, yeah, Brack's just gone huge. That keeps Omit in the conversation for this hard point. Nade through from Courage, though. Now, Fellow, what can he do? Watching towards the back line. Swooty outmaneuvers him towards the hard point. Omit still in control here for the moment. Stallions flying in towards the hard point. Nate for the double. Nade potentially for number 3. Fellow maybe now in a 1 versus 1 against Symbols, who looks to hold on towards the time. And Symbols gets it done. Eric trying to hold him towards the time now as well. Omit in control of the kill.
Oh, Derek slides in for 2. Trying to find a last-ditch effort to get these last 8 seconds, but Stallions think otherwise. Just play for the Roto. Over towards Dojo. Just need 8 seconds, and Swooty plays the right corner. Even going 1 for 1 is perfect. They should know that this push is coming through mid now off the respawn.
Everyone coming through one angle here. Util sent out just one more player to contend with. It's Derek with the final Semtex. Now somebody from Omit needs to contest once again. The desperation absolutely set in. Eric Boom sliding from wall to wall. Derek advancing to stop anybody from Omit touching. And he does exactly that. Derek calls game for the umpteenth time here for the Stallions.
It didn't even need the Hellstorm missile. Hey, if he called it, I missed it. It didn't even matter in the end. 30 and 22 for the kid. 3,046 damage. And it was a whole lot of this. I just good force timings. This is kind of what Den is all about. It's kind of what this game is all about, if you're really thinking about it. Just being able to follow up on a lot of damage. That's what I would mostly like to be able to see. I feel like a lot of it was Millie. He was a lot for the bait in the switch and vice versa. You go back through a lot of these different highlights, you'll see both DTG, Swooty, Symbols, and Courage all play those roles phenomenally. We talk about like the fundamental of Call of Duty, and like although it is early doors and like you don't have an immediate setup, you can still pick a corner and still wait for like your teammates to go for like those double chows, those triple chows, and all that kind of stuff. And like it's like the simplistic, beautiful thing that can give you those immediate numbers, which again is so hard to bounce back from with the spawn delay that you do have in a game like Hardpoint. And it's just one thing that Stallion just I think kind of forced Omit to recognize a little bit too early, but they were a little bit too late to play against it.
Just that opening advantage. I think that opening
So
salvo of
strong.
hard points from the Stallions rep. When that kind of thing happens again, and we kind of mentioned it at the time, off the back of a phenomenal victory for Omit, right? I mean, they found their groove in the back 3 maps in that series. When something like that happens, it's very difficult to find a response. And albeit Omit, they made it competitive. You know, through the second half of that hard point, they absolutely came back through. We saw some phenomenal moments from everybody across the board on Omit. Ultimately, that slow start was just horrendous. It wasn't really something you could necessarily come back from. And I think probably the best moment we actually saw from Omit, I think, was that spawn flip coming through from Eric Boom on towards P4 on the second set. That's probably the most ingenious thing we actually saw from Omit the entirety of the game. That kept them in the conversation. One single play. But make no mistake, that was Stallion's game. Shout out to Derek the GOAT. 30 and 22 off the back of that game. 19 non-traded kills.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those situations where the stats don't tell the whole story, because Derek didn't just have a phenomenal game, but so many of the kills he was getting was so crucial with 2 minutes in the hill.
Oh, he got 20 kills within the objective out of the 30 kills that he found. Like, it's like, I don't care about any other story that you might try to spin out of this. Like, that's the only web I'm seeing, man. Like, you don't have to worry about where you can find Derek. He's always running routes around the objective, that's for sure. 278 damage per hill, but like that is just even trialing alongside of all the assists if you look from top to bottom as far as the Stallions are concerned. As I was like pointing out, like you can see it like in the start comparison, like it was a lot of individualistic things. To your credit, talking about Eric Boom, we got the moments out of Brack as well.
Yep.
that it just felt like that Omid just like it never really had like any semblance of like a setup, and I think like that's the story that you're probably looking in bigger picture from these stats. But yeah, Stallions, Den Hardpoint, excuse me. Put everybody on notice. That was an absolute masterclass. A lot of good setups, setting up for like a lot of good easy moments, if you will. And I don't mean to downplay it just with those words. You know that much, Brody. But for everybody at home, just like trust me, like that is some good early doors Call of Duty, man. You wait for your teammates triple chalet. You just make sure that nobody can get your trade.
Yep, 100%. Well, Omid have been in this position before. Literally in the last series, they lost Den Hardpoint to kick off the series and then won 3 maps back to back to back. They are looking to do the same thing here as we move forward in the series, and it's continuing in the exact same path, at least for the next map, as we go into Exposure, Search and Destroy. We sung high praise for Omid's Exposure, Search and Destroy back in their series versus Asim & Co. And for good reason. It looked phenomenal. You talked about their fundamentals. Omid looked good in S&D. They have to look that good again.
Yeah, we missed out on the opportunity to be able to see what the Stallions could potentially look like on Exposure, Search, and Destroy. It was slated to be the map 5 versus Cabal Gaming. Should they had not been so rude and just 3-0'd them in Winners Finals. We'll be able to see it here. And the reason why we do give a lot of praise is because we do have the recency bias of Omid 6-1ing Team Asim. And the reason being, we keep talking about it for Exposure, Search, and Destroy, just being just an overall big classic bang out of a map for Search and Destroy. A lot of these set nades that we've been seeing for Omid within those 7 rounds worth of played on either side of the bomb were very influential towards their success in that lower semifinal.
Yeah, just so much good stuff to talk about for Omid in Search and Destroy, but you said it. Stallions feel like a bit of an unknown quantity in S&D, right? It's like we want to see more of them in Search and Destroy. Maybe if Omid Search and Destroy is incredible, maybe Stallions have found a level beyond that. We're about to find out here in towards this one, as there's those bang out nades off the start, and almost immediately Encourage and DTG from the middle of the map, and there's the sniper rifle from Encourage. He picks up 1, but Nate will follow back with a 2 of his own, bringing us down to a 2v2.
That was certainly one thing we didn't see within those 7 rounds, was Brack breaking out the sniper rifle in response. You just so rarely see it, but it's still 2v2. Not immediate numbers to run down the sniper, but the bomb is in play in Nate's hand.
Sweetie's here. Ready to go.
Timing.
Catch him off guard. Finds 1 and crucially knows where the second is now because Brack's reveals his position. Encourages over here. Sniper in play. Brack trying to escape and it's just not going to happen. Swooty will close him down. And that positioning from Swooty is absolutely everything. Finding that first kill is good, but actually knowing where Brack is off the back of that first kill as well is everything.
I don't know if any other nade was thrown ahead of Fellas once we jumped in towards the immediate round, Brody. You saw him chucking that one across the map to trying to land over towards the other side there of Zig. But you have 2 options. You sit there or you just wait for it to explode or you just run ahead of it. And that's what Stallions did have, setting up for the immediate Omid getting top ring control, looking down instead of expecting for the glint that slow peeked out of top P3. Just wonderfully executed coming through Stallions. You just in my watch so far of watching like even like high S&D like wagers, I will not lie, I rarely see the sniper coming through from Exposure. But if there's any team that's gonna do it, just throw like a wrench into the wind or into the system if you will. It's gonna be these Stallions, lads.
Yeah, love to see the sniper rifle. I'm so happy we've got sniper rifles here.
Right?
I don't know how long the sniper rifle is going to last, but I'm so happy we've got them here for the moment. It's always a fun time from an entertainment point of view. For the content, man, it's all for the content. We love it, of course. Keeps the product a bit fresh. Call of Duty. Love sniper rifles. Encourage, of course, picked up the first blood in the last round. We'll not get the opportunity to do so here because a lot of the action's going down by that tank side. And they're going to send Stallions running away here for the moment. Brack, not going to walk away with a fresh kill, but all of this here on the defense is solid for Omid because they're sending Stallions away from potential bomb site.
Eric Boom gets their solar panel control. He gives it up because he wants to take their mid connector away. Gonna slide on 1, almost forces out the TK. That's a lot of damage over towards Nate. It's an easy follow-up for Derek the GOAT. And Brack's not in a position to be able to take advantage of that. The turn of events. Oh,
doesn't need to though. Where follows through the middle of the map and almost immediately puts the situation back in their favor. Encourage. Remember, he's still the sniper rifle player and has not picked up a secondary weapon. He's been stunned up. Oh my god, it does not matter. Encourage. Oh, Moist gets a look.
Side.
If looks could kill, that would have been a 1v2, but they can't.
You had like a quick scope sniper rifle at center, and that dot was looking pretty good to me. So I thought you would. Oh yeah.
He gave him a look.
Fellow in headlights type situation. You know what I'm saying? Not gonna be though. I mean, like it's just all off like the early like stuns that come through. You get that satellite control. It's the same conversation, just over towards that tank side, like you were wonderfully pointing out. But I do love the turn of events that came through from Derek just finding those kills. I don't know how Fellow found his way up through mid scot-free like that, but we're all tied up.
Fellow makes the big play in that round. Encourage
I guess,
makes
man.
the big play in this one once again. Here's why folks don't like sniper rifles. Trades galore off the start of this one. 3v3 we go. Encourage. Still an ever-present danger through the middle of the map. Brack with the bomb now in hand. Has options. But Omit, I think they're still so concerned about Encourage, and for good reason.
Fellow still sitting on 3. Or if one of that's real, or 2. He is trying to play for the streak. Now you see he's taking space here, so he's trying to play for the timing. Just a little bit of missed shots. He's only got the 10 bullets that are left inside the Jaeger 45. He's got no assistance yet. No hope in a dream there, kid. Eric Boom, last left alive in a 1v2. His last known position is pushed all across the south lane. I think Encourage more than aware that the bomb is dropped and the clock is on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's the fact that the bomb's down. That's the biggest issue here. You have to cross out into open terrain with a sniper. I was going to say pre-aiming you, actually, but Encourage moves, so that might give Eric Boom the breathing room he needs to potentially do something in the situation, but is it going to be down to the wall bouncing? Eric Boom shots in towards Encourage. Encourage lays down, plays his life long enough that Swooty can come through and make the trade. That one little prone from Encourage makes that entire play possible. Eric Boom could well have got that 1v2 without it.
Oh, yeah. Because zapped him almost immediately. Just turn around, just hip fire. So, no. Movement coming through from Swooty, though. Going for the top-down effect, but hey, he was red screen there, man. Hey, that's real close. Still, not going to really change much of anything. Still a one-round game here. Brack is sick and tired of it. That was a sniper rifle I saw in this young man's hands. See if he's going to try to go for a little cheeky angle, maybe looking for the heat check. Majority of this push coming through from the offense of the Stallions is on the solar panel side, so Brack will be met with resistance.
Oh, Brack's gonna whiff. These sniper rifles aren't a free kill, even in the hands of a vet like Brack.
Oh, they're all here.
And Stallions are now knocking at the door. Brack, all of a sudden, the tension has risen. Brack has so much more to do, and Omid don't really have a clean line of sight towards his bomb site, right? I mean, Stallion's already over here. Encourage has been traded out, but it is a 2-for-1 trade. Stallions now have numbers, and they might not necessarily commit to this. They have opportunities, they have options, and now off the back of that trade, off the back of Swooty doing something ridiculous, you feel like they might do, especially as now they know where Eric Boom is, and Eric... Run, boy, run. He's actually going to get the regen here. Might well get some good timing, but no, the numbers too much for Eric Boom to deal with.
Shot still looking real nice there from Eric, but Gen not coming through. Health disadvantage, not going to be favorable. And it's moments like that for Brack where, like, you're sitting there, like, kind of kicking yourself, or, like, you wish you had the M15. Like, the sniper rifle's, like, fun when you have, like, even numbers or a numbers advantage. When you have a numbers disadvantage, it's either like run at and catch a timing like he attempted to there with the Jaeger 45, or they just sprint you down knowing that it's either hit that shot, collat, or you are dead from numbers, because that's just how things go. The 2-round lead now for the Stallions, who are finding real confidence in their numbers. Omid going to stack their numbers up in 4 hit all the way through mid. It's a little bit of a fake there off the util. Versus a lot of respect out from Stallions, who are just playing over towards their side, middle of the map, just heavily guarding this A defensive side. But Fellow is clearing a lot over by tank. Nate's going to join in this effect. See if they can try to rip off Swooty and now end Encourage, who has moved over here with a snipe.
It was Brack in the last round that couldn't really be that effective with the sniper rifle over here. Feels like Encourage has been very effective for the first bloods, even though it's only 3-3 when they have got the first blood off the back of Encourage's snipes.
Interesting.
More often than not, they have converted it. Flanking play now from Derek. It is a very long flanking play. Bomb now down on towards A, and that's a big first blood traded. Again, Derek still feels like the X factor in this round can absolutely blow things up. Now it's time to do so. Kill against Brack is good, but you've still got to hunt for the last couple of players here.
I mean, the info wasn't there initially. The space was still provided. Symbols all off the jump peak. Gonna zap Eric Boom there inside a Zig. Fellow playing off of the wall bounce check.
Wait.
Bomb is smoked. Oh, he's got a nasty heady, but can't rip the next one. Would have set up a nasty little potential play out of Fellow, but it's gonna set up Swooty there on the 5 spree. Really close towards that Hellstorm missile, but I digress. Stallions playing off of their numbers, and you go back towards like where the bomb did take that like that conversion through connector. You get the slide chow there for the bomb and the plant that initially came through. Just once Derek the Goat already committed towards the play, whether the information was flawed or not, he was behind enemy lines. He was going to catch a timer regardless. Nobody was expecting that flank to come through. Brack could have like at least found that kill and then repositioned to shut down any sort of connector follow up off the kill that he found. It would have been a very different round. But man, this Stallions team is absolutely humming right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. Swooty on 5 in a row coming in towards this round. Encourage first snipe once again. He's deadly with it. Encourage looking for more. Symbols will take that kill away from him. But nonetheless, the damage has already been done. Omit down to the last couple of man. And this round, Nate trying to get something going. Kier ends up in a 1 versus 2. Just too much on his plate. He's bigger than his belly. And now it's down to Fellow. 1 versus 3. His best chance is getting some godlike timing, and he just doesn't expect Swooty to be that far forward. Stallions, every single thing that could have gone their way in that round proper, absolutely did.
Yeah, sure did. Okay, JSL off of the double chows that are opening up a lot of these rounds. You go back towards even like the initial round where we saw Encourage, like with the sniper rifle, right? Like where it's not just him dry peeking it. He peeks all off of like the point of contact through mid of where his SMGs are located at. All off of like the stuns, the nades, even in towards that previous round there on round number 6. It's all off of like the stuns and the nades that go over towards the wall jump side of the map. So, yeah. Deadly. Combined 9 spree between the 3 of them. Stallions primed to tie up, to go up 2-0 in the series.
Already aggressive coming out of this round. This is the round that Omit needed, and they immediately completely blow the doors open on towards B. And the thing is here, in a 4 versus 2, you know that one of the players alive is going to be encouraged with a sniper rifle. So you've just got to overwhelm him, and it's just Derek left to deal with. Process of elimination has been solid for Omit through this round thus far. Encourage doesn't seem that daunted by the prospect of a potential retake, but all it takes is one little surprise, and it's not a nice one for Stallions.
Yeah, again, just really difficult to retake that. You're either hoping for a timing with a pistol, or you're hoping for an easy opener for your secondary player to follow up with the next player that would be pushing for that challenge. But late Semtex, give me the damage, checking the immediate head glitch there on top 10, where Nate is playing for the immediate check there on the top side of the railing. Gonna give Omit their second. Then becomes the next question in cracking the code. How do you stop this onslaught of a Stampede that is the Stallions offense? Mostly all off the back of like these first bloods that Encourage is finding. I'm really excited to be able to see what that stat looks like at the end of this one, Brady.
Oh, for sure. It does feel like pretty much all the kills he's gotten, I want to say, are first bloods for Stallions. Definitely feels like it. Omit, though, aggressive in towards B. They've made the wrong call. Stallions have fully invested in towards A, but they haven't actually got a kill just yet. Symbols again so far forward. Omit, frankly, do not expect it. And there is no immediate trade. And, of course, Symbols now a crucial power position he's got control of.
Pulling down connector. Symbols one shot. MP push for the trade, though. Oh, such a tough situation to be in. Even in post-plan situation. Caught with the timing. The head glitch doesn't matter. Swooty just ripped him.
2 players left for Omit. Now just one Fellow to keep this search and destroy alive. He makes his position known. 20 seconds left. The odds starting to grow weaker for Omit as they cannot get it done. Stallions red outplay, outgun Omit in that search and destroy. They are now 2-0 up.
Yeesh. With authority. Well. Say what, the big boss man gonna be proud about that one. Gosh. It's just the conviction that they have, on these rounds. It's just a sight to behold. As the Stallions will take that 2-0 lead in just 8 rounds of play throughout all of the search and destroy. They did not allow Brack to get comfortable off of a lot of these AR peaks. Encourage had his number for a lot of these sniper rifle plays. Just peeking through the upper window and then just always staying mobile. And where you're always concerned about the front, that's where Derek the Goat was getting activated on these flanks, forcing all of Omit forward on both sides of the bomb into both Symbol and Swootie's awaiting arms. As you could just not have set it up any perfectly. Just like all of the set nades be damned. Once those trophy systems became online, Omit really had no entry to a lot of these first blood engagements.
Yeah, and you talk about those first blood engagements. There it is. There's the answer to our question. Encourage 6 kills to his name, 4 first bloods, 4 of the 5 possible
Nasty.
first bloods that Stallions did get. And again, I think that is just the kind of one of the big conversation points. Obviously, we know that snipers are going to be in search and destroy this season for as long as the players don't do stupid GAs. You know, having a good sniper rifle player like Encourage on your roster can 100% change your fortune, and Encourage is just that good. I mean, just how many rounds in that search and destroy did Encourage pick off the first blood? There were trades in favor of Stallions, and Omit were just left stuck in the mud on offensive efforts. They just could not do anything. Encourage is just that guy. I think that's going to be a really interesting talking point for this season, right? You know, I think for CDL that's already been a talking point. You go back to the Launch Invitational and the things that Optic were doing with the sniper rifles. Really one of the big reasons why they were able to win that event. But here in Challengers, I think, you know, having an amazing sniper rifle player, I think is going to be so valuable as long as they stay in.
Yeah, and I mean, you even look at the ratio, like all across the board, very positive in first blood to death ratio for Stallions. Almost averaging a whole kill per round outside of Derek the Goat, who is that very flanking island player for them. So post game expecting that kid to get activated on the map. But 1 in 3 first bloods there from Nate. Very tough go of things there as far as exposure is concerned. Shut down by the Stallions, and now they find themselves well and truly on their way for potential rematch versus Cabal Gaming, depending on how the triple dose of Scar, if we need it, will end up going. But I'll tell you this much, man. The Stallions team is continuously impressing me as far as this tournament is concerned. I mean, we are missing like a handful of other like Challengers teams and maybe some other ones that are still waiting to be created in the distance. The first cup is on December the 6th. This is just a show of what all of the talent is in store in a few weeks' time once we really hit the ground running for the initial season. But I'll tell you this much, man. These guys have been grinding very early on against some very good teams, and they're picking up this title very wonderful.
I mean, look, we talked about it, right? This is a roster, for the most part, is comprised of players that were placed like top 8, top 16 last season, right? I mean, obviously outside of Encourage, who did pretty well early on, these are still all kind of up-and-coming players. So I think to see Stallions really come out and make a name for themselves this early on, again, I know you're absolutely right, mate. We've got missions here that a couple of the kind of the top teams that have not attended here for this Challengers Showcase Invitational, but still, it's been pretty cool to see this roster really come out and make a name for themselves right off the rip. And that's exactly what you need to do. I think having an early good Challenger season is pivotal because it isn't long until the ball gets rolling, right? I mean, you got to think, right? It won't be long before we're in the first wave of cups, and then all of a sudden you're in the first Challengers Elite of the season and the first Challengers Open of the season. So really starting things strong, I think, is paramount. And it is nice to see, I think, that Stallions this season are coming into this entire season of Black Ops 7 being like, we really want to do exactly that. And of course, it is worth saying, once again, we talk about all of this with the context of everybody wants to be the next Mercules. Everyone wants to be into the CDL and make a name for themselves and, really explode in your career. It really does feel like this entire Stallions roster have the potential to do exactly that. So really loved what I've seen from Stallions so far in this tournament. I think for this match in particular, it is incredibly impressive that Omit came so hot out of their last matchup and Stallions have completely stopped them dead in their tracks. It's been an indomitable series from them so far.
Yeah, it's been, again, a super long, grueling day as far as Call of Duty is concerned. Whether you played 1 or 2 scrim blocks of hard points, is a considerable day as far as Call of Duty is concerned. Very fast-paced game is Black Ops 7, Brody, as I'm sure that you're very aware. And at the level that these guys are playing it, I can only imagine just how exhausting it can truly be. But, I think that they are setting themselves up for a potential closeout, but Scar overload has been really, really favorable for Omit Brooklyn throughout the entirety of this tournament. They keep getting away with it. I'm pretty sure that it was the, it was the one map mode combination that they did take off Cabal earlier today. It was a 5-1 scoreline there. They beat Falcons Academy White 5-3. So, I mean, like, I will say there is hopium. At the very least, Stallions did lose a Scar overload against Cabal Gaming, so, like, you got that as far as Copium is concerned. I don't know. I only got so much in between all these papers.
Wasn't that like a dominant? I want to say Scar overload, if I remember correctly, unless I misremember.
With the Omid Cabal one?
Wow, my brain. At 5 a.m., folks. That's all I'm saying. Okay, 5 a.m. Yeah, the Cabal Scar overload, right? Was that dominant overload?
Yeah, it was 5-1 for Omid.
Yeah. Okay, that's what.
The upper final.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. So I mean, like, yeah, definitely something worth talking about. For sure. For some reason, my breaking point is not loading right now. But yeah, it's definitely worth talking about for sure. I think there is a way back into the series for Omit. And again, it's just making sure your SMGs really start finding momentum. But that is an incredibly difficult thing to do when you're 2-0 down in this kind of fashion with the way that the last couple of maps have gone, especially considering these maps went well for you in the last series. Like, it is very difficult to bounce back and really hit a mental regain. But if anyone can do it, I know it's going to be TFL Enterprises, man. These guys, they've got it in spades. They know exactly what they're going to do. Fellow's going to whip these guys in shape just to have a chat with them. And you've seen moments of that, right? You've seen, like, flashes of that. I want to say it was, like, penultimate round in that search and destroy where they just kind of banged out the B-bomb site or whatever the past tense of banging something out is. I don't even want to know. But still, just banging out a bomb site. That kind of decision making, I think, proves that these guys, they have, the potential to bounce back into these games. You kind of know that the comms from Fellow and Brack are going to be exactly that. Like, let's just hit a reset, guys. We'll be perfectly fine. We can reverse sweep this series. I know that this roster can do it, and I hope that this roster can do it, so we have an interesting series on our hands, because this could be the last map in this best of 5 vote. Scar overload is upon us. We'll see whether or not Omit can come back, or whether Stallions can get the 3-0 sweep.
In this map, in mode combination, going to be a lot of tin control on both sides of the overload device until you end up seeing that P3 lane start to envelop. Then that plane head glitch is also going to come there. Big rock and rolling as far as the kills are concerned early for Omit, as they get a lot of good space all the way through B cut. This is threatening spawns over by the A zone. It forces Swooty and DTG to step up. Swooty's able to find himself a 2-piece. That keeps the overload device out of their goal line.
Overload device still chilling, though, by the goal. And yeah, a couple more kills, and that's a dangerous place to bring that thing back almost immediately. Omit will slam that overload through. And while there will be kills coming back for Stallions here, they do get the trades in their favor. But now they're going to have to go retrieve that overload device and get it moved forward towards one of the zones. Courage now has it in his hands. We'll see. What can he do? Can he find a path forward here? It doesn't look like it. There's going to be 3 blue arrows on the minimap surrounding him, and he's just stuck. Like, look at those arrows absolutely surrounding him here, but Encourage is going to win the fight regardless, and now a lane has opened up, especially with Swooty this far forward being this much of a nuisance.
Trying to get that concrete area. Brack thinking that they've already gone back of their patio area, and that's just because Swooty was inside of blue. This is staggering for somebody to make a maneuver to stop this device from being captured. DTG able to find himself a kill, and even towards the exit, plus the score to tie things up. So now we have the next overload device going to start spawning in towards the south side of the map. Encourage is going to just be playing the corner, knowing the rest of his teammates just died. Might be able to catch good timing if he could just wait here in the bottom of the motel.
How pivotal it is to make sure you're keeping an eye on every single player, counting the numbers and counting the names as to where everybody's gone here in Overload. Something we haven't had to worry about, again, since like Uplink or Blitz or even the CTF. It hasn't really been much of an issue in Control in the last few years of Call of Duty Esports. DGG trying to make his way through, though. He's going to get shut down. That's going to be Overload Control back in favor here for Omit, who were able to successfully bully Stallions Red into their base previously. This time, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's all down to Brack on his lonesome. Swooty's going to shut him down, and now Stallions in control. Once again, opportunity to move forward with the overload device, and it is just chilling around the motel right now. Nobody can get it forward.
Especially because it is top motel nonetheless. The entirety of that balcony is paper mache, as I'm sure many of you know. Courage Symbol is able to find 2 symbols. Nice little wall jump. Chow for 3.
Oh, wow.
My word. Double positive now for the kid. 10 and 5. absolutely humming. Brack is going to be able to find himself 2 with a popcorn nade. That sets the overload device back on its way towards Stallion's side of the map, but Swooty's still alive in and around blue. He's got an M15 and a beat on one more player around. P2 finds another kill, another 3-for-1 trade in the feed. And Stallions are right back towards device control, this time dropped inside 10.
Yeah, little plays like that, though, for Swooty are everything, right? I mean, just the second time he's done that here in this game, tip of the spear, move forward, play distractions so that it provides a lot more space in the middle of the map for Stallions Red. Now they look to move forward. Symbols trying to outplay. He's weak. He's jumped over the wall. Can he get this one in? Potential wall bounce. No, just goes straight for the slide and almost immediately gets it through. Also, of course, helps that the Encourage has followed up with some more kills for Stallions Red. And now this is an issue here for Omit. You've got players to contend with from Stallions Red really getting up in your face. They've got that potential setup moving forward for a overload. Continue to get through over and over again. Trades, though, now starting to go in your favor. Encourage. 5 in a row. You have to get rid of Encourage before you start moving forward, and there is that kill. Now Omit have the overload device.
And it shuts down the Hellstorm missile that Encourage was getting ever so closer towards. Bella playing for a timing outside of B-Cut. He comes back to bite him in the rear, so no entry point here. Overload still lurking towards the top side of Motel. Good team shots there for Brack. Him and Fell off the respawn are able to find themselves 2. There's good space now, but nobody clears inside of the general store. Symbols again. Oh, had a good look for another 3-piece. I thought there for a second he had it, but it just comes down to Eric, who's last alive with the device. Just resets everything with 25 seconds remaining in the half.
That's 4 at this point. You're starting to feel a little bit desperate. They're still actually trying to push this through Motel, which is intriguing considering the rest of the squad has already made its way straight towards the A zone. Flanking play potentially from Eric Boom could wipe the overload device off the map unless Swooty's careful. And yep, there is that kill coming through from Eric Boom. So putting the cart before the horse once again are Stallions Red, and I don't necessarily think that there's anything that either roster can do now as we go to halfway through this game. It is just about a lead right now for Stallions Red.
Yeah, I mean, but a 2-1 lead is a great lead to have for yourself because you got to see just the constant pressure that these guys were focusing on. And we talked about it ever so slightly is that you got to be having a lot of focus over towards one side of the map. And I love the revert of pressure that we got out of the Stallions on their side that they started on. Just immediately hopping over towards top Motel, just always keeping that within their favor. But what's even more annoying than that, even when they were down in number, is just constantly trying to put players on an island to be able to find that one kill on the overload device carrier and then just move it closer towards Omit's side of the field. And that just delays so much time for respawners to replenish the defenses for Stallions. Get the side swap coming through. Courage is going to open things up with a 2-piece First Blood plus an extra. Leaves Eric last alive. Easy cleanup for Stallions.
Now Stallions look like it should be a freebie off the back of that. Yep, absolutely is. Stallions exploding at the start of this overload half now. And Omit needs to start getting some kills together, because Stallions are holding them back through the middle of the map. Even leaving one player alive would be disastrous. Swooty getting away with a kill. Surely not a second. No, I thought he was about to get a melee kill. That would have been freaking ridiculous. But no, Fellow will deny. And now Stallions Red, once again, with control. Brack up top, being a nuisance with the M15. Good for a couple of kills. Eric will take the overload carrier out of play. And now it's Omit's turn to send the EMP downfield. You're starting to get a couple of kills together here. Nate actually doubles up, and this could actually be an opening. Nate will follow up with a third. It should be, but no. Symbols from behind. Plays Party Pooper. They have to work a little bit harder to try and get this one through. Nate's trying. No. Cut short. Somebody get that thing in. Encourage just simply won't allow it. Now just down a Fellow and Encourage for 3. Stallions Red from the backline. Stop Omit.
Symbols is the general store manager. That guy loves himself a good lurk inside of 10. But you see what I'm saying? Of like always just having like that one island player at like the right moment at the right time. They're always replenishing that one player to hit a route. Stallions this time it's Symbols. Swooty now up to 21 and 15, 24 and 15 for Encourage. You guys are absolutely buzzing. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. EMP device in the hands of Nate. And they're just making sure that all 4 are alive. Just playing where the red dots are located at. Symbols in the middle of the map. Just zaps Brack. Just keeps numbers in the favor for the defense.
Man, it cannot be understated how important that stop was from Stallions Red. They maintain their 2-point advantage, and they are just holding the line at the moment. Omit can't get through. A couple of kills now. Maybe they'll start to advance here. Last by many players, and Swooty and DTG will split up. And now it is just the former. Swoody trying to play his life, not going to happen. Staying quiet can only get you so far. Omit getting loud. That's an overload.
Gonna be able to at least get things back within one. Still ample time left to play, keep in mind you, so Stallions cannot afford to get complacent here. Got a first clear out all of blue. No idea where Nate is relocated at. Find Eric Boom. Finally clean up Nate. Fellow was also trying to get more space forward as Brack recovers the device, but all 4 are dead. Now Encourage has it in their hands. Nice little angle being picked up there outside of B-Cut for Swoody, just trying to get inside of green. While Symbols is producing more P2 control. 25 and 17 up on another spree.
For Stallions, really, it's just a case of continuing to create space, push the envelope, keep Omit as far away as humanly possible, keep the overload device as far as the map as humanly possible. Derek now got to open up things. 2-for-1 trade. 2v2 we go. Symbols, good for it. 5 in a row. Can he get to the overload? Oh no! Gets cut short, but it is going to be closer. Again, with 1 minute 45 on the clock, it being that far at the map, you're fine with that if you're Stallions.
And you can see why the blue side of the map is so favorable, right? Because you can get like all of those 4 spawns over by B. And that force all is like all of the left side of the minimap to spawn all the way on the north side where you do not have a line of sight. Stallions just war of attrition, slowly moving the device forward. Get that 2-score lead back with just 90 seconds left on the clock.
As you said, 2 overload advantage is everything here. Stallions Red have been so good at getting players forward and being nuisances. Derek now on the hunt for the kill in the middle of the map. Has to work for it. Fellow eventually goes down, and it might well be 3. This is 3 down on the board. Can Nate stop this on the cross? Symbols greedily goes for the kill. It's Encourage actually that goes for it, but he gets shut down. Only Symbols finds value, and going for that kill, I think, has just ended their chances. It extended their lead further. That would 100% put the game away, but now it's Omit. The onus is on them to move forward up the map. It's just not happening. Only Brack can find some value. It's 4 down once again, and any hope of winning this control in this series, I think, is starting to fade.
Yeah, I mean, you were just hoping for that to be the go-ahead. Symbols just catches timing, slides all the way through, back behind enemy lines, gets the capture soon afterwards as well. 5-2, maybe the final scoreline, as it is now a victory lap for the Stallions Red Squadron, galloping their way back in towards grand finals. And in an emphatic fashion here on Scar, Overload, man. That was an absolute highlight reel of a finish. Golly, these guys are a real problem. They were everywhere. Just an absolute nuisance. But Symbols, honestly, someone's got to get towards the Photoshop and to make that man like a general manager within that general store. I'm telling you that much. That guy would not leave 10. He was unearthed. No trades coming through to that man when he got inside of 10.
Brother, I mean, just look at this. Look at this. What is that, like the 4th 3-piece that we saw from Symbols in that game? Something ridiculous like that. He isn't even the player I was going to talk about at the end of the game. Symbols was just doing that. There were so many heroic moments from Symbols where he was creating space for Omit or putting the device through. Just an incredible SMG player. There's another one. I feel like this highlight package might actually just be all Symbols, if I'm perfectly honest, the way that he was playing.
Might as well be.
Through, I mean, it might as well be with just the kills that he was getting here on Scar. But I do want to give a lot of love to Swoody as well, right? Because the way that Stallions seem to play, this isn't, I think, exclusive for Overload, but I think it certainly favors Overload as a game mode for Stallions, is they always have one player kind of leading the pack, as it were, right? Getting kind of ahead of the game, ahead of the curve, trying to be a nuisance inside the spawn, through the middle of the map. If you don't have map control, don't necessarily need to force it by getting the kills, then taking that real estate. They're always looking to kind of get a player behind enemy lines, be a nuisance, and that player for me was consistently Swooty, being a proper annoyance for Stallions in that game. Omit had to consistently keep an eye on their backsides to make sure that Swooty wasn't there coming for a sniff, and Stallions, man, off the back of plays like that, it's what made their Overload deadly. Of course, Symbols also creating space like this, probably a huge part of it. Just not much what you can do when Symbols and Swoody are on the prowl. It is consistent. It is frustrating. Stallions are a roster to be feared.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't say it any better. You even see towards like the end of it all. Players even trying to leave towards the highlight finish.
Eric.
But a combined almost, what is that, 115 kills? Give or take, out of Stallions throughout this 6-2 victory on Scar Overload. These guys have absolutely been hitting the lab. So I'll tell you that much. They look darn fierce as far as this best of 5 is concerned, but they still have a massive feat ahead of them. The team that did 3-0 them, Brody, but in this moment, they look one of the stronger teams here on the day in this tournament.
I can't believe what we just watched. Stallions Red 3-0 Omit. They knocked them out of the tournament. I love watching the Stallions roster so far, and I love casting Overload as well. Overload is absolutely just a hoot, isn't it? It's so fun right now. It feels like a fresh thing that Call of Duty has added for this season. It is a super fun time for everyone, and it was a really fun time for Stallions as it does cap off their 3-0. You can see in Courage, we didn't really talk about him. To be honest, I feel like it kind of feels understated in a way. Maybe we should have talked about him more. He was 100% involved in the action more often than not, but he is the one that finishes on top of the world. 38 kills, almost 4k damage. Like, bruh.
Well, I mean, like, it's also one of those things, like we were talking about in the Den Hardpoint. Like, look at the assist column. Top to bottom. Like, everybody, like, 10 was
true.
the lowest for Swooty, went 30 and 21 nonetheless, and, like, 22 of those kills were non-traded. Everybody at 20 kills non-traded outside of Derek. Still had 16 assists, keep in mind you, with 2,800 damage. And although those are like the lowest numbers in one of the two columns, what's most impressive is how like he was still shooting and he was still getting credited for the assists. And what that does for like the team shots and how quickly you can take over a lot of these areas of the map and influence those spawns that I was kind of yapping on about when it was about a 4-2 score lead and Symbols was putting on an absolute spawn trap masterclass. But yeah. I think that Stallions are a little bit ahead of the bell curve as far as how to put the proverbial chokehold on their enemy, at least in that Scar overload. That is certainly one thing. But in comparison to what Cabal did earlier on such map mode combination, it is left to be told otherwise.
Yeah, man. Well, that does mean that we have a grand finals ahead of us here between Cabal Gaming and Stallions. This is, of course, a rematch of the upper bracket final in which Cabal 3-0'd Stallions. Of course, as we always say, that doesn't necessarily tell the entirety of the tale. There were some close maps in that 3-0, and we'll see whether or not it will be just as close in this grand finals. As is always the case here, guys, by the way, we're going to have a best of 7 grand finals ahead of us with a 1-0 advantage for Cabal coming from the upper bracket. So no bracket reset here. It's just going to be a straight best of 7 with a 1-0 advantage. Something to keep in mind as we get ready for this grand finals. We're going to go get ready for this grand finals here in just a moment. So don't go far, folks. The grand finals of the first Challengers Showcase of the 2026 season. We'll be right after this. Alrighty, folks, it's time for the grand finals of the Black Ops 7 Challengers Showcase. We have whittled our teams down to our final 2, and it's between Cabal Gaming and Stallions Red to decide who will be our first champion of the Black Ops 7 season. I'm Infinity, that is Proper, and one day I will get my directions right on Brook. I don't know why, I need to instinctively get used to doing this. It will never happen. Anyway, how you doing, mate?
I'm good, man. As the hours continue to go into the morning for me, I know that the sun is about to rise for you. This one's about to be certainly interesting. Very excited to finally get in towards this grand finals. Again, a rematch of our upper finals previously. It should be a fun time delving in towards this one. Again, Stallions came in, put Omit on notice as far as that lower finals is concerned with a hot 3-0.
Yeah, dude, I mean, it was wild, right? Because we went into that lower bracket final thinking, oh, well, Omit have a lot of momentum, right? They look really good right now, and then nada, nothing. Absolutely, genuinely zilch to say in that lower bracket final, considering how uncompetitive it was. It was really Stallions totally running through them, and that was especially true in that overload on Scar. We'll talk more about that specific series here in just a moment. Before we talk about even really the specific match, I think we want to talk about the field of teams that we had entering this competition to really highlight the remaining 2. So this is actually Cabal, versus Stallions here in the upper bracket final. This is our the grand final. This is our final couple of teams in the competition. It feels like it's been a hot minute since we've seen Cabal.
Yeah, no, it really has been. I mean, after several of hours have passed by, and now you got to start asking your same question. The same thing we do with Stallions. It's like, what have they been up to? Like, to keep themselves warm, because it has ever since been that upper finals rematch where we find ourselves right here. So KB, Rooper, Millie, and Icons. All known names for a lot of different reasons. You get KB and Rooper, some CCL representation, a lot of Latin American representation as well, challengers over the years. Even though like that scene doesn't have an elite structure, these guys have been keeping their heads tucked down and really going through the absolute ringer. You remember like Rooper playing back in the day with like even Snoopy on what was it, that Hive Extreme Mob gaming, where like he was like in between going AR and SMG and MW2. Some of my COD knowledge just absolutely spewing out. And even Icons, you know, he's a part of that same conversation of like what's across the screen, just very young characters just trying to develop themselves into the what is going to be his first full competitive season, if I'm not mistaken. But even for Millie and Spoody, former teammates now, are now going to be bitter rivals for this grand finals, Brody.
Yeah, 100%. Millie and Icons got a lot of love for them. Taking a look at the teams in the competition, I believe this is some of the teams that we had competing very quickly here. Eric Beam, fellow Nate and Brack will finish in 3rd place, obviously under that Omit roster. It was enjoyable seeing them compete in the competition. Of course, we also saw them previously beat Asim and Co. Up in the lower bracket semi-finals, if that makes sense. They finished out in 4th place. That's Asim, Neum, Priester, and Rispy. Then moving forward into the next teams, if we can just kind of flick through all of these, if you guys want to know who was in the competition. Top 6, YX Bootcamp, Velux, Aiden, Dimensions, Katsi, and of course on the other side, Phase 2, Dak, Wiz, Gunsy, and Flames, which by the way, as an aside, that roster is the one that like, it's like the Modern Warfare 2. That brings back the memories for me, Andy.
Yeah, I think even more surprising too, like the Dak, Wiz, Gunsy, Flames team, like they kind of bowed out. What was it even like they got double first round if I'm not mistaken, but I think that's also like super surprising to be able to see from them. Velux, Aiden, Dimensions, and Katse, like you were saying, turning a lot of heads. I think their season could be bright.
Yeah, 100%. Looking through the rest of the field then, here's Falcons Academy, Green, Hamza, Yeez, Q-Kib, and Roxas, and on the other side of the other Falcons roster, RCT's Paul X, Gentle, and King Abodi. Of course, always fun to have Falcons involved in the conversation. Going through the rest of the teams real quick here. Just going to kind of flick through them as quick as humanly possible. That's everyone, actually. I'm just being a dumbass. There's all the teams. Falcons Academy. Dude, I don't know why my brain was thinking there's 16 teams. There's not 16 teams. There's 8 teams. And I was just being a moron.
Yep.
Listen, sometimes I forget how many fingers I have, and I could use them to count. I'm not going to do that. Anyway, let's not waste any more time. It's time for the grand finals here. Remember, folks, best of 7 here in this grand finals. The winner's advantage, though, for Cabal Gaming will be in effect. So they will start this grand finals 1-0. Let's get into it with Colossus Hardpoint.
Yep, Colossus Hardpoint going to be a solid square up for these two individuals, right? A good old-fashioned bang out for top 1 top center control and supremacy at that. But was at least Cabal that started off on the favorite side of the map. We're going to have to see if they can try to hold things out. They already snuffed out the initial push through that could end up coming through. Or Stallions did, excuse me, as Cabal finally sneak all the way through. They do flip those spawns.
Wow.
As a Codcaster may be backwards, but at the very least, Cabal continued to absolutely slaying out. It seems the teams that have not played in this tournament in quite some time are seemingly very hot coming in towards the initial hardpoint.
Yeah, I was literally just thinking the same thing. I was like, yeah, this just literally happened to Stallions in the previous, where it was like 130, I think, off the first like 4 hardpoints, the first set.
Yeah,
it feels like they might be heading that way for Cabal already here early on, as they are already in control of P2. They will give away the back 15 seconds to Stallions, so they'll close the deficit ever so slightly. Looking over towards rotation, Millie going to end up falling now, so Cabal starting to have to deal with multiple players from Stallions across the board. Overwhelmed will be Rooper in towards the hard point. Symbols breaking through the front now. Swooty will be here. Icons to the slide out, not able to hold on towards the hill. And this is what we were talking about previously, right, Proper? It's all about contesting as much as possible, because breaking and actually holding is extremely difficult to do.
Yeah, and it's not exactly setting yourself up for much more success going in towards P3. You're hoping for P2 to be an initial hard point to be able to make a dent for Stallions, but Ball is absolutely reaming, like you were saying there for Rooper. Catches good timing there for number 4 in a row, but gets shot in the back, looking back over by Connector. He's been a real good player to be watching throughout this this showcase thus far. 8-3 start is no easy feat. With a whole hardpoint advantage, Cabal well and truly in the driver's seat.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Cabal just come out swinging here in this game. Icons now wants to grow that lead even more. Almost transitions perfectly on towards one player there. Rooper's there to pick things up, as is KB. One more player to deal with inside the hard point will be Derek, who is trying to hold here for the moment. On the other side of that, Godheady has occupied the attention of Cabal. It's allowing Stallions to garner some time on this hardpoint. Millie, you are holding that nade for a really long time and gets cut down just before he can actually send it flying. Rooper, potential flanking play, makes his position known, will at the very least find one, transitions into a second. Rooper, my god, use the force, my boy. He is picking up kill after kill after kill.
Yeah, he sure was. An 11-6 start. Double positive only for a moment until the next respawn, and then he finds another multi-kill. This will be the name of the game for Rooper. Stallions are at least finding a good tail end here as far as P3 is concerned. Won't be able to convert Scrapping towards initial. The only players pushed up right now would be Derek to go. He's looking for timing, just crawling in an underbelly, but good little jump peek does come through there for Icons, who has been a real bright spot for Cabal at the very same moment to talk about Rooper. Look at the spread all the way across the minimap. Stallions need something to find an in, and it does come by way of the middle of the map as they overwhelm with numbers. Only player missing is Rooper. Didn't fully anchor the spawn, so now he's playing a timing in the back.
You don't even need Rooper. I mean, he might be playing distraction at the moment, but there's Millie breaking through the front. That's 3 for Millie. And all of a sudden, Stallions look like they might be closing the deficit. Now no longer the case. It's Cabal back in once again. Swooty. See what he can do. Doesn't check the right-hand corner. Icons able to catch him off guard. This guy has been wall bouncing left, right, and center throughout the entirety of the day. Now he's just sticking to the ground and does get punished for it. And I think as we hit the last 15 seconds in this hard point, now I was going to say at start, feel like they're maybe going to set up for new, but I don't think Cabal are letting them do that. Rooper is destroying right now. Finds 3 in a row. And Cabal almost immediately back in control of P1 from P4 control. Rooper just won't stop.
17-7, 13-6 for Millie. And we just started the second set of hard points. All right. Make it 5 in a row. He knows that they're also spawning over towards his P2 side, and it's exactly where Cabal want him. And they're all funneling, if not in towards his waiting hands. It's Millie who's playing top statue, dies top P1, but damage absolutely dealt. Rooper catches timing for his 6. Just a couple assists away, maybe some score away, if you will, Brody, for that ever so wanted Hellstorm Missile. There's another elimination. Hellstorm Missile accrued. Gets good info on where the rest of them are coming from. Spawn's now flipped. Oh my gosh.
Brother, we need to hire like a Darth Vader cosplayer or something, because somebody's got to stop Rooper. Oh my god, it's 10. How many more can Rooper get? He's on a 10 spree right now, 23-7. This is his second massive spree of this game, and he senses in the force some potential victims, and it feels like the potential is being realized. Yeah. Rooper for 12, Rooper looking for 13, encourage, trying to stay alive. It just will not happen, Rooper. He's on par for a nuke. He just keeps on going.
He's 14. He's finally gonna get shot over towards the opposite side of P1. But jeez, yeah, he's 11 kills away. You thought there for a second he's gonna be able to do it. 27-8 now for Rooper. 185 to 61. Stallions might just started the conversation of that exposure search destroy. If the +1 map count here in the best of 7 was already threatening, starting now down 2-0, surely insurmountable lead was yesterday's news. But they are fighting back towards the back 20 seconds here of this hard point. But you just feel like this lead is just too far gone.
It's just Rooper. Rooper has put this game out of reach for Stallions. This would be one of the most phenomenal comebacks we've seen in a really long time here in Black Ops 7. Or just in COD, I should say, because obviously this is the first day we're casting Black Ops 7, but still, Cabal have completely ruined this game for Stallions. Millie now next on up to try and do something. That nade was a bit of a crazy one. It catches Derek completely off guard. He has no reason to expect the nade was going to be where he landed off the back of the wall jump. And now towards the hard point, KB will get the double up looking for number 3 off the spawn. Derek is now weak enough that he cannot reach Al almost immediately. He needs to wait. And at this point, burning time isn't really an option where Cabal are about to break 200 points.
No, I mean, they'll give him an inch. 100 points almost reached for Stallions. 30 seconds left to fight over here. Godheady not even being held. Nobody's watching the flank. Icons just hits it. Finds a nice little 2-piece, but Symbols trying to keep the play alive through inner will finally be traded out. 20 seconds should be more than earned here. KB on 3 in a row. 22 and 13 says, hold on 1 second, Rupert. It's my turn as he brute forces his way back in towards this fight. Ball almost lost it, but they're right back in the driver's seat.
About 25 seconds away from an indomitable start to this grand finals, by the way. Stallions coming off their own indomitable 3-0 in the losers bracket finals. It doesn't feel like that's the case. It feels like that never happened in this timeline. Icons doesn't think so anyway. Doubles up. Flanking play from Rupert once again to completely throw out every bit of momentum that Stallions had built up on the hard point. And now he is holding the bay. Finally shut down. Cabal looking pretty good here. 10 seconds away. Stallions panicking, looking for something. It's just not happening. Every single kill in the feed is a Stallions one. Couple of kills for Derek, but it feels like a foregone conclusion. Contest coming through for the last couple of seconds. Stallions won't give up.
Nope, they won't go down without a fight, that's for sure. Rupert's still sitting on that Hellstorm missile, by the way, but might not even need it. 2 seconds are all that they will need. Sentex will claim the first. Nice shots there for the second. Almost had the highlight reel finish. The last 2 kills will come through inevitably. They'll close it out there. Stallions, nowhere to be found. Cabal coming towards this grand finals right where they left off.
Christ on a bike, or should I say Rupert on a bike, because he is godlike with his performance in this game. 35 and 17. This was his, I think it was a 14 spree, I want to say, is what he finished on. Just absolute insanity for Rupert to be doing this. Brother.
My God.
Brother. Rupert running through the opposition there. And this highlight reel, I mean, it won't entirely be him, but he had so many moments where Rupert was just flying into the hard point. So many moments, even when we didn't actually get to see him, where he was just picking up 2-piece after 2-piece after 2-piece. And I think the most damning moment, actually, isn't even really early on in the game. I think it's at the end of the first set, right, where Stallions red. They do not get control over a P4. They're like, cool, we're going to reset ourselves. We're going to go back to P1. We're going to start things fresh. Yes, we're down in this game, but we can come back. Rupert pops 3 kills. They lose the rotation towards P1 and then almost immediately convert it into more time. I mean, that is a perfect exemplification of everything that went right for Cabal.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself. And then when you have like moments like this that are just like happening, just late, double chow. I think Symbol was still already 1 shot, but at snap right there, it's just absolutely insane to think about. 25 and 7 going through in towards that hard point. He was somewhere near double positive continuously through the first set. He just wasn't done just snapping on everything that was right in front of his screen. If it was a red dot on the mini map, Rupert was probably looking to snap on towards it and converting it into a double kill, or like you were saying, those 3 pieces to try to brute force their way in towards a hard point. And in a Cabal, you go back in towards that that map number 1 that they played in Winners Finals. It was on Scar, and they only won by 5 points. Not this time around. not going in towards the Colossus. Reaper is pacing Carnot to the points where he is probably thinking that he should go touch some more grass, because that is some real gross levels of some early entry frags for an SMG on Colossus.
Brother, I don't think he needs to be touching grass. I think that guy is floating right now. He is just, honestly, just fully shitting on him. There's no other way to say it. Reaper had a hell of a start to this grand finals. I don't even know what else to say. Again, this is something where we're talking about like big picture storylines here for a second. Like this Cabal roster, they've had moments. Like I know we've looked at Reaper in the last few years. I think from Modern Warfare 2 was the moment where Reaper really started to stand out from the crowd as a player that we should really start to take seriously. And he's been good over the last few years, but like I know we're missing key players in this tournament, but this Cabal roster looks incredible, and it is such a 50 steps up from what they were looking like in the last season. I love every single one of these players, and it's so fun to see a roster like this step up to the plate in the way that they have done. So Cabal 1-2-0 up now, as a matter of fact, off the back of that upper bracket final advantage they come in with towards this grand finals. They are just 2 maps away from being crowned your Challengers Showcase champions for the very first event of the Black Ops 7 season. You go now to an Exposure, Search and Destroy. Stallions, they looked pretty good here. Maybe they can stop the momentum.
Yep, I mean, you go back towards that recency bias in that lower finals versus Omit. They won 6-2, and that was, I believe, their first time on broadcast for the Exposure, Search and Destroy. I may be mistaken, but who knows at this point? Just talking gibberish at this point. Exposure, Search and Destroy, you just want to make sure that you're getting a lot of those team shots just on board, all off the back of the information. They were playing Omit like a fiddle, just catching a lot of good times. A lot of it was like encouraged with the sniper rifle. I think that was quite integral. Was kind of hurting a lot of Omit into unprecarious situations that I'm sure that they are begrudgingly going back for the VOD and watching for, but I don't know if Cabal are going to get played like a fool this time around, because if you go back over towards the Raid Search and Destroy that they did have in Winners Finals, it was an attempt, I will say that much, out of Encourage to try to force a sniper rifle, but it's such a fast-paced game, it's such a slow, or such a small capture that is Exposure. You never really got too comfortable there in that map number 2. Then I expect for Cabal to keep the same MO here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's interesting, right, because we give so much love to Encourage in the previous Search and Destroy for Stallions, and it's like, how much can you keep that up? I think that's the real question for me, because Encourage those, I think it was he got 6 kills in that Search and Destroy, 4 of them were First Bloods, and that's a big reason why Stallions Red was so successful on Exposure in that 3-0. It's like, if you don't get those snipes off, what is the kind of follow-up for Stallions? What does that look like for them? And I've got a feeling I don't think Cabal are going to be picked off anywhere near as easily. I don't think they're going to go down as easily to kick off these Search and Destroy rounds. So I'm intrigued to see the answer to those questions. I think the one thing we definitely know for sure here coming into this S&D is Stallions Red have to win this, because asking for a reverse sweep after losing a couple of maps back-to-back is a big ask, especially in a best of 7 grand finals. They'd have to win 4 back-to-back, so it really does feel like this S&D is a must-win.
That was a big moment for the Young Bucks, right? I mean, like, you want to really turn the pressure into diamond moment. May not even get the attempt. KB with a sniper finds that opening shot onto Encourage. Billy's already got space, top solar panels.
Oh god.
I mean, it was deflating enough from like the 5-point victory on the Scar Hardpoint in Winners Finals, but like that's deflating at the peak, 250 to 114 in the map number 1, and then what just happened in the opening get-go of that round?
Yeah, just everyone completely collapsing. Derek has to be the GOAT now. How many times are we going to say that this season? I promise we won't make that joke and low-hanging fruit too much.
Right.
Derek on the hunt for these final kills. I already tagged up. And I love that play. I absolutely love that play from KB, right? He's just not getting over-aggressive. He knows how easily a 1 versus 3 can be converted, so he just backs the hell up out of this fight. Derek now still has to play Hunter with 25 on the clock, and Cabal are playing this like a fearsome threesome. And it's not one that Derek would ever enjoy. He is on the hunt, and he just cannot find them.
Might be able to get the plant down here. Isolated 1v1 versus KB. They're just playing for retake. Checks for the bomb. Yeah, it's going to be more than enough to buy time.
Oh.
KB just playing his life. Pistol kill will go through for Derek, but the round nonetheless will fall by the wayside. And yeah, KB able to catch that first engagement. quickly. I believe that Encourage was top window as he typically likes to go, but it all just happened so fast.
KB playing his life not once but twice in that round as well. It has to be said just how well KB played that search and destroy round, right? Not only finding value in that round for himself, but also just playing his life in the way he did, right? It's so easy to make a chow and put your team in a 2 versus 1 instead of a 3 versus 1, and that is a much more manageable situation for somebody like Derek in that moment. So to just make that decision to be like, nope, I'm just going to get out of there. I don't need this kill. There's no point. I just need the dub. That is something that would help Cabal later on in the season. At the moment, helps them take a 1-0 advantage in this search and destroy on the hunt for more. Stallions getting aggressive here, and Cabal are waiting patiently. Millie's keeping an eye on the flank. He will have seen this. Shots out, though. Symbol's already drawn that first blood.
It's good damage out of Swooty as well. He gets good info where the sniper's going to be located at, and Cabal are trying to get activated. Trying to brute force this trade immediately, and just plays right into Symbols of waiting hands over by the tank. He somehow turns that into another 2-piece. Rupert looking for the late trade, and Stallions just devour them in the middle of the map. Just no connections through connector itself, and Symbols again. That guy loves the middle of the map.
That is exactly the kind of round they needed. Straight up, right? Symbols getting in aggressive, drawing that first blood, and finding a couple of kills later on in the round as well is everything for them, of course, to draw their things up, but also I think for Symbols to start activating in this search and destroy. Here's that kind of player that once he gets hot, he will set ablaze this game. You saw it there in that one. So Symbols now 3-0 going in towards the next round. Cabal put a stop to any early momentum into the search and destroy before they can really garner it. Back in the hands of Derek is the bomb. KB looking to be First Blood King once again. Doesn't actually spot a single player here. Might get some audio cue perhaps as to where some of these players are. That nade will send him out of position. And KB just going to get the hell out of dodge once again. Has the pistol in hand. Might actually go for a reach out here. Information would be nice. Just get out with your life. And KB, he is the master at playing his own life.
Yep, that's the right call. But when he saw that nade get thrown up towards his side of the solar panels, that Millie got activated in the middle of the map. He finds the First Blood in the round. You know that there are the last 2 over by that B, S, and D, all of the KB's previous peak. And he just has to sit here and play the 1-4-1 angle. They got the numbers. They flipped the map. They just sit here and deplete the clock.
It's just so difficult for Swooty and Derek. They're looking for some freebies. Fortunately, all Happy Meals have run out here at this Mackey's. KB. Shots out. Oh my god, the fact that he converts for 1 there is despicable. Swooty, 15 seconds left on the clock here. Not a lot of time to work with whatsoever. Even if you try to get this bomb down, you're likely to be checked. He knows that as well. He might as well try and do some damage to the last many of Cabal players. And he gets shot from behind. That is just adding insult to injury. That is really twisting the knife.
Agreed. KB, that first round sniper shot, putting Courage in the dirt. He shows his sniper glint there off the peak and sees the utility. Hears a lot of footsteps potentially, but whatever spooked him fully just to keep his life was the veteran play. And in doing so, it gave more connector and mid-map control over towards Cabal. It's now 2 rounds in both sides of the bomb that they have exemplified that. We'll have to see if Stallions can start picking up on this issue and is losing them some rounds or at least some map pressure. Ball's offense going to go over towards the tank side initially, but never count out the pump fake through con.
Cabal getting aggressive once again. That nade's going to fly past from Swooty. And he might get some horrible timing here. Yeah, he's put some shots in towards KB. He has no idea that the players approach that fast. And, well, there's the kills for Cabal. Once again, any advantage they had over the site has completely dissipated.
They're hoping for a retake around the back. Icon's thinks second about going for the immediate plant. Does cause some honesty out for Stallion, so they're a little bit staggered on this retake. It's going to allow DTG to be able to get some benefits for that kill. A 3v3.
Trying to take a 2v1. Nice jump shot from Symbols. Now down to Millie. Your positioning is everything because KB is very separated away from this fight, so he needs to play his life. Can't do it. Now KB's been separated and he's been tagged up. This should be the round for Stallions. KB's already been tagged. Gets the kill. Derek's on the defuse though. KB, you got to get there in time. He gets a headshot in, but Encourage with the snipe will stop the kill. Stallions with a brilliant retake. They play the numbers perfectly. Only 1 player from either side. That's all they need to weaken it.
The only thing that would have stopped it is maybe a nade if Flak wasn't already taken care of, but Courage with the sniper definitely got you. That's not his reticle. Don't worry about it.
I was gonna say that's crazy.
I don't even think that's like an offered reticle in the game. There's some zany crosshairs that you could definitely choose in the scopes in this game, but no, I think that is one of them. So tied up through 4 rounds. Sniper rifle not immediate within its presence, but respectfully there.
KB's been a little bit better with the sniper for the first bloods. For
What a
Cabal,
nade.
oh, that is a beautiful nade over the top from Derek. KB's first blood's gone. Swooty following up with another one. Oh my god, Derek, you're a little beast. Now it's Millie for the 1v4. First on the cards for this game, and Encourage completely swipes it away from them. Stallions red tip the scales in their favor.
Yeah, a little jump shot there too. He either got spoofed or fully centered there for the one shot instead of the kneecap. We'll see it here in the end, but yeah, I mean, it just comes through with such haste, doesn't it? I even saw through the silhouette, like the way that Derek was priming that frag grenade, just cooking it perfectly once he got past the ring. Bounce off over towards KB side of connector. Laying it right on his schnoz. Nothing he could do about that. He was holding the pre-aim. He caught the good timing. Derek was more than aware of it. He's up to now 3.
Feels like Cabal might have run out of tricks here. Last couple of rounds were exemplary. Stallions have found a way to answer back. Encourage, information. They've doubled up on towards the B site this time around. Symbols through the middle of the map. Throws a nade at the wrong time. Yeah, he's not getting out of that. Not in a month for Sundays. Rupert nades him out of position. Encourage almost immediately adapts through the middle of the map. He's looking for post plants now. Spots out one in the cut. And you are just looking for any kind of advanced position. Yet you're not winning that fight with a pistol.
Oh, Derek's just gonna hop it.
Derek.
Oh, yeah, he was playing. I was wondering if they were going to check top center. He went over towards wall bounce as his initial runoff just to be able to play that moment. If not, maybe stop the connection push that I've all been finding value with on the offensive side of the bomb. That would have been a little cheeky. Silly, though, playing the timing for the last 2-piece there. But just making Encourage very uncomfortable. It's the same nade that comes through, but this time it's Symbols that gets caught. And maybe these two teams now, with trophy systems in their back pocket going forward, could start benefiting from that and holding that space defensively. We'll have to see if they start wising up to it.
This has been such a nerve-wracking search and destroy for both sides. First Bloods have been everything. Encourage looking for it. This is a position that's been peaked previously. They've dealt with KB by way of nade. Now they're trying to do it by way of sniper rifle. Symbols is getting right up in the faces of Stallions and
It's a great
or
response.
excuse me. And Symbols just goes straight down. Yeah, beautiful play out of Rupert.
You get the trophy system down for the offense. So Encourage just holding it, and they know without a trophy system of their own that they're going to start pushing it. So Rupert gets activated through that wall jump. He's got all that space covered now. Stallions being hurted in the worst ways a farm animal possibly could be.
Cabal on the hunt here for all of these kills. Stallions red. Down to the last couple, and they are boxed in. The best thing they could possibly do, to be fair, is just get this rock down. Would make this palatable for sure. That's exactly what they're going to do. So now effectively an extra man on the map by way of the fact that there's a defuse that has to come through for Cabal. And DTG, don't get too close to their stairs, buddy. That's a little bit cheeky. Far enough away that I feel like he might get away with it still. Rupert has to check this one. Crossfire being watched by Swooty. DTG goes straight for the tech. Icons jumps in the defuse. And, yep, Swooty, fire removed. Oh, my God. Rupert beams him. Defuse or no defuse. Rupert will get the kills.
That's for 6 in a row, too. Rupert Skywalker had himself a bombshell performance. Map number 1. Now he's double positive again. Search and destroy 8 and 4. This guy is setting himself up for an even better season. I mean, with starting in MW2 and MW3, BO6, Rupert is continuously having better and better seasons as the years have been going on, man. Might just be his best title yet.
I think there's a realistic chance that's true, especially the ways, but I don't think I've seen him play this well. The last time I think I saw something like this was like Modern Warfare 3, maybe, for Reaper. I don't know. Like, he's had some phenomenal moments, but it really does feel like this is the best we've ever seen him. 6 thrills at the moment on a spree. Aggression traded out. Information there a little bit, but I mean, you take the trades. Millie was in the middle of the map ready for the retreat from Derek. Encouraged now looking for some kind of over-aggression, and it is going to come, but it isn't going to come by way of him. Swoody's going to get the kill on towards Millie. And now individual 1v1s. Oh, Swoody almost takes another one on towards Icons, and now it is just down to Encourage. 1 versus 2. I don't think he's long for this world.
Oh, Reaper gets good info. And yeah, gonna be able to get the clear line of sight. Just no way of being able to turn it and check for that P3 window in that moment in time. Kimball are just marching their way back-to-back rounds. Now up towards map point. Reaper now up to 7 in a row. For a 9-4 statistical lead within this server. The Stallions are just really struggling to be able to reap the benefits that they have once found on this map mode combination just in the previous lower finals match, or even in offensive rounds with On Courage's sniper rifle and the utility. Cabal have just adjusted and played around it.
It feels like Cabal have really stepped it up a notch to the back half of this search and destroy. They started out strong, and they intend to finish stronger. Stallions looking for the bang out hit in towards B. Icons will hear this. He definitely feels like the playmaker. Reaper's tried to go for a flank through the other side. Icons. Nade doesn't connect. They don't know about him. But Encourage is going to win the fight regardless. And there goes Millie at the same time. They clear 2 players out the site. And now Cabal, no choice but to play individual plays. KB can't land a snipe. He's sent packing. And Cabal now weak on the retake.
Yeah. Stallions should get their 4th here. Pretty convincingly with numbers. Reaper's 7th spree will come to a rest. Had a pretty good look at that gunfight versus Swoody, and KB with the sniper rifles won't be able to put on a phase up. You could do a 2 montage, so bringing in within 1, but any inch can turn into disaster and a 3-0 lead for Cabal Gaming if Stallions are not careful. But you know, the old classic, you guys just want to bang out something together. It typically can work out, especially when it comes over towards satellites. KB wasn't there for the information, as we have seen on defensive rounds past. You're not going to get that info until late. And late as you can be through connector over towards tank, you might just lose your life when you turn the corner to see that many players.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. It's the kind of thing we saw from Moment against Stallions Red, actually, in the last Search and Destroy. Just take a round. Try and catch Cabal breathless. Exactly what they do. They keep themselves involved. The Cabal are taking this one a lot more respectfully, aren't they? They're ready for some kind of bang out play from Stallions Red. Might come by way of Symbols. Big 1 versus 1. This would be a huge player to take off the board if you can kill Reaper. He might be able to. Reaper has no idea that Symbols is here, and Symbols should be able to get the freebie. Transfers to the second as well. Symbols goes huge. This round might be over.
That's clean. Already queue it up. Round 11. Symbols on for the ace now. Has anyone seen Icons? He's going to try to clear all for the top side of Ring. Icons scouted. Symbols nowhere to be found. Just go ahead and get the kill, boys. Ring the bell. Round 11 as well. Julie on its way. It's a very interesting play. I think hearing the grenade pin just pop immediately, whether Symbols caught any information, he got good timing at the very least. He's able to get that spray transfer over towards the player on the offensive hop-up side. Another good middle of the map masterclass coming from Symbols, man. That guy loves it. But Scar and it's 10. It's over here. Any side of that 50-yard line, Symbols probably absolutely eating well. Back-to-back rounds for Stallions, keeping things interesting.
He's the guy. Symbols is the guy. Takes Reaper out of that round, makes things substantially easier. There's been a couple on the bounce here for Stallions Red. Aggression from both sides. Dumb hitting straight towards the tank. Millie and KB draw first blood. Symbols doesn't have the cleanest of shots, and he's already been stunned up now, trying to back away. Is both Symbols and Swooty. It would have been nice if they could have escaped with the kill, but they just can't do it. And the nade over the top as well. It's another one. Swooty able to walk away with 1. Can't convert for a second, and now it's all just down to Symbols. He's tagged up. He's on the run.
And he gets out. Bomb not immediately planted, so Symbols will have an opportunity at this. The problem is he doesn't have a stun. He doesn't have a nade. He only has a smoke to try to play the 50-50. If he finds the first kill for free or cleanly, could smoke his way out of an engagement if it's inside a con, but Ball are just calling his bluff, making him come check the bomb. So they think that the recheck will come through connector. They're playing with their food here, Brody.
He might catch them. He might catch them. Oh, finds the one, but it's not the second. The team shots are beautiful. The trades are even better. Cabal will not let Stallions Red into this grand final just yet. Symbols could have been the player to put them in there, but no. Millie is going to be the guy to close out this game of Search and Destroy. We go to round 11, but it is Cabal that takes it.
Puts them up on tournament point, too. Don't forget that +1 advantage from the winner's bracket side out of Cabal Gaming. And push comes to shove, sweat off of their brow. They pushed through that round 11. Just, I wouldn't say fully convincing. It was a gut check call, 50-50, if you will, to take that challenge over by the tank side. But whatever AR shots were lined up in between KB, who was it? Icons at the time, maybe even Millie. I can't remember what the kill feed was suggesting, but the M15s were absolutely humming. And for KB not to pull out the sniper rifle in that round 11, meet Encourage, who was constantly a thorn in their side. You can see right here, not as influential in the first blood ratios. Did go 1 for 0. Symbols was caught out on a lot of those plays that he was trying to play for the responsive first bloods, but Cabal just were finding a lot of good early value with KB. Doing what we were praising Encourage for in that Omit series, Brody. Just constantly switching in between spots, either with a sniper rifle or not. Just keeping the enemy always guessing.
Man, what a game of Search and Destroy between those guys. Despite the heroics of Symbols, at 10 kills to his name, they just can't get it done. Stallions are now in the red. You're 3-0 down in this series. You require the Ultra Reverse Sweep. 4 maps back to back to back to back to take this one 4-3 and become your Challengers Showdown Invitational champions. I feel like we're asking the universe of Stallions now. I know that we've seen them perform extremely well. We've seen them have highlights throughout this entire series so far, throughout the first couple of maps. But, I mean, now it feels like you're really asking for absolutely everything. I don't know if we've seen them capable of this, right? Stallions came out shooting versus Omit. We didn't really see them on the back foot throughout that series whatsoever. Now they have their backs firmly pressed up against the wall. They got 3-0'd in the upper bracket finals. They are 1 map away from getting cleanly swept here in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be devastating, right? And even more devastating to talk about is now we go in towards the gruesome best of 5 map set to start exposing itself as far as this best of 7 is concerned. Right on cue, as you always are, production. The Scar Overload was the map 3 conclusion that was the winners finals, and it very much so could be the conclusion going in towards this grand finals again with that number 1 advantage coming through the winners bracket side. Then the Raid Search and Destroy, they're able to convert the Scar Overload, which they lost, was also the map 2 that they lost in 10 rounds versus Cabal Gaming in the winners finals. And then, of course, the Scar Hardpoint was the map number 1 that Cabal Gaming absolutely tore the rugs out from underneath the feet of the Stallions when they won just by 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, Scar Overload is everything. And I think, we look at towards Stallions Red, and I think there is some hope here. We talked a little bit about, their lower bracket finals performance on Scar Overload and what made it work. And I think, obviously, we talk a lot about Symbols and just how much he can dominate the map with that SMG, the 2 pieces, the 3 pieces that he produces, and albeit it'll be more difficult to do that against Cabal. Really, for me, I think it's that propensity to just have somebody forward at all times. That's what makes Stallions Red tick here on Overload for Scar, and I think it's what will make them tick here if they win this game. They have to get those players behind enemy lines. Off the start, though, trades to kick things off, and Cabal do not want to get too over-aggressive just yet. They have to work for it before getting that map control.
All right, well, favorite side to start things off is Stallion, so you're almost thinking that this would have to be where you do put your foot in the sand early. Backs weren't already against the wall. Well, KB's already back behind your spawn, so you got to clear out your back. Blue, good little fadeaway shot to take down Derek. Problem is that the device never really moved its way past P1, so all these kills that KB's finding is really not meaning anything.
Well, the thing is, right, I totally agree with that. It doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things because ultimately, you haven't made the overload move at the point. But it does at the very least waste time against Stallions to make them move forward, right? They have to deal with you before they get anything going with the overload. And now it's Encourage left up on his lonesome, tries to cross. That's not going to happen. Just down a Derek here. Should be dealing with a weak player, but he's been double stunned up. Triple stack here coming through from Stallions Red, and it's all just down to Symbols. He can't do anything. KB might well TK, but it will be a couple of kills for him. And now Cabal can start moving this overload through the middle of the map. This is a triple stack through Motel. There is a wide lane open for Cabal if they want it.
A little late, though, to pick up that one player that did spawn in a very precarious position over by P3 was Symbols. He's able to find himself a nice little two-piece. The one thing that Stallions were really, really good at in their previous series versus Omid on this map mode combination, Brody, was just constantly spreading with the objective, getting it closer and closer. This time they sprinted all the way in towards that B zone, forcing some very split spawns for Cabal as they're battling their way out.
Symbols now starting to heat up here in this game. It's 7-2 for Spree. Clearing that space. That's what we talked about. The big issues here for Cabal. You need to get rid of these players. Encourage, by the way, currently spawn trapping behind enemy lines. That's an issue that Cabal are going to have to come up and deal with over and over again. They might actually get an A capture through. I don't think anyone's stopping this. Rupert's the closest player. He has to deal with the overload player, and Encourage will completely capitalize on that. This is Stallions Red, time to shine. They are here. This is the best they've looked the entire series so far, and they are shutting down the superstars of Cabal. Icons and Millie combined for 4 and 12. That is not a good look right now. 4 and 14, excuse me. It's just not a good look.
No, it's really not. Fighting their way out from the motel, though. Finally get out of that spawn trap situation. They finally find a good wave of gunfights. Okay, so Cabal starting to work their way back. Rupert takes down Encourage. That's full motel control, but they are reading the spawns perfectly. Icons has made his way all the way inside of blue. He's going to get real good timing onto one, but just where one angle subsides, the other one gets picked up on the opposite. Stallions are relentless.
Oh my god, Stallions. I can't believe what we're seeing right now. It's just constant map control, constant presence. You've always got one player pushed up the map, and somebody for Cabal to have to be like, right, cool, we need to send players back towards our base to deal with that player. This time it's Derek the GOAT, who is currently sitting on the point, deal with the player in the middle of the map as well. So Cabal will hold the overload for a moment here in this game, but this feels like really the first bit of serious control apart from the start of the game that they've actually had with the overload device. They need to make it up the map. Need some help. Big 1v1. Millie's going to lose it against Derek. So now that's one side of the map completely cleared out. This becomes a lot more one-dimensional for Cabal to try and move forward through. And you're just facing down ARs and SMGs galore. Symbols doubles up. Derek finds one. And almost immediately, here it is again. Stallions are knocking at the door again.
Icons turned back with the device thinking that Derek was going to immediately push through B cut in towards Motel, but in doing so, he gave up an angle towards top blue window that completely exposed him and left the device in a really precarious position. So it resets back towards the middle of the map. 50 seconds remaining. Stallions with a 3-0 lead. And Cabal with a single crumb of map control. It's going to be the P3 head glitch being held by Rupert. But these trades inside a 10, not going to be helpful even with Icons TK. Just going to help out Stallions to have a very good favored side of overload on Scar.
Just nothing working out in their favor. This finally might be a capture. Millie needs to clear some space. He gets shut down from afar. That's Symbols once again. And Icons, the last hope for any kind of capture here in this round, goes awry. Rupert at the very least should be able to stop transition for another overload in. KB actually gets the team shot to do so. But yeah, at this point, you're just trying to keep that overload device away from Stallions. Last ditch effort. TK makes it feasible. KB doesn't have time. Oh, God. There was for a moment there, he kind of posthumously gets it in towards a point, but it doesn't actually count for a point. But what a round from Stallions Red. That was indomitable.
Could be the difference maker. Could have been. Even getting that one. Don't forget Stallions to start off on the favorite side of the map. You get a lot of good angles when that device is starting to be lurked around different sides of the map. You saw a lot of the spawns come through influentially over towards that broken down plane head glitch, getting good timings on players just like lurking over towards the B cuts area. And then you also get the top blue house as well. Like that window is godlike looking over towards top motel as well, where a lot of pushes start to come towards what is now the Stallion side of the map. So 60-7 for Symbols on the east side of the mini map. Let's see if Stallions can close things out here and at least get one on the board.
Got to start picking things up. When you see that map number 1 Reaper come out to play, trades will not do. You need a clean set of kills. Icons opens things up pretty well, but needs to do more. Get over here. Dodge all of the utility being sent in your direction. Not going to follow up with the kill at the very least. I don't think Millie can cross. Yeah, he definitely tries it without the kills, but yeah, it's just not going to happen. Not the way things work. Symbols, I love this aggression. You get a couple of kills, you start flying up the map, and he just continues on this reign of terror. 19 and 8. Will not be getting number 20, but he's just prancing and dancing right now in the middle of the map. Playing distraction. Again, creating some space. One little flanking player from Icons. Immediately dealt with.
Yep, just instantaneously dealt with and buying time again for Symbols for as long as he was alive. It is last time that Cabal are getting more influence on the map. Rupert needing to get all 3, but it'll result in him watching from the death screen. Another Stallions member sliding in for the overload score. 4-0 now. Plenty of time left to try to develop something. Cabal have even scrummaged a hint of an answer.
Oh, Millie. Nice double. 3 minutes 40. Still a wealth of time to make this one happen, especially if you can kind of get a rally going towards the point. KB fails on the initial jump. Now looking for more. Easy peasy lemon squeezy kill on towards Encourage. This is going to box the players in towards the spawn. That's what you need, but you actually do need to deliver on that with some kills. Trades will not be good enough. Maybe this will be it. I think this should be it. I don't think anybody's stopping this one yet. Beautiful route taken there by Icons to get the first overload through. So that's a hump that Cabal have been unable to come over in this game. Now maybe they can start to make some progression.
They'll start averaging a score every single minute.
Wow.
Starting now, though. KB able to find himself, too. That's Motel Control. That's where the device does spawn, but there's a player top green balcony. Does get shoved away ever so slightly. Look at this truck control coming through. Overload device now picked up by Millie. KB's in the spawn now.
This is
3
it?
more in the feed. They can start rallying behind this. Look at the spawns coming through. Stallions, they're not going to have an answer for this. Depending on where the next device does spawn, Cabal could get another one in the bank.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Hellstorm, Symbols,
yeah,
bang.
Yeah, that's the play call. Yeah, beautiful from Symbols. Get everything out on the kitchen sink to provide some space. You cannot afford to lose the game now. And they're going to try and transition this to extend the lead once again. Encourage trying to make his way across. Oh my god, Encourage. Double kill coming through from Icons, though. We'll stop it. Now he needs to find number 3. You're asking for the world and more. He will do so against Symbols. Nicely done. Trying to escape. Number 4 behind him. You kill Swooty. Nice. Okay, Cabal hitting the reset here. Millie now able to double up. Cabal going to have to go back from square one as Millie looks for number 3 with the pistol. Not going to find it, but still, at the very least, you didn't give up that 2 overload deficit. This could be a lot worse right now with 2 minutes left on the clock.
There's still time to try to make this happen, to force overtime, potentially. Icons, 22 and 19, finds another kill over by P3. Overload device inside of Tin, collected by KB. Icons finds timing over by B. Cut 2. They're all looking over towards Motel, but Icons does get stunned. It allows KB to now get timing. Last one's alive is Encourage, and he should be overwhelmed with numbers, but no, Sweetie's going to be able to at least find that back, too. That could have gotten real scary, but Stallions continue to fight their way back in towards this one, Brody, denying Cabal entry to fight their way for a clean sweep of Grants.
Looking for it. Just 75 seconds on the clock here for Cabal to start to get that rally that they had set up previously. I'm not too sure whether Stallions have any get out of jail free cards for that situation once again. Swooty though goes down. That's 3 down. You're not stopping that if you're Symbols and you get shut down.
Doable.
Hold on here proper. This could happen again. Overload though out in towards the field. This is a bit of an awkward situation to try and transition from, and Swooty knows it, runs straight towards the overload device, and that hope now might start to extinguish.
And what do you do with this now if you're Swooty? Do you try to play for the score, put it out of reach? It seems to be the call. Cross is being held towards the top side of the blue roof. Now they're just going to hold. Got to come towards us if you want to try to make that score. Swooty's weak. DTG's watching over top of him after Symbols was able to find the initial kill of this engagement. He's just going to try to egregiously chow that. That might come back to bite them in the rear.
Yeah, here we go. Straight for the middle of the map. Icons goes for
no.
the kill. Big double making through. Again, though, it's not a lot of respawn time to work with here. Cabal, 20 seconds left. Millie spots one. Spots out. Double for Millie. No way. Sliding across. Looking to do it. Icons for the team shots. That's the overload with 10 seconds left.
That should be more than enough time. That should force overtime. Encourage is going to be the first one here. It's a round of search and destroy.
There's no way. Cabal could do it. In towards overtime we go.
2v3.
Over Chow. 3v2. And we get a 3v3. And the overload device is in possession for Cabal. They have full motel control, and Stallions will completely park up.
But they don't want to pick it up because if they pick it up, it gives away their position. But they should be more than aware. They have full motel control. Derek is playing the hardest of angle. Top green for Encourage. Just throwing the nastiest shoulders. Cabal might think that the flank is open, and they're right. The Stallions are scared. Dead inside of green.
Stalemate here
Oh,
on
God.
Scar. Encourage. Back and forth we go. Teetering. Any morsel of information would be everything. And Cabal just don't want to give anything away. What's the protocol here if we go... the entire 60 seconds goes down with no damage done?
I think we're about to find out.
Oh my god.
Pretty sure it's like they just replay. It's like 1st to 1 or something. I have no idea, man.
Oh my god.
I've never made it this far before.
I've
It's
never
like the end
seen
of the
this.
universe.
42.
Courage has
for those
been
of you guys
throwing the
wondering.
shoulder for ages.
Brother, he is. He literally. I feel like he. You know, like those times where you like stick a rubber band on your Xbox 360 controller to
Yeah.
stop being AFK. That's what we're looking at right now for Uncourage. Going to get tagged up by a trophy. He does that Semtex. Little bit of information. That 60 seconds has now been reduced down to just 20. Cabal, move.
What
Stallions,
happened, man?
move. Somebody, please move. I don't know what happens here, but I feel like this is not supposed to happen. Paradoxical, Stallions and Cabal, nobody moving, nobody blinking. Overtime and overload is over. What happens next? Is it a draw? Stallions win the control. The overload. Oh god, I have no idea what's happening anymore. No idea what causes that. Maybe it's a damage thing. But there you go. We go to another map.
Is it me?
Wait, what actually happens? I'm so confused.
I'm so confused. Somebody explain. Somebody Twitch chat explain. Is it damage?
I have no idea.
Is it damage? Is that
That
what
was-
does it?
That was actually such a sick
I'm gonna look in
second
Twitch
half,
chat.
though.
Oh, 100%.
The ball hard turned all of that. Stallions kind of fed them that fourth capture, though. I'll be honest with you. They had no reason to try to go for that last capture inside of A. But like, I just don't know why they needed to try to do it. Just back all the way up. It was 4-3. You had all the space in the world after a 3-0 start.
Goes by lives, but wasn't it 3-3? Am I losing it? It's 3v lives, right? I don't know. This is so confusing. Someone else can tell us in chat as well, because that was super confusing. Unless we're just missing something obvious. Obviously, like this is one of the conversation points around overload. Is just that it's been kind of somewhat obfuscated as to kind of what the overtime rules actually are like. Like, is it just most kills overall? I don't even know. Still, wild game of overload to continue this grand finals in this best of 7, folks. Cabal.
So is that it? Like, is that the tournament?
Well, I feel like
the kills.
well, because Stallions won, right? So it wouldn't be the end of the
Oh,
tournament.
this is the
It'd
search
be
and
an
short. I
map.
saw the 6-5. I started freaking out for a
Yeah,
second.
it's chill. I was thinking that. So map replay as the game was a draw. Is that what? But Ben's saying that in the chat. I'm very confused right now. Ben's saying that in the chat. I don't even know right now. Right, we did say, to be fair, I'm gonna bring it back to us for a second here. We did say, to be fair, map replay as the game was a draw. Okay, alrighty, cool. We're going to a map replay apparently. So what we're gonna do, guys, I believe, is can we send it to a quick break? Can we send it to quick? Can we do a water break? Can we do a water break? Can we do that? We can do a water break. Alrighty, cool. I'm gonna call for a water break here real quick, guys. After this, we're gonna have a map replay. Alrighty, apologies for that, folks. Evidently, we as human beings need a Wii sometimes, and the players started without us after the Wii. So, anyway, we're back. We're ready to go here between Cabal and Stallions Red, and this time around, proper, Cabal are actually up.
Yeah, and they're up from starting on the bad side, keep in mind you. So remember the snowball that they were able to produce on the good side, which they find themselves on now. I mean, with an advantage like this, you generally think that if they could have any semblance of what they showcased towards the last 2 minutes of the previous regulation of game, could be looking at a finish here. Icons finds kill number 17, takes the Ego Chow, finds the immediate headshot, but still loses the mid-ground battle versus Symbols. But just shaving away second after second is Cabal, just trying to keep the EMP device out of Stallion's hands.
Icon's going to pick up some kills here around Motel. Recognizes the urgency of taking somebody out like Encourage. That's a big power position to swipe off the board. Would open the door for perhaps more kills and opportunities for Cabal. Team nade from Swoody. That's going to open the door even further now. I think this is a capture. There's no stopping this one now. Icons follows up with another kill. Stallion spawning out towards the snow side proper. It feels like destiny is knocking here for Cabal.
Still plenty of time, though. 4-2. Got that back concrete area under wraps if you are Stallions. You just got to try to find a good way of a gunfight to clear these players inside of blue, and, well, they're doing all that. Wait, hold on a second here. Yeah, score inside over by the A zone. Ball now only lead by 1.
Big capture for Stallions. Keeps them in the conversation. If we've learned anything from the last time we saw this, which was 6 minutes ago or so. This can come down to the wire. Stallions Red still very much in it, and now they're looking to move forward once again. A couple of kills come through, those Symbols trying to keep the hope of this push alive by throwing a number of shoulders. The slide out's not that great, though, and now Cabal back in possession of the EMP device. They love moving this thing left, right, and center. Derek's going to catch one off guard, though. And now that EMP device cannot go through Motel. It's going to have to go the long way around, either through the general store or straight up through the middle of the map. But again, every single line of sight is being watched. Kills majority in favor of Stallions Red. That's a dangerous place for the EMP to be.
Yeah, it sure is. Just precariously lurking over by the concrete half wall. It's going to force KB to try to take a little bit of a route all the way through B cut. But while this is happening, unbeknownst to him, his fences is currently being onslaughted. That A zone is very open for Cabal. KB has to get activated. He dies within the process. Leaves Swoody last alive amidst the trades for DTG to make something out of nothing. And it all just falls by the wayside. Just more time off the clock.
Yeah, and they're going to race now to get control of Motel once again. Millie spotted out a multitude of different players that he could possibly take off the board, but he himself will end up going down. Icons now needs to play a little bit more quieter towards the bottom side. Finds one. That's going to disrupt things up top for both Encourage and DTG. DTG still holding on as well. Derek looking pretty good. He's going to play his life. Will end up going down. So neither team in possession of the overload device here for the moment. And that's okay. If you're a Cabal, you're perfectly fine with this, right? If you can keep this overload device where it is for the next 90 seconds, you're in the dub.
Yeah, you sure are. The only problem is you're slowly losing more and more Motel control. Symbols last alive here trying to turn around, but that's 3 in the feed. So Motel control immediately flipped. 90 seconds now on the clock, and the ball are setting up what it almost looks like a P2 hold.
Yeah, that does feel like it, right? Kills now starting to come through, though, for Stallions Red. Device carried down Millie. Oh, the trigger discipline, good. Doesn't hold it for long enough that he can find more value than one, but at least gives something to think about for Derek. Doesn't matter. Millie's going to beam, and that's Motel control once again. That's 30 to 40 seconds burned off the clock here. We reach the final 60 of this game, short of an overtime, and Stallions are trying to punch something special. Swooty on the flank. Good for the first. Has to jump through towards B. It's just not going to happen yet. There's still Cabal players to contend with. Encourage now with the tip of the spear. Derek finding kills. Derek for a second. Encourage might be down. Derek tries to pass it. It's not to be. Icon saves the day.
Yeah, he's just going to bring it all the way back over towards where his teammates are spawning. Just lurk inside of blue, but it is looming closer and closer over towards that B zone. 1-for-1 trade. KB takes down Swoody a second on to Derek the GOAT. And now the push is starting to surmount over by the field side. They're just playing keep away.
Yep, absolutely love this play, but there's a couple of players with ARs to contend with. Flanking play from Encourage as well. Icon's not long for this world. And now the setup is in. 15 seconds. If it smells like an overtime and it looks like an overtime, it might well be one. Symbols trying to provide the space. And there it is, folks. 8 seconds on the clock. We go to overtime.
We go again. Here we go. Spawn up towards the middle of the map. Nobody on any of the flanks. You got all of the hotel being watched. And there it goes. Nobody's going to pick up the device. It gives away your positioning. Util still bountiful on both sides, I'd imagine.
Surely history doesn't repeat itself. Surely not again. Oh, God.
Stallions are looking like they want to try to clear P2. The other half are holding this Godheady that is on plane, so it is kind of forcing Cabal just to turtle up. They're all in isolated positions, playing alarm bells off of one another.
Nobody wants to make that first erroneous move. That might be it. Swoody, take some shots. No damage done, though. Tad bit of information gained. But really, does it really matter that much considering you know the players are going to be swarming around the overload device? Somebody needs to make a heroic play if they want to stop this. And it feels like Stallions might well be getting the players in position to do exactly that. Swoody's moved all the way up, has the symbols. Swoody's been tagged up, down to 6 HP. Is that going to be relevant? He's going to play his life, so stays alive. Now time down to 50 seconds.
You can't jump up top green without symbols crossing you up through mid-cut. Let alone you're going to be in a crossfire from Derek the Goat. Even with a Dravik at range, it should be enough to set up symbols for an easy kill. AB got activated towards the top side of Hotel. He's going to try to join the onslaught that is getting Swoody out from top green. That's the go-ahead. 30 seconds remaining and Cabal have encroached on the map.
Can they get past Swooty? Can they get past Derek? Timing could be everything here. Tagged. Swoody might need to come for the rescue. Symbols is also watching the cross. Everything is meticulous for both rosters. Nobody giving up the lives. Surely not again.
Here we go.
Surely not again. 10 seconds.
It's happening.
Nobody's blinking. Nobody's moving. Oh, God. Oh, Rupert finds the kill against Encourage at last second. That's the kill. That might well do it, Cabal. They take the win. They take the kill. The 4 versus 3. The dub is theirs. And the championship is theirs as well.
Is that how that works? Finds the kill. That's going to be the win.
I'm pretty sure. Surely, right? Have I called that? I swear it's the kill, right?
I'm so confused. I think
Guys,
it is.
I think it is. A Twitch chat will tell me very quickly if we're incorrect.
All right, sure.
I think Ben will tell us very quickly if we're incorrect.
I mean, life lead. Okay.
Thank God,
Life
man.
lead, it deserves the win. I'm so confused. It's my first time seeing it all happen. I ain't never been here before. Don't act like you have Twitch chat.
Where did that even go? I want to watch that back on the replay. I want to see where that came from. That final
Somebody
kill.
was lurking. I don't. It wasn't Symbols, but somebody was lurking over by. I think it was Encourage. He was lurking over by like the P3 like down plane heady. And he pushed over by the half fences where Rupert was holding, all the way over by like the backside of blue over by like that half concrete wall.
Mm-hmm.
And on Courage, I think he was like looking for like the easy kill, and Rupert smoked him.
Man, it's just wild. Mate, you know what? I think we had the brief discussion earlier. Maybe this isn't the time. We'll table this discussion for another time for sure. Maybe not 7 a.m. in the morning after I've been casting for like 6 or 7 hours. But I will say the overtime rules, we might need to tweak them. You
remember some of those streaks I was talking about at the beginning, like at the top of the show, like when you and I hopped on and you were like,
yeah.
"How do you feel about the game mode proper cast?" And I'm just like, "Well, I think you can definitely use some tweaks."
Oh yeah.
The old vanilla folder.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at it again, actually. I'm watching the stream back. So 10 seconds left. We have Reaper is the one to find the kill.
He just runs forward.
Oh, yeah. Encourage out of position. He tries to break the deadlock and Reaper catches him. And that's why people don't move in overtime. Wow, what a way to end it. Cabal take it in overtime, as Encourage is the one to make the first move, and he will regret it. Man, what a phenomenal grand finals, though. I think, Cabal... What is that? 4-0 technically in the grand finals. Congratulations to them.
Yeah.
They don't drop a map versus Stallions. They 3-0 them in the upper bracket finals, and then they 4-0 them in the grand finals.
Yeah, no, that was certainly a run. I will say that much. I'm sorry. I'm still jaw dropped over all of the conclusion as far as Overload is concerned. But shout out Cabal Gaming, man. They were clear cut favorites, especially on this day.
Yeah, congratulations. Well, we might have an interview, a post-match, post-tournament interview with the winners, one of the players from Cabal. If not, we'll let you guys know. So while we're awaiting that, let's wrap things up a little bit by talking about Cabal's run through the bracket, because Cabal, of course, did come from the upper bracket side. They had that 1-0 advantage going into the grand final, and they looked absolutely electric every single time we saw them. I'm actually going to take a look at the bracket here real quick to run you through exactly how Cabal got to the point that they did. So they started things off. Look at that, production's on point today. They know what they're doing. Cabal, of course, started things off with a 3-1 victory over Team Asim on the topper side, and then they beat Omit Brooklyn 3-1 in the winners bracket semi-finals. Then they had that 3-0 versus Stallions in the upper bracket finals that's led to the 4-0 in the grand finals. I mean, dude, just look at that 3-0, 4-0. That's insane to look at from Cabal.
Yeah, only dropping 2 maps along the way. I mean, Stallions, they may have fought their way valiantly from winners finals. They beat Omid in that lower finals, but they could not even pale in comparison to what the Cabal roster was doing this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Alrighty, well, we do not have an interview, just to confirm. Wait, the hell? We will. Oh, we did. Brother, what the hell? Alrighty, apparently we do have an interview here with KB, so we'll be getting him here just a second. So we'll get him in, and then we'll have a chat about Cabal's journey through Challenges Showcase. But while we wait for him, just real quick here, Proper, give me some kind of real quick fire thoughts. This is our first look at Challengers teams for the Black Ops 7 season. Exciting, right?
Yeah, no, it's real exciting, man. Again, first Cup's on December 6th. Super excited to be able to see what all of Challengers teams do have to offer. Sorry, I really don't have that many thoughts. It's getting 2 a.m. I don't even know how you're chipper at this full of energy.
Honestly, mate, I've done this. You know what? I've done this once before, and this is gonna be a throwback. The last time I did something like this was for Challengers Finals in 2021. That's the last time I did anything like this. Like, I remember closing out the broadcast for the first day and literally staying up till like 6 a.m. Until the next day to cast. Just insane stuff. Anyway, that's the last time I did something like this, and it's probably going to be the last time I do something like this for a while as well. For good reason, because I'm getting old and I can't handle it anymore. Speaking of getting old, here's somebody who's definitely not old. He's on the sticks. He's hot on the sticks. He's very damn good at his job. It's KB. First and foremost, KB, I'm going to ask you the cliche question that every interviewer asks a player when they've just won something. How you feeling, mate?
Let's talk about that future then, KB. I mean, how happy are you with BO7 just as a title as a whole?
Alrighty, man. Well, look, we've got an incredible season ahead of us, of course. We're not that far away from the first Challengers Cups of the season. So, real quick here, obviously, you guys must be feeling confident after winning this showcase event. But who would you say are your biggest competition right now in North American Challengers? All right, man. Well, we love what we saw from you today. Of course, congratulations once again on becoming the Challengers Showcase champions with a 3-0 over Stallions in the upper bracket final and then the 4-0 in the grand finals. Before I let you go, any shout-outs you want to make either to anyone on the team, any friends, any family at home? Alrighty, man. Well, thank you so much again. Again, congratulations. Go enjoy the dub, mate. Do whatever you want to do at like 2 a.m. for your time.
Appreciate you, KB. We'll see you in Birmingham, man.
Alrighty, well, I believe that will be KB. Again, congratulations to the man and congratulations to Cabal Gaming. They are your champions of the first Challengers Showcase of Black Ops 7. Thank you to everybody for watching this entire event. It's been a blast. Proper, before we go, any final words, mate?
I'm just ready to see the Challengers season get underway. I mean, again, there's only so many teams that we were actually missing from this entire event that did not want to play this late on a Tuesday, but I'm just to be able to see it all unfold. Again, we haven't opened every single major event that's happening this year in a single pro-am. So the shuffle is just but getting started. We don't know what the Cataclysmic Roster Mania in the middle of the season is about to look like.
Yeah, mate, it's so exciting, honestly. Like, sometimes you don't feel the hype until you get to like this moment, right, where it's like, hey, we're actually getting to see Black Ops 7 for the first time in Challengers. And for any Challengers fan out there, all we can really say is it's going to be a really fun season. We promise you, no matter what it looks like, it's, you know, we just know there's a lot of talent on side, and we hope that today proved that. To close out the stream then, massive thank you to everybody on production side for running this entire thing. Shout out to Ben for putting this entire thing together. It's been kind of awesome to see this thing come together in the way that it has. Shout out to the entire talent team, including my co-caster here, Proper, who is always awesome in everything he does, as well as Dandro, Seymour, and Enigma for being earlier on the broadcast. And of course, alongside the players, shout out to you guys at home for catching in with the Challengers broadcast, as you always do. If you do for every broadcast for Challengers, your support means the world, because Challengers wouldn't be what it is without you. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in for this Challengers Showcase. We'll catch you when we see you.